They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They not like lookalikes. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like lookalikes. They don't like us. We the original, number one, uno. We're not alike, you know. Y'all are liar like we made in the image, our likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it, they tried it, they tried to sell it, they tried it. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like people like us, they don't like us. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like people like us, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us. They don't like people like us, they not like us. They don't like us, they don't like us. They don't like people like us, they don't like us. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us, they don't like us, they not like us, they not like us, they not like us, they don't like lookalikes, they not like us, they don't like us, they don't like us, they don't like us, they not like us. We the original, number one on the road, we're not out like you know. Y'all are all liar like we're made in the image and likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it. Can't buy or sell it. It's right.
Night on the Black Channel. What you see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, is a post put up by the sitting president of the United States. A man, should I say a white man, that Candace Owens had absolutely no problem bowing, scraping, sucking up to, kissing up to, and every damn thing else. And did I call it, or did I call it?
And deal with it.
Folks, this is a full frontal Willie Horton style attack from Donald Trump. So what we're going to do here is first we're going to examine the post itself, and then we are going to go into more details here, because I would like to say that this is a racist dog whistle, but I mean, is it a dog whistle when you're blowing a trumpet? If you're blowing a trumpet, is that really a dog whistle? So here is the text of the post to heap it up here. Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe, in this case, without verification, she is an extremely low IQ individual.
Damn!
But folks, believe it or not, now, as you can see, this is a parody of Time's Man of the Year covers they have, and now it's Person of the Year. This is a parody on it by putting up a picture, and by the way, the picture of Candace here, as I understand it, is real. This is a real picture. So they caught her on a bad day for this. But if you take a look at what the stuff they put on here. So first is Vile Person of the Year. And then take a look at this part down here, folks. Oh, man. Candace Owens lies, lies, lies. Uses rich white men.
Damn!
0% fact check ratio on all credible fact checking sites. Protect sex offenders. Folks, Donald Trump put this out. Now, he might have gotten this from somebody else, because there's somebody else who's claiming that they made the picture, but yeah, folks, this is what he shared. This is what he put up. So, I mean, this is full Willie Horton style. And the original picture, by the way, let me show you all the original picture. This is the original picture itself. This right here on your screens is the original picture. And this is the one that they made. So this is the original picture. And here's when Trump and MAGA got done with it. And for those of you who might be feeling that this has shades of O.J. Simpson, for those of us who are old enough to remember when O.J. Simpson made the cover of the magazine, and they did a similar thing. They put stubble on his face and they darkened his face. They took the mugshot and I mean darkened it and everything. They did all kinds of mess with it to make him look as sinister and criminal as humanly possible. Those were your white liberals, by the way. Those were your white liberals. So, folks, I'm taking a look at this right here as Donald Trump is giving Candace Owens the biggity business. I mean, he said, forget being nice about it. We just going to go ahead and run in on you. That's exactly what they're doing with her here. And when you ask me what are my feelings about it, let me explain to you really succinctly what my feelings are. I don't cry when chickens come home to roost. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of happy when chickens come home to roost. Now, in case anybody was wondering whether or not the rest of MAGA got the message, whether or not the rest of MAGA and the alt-right and the white supremacists, whether or not the rest of them were on code, whether or not the message was properly received, oh, I assure you the message was properly received. Because when you take a look, and I got a bunch of them together here, so hang on tight. Oh boy, 3.9 million views. And what I'm saying is that they're coming back to this because folks are sharing this. I wanted to show y'all that the folks are sharing this stuff here now. So when you go on Twitter, you're seeing folks sharing this, and they've been saying this stuff here for a while. You are now screaming to the heavens, demanding justice. However, you empowered this system of injustice. And now you are a victim of the very system that you empowered to be unjust to people. Now she's demanding that the world should be just again. But she was perfectly fine with an unjust world and supporting unjust people back when she benefited from injustice. She loved injustice when she benefited from it. Now she doesn't like injustice anymore because injustice is taking a great, big, juicy, sloppy bite out of crime. Whatsoever before he was handcuffed and had a knee on his neck for 8 minutes. See, I'm getting to the nitty gritty, y'all. For Trayvon Martin, okay, you support grown men getting out of the car with a gun on unarmed teenagers. Really, why don't you explain to us why I can do that to your daughter? She will tell you you can't do that to her daughter. George Floyd, folks, don't get into 8 minutes of anything. Was he in medical distress? If you want to try to lie and say it was anything other than him being choked to death, why was he in medical distress before they put him on the ground and put their knee on his neck? Where was the medical distress before then? So I'm giving you all the talking points. You just have to repeat my words and you'll silence them.
Because there's so many cases.
Let's get to the George Floyd one because that was the biggest, probably the biggest national reaction.
Okay.
And it's quite stunning that no one knows the facts of his case.
Okay.
George Floyd, most of the people who reacted to that video saw a 9-minute video that was shot from Darnella Frazier from the side of the road, where it appeared that Derek Chauvin was in the back of his neck and he was crying for his mom and he was saying he couldn't breathe. Terrible, right? Do you ever wonder why you never saw the full police footage? Why you only saw Darnella Frazier's footage? Did you ever wonder why Minnesota locked that down and didn't want the world to see the rest of the footage? Because it would have dramatically changed people's opinion about the situation. When you watch the full footage, and everyone should go pursue, I did an entire documentary on it, what you will discover is that they were called to the scene. No one was coming to kill or murder George Floyd.
You heard that? I made a whole documentary on it. Now, she hasn't made a documentary against any of these white supremacists out here at all. She's only concerned with, by the way, hey, white supremacists, let me show you I hate the Negroes as much as you do.
They tried very peaceably to arrest him, trying to get him out of the car as he was sitting in his car. It looks to me like he ingested something. A lot of people do that. You don't want to get caught with drugs or whatever, you ingest it.
It looks to me, you mean like the Egyptian, so-called alleged Egyptian planes you claim came to kill Charlie Kirk? so that you don't have to say Charlie Kirk was just killed by another white man. I want you all to understand that Candace Owens has a racial thing she wants to try to promote, that Charlie Kirk was pure as the driven snow. Charlie Kirk was just killed by another white man. That's all. Nothing big about it. No conspiracy. Nothing extraordinary. He was a white man who claimed that black folk are the enemy, and he wound up dying at the hands of another white man. And Candace Owens is desperate to get the world to not focus on that. That it must be something other than just as simple as everything he said was a lie. Everything he said was typical white supremacist drivel lying. And she is desperate to take your eye off the ball, because otherwise you'd have to come to the most basic conclusion that the biggest threat is going to come from within. And that all this other racial stuff y'all are doing is a tool and a strategy that you use. But that's all.
Really quickly, this is likely when the fentanyl probably started hitting into his system, and they do peaceably arrest him. They put him in the back of a police cruiser, and he says, "I'm claustrophobic. I don't want to be in the back." And they're going, "What are you talking about?" The police officer asks his friend, who's in the front seat, the question, did he ingest something? Did he do something? I think that's his dealer that was in the front seat, is what it turned out to be when things came out. Did he take something? Why is he acting funny? Why is he being weird? I'm claustrophobic. George Floyd is massive, massive guy, okay? Not something that you're going to take a chance with on police. But again, he's in the back of the cruiser. So this whole idea of like, I came to kill and hunt.
Yeah, I mean, she lies so much, folks. She lies so much. She just makes up so much garbage. She lies so much. And bug-eyed, whacked out, lunatic, schizo individuals.
Kill someone is insane.
No wonder Charlie Kirk knew that she would be reliable scum.
Then George Floyd himself asks the police officer to put him on the ground, okay? He asked the police officer to take him out of the car and to put him on the ground. That's a major thing that happened.
He didn't ask to die.
He didn't ask to die. That's fine.
Okay.
We can agree on that. But these are important facts. Regarding Mama, this is one of the biggest, most disgusting.
Okay, folks, do you all see how she just skipped forward there? She said George Floyd asked to be put on the ground. Did George Floyd ask to be? First of all, that's a lie. He did not ask to be put on the ground on his stomach and put your knee. Well, she didn't mention about the knee on the back of his neck. He wasn't running around. He asked to get put on the ground. Okay, so he asked to get the knee on his neck. Notice she didn't say anything about that. Once again, pathological, degenerate liar, which is why the racist right loves to send her out there. She can look like a buffoon and an idiot, and they get to keep their hands clean. And when the day comes that they want to dump her overboard, they're going to come back and say that she's a crazy nutcase who perpetuates lunatic conspiracy theories that they sat here and fostered for years. They fostered it for years, and then they're going to come back later and say, see, I told you. Look, she's been saying crazy conspiracy theory stuff now for over a decade, man. She's a nutcase. Well, you all loved the nutcase back then. I'm not going to play the rest of this garbage, but I just wanted to go ahead and make that clear to y'all here. So, yeah, there's Candace. Now, by the way, once again, this was just a decade ago. I mean, Trump was just getting elected president? This is a decade ago. Candace was down bad, man. Candace was down bad. It wasn't working. Things wasn't coming together. She had all these ideas about a luxury life and this, that, and the other, and it wasn't going to be nothing like that. This is what the real damn thing was right here. Now, I want you to also understand one more thing. In order to clean up her image, if this happened back in 2016, then remember, Candace got married in 2019. What? Keep that in mind. Now, this was Candace Owens back in 2016, according to the documents they posted. Okay, but remember, she marries her current husband, the white dude that Donald Trump said that she's using white men for money. She uses rich white men. She doesn't have a rich white man. What? By the way, she doesn't have a rich white man. George Farmer is not a rich white man. Please don't talk about his daddy. He ain't got access to his daddy's money. His daddy don't even like Candace. George Farmer ain't sitting on money like that. He's just the average white dude from Britain. He couldn't pay the $3,500 a month rent. And then had to sit up here and try to yell at them and try to get her to stay where she was. The very next year, Charlie Kirk is like, hey, you're the person I want for Turning Point USA. People, does that even make sense? The person that they plucked out of obscurity. Working for a private equity firm, whatever the hell that means, private equity. Okay, it wasn't working very well because she couldn't pay the $3,500 a month rent. And then had to sit up here and try to yell at them and try to get her to stay where she was. The very next year, Charlie Kirk is like, hey, you're the person I want for Turning Point USA. People, does that even make sense? Does that even make sense? I want y'all to ask yourselves a question. Does that even make sense? What was she offering? What was she offering to them that was worth this? And I submit to you that what she offered was the Faustian bargain. She offered the deal with the devil. They knew what they were picking up. They were going to grab her out of obscurity. Another one of these desperate individuals. For anybody asking, is Candace doing it for the money? Of course she's doing it for the money. She needs the damn money. 10 years ago, she was tens of thousands of dollars in debt and functionally homeless. Within one calendar year, they came along and turned that whole damn situation around. And she has been desperately attempting to hold on to her end ever since. She will do or say anything. And the folks who grabbed her and made her their Negro bedwench mascot, they know it. Which means they are the ones who built her. But remember, whoever builds you is also the one who can break you. And when I have spent as much time as I have listening to this despicable, reprehensible piece of filth named Candace Owens, who has sat there proudly and defiantly celebrating, playing not only prosecuting attorney, but defense for literally everybody who would murder black folk, prosecutor against us, defense for them. She has made a career out of, I don't even need to know what happened. All I need to know was what was the race of the suspect? What was the race of the victim? If the suspect is white and the victim is black, she's like, say no more. I'll take it from here. And she has been a reliable source ever since. She's been a reliable source ever since. So when I wake up on a random Saturday and Donald Trump has yet again found his way back to his cell phone, and he's going to go look up the most incriminating, inflammatory, incendiary posts about Candace Owens that he can find, and he can keep his hands relatively clean. When I wake up and find out that he's done this, I don't cry. When chickens come home to roost.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
No. There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin?
What
color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derives from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So, when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't. So, we those seeds. We are not African seeds.
So, unless you guys thought I was joking when I said that they I hate when the damn browser resets after I have it perfectly timed. Okay, all right. Let's see if it keeps it. Let's see. When I talk about illegals being deported to Eswatini, shit. Yeah, I hate when that happens, man. This is Internet Explorer crap. Let me see if I can find it real fast. Nope. Nope. I got a zesty ass dude looking at me. He gonna sit right across from me and look dead at me while he eats. Like, dude, if you don't get your zesty ass about here, man. Okay. Trying to find the it's probably okay. I know it wasn't a post by somebody else. It was something that she brought up. Grand rising to the family.
Focused on my people. So I'm always going to be focused mostly on domestic policy. I focus on foreign policy when I look at how much money you're spending and where you're dropping bombs and how that money could be spent otherwise. That's my main focus. So when I talk about Ukraine or Israel or whatever, why are we spending billions doing this and nothing has been done for my people? See, that's my concern. Even when we talk about that, nobody's concerned about us over there. They're not concerned about themselves. They don't care if they don't. And I'm most doesn't mean all.
I thought she was Claire Richardson.
But what I'm telling you is that I saw what I saw in that thread, and you can go see it for yourself. It was probably like
I want her to
explain the language Trump used as his way of trying to emphasize his support for.
Right. Dan, where is the post about illegals being deported to Eswatini? There it is. Yeah, here it is.
Which condemned the arrivals. Good for them. Good for the Uganda Law Society. Said 12 people were on a flight. 12 people. And it's always 19, 12. You got a whole flight across the world for 12, 19 were on the flight. The first under an arrangement Uganda signed with the U.S. in August. No other details of the deportees, including their nationalities, have been made public. The U.S. has already deported dozens of people.
Speak English. Well, you're going to be speaking some type of African tribe language. You dig?
To third countries. Other African countries that have accepted or agreed to the deportees include, not pronouncing that, Ghana, Rwanda, South Sudan.
That's Eswatini. So when I say Eswatini, you guys think I'm joking? No, I mean Eswatini, South Africa country who allows a lot of these illegals to come over there. So if their home countries don't want them, Venezuela or whoever else don't want them, Eswatini in South Africa say, hey, we'll take you. Join our tribe. Got some bushmeat for you. All right, so yeah, give me a second. SLEE44. I'll get you on in a minute. Not right now. The link right now is for the haters, but I got a couple things to tackle first, and I'll let y'all know when y'all could chime in. Well, I don't want to. I got a lot of stuff lined up first. All right, but thank you. Yeah, so you'll be able to get in and cook a little later. So the Bussy clan keeps tying me. Matter of fact, let me because they be sending their spies in here. These Pan-African channels be sending their spies in here. So let me go ahead and invite them over here. 1 second. So this was their response to my great detailed video explaining what DNA tests are designed for and what they're not designed for. They're not designed to tell you where you come from over 400 years ago. Okay, that's the DNA test disclaimer. That's not even me. Anybody can look up DNA tests, what they're intended for and what they're not. So they're not intended to tell you you're African, nigga. And that's why you have the disclaimer, entertainment purposes only. But let me go ahead and tag these weirdos. Okay, so this was the post that they tagged me to, right? And I low-key think they be having me look at their information. Tag these weirdos. Okay, why did it come off mute? All right. So I low-key think they be tagging me to their information so I could so I could properly explain it. That's what I think. I should be charging these guys. Okay, so now they sent this to me because they thought this was debunking what I said as far as DNA test limitations, and they thought this was debunking it. It says research on human genetics shows that it is indeed possible to trace back the ancestry of different ethnic groups for thousands of years. Now, I think he typed that in there. I don't think that comes from the report, but if it did, no problem. But genes have also managed to cross the boundaries of these groups so often that there is much more variability within the people in any given population than between populations. The distinctions that we conventionally use to divide the species into races, skin color, hair, and the shape of faces, are controlled only by a few genes, while most other variable genes do not respect so-called racial boundaries. If all the humans on Earth were wiped out except a single tribe in a remote New Guinea valley, the survivors would still preserve 85% of the genetic variability of our entire species. Okay, so this is their like low-key way to say you're African, nigga. Okay. All right, so this is a study coming from, you see the bottom, Berkeley Education, Berkeley College. Okay, so what this is simply saying, humans share most of their DNA. It's common sense. Humans. That's why we say, hey, everybody's from Africa. We're using this. Humans. It's also saying there is more variation within groups than between groups, physical traits, skin color, etc. And they are controlled by relatively few genes. It's also saying humans are genetically very similar overall. So all humans, not pointing out Black Americans to Africa, saying humans connected clearly. So this is about human species level similarity. All humans, right? Not about denying distinct populations or ethnogenesis that these guys want to make it be. Okay, so what he's trying to do is misrepresent this article. He's jumping from humans are genetically similar. You see it says human genetics. That means everybody. So it's saying humans are genetically similar. He's trying to jump from there to Black Americans are just Africans. It's retard. When you post something like this and don't explain why you're doing it, and we know why you're doing it, it's goofy. Okay, so genetic similarity, which I told you earlier, does not equate to identical population identity. This ain't genetic similarity doesn't mean you're African Negro, is what I'm saying. So if that was the case, so if this human genetic data shows what he think it shows, then the logic will say Italians are Nigerians because they got similar genetics. Chinese are Niwayans. Jews are Ethiopians. You see? So this can't be what he thinks is saying. So what they completely do when they make these posts and try to take us back to genetics and believe, because he believed that this was telling us that they can trace us past 500 years and make us African nigga. Okay, we'll cook that in a second. By posting stuff like this, they continuously try to ignore ethnogenesis. They hate that word. They hate ethnogenesis. Ethnogenesis literally means forming or formation of a new people. Okay, Genesis, new, ethno people, new people. All right, so Black Americans, our ethnogenesis is based on slavery. Okay, it's formed through slavery, U.S. chattel slavery, forced mixing, eugenics, slave plantation when he was making a slave, Willie Lynch, isolation, kept us over here for 400, 500 years away from everybody else. That's called an endogamy. Okay, endogamy, where we only married and procreated with ourselves, no other people. When I says ourselves, we're talking about everybody involved. Of course, the European was involved, indigenous, and all those players. But after that, after they created who they created, we reprocreated just with us, the isolated group. From that, we got a shared culture, shared history, shared political experience, right? So that alone creates a distinct ethnic group. That's what Martin Robinson Delaney acknowledged. Okay, it doesn't matter indigenous origin or African origin or European origin. All of that make you a distinct ethnic group. Okay. All right. So what DNA tests are actually for? Let's go back over this. DNA tests, because he's mixing this with DNA tests. DNA tests are actually for tracing ancestry origins, identifying genetic clusters, showing migration patterns. What DNA tests are not for? Erasing new ethnic groups like Foundation Black Americans, saying you're just African nigga and nothing else, and ignoring historical population formation. Even though humans are similar overall, geneticists can still distinguish populations, identify ancestry regions, detect population bottlenecks, track admixture events, right? Okay. So then they like to go to the 85% claim. Well, you're 10% Yoruba, 5% this, 10% that. And you add it all up, you're 85% African. Okay. So we already debunked that. A single tribe could preserve 85% of human genetic variation, right? So that is about species level diversity, not population identity. Okay, what it doesn't mean is that all groups are the same, that ethnicity doesn't exist, that new populations don't form. So he's misrepresenting what he thinks he's representing correctly. So he's using a study about human genetic similarity to deny the existence of distinct populations formed through history. Okay, so if you look at dogs, that's like saying all dogs share the same DNA, right? So therefore, a pit bull is a chihuahua. He would have to use that logic because dogs are dogs and then they're different. Chihuahua and a pit bull, totally different dogs. So stop clout chasing. It didn't work. You can't debunk ethnogenesis and you can't tell us what tribe we're from 500 plus years ago. Start with yourself. Show us your DNA test, nigga. Okay. Now, moving along. So, okay, so it's going to reset all my timestamps. Give me a second. Candace Owens, when cooning, tethering backfires. It works until it doesn't. So anybody ever see that? See those brothers that go around doing like restaurant audits?
The first thing I see is no.
Okay. Yeah, that right there. And I already had a problem with restaurants before. Remember, I told you, I said, yo, it's hard for me to eat somewhere because there's a difference between cooked food and food being reheated, microwave or air fry. We talked about Red Lobster and TJ Fridays, why they're going out of business. People really can tell cooked food, and then we can tell old food or leftovers. Like some of us, like myself, can really tell. So what people rely on, this is why it's hard for me to eat at a mom and pop restaurant, because what people rely on is seasoning. They think they can serve leftovers and just season it well, and it will smother the leftover taste. This is why a lot of those people want to just microwave right off the back. Like whatever you order, they want to microwave it before you even ask them to. Like, hey, you ain't gotta. I don't want it hot. I'm gonna eat it later. Like, why make it hot? I'm gonna eat it later. But they be insistent. No, let me microwave. Hey, yo, my boy told me that one Jamaican spot told him, you ain't got a choice. Like, we're gonna microwave it or take your business somewhere else. Like, that's how bad anyone get exposed for serving old food. Like, yo, oh well, you dig? Take your money somewhere else because we're gonna microwave this shit. All right, so I'm gonna share a video, some of the video, right? Like the First Amendment auditors that go around like post offices, things like that. Audit public libraries, anywhere where it's publicly accessible to the public. When you got people doing restaurant audits, going to restaurants, kind of like low key pretending like they with the health department, and they're going into these people businesses like a walkthrough, and they're surveying it and they're pointing out like things that should not be happening in a restaurant, like unsanitary things and protocols. Now look, even in the like I'm gonna say that the average business where you're putting something in your mouth, pause, you can't put stuff on the floor. They got to be like 6 inches off the floor. Okay. So we're talking about vapes, we're talking about liquid of any sort. We're talking about solids, pills, Tylenol, let alone food. So food cannot be on the floor or less than 6 inches on the floor, but definitely not on the floor. So I want to play some of this right here. So now this Jamaican dude was okay. He wasn't bad as the Asian people. The Asian people, oh my God. All right, but I want to use him as an example. Okay. Right here.
And before, I think before it get completely cool, we put it in the cooler. And then when they...
So he had just told him that about putting lettuce in a sink. Like, okay.
And the guy that is here, was cooling down my oxtail. And before, I think before it get completely cool, we put it
So here's the thing. For you guys as conspiracy theories or conspiracy theorists, and you're all against the USDA and the FDA, I meant the United States Department, USDA, I said it right, USDA. For you people that's so against them, they make it damn near impossible for you to get food poisoning if you go to these mom and pop restaurants, right? Because it's much hard. I believe it's much harder for a chain restaurant to get away with being unsanitary, like a McDonald's, like a Popeyes. First of all, you got people working for the franchise that don't have no ties to it. They don't have no emotional ties to it. They have no financial interest. These are just regular people working for the company. So if something is done wrong, like they'd be the first to expose it. That's why it's a lot harder to like for them to practice bad habits over there. You know, they the first to go on social media because they don't have no emotional ties. They don't have no financial interest in the company as opposed to a mom and pop store. Like they're all emotionally tied to it. They're all financially tied to it. Most of them, or a large majority. So they actually lose out physically. Teenagers just get another job, and they're not gonna let you serve filth to the public. Like they're like natural whistleblowers, people who randomly just work for your company. Like they don't think it's that serious, and plus they don't want their family members to buy that crap anyway. But mom and pop stores, secret practices, unsanitary practices usually go more quieter, right? So
in the cooler.
Like he's the owner.
And then when the evening and the inspector come in the morning,
It wasn't cool enough.
and it wasn't cool enough.
So what's going on with the cabbage now? Because you know we're not allowed to have that in the sink. That's a hand washing sink.
No, that's not the hand washing sink.
Okay, but if you
That's
it's not a hand washing sink, but his hand washing sink doesn't have a like a label that says hand washing sink. So only he knows, but the inspectors need to know. Your staff need to know at all times. There should be no confusion. That's what he's trying to get to. So, but that wasn't a hand washing sink. It was reserved for washing, things like that. But he's explaining you still can't leave it in the sink like that.
prep sink?
prep sink.
Okay, even if it's a prep sink, we have to thaw it. Is that thawing or cleaning?
Cleaning.
Keep in mind, you can wash your produce in a sink without a bowl, only if the sink is designated for washing produce only. So that sink cannot be used for throwing meat, seafood, poultry, washing dishes, nothing. However, you can never clean produce in standing water, so it's the best practice just to use a perforated bowl inside the sink to allow the water to drain and keep the produce from touching the sink surface.
Here is the hand washing sink.
Okay, well that should be in a bowl.
All right, so now he's gonna ask him to wash his hands. Now we should have all learned this during the pandemic. But there was hella commercials to teach you how to wash your hands so you'll be germ free. Remember they had you sing songs, okay, rather than counting?
Water. You know, I'm just letting you know.
I'm gonna put them on the stove right away.
No. I don't want to come to stop you from anything. Demonstrate. Understand how to wash. Demonstrate that you understand how to wash.
So this is why like cameras probably need to be allowed back there, because you can do it right just because the inspector there, but do it wrong every time when there's nobody watching over you. Now y'all know damn well he ain't doing that every time he got to wash his hands. And not just him, but most restaurants that's mom and pops ain't doing this right here. Now, what I'm noticing is that the water ain't draining. It's just sitting right there. Now, she's about to mess up. Right there.
It was close, but you would have got points off because you have to turn this off.
Right.
With this. Yes, because the germs.
Right. So this is good for everybody watching the stream, right? This is just cleanliness, right? Where you learn how to wash your hands and stop, because a lot of you guys do the same shit. You'll go to a public bathroom, you'll turn the faucet on, everybody disgusting hadn't touched it. You didn't wash your hands and made it clean, and then you go ahead and turn it back off. Now, a lot of bathrooms are automatic, but you ain't got to worry about that. But there are some bathrooms that's not automatic, and a lot of you guys go back and touch the turn handle again and then Fingers all dirty again right after you washed your hands.
Just got it back on your hands. So now you putting all the germs back on your hands, you see? So that's why I just want to make sure. You always wet your hands first. Yes, correct.
Now the water never drained. It's still there.
20 seconds, scrub.
Wash, then use the paper.
Yes,
turn it off.
yes. 20, 30 seconds, scrub, wash, wash, wash. But we have to make sure we dry first completely, and then boom. And that way we didn't transfer the germs onto our hands. Okay. So that's easy. But you was there, and I could tell it's fully stocked with soap.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fully stocked with soap and papers, yes. Hand washing sign visibly. You don't have the hand washing sign? It's okay. Make sure you get one. Okay. Did your thermometer, you got a thermometer on site?
Yeah, this is why, listen, when y'all want to go into business, everybody act like, oh, be an entrepreneur. No, that shit harder than what you think it is. And it's easy to like F it up and, you know, have a bad inspection results, right? It's not for everybody. Everybody can't be a boss. I hate that type of message. Like if some folks come over here and pitch the same thing, and I look at that as scamming. And everybody who's done that, I called them out, FBA or not. I don't like people lying to people and saying we all can be a boss. It's very stressful. You see, he's the boss. He's annoyed with what he got to do. But you're in the food business. You got to do this. There's no. This is what you signed up for, buddy.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad you was using it. So what's going on with this ice baths also?
It's on ice.
Do that the proper way. We really appreciate that in the community or anything like that. Things happen, you get busy. Is this your family? Are you on this family owned? Things happen.
Construction.
Yes, sir. Things happen, you get busy. Is this your family?
So I wanted y'all to hear him like acting, you know, he was kind of complaining how the rules are just so tough to follow. It's like, dude, we got to eat that shit, man. You better follow those rules.
Are you on this family owned?
Yes. Yeah.
How long have you been in business?
Over 30 years, but at this spot I've been here 20 years.
20 years?
Right.
That's awesome, man. So next, what we want to do, we want to check the temperature on one of the mate tables. This is your mate table, right?
Let's get past that. Y'all can watch the rest yourself. So they're doing heat temperature checks on the food. It has to be over 135 degrees hot, I think, something like that. And like less than, if it's cold, less than 40, something like that.
Fun stuff.
Yes, sir. You know what temperature this is? Well, you already said it. Yep, 41.
That's cold stuff. Under 41.
Nice. What is that, cabbage?
Yes.
And one more item. You got it.
165, then they'll set it, and then they'll start to cool up at 135.
Right, so now,
yes, sir.
This is the part. This is just me personally. This ain't even y'all. This is the part where this is why I don't eat fast food like that. Right there. That microwave shit right there. I want my food cooked. No reheating. That's just me. Y'all might feel differently. That's just me. That's me. That's why I usually don't like to eat out, especially places that have microwaves. Once I see you got a microwave back there, I'm probably not gonna order one thing. Maybe water. Or something, you know what I mean? Something that's clearly not in a microwave. Oh, shit.
Within 2 hours. And improper. So you do a good job cleaning your hoods and your vents and everything.
Here we go.
Okay, for instance, can we have a look at this? And when was this made?
Yes, day before yesterday.
Day before yesterday? Okay.
Yesterday, this week.
Well, you sell a lot of rice and beans?
Yeah,
okay. Well, make sure you put the dates on everything.
This is our
okay. Well, we don't know how long it's been in there.
Yeah.
So,
you heard that? Hey, he said this is my leftovers. He said, yes, but we don't know how long I've been in there, right? So now he put it on the side. See, he's supposed to have been did that. You don't need an inspector to tell you, an alleged inspector to tell you, you got to throw away old shit with no date.
You got plenty of rice and beans, so you mind if we just trash that? Because we don't know how long it's been in there. What's in this one?
It's been there when this one made. The same one there, rice and beans.
So that's 2 days ago.
Yes.
What about this one?
2 days ago.
9/28.
Now, some things I get, some things people can order a day old, something like that. But I think the public should know. You dig that possibly something could be a day old. But I know, a day old, maybe on some hungry stuff, I'll be like, yo, all right, just get it. But 2 days old, come on. And like the prices they want to charge you for 2 days old, 1 day old food, like, so you're going to charge me fresh food prices for old food? Nah, I can't do that.
You know how long this stuff can be in? You know how long this stuff can be in there?
7 days.
Yes, sir. You mind opening it?
Yeah, who the hell eating 7 day old food? They're allowed to have 7 day old leftovers. I'm good.
This is a leftover, just a little bit leftover. So I'm gonna use that all today.
Okay, and what is that, your oxtail?
Oxtail.
All right.
They're gonna charge me fresh price for day old, 2 day old, 7 day old oxtails.
And what is this stuff in here? Right. What is that?
All right, so that. Let me go a little further. Oh,
all of them, because those are points you're going to be able to save. You don't.
Right.
Yeah, it looks fresh, but it's just make sure we put a date right here.
It looks fresh.
Right.
Okay, on all
Now,
of them.
they know all of this. Like I said, I work for the USDA. I work for the FDA, pharmaceutical, cannabis. I work beef companies. You have to put dates. Everybody knows this. He knows that. Okay, so to not put a date, it's almost deliberately done. Even in the pharmaceutical industry, if we don't put a date, it's usually some bullshit happening. Or the cannabis industry, if you don't date your vapes or your mints, right? The edibles is normally intentionally done. Like you're trying some bullshit, basically.
Because those are points you're going to be able to save. Those are easy points. Okay. Easy points. All righty.
All right. So his wasn't, his like probably was the cleanest one I seen. People 20 times worse than that, especially the Asian and a lot of the Latino restaurants and Asian company be the worst. Especially the Asians. Oh my God, man. They be throwing out so much stuff. What y'all think about that? Let me put that in the link if y'all like to watch stuff like that. This is stuff I watch, family. I love to watch entertainment, but educational stuff. Just, learn. I like to learn as I be entertained.
Africans, when they...
All of my browsers being reset, stupid ass thing my computer does. Yeah, so what y'all think about that? We got some bush beef for you. Kelly said, I want to read y'all comments. This is the brother. That's the video. That link is for the video to that video. And you can subscribe to his channel if you like stuff like that. With 7 whole days and not a word from you. Yeah, I'm good. You check the dates when you bought it. Right. True. I used to teach buy day old baked products, not freshly baked, because it's still cooking. Yeah, the donuts. Yeah, that's true though. Like when you eat, like I'm a victim of that. Like going to Krispy Kremes, right when they bake the damn when they not right when whenever they have it, when they like freshly made at like 5 a.m. because I even know what time they have them freshly hot. That's me. Eating like ordering a dozen, eating like 6 right there, and then be right in the bathroom soon before I get home. I'll be got to run to the bathroom. So yeah, so Elijah Muhammad was right as far as like pastries, bread needs to be hard before you eat it or tough. When it's soft, doughy, you'll be in that bathroom. Yeah, it's hard for me to eat out. That's why, like, when I eat out, like I see a lot of the Italian people. They make the dough right then and there. You dig? So it's a little, to me, a little safer. Chipotle, everything is right there in front of you. It's prepped. And again, people chain restaurants like Chipotle don't have, like, nobody's an owner. Everybody just worked there. So anything weird, they're likely to, like, be honest about it or expose it. So let's say if an inspector come through, nobody who's just working there is gonna lie and put their, credibility in the line, get fired, never be in the food. Because they do that too. You could be fired and never be, you be blackballed from these type of businesses. You could be blackballed for the pharmaceutical. Just Google it. You could be blackballed from pharmaceuticals, restaurants like this. You can be blackballed. You as the worker, you lie, you can be blackballed from that entire industry all throughout the nation. So Dale Miss L. Wayne, Mick L. Wayne. I always botch your name, but they'll say he worked in fast food. I worked in fast food. I worked for like Wendy's, some stuff. I'm paying for fresh food. You can't store that in the iron tray. Yeah. What about the heat? Oh, the heat lamps are the worst, yo. Yeah, anything out. I like heating up my stuff. I'm good. I don't want no heat. You know what I like when they have like a baby shower and all the food is in those metal pans and they're over like that little fire candle thing. When I see that, I'm more likely to order from those restaurants or those places. I don't like to reheat stuff. That's why, like, when I did eat out of Chinese restaurants, although it was filthy and I didn't know, but at least I know it was being cooked right then and there. Now, some of them got lazy and they tried to microwave it. Yes, they do. Try to microwave your rice and then whatever else. Your egg foo young. I called them and said, no, I will not be buying that. See you later. But I don't eat out of their restaurants anymore because of stuff like this, like so many violations they have, and when we see how they prepare their food, just be old shrimp, old whatever. All right. Yeah, no date is like crazy. The Royal Code says Candace cannot be Caribbean. Well, it's funny because when we say Malcolm X, they make him Caribbean. But when we say Candace Owens, they make her FBA. It's like, shit. Like, who gets to pick and choose? Who gets to pick and choose? Malcolm X is Caribbean, according to Tethers. Malcolm X is Caribbean, and Candace Owens is FBA. So they could pick and choose. Shit, can we pick and choose? Okay. Okay, so now you got weird fake content creators. One second. Okay. So this one weird guy. What is it with people coming to my comment section of the video, complaining and whining about Tariq Nasheed? He's a Pan-Africanist and whatever else, the grifter. And I'm like, all right, well, shit. Click the link, man. Like, join me. And they got 1,000 excuses not to join. Nah, see, y'all cult members. Well, damn, bro. Well, listen, bro. You just try to engage with me in the comment section. What changed? If you think he's a grifter, isn't he a grifter in the comment section as long as the live podcast? So you might as well just call in. Nobody typing back and forth. Happy Secretary Day to you. All right. Yes, he's crying over and over and over, and like trying to debate me in the comment section. Like, dude, really? But then you don't have time for it. We're goofy cult members. we're brainwashed, but you're debating me in the comment section. Hey, dude, you better off just calling in. Okay, okay. So E. Coral said, "Why do you do poor Candace Owens like that?" I didn't do it like nothing. This ain't my. This is not my. This is Donald Trump posting, by the way. This is her zaddy. You know, this is MAGA ousting her. So this is not me. But thank you for the $10 super chat. We got some other super chat. Let me read them real fast before we continue on. We got Fresh Always, $1.99. He says FBA, 100%, Sleek Bay, $9.99. Thank you very much, brother. $9.99 super chat. Lineage Love in the building. Okay, so now let's go to. Yeah, if we're a waste of time, then why even engage with us? Yeah, yeah, she looked like she looked like Charleston White for real, like a stud version of Charleston White. All right, so a white cheat man. Let me share this video. A whitey man went to do a type of setup like Charlie Kirk from England. So this is he's trying to be an England version of Charlie Kirk. He says England ended the slave trade, prove me wrong. So they're in England, don't forget. So he baited a tether. Okay, listen to this.
So mass migration, do you feel like the main reason England is in the state that it's in is because of mass migration?
Well, define the state, because that's a big thing.
I
like,
mean,
what do you mean the state?
The economic states, people are disillusioned, things are harder for people. Is it because of mass migration?
I don't think it's solely because of mass migration.
Is that the main reason, you think?
Ooh, never been asked that question before. I would have to be nuanced. Now, if it was terms of like social cohesion and community spirit and feeling disenfranchised for local communities, I would say that it's the primary reason. If you're talking economically, I would say that it's probably 50% of the issue, and then another 50%
of the issue.
I would say it's 50%. I'd say the other 50%.
Do you understand how England became great?
How
did England become great?
through thousands of years of constant fights and constant revolution, and not a bloody revolution, but in our minds and our soul. We come from a history
through years, decades, hundreds of years of exploitation of developing nations.
So now I want you to see what starting point she decided to argue from. This African tether, when she said exploitation, she's talking about the Berlin Conference. She's talking about colonization, right? So she's talking about from Berlin Conference, 1884 and on. She skipped the 1600s, 1700s, where her people were complicit in the slave trade. And he's going to try to go there, and she's going to keep cutting them off. I don't want to talk about that. Yo, listen to this. This was unbelievable. So she started her date from the Berlin Conference. And he's going to be like, why we start there? Let's go back a little further. And she's going to be adamant, like, hell no, let's not talk about that.
England.
When was that? Hang on. No,
That's how England became great.
Were we not great before we had any relationship with the slave trade?
Let's be honest. Let's look at London, for instance. London was one of the...
See, notice she mentioned Berlin Conference. He said slave trade. So, like, because he's like confused. Why would she start at the Berlin Conference? Why England is great? He's looking like, wait, England was great, was becoming great before then. England became great during the slave trades. That's why he went back there. But he's like bugged out. He's weirded by, he's freaked out by her starting from the Berlin Conference. He's like wondering, like, why would you choose that time point, that timestamp?
The dirtiest. And I'm speaking in terms of just general. I can't give you, but London was quite dirty. Around the industrial era, people were living in poverty compared to, so I don't think you can say England was great before then. England was great by exploiting resources from all of the whole world. So I think it doesn't make sense for you to then say that mass migration is destroying Britain when from England stealing from the whole wide world.
Yeah.
That's how they were able to build themselves. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah. So I would say that any conversation about kind of the slave trade is
not just slave trade, colonization, exploitation.
You see? Like, he's bugged out. Like, why would you start from colonization? Why not start from the slave trade? You heard her? Not from the slave trade, because she knows where it's going. Like, wait a minute. Aren't you responsible for England being great? Like, would you want a receipt?
In India, in Nigeria, in literally almost the whole world.
Yeah.
So you then can't say that, migrants are coming to steal stuff when you...
I never said that.
Oh, no, okay, okay, I don't mean to praise you, but you can't then say that mass migration is destroying Britain when Britain destroyed almost a lot of the world by stealing resources and exploiting them.
Okay.
To me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so do you know who started, sorry, not who specifically, but where the slave trade actually originated? Because I'm bringing this up because
I'm not even talking about the slave trade.
No, I know you're not.
I'm talking about colonization.
Family, she don't want to talk about the slave trade at all. This is what African tethers do. You see that? The English white man, the white Brit, he understands that this conversation has to start with the slave trade. He said that. How many times he said the slave trade, family? He said it 3 times. He said it, but 2 of those times she caught on to it and said, no, I'm not talking about the slave trade. So now, you know, Foundation Black American want to start right there. If we're trying to hold white tea accountable, we're starting at the slave trade. She's trying to hold them accountable, but she's starting at the Berlin Conference because she knows that she's part of the ethnic groups who were selling us.
This up because but where the slave trade actually originated, because I'm bringing this up because
I'm not even talking about the slave trade.
No, I know you're not.
I'm talking about
I know you're not.
colonization.
I know you're not.
I'm talking about what happened in India. I'm talking about the
I know
whole
what you're talking
world.
about.
Not just
I know what you're talking
slave
about.
Trade is it's just an aspect. So I'm not necessarily. We already know. I'm not necessarily looking to go deep into that. But if you don't want to, you can.
The reason I understand what you're saying. The reason I want to open up this dialogue just separately for now, and I'll still come back to what you're saying, is because it helps me to establish your understanding of history. I don't mean in a patronising way, but I need to understand our sort of where I'm debating from. So it's important to establish that it was Britain that ended the slave trade, and it was North Africa that generally started the slave trade. To which
no.
Okay, so I'd love to know
where. So you said that Africa started the slave trade.
Yeah.
There was there was slavery in Africa beforehand, of course. Most nations had some form of slavery, but no one did it like England. England did it best, you know. So
no, it wasn't actually. It wasn't England.
Yes.
No. We never had slavery, and number 2,
So you brought up slavery.
But for this exact reason, to try and establish this dialogue, because it's really important that England doesn't get demonized and hijacked as being a land of evil history.
England did have slavery, but it's more nuanced. That's why you mentioned slavery. I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring up the slave trade. I brought up colonization.
I know.
I brought up.
See, family, this is what they do. These African tethers. You brought up slavery. I brought up colonization.
So what I'm trying to say,
I think colonize. I want to answer your question, but you're not letting me flow.
Sorry.
You keep interrupting me.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry.
But I'm
So now I'm gonna fast forward because she filibustered for 6 minutes, so he can't talk about the slave trade. So he's finally gonna bring it back. She had to hear her whine about how she's not speaking about the slave trade, so he's gonna bring it back to that.
Through things like the slave trade.
See?
The slave trade, as I say, was not started by England.
I didn't mention the slave trade.
I know, because
I'm trying. Family, she don't want to talk about the slave trade at all. God damn, they are hateful, man. You got some unremorseful African tethers, man.
To establish something before I move on to that conversation. North Africa started the slave trade, roughly speaking. It wasn't England, as in the state, as in the government at the time, who decided to go over and then just start getting involved in the slave trade? What was actually
So you
happening?
see, he's using the same argument Tethers used. When we say Africans were involved, well, Africa, there was no such thing. Ghana, no such thing. These were tribes. So guess what? He took one out of her playbook. Wait, England, no, they were not involved. He took one out of her playbook.
Is places like Liverpool, incredibly wealthy men at the time in a high class of society decided that they wanted to get involved in the slave trade and it would benefit them. What happened was, please, I'll tell you why. What happened?
You heard her? She said, "Can I ask why you keep bringing up the slave trade?" This is a disgusting tether.
In a high class of society decided that they wanted to get involved in the slave trade and it would benefit them. What happened was, please, I'll tell you why. What happened was, is William Wilberforce comes along, who was a Protestant Christian, and said, do you know what we need to do? We need to stop this. And it was Britain that ended, okay, the slave trade. Is that something that you recognise, or do you think that's not true or not significant?
Whether or not that's true.
No, not whether or not. No, I know.
Hold on.
All right.
So you brought up the slave trade to put England in a moral superior. You're trying to say that it was morally superior to other nations. England benefited. The issue is not about who started war. It's not about who ended it. The issue is that England benefited greatly. England benefited a lot from the slave trade. But like I said, that was not my issue. If your point is that England ended it, okay. Maybe they did. Maybe they had their reasons for ending it.
She don't want to talk about the slave trade at all.
But that's not
we
the
thought
point.
it was
The
wrong.
point, yes. So I agree with what you said. Maybe they, I don't know. They
Okay,
ended
cool.
it.
That's what I want to establish. Right, we'll go back to
The point is that they
colonisation.
benefited greatly from it. And my original point is that through colonization and through exploitation of resources.
You see that? You see that slick stuff? So she skipped right to the Berlin Conference. She ain't want no smoke with the slave trade. This disgusting African tether.
Let's go through a really B-Tech sort of like rough idea as to English history. We had the Celts, the Romans come over.
Migration as well.
That which is, yeah, you could say they migrated to our country. They colonized us, killed many Celts, lived here, settled here. The Roman Empire then fell. The Romans then left. There were a few. The Celts stayed. There were a few Romans. Then what happens is the Anglo-Saxons come over. Okay, around over 1,500 years ago, and since that period, we have had pretty unbroken continuity from when the Anglo-Saxons landed here up until now. That's just a fact. So
Yeah, I'll take that.
yeah, so up until about 1066, the Battle of Hastings, we had about 1,000 years of
England explode to where it is now, to the position that it is. My main point is that England will not be where it is now.
Okay, as you see, she want to fast forward. She don't want no historical context. She's no accountability.
we had about
JT.
years.
JT,
What up?
you got to mute your YouTube
Where it is now, to the
or
position.
pause it.
My main point is that England will
Yeah, you could unmute your mic, but unmute your YouTube. Like however you're watching me, unmute that. I mean, mute that or pause that. Okay, so once you pause or mute your YouTube, you can unmute your mic on Zoom, and
I got you.
without
shit.
the exploitation
All right,
of
hold on.
resources
It's fucking dumbass laptop.
from
All right.
other nations.
Okay, cool. What's up with JT? How you want to add to the conversation?
Oh, well, I'm jumping into this particular conversation a few minutes,
Mhm.
a little bit behind. I was going from one room to the next, but we were talking in the chat about the FBA thing, and I got many friends that are FBAs. However, and we mentioned Tariq, and I mentioned the time period to which his content was extremely Pan-African, and then all of a sudden,
Really?
yeah,
What?
I want everybody.
Wait, hold on. I'm somebody who followed him from Ustream back in those days. I don't recall a Pan-African.
All right, what are his
Not-
own words from
Okay.
Hidden Colors and all his DVDs,
Right.
including the
So-
one
so-
about the Haitian Revolution?
I
What are
got you.
100% of his comments are about
Okay,
African
hold on.
in
No,
America?
wait, hold on. You asked me a question. You got it. You said, what did he do? Now I'm going to play his words. See the difference between me and most people? People just talk. And
Well,
when they
he
come
put out
to
like
well,
20
hold on.
hours of content.
I got it. I'm gonna go back to his words. And
Please
then
do. Please do.
Okay, yeah. And the chat is here. I mean, he's gonna say it himself. And you let me know if he says something else. So if there's something else he said, you got to provide that. But I'm gonna provide what he's always said. He never
colors,
said
dog.
I got it. Yeah, but you got it. You just saying hidden colors. You gotta show
entire video.
Okay, cool. I mean, he's not listening, but I got you. So I'm gonna play what I got, and then you play what you got. See, I'm not just gonna say something and then not show it. I'm actually gonna show it.
Show it.
All right.
Please do.
Got you. Hold on. Right. Hold on a second. Just be a little patient. I got 1,000.
I mean, I'm not gonna play his old movies for you.
No,
guys.
you don't got to. No, just play any evidence. Right. Okay.
Listen
any
to
evidence.
100% of his comments, and you tell me,
I got you.
Hostile to Africa, or are they friendly to Africa?
All right.
You tell
Well,
me.
he's not hostile to Africa
Tell
today.
me. Oh no. He talks about animation, right? He talks about making videos with animated figures, putting Africans in a negative light.
Wait.
He said that's propaganda. He said
hold on. Okay, but he's trolling. Yeah, okay. He's trolling individuals who troll him. Wait.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I'm done.
Wait, I got clips of that. Oh,
He's
yeah.
trolling.
Right. Yeah,
You said it.
He called himself Mr. Petty. Well, he said it. He called himself Mr. Petty.
He's trolling y'all. He's trolling.
Right. No. He's trolling he's trolling tethers. He's trolling tethers who call his channel. Wait. Hey, dude. We're having a dialogue or we not?
I understand.
Right now,
He's
you're saying something
because people call him names, right?
No, he's trolling the people who troll him. He don't give a damn about that. But hold on.
Trolling.
One thing at a time. Dude.
Okay.
Yes, one thing at a time. Just like you're trolling.
No.
Y'all all troll.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Got it. So now give me a second, which I asked for, and you just kept you used that void to start just going hard. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what he was saying during the time of
Go ahead, bro.
What you're talking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. I'm gonna give you terminology he called it. He never said Pan-Africanism.
No. I'm just saying when you make movies for hours and you have a certain context about a continent, you could tell whether a person.
Wait, that was not about Africa. He talked about, so the hidden colors thing was about dark skinned or melanated people throughout the world. He was giving you hidden histories, right, about people in Australia. He talked a lot about people in America because he was talking about people who were right. So he was talking about melanated people who had histories that white people wouldn't talk about globally. So Hidden Colors was a platform, right? So Hidden Colors was a platform to expose the hidden histories of darker people of the world.
Correct.
Okay? Their contributions and
also to America.
What they brought to he talked about the indigenous people of America. He talked about
including America.
Black people in America.
Okay. Yes. Indigenous or otherwise, because even indigenous, if we follow indigenous Africans, they have a culture, right? Their culture comes from where?
When you say indigenous Africans, who are you speaking about?
Any group you want to name that you're saying.
No, you said it.
Indigenous means already here, right?
No, it doesn't mean that, my guy.
Okay, so whatever you want to take, the planet civilization on planet Earth stems from where? Where does civilization stem from? Africa, right?
Some say that.
Well, I mean, what do we have the evidence of? When we have pyramids in Mesoamerica, right? Where did the knowledge of pyramid building come from?
I'm trying to get
to build pyramids.
What is your?
You would have to master almost every science there is.
No. That's a lie. I don't know where you got that from. Yeah, I don't know where you got that from.
If anyone out there can move, 10, 20 ton blocks and millions of blocks that weigh tons up into the air, then,
that's not. Hey, brother, listen. Look what you're doing.
But like I was saying earlier.
Hold on. Okay, so now I'm gonna play what I said I was gonna play. Right.
Okay.
This is Tariq Nasheed Let me show y'all the video. Okay.
Yep.
34. All right.
And look, I'm not trying to diss you, bro, because at the end of the day, I look at FBA. They are all my brothers. My entire family is FBA. I have no
information.
I am.
I don't take it like that.
My entire family, my family, my grandmother's from Texas, my grandfather's from New Orleans, my mother and father are from California. Everybody in my entire family is from America. So what card are we gonna pull? You know?
All right. So let me play his videos. Right. This is my screen froze. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, see, when a lot of people call in over here, they don't be expecting receipts. Okay, so this is 8 years ago. This is January 17th, 2018. This is before FBA. Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
But like I was saying earlier, when it comes to empowerment, family, when it comes to laying the foundation for global empowerment.
Okay, you heard that, family? Global empowerment is what he used to call when he was pushing against white supremacy, global white supremacy. He was calling it global black power, something like that. Check it out.
We have to understand as Black Americans that we are in this thing on our own, meaning that we're going to have to really be in the forefront of it. And then when we're on the forefront of it, everybody else will get in line.
Okay, so even before FBA, he was coming to the conclusion like, yo, this global black thing ain't hold on, bro. You got to let me talk my talk. Okay, so I'm giving you the context of this speech. This is the video, right? This is 8 years ago, right?
Right.
So he's saying with this global black thing that's supposed to be against white supremacy, he's saying, yo, this ain't going the way he imagined. He thought in his mind, these different darker places, these countries, we're going to all get together and go against white supremacy. So he started to see a lot of these folks are 100% with white supremacy. Like they're not, matter of fact, they're more team white supremacy than they are team global African power, whatever he's calling it, global black power. Okay, watch this.
Not trying to disclude other brothers and sisters globally, but everybody's looking to us. They're looking at our example. See, Black folks have this thing, man, it's so bad over here, we just need to pack up and go to Africa. We don't understand in parts of Africa, not all parts, but the level of coonery that's going on in Africa right now. Now, I don't want to keep, I keep saying this, and I want people to understand the gravity of it. And I'm going to Africa this week, and I'm not saying everybody in Africa is cooning, because you do have people who are about empowerment.
We're saying two things.
But the thing is, a lot of the coonery outweighs the empowerment. And a lot of times we have to understand there are people who are Black who we think are down just because they're Black. Now, we know what situation they are in. We know what predicament they are in. And a lot of times we think because they look and sound like us.
I get it, brother. I was there.
Bring them into the circle.
Hold on, it's for the chat.
And they're going to be team empowerment. And a lot of times.
You see what he's calling it? Global empowerment, not Pan-Africanism.
So
yeah.
Global empowerment and Pan-African global. They're different. They're different ideologies.
100%. That means you stay where you're at and you fight white supremacy in your homeland. We stay where we at. We fight it in our homeland, and then we can all defeat it together. Okay, now
no other black people have helped Black Americans ever in history.
Wait. Hey, bro, does that make any sense? You said That's other Black. No, I'm saying what you just said just now. Does that make any sense in 2026? You said no other Black people has helped out Black Americans.
How's that make sense? We're alone. We're alone, right?
No. Look what you're doing.
We're alone.
But look, well, I don't know what you are, but yeah, FBAs are definitely alone. But look what you're saying just now.
Really?
You said other black people helping out black Americans. There are no other black people other than black Americans. Like, that's why I say that statement doesn't make any sense.
In your own neighborhood, I don't know where everyone in the chat lives. When you go in your own neighborhood, you don't see other black people from the diaspora there that have been there?
I see Haitians from the diaspora. I see Jamaicans from the diaspora. I don't see the only black people that's ever been known in human history has been black Americans.
Oh, are we? So we're playing a semantical thing.
No, we're playing a
No one has ever
precision.
helped us, right?
No, I never do. Hey, you got to stop. You got to stop. You're saying you're arguing three different points. First of all, nobody made the argument that nobody like this help you're saying. Like, I don't even know what help, what definition that. But nobody made the argument
Garvey,
that
Malcolm X.
All right, okay. So let's start right there. That's not my argument. My argument isn't that Africa hasn't ever helped signal boost some of our causes, or the Caribbean has ever helped signal boost our cause. Like that's not my argument. I don't think that's really a lot of FBA's argument. It's not Tariq's argument either. Like, we know when we were going through the civil rights movement, we know that there were some African countries who was championing our struggle, and we know some Caribbean countries, islands, were championing our struggles. That's not our argument. It's not mine. At least nobody over here. But you threw out two names in particular. You said Marcus Garvey and you said Malcolm X, right? So, and I'm not saying I disagree. I just want to know what you know. So how did Malcolm X help us? Not saying I disagree. Just want to know what you know.
In the guise of the word help, right? Help could mean just help. If you did anything positive for black people,
right?
I just mean help in our communities where we could feel a way about these other black people, but they're in our communities. Their families have been there. They have been there. When it comes to what we need to do economic wise, I mean, should we be severing ties and creating animosity when people have already been there and already
animosity? All right, can you point out?
Tether is a derogatory term to shoot at.
Hold on. Did Malcolm X call Dick Gregory an Uncle Tom?
We can always fight each other. And
Hey, bro,
that's
bro,
where the
hold on.
fight's gonna end.
Wait, hold
They're
on.
gonna fight each other.
Hey,
and
no,
that's
wait. Slow down. I'm trying to have see that family. He's talking. He asks questions. I source up. I ask him questions. He go to his. What about black on black crime, bro? You said Tariq with Tether, but you said Malcolm X helped us. So I said, did Malcolm X call Dick Gregory and Uncle Tom? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you see that. So in Black American culture, when we think somebody's off code, when we think people are against what the greater good of the black community, we label them.
You use the term greater good. The term
the greater good
is a Pan-African
Okay, so let's address that. All right, so let's address that.
Right?
Wait, hold on.
In the
You're just speaking
legacy,
hey, bro, you're just speaking in. Look, I'm trying to speak specifically now. You said Malcolm X. Wait, hold on. You said two names before you talk about this vague stuff. You mentioned Malcolm X, and okay, I got it. But you said two names though, and we addressed Malcolm X, right? We addressed Malcolm X, and we addressed that Malcolm X did label. He called Dr. King also an Uncle Tom, so he did label people.
So we're gonna call each other Uncle
Wait,
Tom.
hold on. No. Listen, I'm saying there's nothing wrong with labeling somebody who you believe is against the greater good. That's common human sense. That's what humans do. Russians call other Russians names,
that
and
helps us.
Africans. Hold on. Yes, it helps. Yeah, you got to identify the people who set you back.
Okay.
Hold on. No. Yes. It's called civil wars. There's civil wars that actually happen in real life.
Yes.
Okay.
What this is
hold
going
on.
to create is
wait.
black
Hold
on
on.
black war.
Well,
That's what this is going to create.
Hold on.
Congratulations.
We'll see. Hold on.
This is going to create a war.
All right.
Between black
Okay, dude.
and black.
That's your opinion, but I'm trying to hear something first. Now, Marcus Garvey, how did he help Black America?
Again, in the guise of help, right? Economically.
Okay, let me be more specific.
He said it makes more sense to have economic ties around the world than to isolate yourself economically in America as just yourself. That makes more sense.
Okay, so if that's true,
that's just common sense.
I got it. If that's true, then why did Marcus Garvey scam so many Black Americans?
My whole issue is you're going tit for tat, tit for tat. The main
wait.
thing is,
You just said Marcus Garvey was a
FBA
bro.
wants to focus on attacking black people.
A family. This is what they do.
Focus.
They call in, they say things, and they don't want to see.
None of you have done what Malcolm X has done. None of you have done what Marcus Garvey has done.
We don't want to scam the people, my brother.
Luther King have done. You're on the internet running your mouth like somebody, like you have done something.
Got it. All right, got it. So did Marcus Garvey scam? I got it. Did Marcus Garvey scam Black Americans? Yes or no?
I am unaware of that, sir.
Okay, so when he sold
that's
stock,
tit for tat. We're talking
no. This is history. I got it. But it's my turn to talk, though. I want to say what I want to say.
That's tit for tat.
Okay, sir. And you could choose to ignore it. That's fine. But I want to say what I want to say to you because you said you don't know about that.
You called me up here because you said I was.
I got it. Okay, so cool. So let me. You are ducking. Well, why are you talking? You just talk. I was quiet. Now it's my turn to talk. You're talking over me. That's called ducking. Now you said Mark. Okay, cool. Okay, so cool. So here it is. Address this. You said Marcus Garvey did great for Black America, and I said scamming Black Americans. That's not seen as something's great. That's seen as something's awful. You said you're unaware of that. Like everybody else, family who calls over here who mentions Marcus Garvey's name, all of them are miraculously unaware of what Marcus Garvey has done. So let me. Right, so let me help you out. Right, because we can, you know, we can. I got my screen sharing. We could Google this right here.
You know how many presidents have scammed Black America?
But we're talking about Marcus Garvey was supposed to be for the greater good. We didn't expect American presidents to be for the greater good. No, we didn't expect white supremacy to have our back. But if an African or a Jamaican man come over here and pretends to be for us, we expect them to be for us.
The Jamaican in your community is scamming you?
Wait, hey, bro, you see how hey, bro, you're talking. Wait, that got nothing
I heard your point, brother.
Okay.
I heard your point. You're going in on Marcus Garvey. I'm saying
got it. Wait.
The whole nation.
Okay, I gotta mute you. He talks. I don't care what he says. I'm gonna respond. I talk. He cuts in right away. It's okay. We understand what's going on. You mentioned Marcus Garvey, and you don't want to hold him accountable to his scams. Okay, you brought. I didn't bring him up. You brought him up. You brought up Malcolm X too.
I'm past it.
And okay, wait. I'm not though. So I want you to acknowledge Marcus Garvey scams. If you can't do that, then what are you talking about? Black global help and okay, he sold stocks, yes or no, to Black Americans.
You're educating me on that, sir.
Okay, cool, got it. So he sold stocks to Black Americans for a German old ship called the Orion that he did not own, but he sold stocks to Black Americans that he owned it. Right. And then what he did was a picture of the Orion. He doctored it up and made it a brand new ship and call it the Phyllis Wheatley. He never owned the ship, but he sold. So hundreds of thousands of Black folks invested into Marcus Garvey pockets for a ship he never owned. Is that scamming or no?
So that collective wealth, right?
Is that no. The way he got the money. Wait. The way he got the money. Hold on. No. We're not gonna skip past the way he got the money.
All right. So he was a terrible person.
I'm just asking you. Is that
people
called
from the
scamming?
diaspora are terrible people. You won.
No. Marcus Garvey. Is that called scamming or is not?
The context in which you put it, and I'm gonna have to go back to it. But again, that's
I can Google it right now.
That's
no. I'm just asking you. Wait, not. Wait, hold on. Hey, bro. Listen.
You see the psychology
Okay, bro. I gotta mute you, my guy. So every time.
Collective economics.
Folks, family, he's crashing out. He called in to have a dialogue. He mentioned Marcus Garvey as somebody who was down with us. Then when I exposed, he wasn't down with us. He sold us out. He scammed us. He don't want to acknowledge that. Now watch this.
Okay,
here's the second thing.
It's acknowledged.
Okay, cool. So
I don't believe you.
All right. Okay, cool. Don't worry. I'm gonna share my screen.
Now
okay,
is that one
wait. Secondly, wait.
Of all this?
Okay, so I gotta keep muting them. This is the crash out moment they all do. They all do this. Secondly,
no crash out, sir.
Okay, cool. So so Marcus Garvey did two big scams. Here's the second one. Didn't Marcus Garvey advocate for back to Africa repatriation for Black Americans?
I mean, who didn't do that at that time?
But I'm just asking about no, not a mass migration. Nobody besides the ACS has done that. Okay, so Malcolm X, not outside the ACS, nobody.
Malcolm X didn't say, "Hey, y'all should probably go back and visit Africa."
You said visit.
I said visit.
Marcus Garvey talked about repatriating and living in Liberia. So now watch this though. But here's the difference between Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. Malcolm X said, "Hey, y'all should go visit. That means go get a passport and do everything legally." Marcus Garvey said, "Hey, you can live in Liberia if I just get these ships up and running." Meanwhile,
did the president also say that at the time?
What president?
We're talking about Libya and blacks moving to Libya.
Right.
Before
Liberia.
Marcus Garvey even came on the scene.
Liberia, not Libya.
Liberia.
Yeah. Right.
Before Marcus Garvey even came on the scene, wasn't that already a topic anyway?
By white supremacists, yes.
Okay. So they were basically saying, you guys need to go back to Africa. Isn't that what was saying? So Marcus Garvey was saying, hey, well, if they say we should go, hey.
Wait, hold on. What the Well, the white supremacists said a lot of things we should do, and we reject that. Hold on. No, it's not tit for tat. Wait. No, but we're going to move on. No, I don't know, but we're going to move on and get you. We're going to hear you in a second.
You don't know. It can't.
Let me finish it.
One man.
All right, cool. But but you made it about Tariq, one man. That's wild.
Yeah, your leader.
All right, so now,
your leader.
Right. And Marcus Garvey was your leader, and he's a proven scammer who scammed Black Americans.
I wasn't alive.
But he okay. That's why you're acknowledging his scamming now.
No, the issue is FBA has made it to where everybody is our enemy. Correct. You're talking about scamming. You're talking about the Caribbeans, Africans. Every day, you guys have a gripe with the diaspora. They're our enemies to you.
What's our gripe? What's our gripe? Can you tell us?
Go in your own neighborhood. When you see Africans and Haitians and Jamaicans in your own neighborhood, what are they doing to you? Are they
deleting people? Deleting people. Deleting people. Oh yeah, no. You asked the question. I got to mute you. Your guy, your Haitian guy, just deleted people with a hammer.
Who's my Haitian?
You guys, okay? Yeah, he was Haitian. The Haitian guy deleted somebody with a hammer, an old lady with a hammer.
Ooh.
Then that made big news. How you talking about who?
Someone deleted all of us with a hammer?
No, okay. All right, family. He's just trolling. All right,
not
hey,
trolling.
bro.
Your leader is trolling, and you admitted it.
Hey, yo,
all of you falling for the troll.
Okay, family. They can never have a dialogue.
Yeah, I know.
They can never have a dialogue. So right now he's crashing out. He's gonna keep interrupting until I put him in the back room. Hey, bro, have you heard of the crack epidemic?
I was born in it, sir.
Okay, so who is largely
Y'all
responsible
are not gonna
for
do
that?
nothing about that.
No, yeah, but who is largely responsible for it though?
Is it someone who looks like us? No.
Yes.
I think y'all better look at where cocaine comes from. And
right. Okay. Yeah.
I think y'all better read the Dark Alliance. Y'all better
no. Yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay. Hey, bro. You're talking about bro. You're talking about Hey, family. He's talking about Gary. Family. He's talking about Gary Webb. We already know about the contraband. Right. Yeah. Okay. Wait. I gotta mute you, family. He's crashing out. Right, Gary Webb. See, it's called Dark Alliance, by the way. The book. I got it. You gotta know who you're talking to, my guy. Dark Alliance. I got that. Okay. Cool. Okay, so now, what is Jamaica relations to the crack epidemic? Can you tell us?
What is Ronald Reagan's connection to the crack epidemic?
We already know it. We already know the CIA knows people, right? They play 60% of the crack epidemic. Again, we expect right. Hold on. We're talking about Jamaica connection to it. Are you aware of that?
No.
The diaspora brothers and sisters. Okay. They are 40%. Okay, cool. But are you aware of Jamaican Reagan? Okay. Reagan and Jamaican. That sounds the same.
Jamaicans are responsible for the crack epidemic. All right.
You did. Okay. Family, he's being stupid on purpose. I said their involvement. They're responsible for 40%.
You're looking for any.
Okay. All right. Okay, brother.
Looking for anybody black to paint the brush.
They're not black. They're Jamaican.
White. FBA wants no issue with nobody white. Period.
Hey, bro, they're not Jamaican. They're not black. They're Jamaican. Why you keep calling black people Jamaican?
That's semantical, my guy.
No, it's not. They
It's
got a whole country
semantical.
called Jamaica.
It's
They got a
semantical.
flag.
It's
They
a
got a
Jamaican
flag for
guy in your
Jamaicans.
neighborhood right now. Is he bothering you?
Is he
No.
not? But he ain't black either, though. He ain't bothering me. He ain't black. What's the point?
No, but he probably has a restaurant, a business, feeding other people in the community. They're
Yeah,
paying
but
for it,
if
but
they
that's
got so many
economics.
violations, but if they got so many violations to the restaurant, like we showed earlier, what's the
We
point?
violated each other.
Who is we?
How many black people have violated other black people in this country?
Hey, bro. All we know is that when we look at the foreigners, we see the foreigner Africans. They're not black. You keep calling foreigners black. That's a contradiction.
Semantics.
Black semantics. Okay.
Semantics.
All right. Look.
I'm gonna go in 2 minutes. We're not gonna go all day.
Crack epidemic. 40% large responsible for was Jamaicans. You didn't know that. You learned something.
Break that down.
And Marcus Guard.
Break that down.
Okay. I got you.
How did Jamaicans funnel in the crack epidemic? Almost half of it. Break that down.
You didn't know that?
You
ever heard of
claiming Jamaicans?
You ever heard of Jamaican?
Almost half of the crack
yes.
epidemic.
Well, not me. Not
break
me. That's
that down,
okay.
sir, because that's a $1 billion operation.
So
Show
let me break it down.
Jamaicans that did that.
Have you ever heard of Delroy Edwards?
Break it down for me, sir.
Okay, yeah, he was part of the Jamaican Posies. You know that?
Okay, right? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. So you didn't know that
how
these
much
guys
money
had
did he have, sir?
Wait,
and how many military
a lot.
planes?
Okay. Hey, all right. Hey, fam. He crashed out. He asked me to. He's 40%. 40%. Okay. He wouldn't even let me allow me to go into that. He asked how Jamaicans got involved. I gave him a name. Delroy Edwards. His name was Uzi. Okay. He was largely responsible. Him and other Jamaican posses across the nation was largely responsible for importing cocaine that was later, made with crack. The powder, the whole process. He was largely responsible for that. He was part of the pipeline. Okay. This all started from Jamaica in the 70s, 80s. They migrated up here. They had connections to cocaine suppliers. They had experience with organized violence that I talked about before. And they had tight-knit networks based on Jamaican community ties. Okay. So these Jamaicans, they arrived in cities like New York, Miami, and Los Angeles. Okay. They stepped into a market that was about to explode, the crack cocaine market. Okay. These Jamaicans didn't just sell drugs like he's gonna lie and have you believe. They control importation, production, and distribution. Okay. So much so, by the late 1980s, that is the crack epidemic, the height of it, law enforcement estimated that Jamaican posses control 40% of the crack market in the U.S. Okay? That's a fact. That's a fact. Okay, so he hopped off. He couldn't hang, but he was forced. He was forced accountability. Oh yeah, you're gonna hold that Marcus Garvey L. And you're gonna hold that crack epidemic L. So maybe you shouldn't have hopped on. You thought it was gonna go somewhere else. So he tried to run with a narrative with Tariq Nasheed. That didn't go nowhere. Okay, I immediately showed that Tariq Nasheed, she was talking global empowerment, not black, or not should I say not African, Pan-African unity. His thing was called global black empowerment. You heard him say that over and over and over as I played the clip. So I cooked him on that. Nope. Never Pan-African. Oh, African. Nope. He talked about different dark melanated people from around the world who did things that contribute to humanity, period. And these guys were wiped out of history by the white tea supremacists. Okay, so Tariq Nasheed helped put highlight on those regions, those people, whether it be from stuff in Mexico, in North America, in Australia, in China, and Africa. So this was a global thing. It wasn't an African-centered thing like Pan-Africanism is. Pan-Africanism is centered on Pan-Africanism. Okay, so when somebody's a Pan-Africanist, it's clear they're gonna wear a bunch of dashikis. They're gonna wear the whole hat, thing, and they're gonna just talk about how great Africa is every chance they get. Yeah, that was another thing with Tariq. Tariq talked about darker people of the world coming together to address white supremacy in their own backyard. So Black Americans address white supremacy in their backyard. Australians do that, and every so forth, so on. He later learned that, as you heard, a lot of these folks were Uncle Toms. Tariq Nasheed recruited nations, dark nations around the world, to be part of this global empowerment movement, but they never signed up for it. Like, he realized that. He said, damn, he realized he volunteered these people to join this thing because he knew it was good, but they didn't think so. They thought being down with the white man was good. So as that came, to a revelation, as that came as a revelation to Tariq Nasheed, as you heard, he started to backtrack from this global empowerment thing. He said, oh, swat, like this is more watered down than I thought. And then you start to hear him talk about the comments he'll make against white supremacists in Africa or the UK. And he'll tell you about he'll say, hey, he noticed the people who gave him the most flat about getting on these white people. He started to notice that they had foreign flags from Africa and the Caribbean. Right? So when he gave that more attention, he realized, oh, snap, this is a whole farce. There is no global supremacy amongst dark people. And as you heard from the audio, he started to say, hey, before he went all in, just about us, we all we got, he said, all right, well, okay, it can't be this equal thing because they got too many Uncle Toms in their countries. He said, all right, well, let FBA is going to take lead and we're going to lead the global empowerment way. And then some years passed after that, and then he realized, damn, we all we got. Okay, so but buddies all over the place. And what you don't do over here is start guessing and roll the dice. You said Malcolm X, and you said tether was a bad thing to do. But Malcolm X calling people Uncle Tom was a great thing. That's called, he talking about semantics. That's called cherry picking, confirmation bias. You're picking and choosing who you like and what they can get away with. Over here, we got one standard. If it's wrong, it's wrong, no matter who does it. So over here, one standard. Everybody is held to it. Nobody gets away. Okay. 1 second. Then he learned Garvey actually scammed us. I gotta look into that. Hey, yo, family, everybody who's ever talked about Garvey first over here, when you hold them to Garvey, they all then say that they don't know about Garvey to deny his evil scamming in Black America. They all did the same thing. Oh, I don't know about Garvey. From the Amarat Squad. I never researched Garvey. Everybody denies Garvey when you hold him to Garvey scams. Hilarious. All right, but that's how you get him going in real time. Now he fled. He fled. Can't keep up. Matter of fact, now let me go on more what Tariq Nasheed said about the the global empowerment idea. How you start to lose faith in it. Okay, you came to the right channel, my guy. You're about to see the whole evolution of how Tariq Nasheed was a pro global empowerment to how he became a pessimist towards it and said, yo, no, it's all about FBAs. Like, we got to do it by ourselves. All right, watch this, buddy. Watch this, buddy. Which I've done before. I showed you how Tariq Nasheed's whole evolution, how he went from global empowerment, not Pan-Africanism, global empowerment, to we got to do it ourselves. Okay. So, and I showed you the date, 2018, something like that. Yep. He messed up and called it. See, a lot of people, when they call it over here, they think I'm going to be one of those TikTokers. Just yell at them, cuss them out, call them tether, bush meat, jokes, roast. They all think that. So that's why they don't have no rebuttal to nothing, nothing. They think it's going to be a roast fest. Like, no, sir. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to go back to the audio. You're going to see Tariq Nasheed's evolution to FBA. It wasn't he was Pan-African one day and then, oh my God, there's money on FBA thing. Let me go there. No, sir. That won't work over here. We got receipts. Okay, so I showed y'all that one, right? Now I'm gonna go here with it. I can't find my mouse. That'll be even easier. All right. So y'all heard that one, right? All right. Watch this. So he talked about global empowerment. So then he used to call out Africa, and he would make it clear, I'm not saying all Africans, but a large amount of you guys are off code. You identify, like, he looked at them as delineating. Watch, he's gonna say they don't identify as us. They make it clear that they are different. And then when they speak about us with their media platforms, they demonize us. Clip one, let's go.
In parts of Africa, not all parts, but the level of coonery that's going on in Africa right now. Now, I don't want to keep, I keep saying this, and I want people to understand the gravity of it. And I'm going to Africa this week, and I'm not saying everybody in Africa is cooning, because you do have people who are about empowerment. But the thing is, a lot of the coonery outweighs the empowerment.
Did he say Pan-Africanism? Did he say the coonery outweigh the Pan-Africanism? Or did he say the coonery outweighs the global empowerment? See, you got the right channel, my guy.
And a lot of times we have to understand there are people who are black who we think are down just because they're black. Now, we know what situation they are in. We know what predicament they are in. And a lot of times we think because they look and sound like us, we're supposed to bring them into the circle and they're going to be team empowerment.
Team empowerment. Not Team Africa or not Pan-Africanism. Team empowerment.
Easy.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh. No, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? No, you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Oh my God.
And a lot of times we have to understand there are people who are black who we think are down just because they're black. Now, we know what situation they are in. We know what predicament they are in. And a lot of times we think because they look and sound like us, we're supposed to bring them into the circle and they're going to be team empowerment. And a lot of times we bring these people around us and we think that they're on the team, or we entertain these people, and psychologically they're team white supremacy all day. Not
They're team white supremacy all day.
only that, they have no psychological identification with us.
They have no psychological identity. So he's already delineating before a such word FBA or delineation came out of his mouth.
And I talked about this on my live show this weekend. A lot of people, and we're going to be very honest, who are from the Caribbean and who are from African countries, they do not identify with us, Black Americans.
They do not identify as Black America and family. This is why he's pushing global empowerment. So while he's inviting all these people to fight with us, he's pointing out, like, yo, they not even really with us. So this ain't during the FBA rhetoric that they would call it. This is during the global empowerment rhetoric. He's pointing out, like, yo, these folks, he said Caribbean and Africa. He said, yo, they really not with us.
But a lot of people from the Caribbean, or people who have Caribbean parents or African parents, the first and second generation people from these other countries, a lot of times they simply don't identify with us. So they're not really trying to build or empower us or themselves with us. They're like, let me get mine and let me send it back to my country because I'm not like these niggas here. Now, I like some of the advantages I get that these Negroes have taken bumps and bruises for. But other than that, I'm not with these Black Americans.
Family, this is 2018. January.
Even Black folks who were born here to foreign parents, they identify to the country that their parents are from. Because
see that? So even back then, he was saying they don't identify as Black. They identify as I'm Jamaican, nigga, or Zimbabwean. And we know they're not Black. We know better today.
Parents have drilled into them, you're not like these Black Americans. You're something else. As a matter of fact, you're a little better. Because we've never been enslaved over in my country.
You hear that? So he's speaking about this. He's pointing out the differences and inconsistencies and how they're not on code, or how they're not riding with us way before an FBA. This is the evolution. So he's starting to see cracks in this global empowerment idea he had. Like, wait a minute, this ain't as legit as I thought it was.
And that happens with a lot of people. They come over here and they're like, I'm gonna be a coon. I'm gonna throw these Negroes under the bus because I ain't like these Akatas. I'm gonna be a Black Republican. A lot of these people with these Nigerian last names, and I'm not shitting on Nigeria. My folks, a lot of my good folks are from Nigeria, but a lot of these Black Republicans have Nigerian family members, Nigerian parents, and they be all up at the Tea Party meetings, kissing ass. And then, and not just Nigeria, there are other African countries. They think they're going to come over here and coon it up. Then all of a sudden, Trump starts deporting your ass. Then, oh my God, my brother, Black Lives Matter. No, nigga.
Hey, family, he said this during Trump's first presidency. How once they start getting, so this ain't this time. This is when he won before. This is before Biden administration. He was saying way back then, when they start to get deported, they start to get, okay, yeah, we're all Black.
Sit down, Mdugu. Don't talk that Black Lives Matter shit now. You about to get deported. I was all types of Akatas and Murasokas. Because understand, and I talked about this, if you look at a lot of quote unquote Black media.
Okay, so family, this one he's going to point out the what he called Black media at that time, but we're talking about tether media. people who are not black but from foreign countries, their media, all of it, the ones that make the most noise, get the most attention, they normally demonize us for the glory of white supremacy. Listen.
Or black-themed websites that show black Americans in a negative light. They are run by people who are first or second generation African or first or second generation Caribbean. Like World Star Hip Hop, that was started by dude Q. Q is Haitian. And understand, a lot of Haitian brothers and sisters now, not all, because there's some Haitian revolutionary brothers and sisters down there in Miami who are down for the cause. Understand, you got some Haitians that are riders. Then again, you got some Haitians who are on the damn coon train. Understand. And that's always been like that. When you had riders like Dessalines.
Okay, so this is during global empowerment. I gotta keep saying that. He wasn't talking this during, he was talking this before FBA, before ADOS. This is global empowerment. All right. Okay. So he mentioned World Star, right? He's going to mention some others. And if you guys was on board around this time, you already know, you already heard this. That's why, and this wasn't part of the show, but I want to let people know, no, you ain't just going to come over here and say anything you want. And it's true. You got it. Where are your receipts? I got mine. Here's my receipts.
Look at Love and Hip Hop. All the Love and Hip Hop shows now, let's be real. It's kind of hard to watch them now because it's become a coon mammy ratchet fest. And
coon mammy ratchet fest. He didn't say tether. Okay? But you got to point out the disrespect from people.
We know those images.
And then he started to realize that, hey, most of this disrespect isn't coming from Black America. It's coming from foreigners. And then that's where he's going to shift from coon to tether, obviously.
Ratchet fest. And we know those images of black women are negative now. Those are horrible negative images of black women. And the person who puts that together is Mona Scott. Mona Scott is Haitian. Understand that. So when people say to Mona Scott, hey Mona, the images of black people in your shows, that's not a good look. Mona don't really give a shit. Just keep cranking it out. See, black Americans, we will say something about that. There's only so far we'll go if we have our foot in the door and we're not cooning, we'll say something about those images. Look at Love and Hip Hop.
So y'all hearing it? Full context? All right, let's get some more.
That site, horrible site, makes up bullshit stories, shows black people in the negative light. The person who owns that site is an African dude. Boss Up, Madame Noir, the brother who owns that, he owns Moguldom Media. I think that brother is African because on his YouTube page, he's from Los Angeles, but he said he's Yoruba. So I'm thinking that.
Yep, and he was African, by the way.
And his parents are Nigerian. He calls himself Yoruba. So the guy who owns that, I think his parents are Nigerian. Now, the Shade Room. I know for a fact that the lady who owns that, she's Nigerian. She's African. Now, the Shade Room. I know for a fact that the lady who owns that, she's Nigerian. She's African. And the Shade Room, just a gossip site that just kind of shows us and black Americans in a real janky light on a regular basis. That's what it is. Now, the Shade Room, I know for a fact that the lady who owns that, she's Nigerian. She's African. The Shade Room, just a gossip site that just kind of shows us and black Americans in a real janky light on a regular basis. That's what it is.
So now this is the same video. This is the same video where he's saying global empowerment. The same video, and he's pointing out the betrayal of foreign people, foreign nations, right? Which let them believe this global empowerment thing ain't working. We got to stick to ourselves.
Also, the women from the show Insecure, Issa Rae and all those people, most of the women on that show their parents are from Africa, or even they are from parts of Africa themselves. So they identify with black Americans on a minimal level. It's always on the outside looking in. Also, the women from the show Insecure, Issa Rae and all those people, most of the women on that show. You notice one thing from all these people, and I don't want you guys to miss this.
Look, he don't want you to miss this. Talking to black Americans before FBA, before ADOS. He don't want you to miss this.
All these people will show black Americans in a negative light, but don't you dare think that they're going to show African people in a negative light or people from their home country in a negative light. They don't show people from the Caribbean in a negative light. You notice that? These people will shit on black Americans all day, but don't you dare say anything about anybody in their home country. They'll cut that shit short. Let's go to, you notice.
Remember, this is same video, same broadcast where he spoke about global empowerment. All of this.
Hey, but they don't want you to say anything about their country. Well, I did a video when I was in South Africa, and y'all can look at it on YouTube. Tariq Nasheed shows the real deal about South Africa. Do you know so many South Africans were mad as hell at me? Most of the people upset with me were South African black folks who are living in other countries, living in Australia, living in the US, living in the UK. They were upset because I told the real deal. They like to go to these countries and make it seem like black people in South Africa are just balling out of control. They try to go to Western countries to erase the negative image of Africa being poor and people living in shanty towns. They don't want to have that image. When in reality, that's exactly what's happening in South Africa. That's not a diss to them. They are still under the thumb of white supremacy. And they were very upset with me because I was going around South Africa trying to, hey, but they don't.
All right, now we had a whole new video. Finally, a whole new video. So that video, he was pitching global empowerment. He was still inclusive to everyone that's melanated, dark melanated, period, across the world, to come together and fight global white supremacy. He felt like there's a global white supremacist enemy, so there should be a global anti-global white supremacy, collaboration. All right, so now we're at a whole new podcast.
That's the problem.
Not a whole new podcast, but we're at a whole new, a different stream.
That's the problem. A lot of black folks, we're going to have to be real. A lot of black folks are scared. Yeah, somebody said they're jealous too. That's another thing. There's a lot of jealousy there because a lot of niggas can't really stand up to no damn white supremacists and tell them what the fucking deal is and straight up and down tell them without any fear. A lot of folks can't do that. There's a lot of jealousy there too because the average nigga got to
Okay, so keep this in mind. This is 1 month later than the last one you heard. So you can see she's starting to be more aggressive and start to be more like on 10 with we all we got.
And kiss some white supremacist ass Monday morning. You talk all that weekend shit, but on Monday morning, motherfuckers got to go suck a white dick. And I'm one of the only people on the planet who don't do that, who's really well known. And I can tell them to kiss the blackest part of my ass openly and walk down the street like George Jefferson. You dig? Can't too many people do that. Can't too many people do that. No.
I don't care about just numbers.
Now, this is a separate, hold on.
Like quality.
This is a separate podcast, but this one, when, if y'all remember, he spoke about, hey, just give me a solid 300. Remember? He was talking about a solid 300 because he recognized, like, he gave up at this point, family. Okay, so that was January, February of 2018. And now this is March 2nd. So, okay, this is still the same. So we got January, February, March. So January, he was pointing out, hey, man, this global supremacy thing, I mean, not supremacy, but this global empowerment thing might not be working, right? He was doubting that people, same skin folk around the globe can get together. He was doubting that. And then I just played you a video where he was like, yo, these skin folk guys are straight up ass kissers of white supremacy. Okay. A month after that, he now abandoned, this is the same year. Now he abandoned global empowerment altogether. And now he just wants a smooth 300.
Care about just numbers. I care about quality. I like quality people. Like I always said, I just need 300 quality down ass people. I'm good with that. You can get a lot of shit done with just 300 people. Look at the movie 300. That's what I like about that movie. That was the whole theme of that movie. A small group of people changed the course of history. You go back to the Haitian Revolution. It started with a small group of people. Wasn't the whole island of Africans. It was a small group of people who had a voodoo ceremony in the swamp. They changed the course of history. They were all on code, and when they got on code, others got on code. So I'm not all about just numbers of fuckery. I'm not in this for.
So that was the beginnings, the genesis of FBA. Okay, start off as we all can do this together. Beyond Africa, right? Global empowerment to, damn, man, a lot of these melanated people from the Caribbean and Africa, yo, they off cold. They low-key worship white zaddy. Look at how they portray Black Americans. Like, damn, like they're picking up the baton from white supremacy. Like white supremacy, will demonize us in the media. Shit, look at these foreigners who come to our country. Now they're these melanated foreigners. Now they're demonizing us in the media. And when you demonize Black Americans in the media, you are literally help signal boosting scientific racism, the bell curve, all those racist, science-y, fake pseudoscience type claims and stereotypes. So now Media Takeout, World Star, all these people got the representation of Black Americans as savage, degenerate, lawless, violent criminals. You dig? So now he like, yo, screw that global supremacy. Just give me a smooth 300. That's down. But we did something better. Under the lineage banner, we gave them millions of people, more than 300, who's down on code. You feel me? So y'all seen the evolution. So when folks call in here lying, it don't go nowhere. That's why they crash out. Start talking over me, no longer on a dialogue. He mentioned Malcolm X. He mentioned Marcus Garvey. Oh, tether's a bad thing. Malcolm X said Uncle Tom, same shit. He got nothing for that. And then he just contradicted himself everywhere he went. And then now I'm pointing out Marcus Garvey. Oh man, it ain't about an individual. Are you serious? All you talked about was Tariq Nasheed. You got quiet on that one. So you feel me? No, it doesn't work, man. And I tell them folks, and he was the main one that fell for it. I said, bro, in the comment section, you are a scholar. Nobody could beat you in debates in the comment section. You appear to be the goddamn Effley Belly. No, F. Lee Beatty. No, Bailey, that's his name, right? Johnny Cochran lawyer. In the comment section, damn dog, you Johnny Cochran with the debates. I said, but when you call up, bro, that stuff changes. Now all of a sudden he mentioned Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey, but now conveniently he knows nothing about Marcus Garvey. They all do that. Once you point out the scams that he did to Black America, they all distance himself from Marcus Garvey. Oh man, you tit for tat. That's not tit for tat. He was the tether Madoff in our community. And then we talked about the crack epidemic. Yeah, all this diaspora love. Where was the love when where was that love when these Jamaicans were flooding Black American communities with crack? Tori Davis says Garvey is scamming Tether 100%. Where was this diasporic love when these folks were help pushing, funneling crack, well, cocaine that was used to become crack in the neighborhoods? Jamaicans had a hell of a cocaine connection. Anybody can Google this. Just anybody can Google Jamaicans' involvement in the crack epidemic. It was significant. They were big players. They was almost partners. He want to mention Reagan, the contraband. He talking about, yo, look up Alliance. Oh, you mean Dark Alliance by Gary Webb? Fool, a book I got. Clowns, man. See what happens when they say we don't read? Yeah, we know all about that, my guy. And yes, that is one part. The second part is tethers. Like they always want to one side something. That the transatlantic slave trade, oh, well, just the whitey man. Africa had no involvement. Oh, the crack epidemic, just the whitey man. Jamaicans had no involvement. It looks like some of our greatest atrocities. Why it looks like there were people of African descent heavily involved. Transatlantic slavery, Africans, crack epidemic, Jamaicans. Okay, so I asked Google a simple question that you guys can ask Google. Pan-Africans, y'all gonna hate this one, Pan-Africans. Yeah, y'all might want to close out this. This is Google, family. Was Jamaican Posi's involvement in the 80s and 90s crack epidemic huge? That's all I ask, right? Yes. The involvement of Jamaican posses in the U.S. crack cocaine epidemic during the 1980s and 1990s was huge, far-reaching, and highly violent. Far-reaching means it touched many states, many cities. They are widely recognized by federal law enforcement as having played a pivotal role in the rapid spread of crack cocaine from the East Coast into the American heartland. At the height of their power, whose power? Who is the there here? You see how to establish plural pronouns or singular pronouns? You got to first establish the noun. Here's the noun. And now we could say we, our, theirs, right? Him, her. At the height of their power, Jamaican posses control an estimated 35% to 40% of the crack cocaine market in the U.S. Don't you ever come to this channel playing with me, man. Type this in anybody. Type that in y'all Google search. Y'all read all about it. Don't y'all ever call in here playing. Act like I'm on these TikTokers that be using FBA for clout and click and views, clout chasing. Got a lot of TikTok FBA spaces are a waste of time. Now they be promoting division, all type of shit. They be talking. But not over here, man. Over here are teachable moments. extensive network and control, operating as highly organized street level distributors, possesses sourced cocaine from Colombia. Look what they did. They possess sourced cocaine from Colombia cartels and set up operations in major cities like New York, Miami, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Dallas, Kansas City, and Los Angeles. This is the Jamaicans. By the mid-1980s, Jamaican Posse used efficient distribution networks to flood urban, suburban, and rural areas with crack, driving down prices and increasingly availability. So flooding it, family, they made the price cheap. Okay? Extreme violence. Known for ruthless violence, the posses use heavy firepower, including automatic weapons like Tech 9s to establish dominance, seize turf, and kill competitors, particularly in black neighborhoods. Oh, here's your black on black crime. It looks like the black on black crime where Jamaicans deleting Foundation Black Americans. They were blamed by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, for approximately 1,000 to 1,400 murders between 1985 and 1989 alone. And these tethers will bring up Chicago. Shower Posse influence, one of the most infamous groups, the Shower Posse, linked to Jamaica's Tivoli Gardens, was particularly prominent in building a nationwide distribution network. Prominent weapon trafficking. In addition to drugs, they were heavily involved in trafficking weapons from the U.S. back to Jamaica to fuel political violence in their home country. God damn. Law enforcement response. Their activities led to major federal task force, including Operation Rum Punch in 1987-1988, which indicted hundreds of members and significantly reduced their influence by the mid-1990s. The Jamaican Posse's impact was so significant that they are often cited alongside Colombian cartels for having transformed the U.S. drug trade during this era. So stop saying the whitey man, the CIA, and partner them folks with the Jamaican Posse. They said you got to mention them right along Ronald Reagan, you dig? CIA, Contra, all that. You got to mention the Jamaicans right alongside of them. Otherwise, you're being biased. Now, people who normally come in here saying crazy stuff now look, the link is right there, bro. You don't gotta talk crazy in the chat. Click the link. Why he said, why, hey family, they look at all pieces of history as attacking. I just read history. I read history that's attacking Jamaica, bro. That's not attacking Jamaica. That's telling Jamaica's history and involvement in the crack epidemic that none of us known about, you idiot. We're exposing how the CIA, the contraband, and these cartels were not alone in flooding our neighborhoods with crack cocaine. We're learning Jamaica's heavily influenced role that none of us ever known before. I heard Tariq Nasheed speak about it really lightly. I researched, I thought he was capping, couldn't believe it. Like you guys, I did some research behind it and came up with this. I'm reading the chat. Had an African tether over here blasting Drake. Whitaker said, I'm glad I found this page. I don't like some FBA pages to become an echo chamber. Right. Especially on TikTok. A lot of them on TikTok are really like making us, giving us a bad name. Right. A lot of TikTok spaces, I watch them. They be 9-10 hours long. Just like, I'm just trying to like, what's the goal of this? Just got tethers saying the worst things about us, and they just going back and forth like nothing. Like, yo, what? It's not filtered. I'm like, okay, you got to start questioning the host. Like, are you FBA? Because I don't know what FBA space will be that toxic and giving tethers a large platform. Well, a voice, a platform to speak vile energy against us. It's like, yo, you got to question like those. Like, man, I don't see. Now, I play them over here so y'all can hear them, and I give like responsible feedback or commentary, or I address some of those claims from tethers. But no, man, I don't really support them like that. Like, what's the end goal? Over here, there's an end goal. We're debunking fake news about us, as I just did. He said, Tariq this, Tariq that, debunk all that. Oh, black on black. Ain't no black on black. Ain't no black on black, my guy, because you ain't black. If anything, is the diaspora in Africa versus black. I said, yo, show me your proof. I'm going to show you how Tariq Nasheed was never Pan-African. He was about global empowerment. That's the words he used. He never used Pan-Africanism. I explained hidden colors, and that wasn't Pan-Africanism. He mentioned Garvey scammer. He couldn't debunk that. All of a sudden, he don't know about Garvey. Tether ain't a bad thing. Malcolm X said Uncle Tom to Dick Gregory, that some of us love and rock with. Malcolm X called him Uncle Tom. Malcolm X called Dr. King Uncle Tom. So labeling people that we think are ops, that's normal in our culture. But everywhere he went, he got cooked. Then he started talking over it, crashed out. Try to make light of everything I said after that. Okay. Recap basically our entire discussion. Then he's talking about, oh, we against ourselves. No, y'all against us. Y'all foreigners come over here and y'all bring y'all shit over here. Y'all become a tool of white supremacy where Black America get the hit. A lot of stuff don't even go back to y'all homeland. Y'all come over here and y'all help spread white supremacy. Do you know how hard it would have been to funnel crack cocaine? Hey, don't Ricky Ross get the blame for this? Ain't that crazy? They blame Freeway Ricky Ross. Matter of fact, let me ask Google why they do that. Why is Ricky Ross the face of it if Jamaica had all that involvement? Khalid Hassan said, Brother Ron, you truly cooked that anchor baby caller with actual facts, right? I got him up out of here. Look at this. I said Jamaican Posi's involvement in the 80s and 90s crack epidemic basically was huge. So why is Freeway Ricky Ross the scapegoat and the face of it? It says, you are absolutely right that the sheer scale of the Jamaican Posies, like the Shower Posse, was massive. They control an estimate of 40% of the East Coast crack market and were known for a level of violence that often eclipsed domestic dealers, right? However, Freeway Rick Ross became the face and the scapegoat, not because he moved the most weight, but because his story bridged the gap between street crime and political conspiracy. Here's the breakdown of why history remembers Rick Ross over the posses. All right. I'll read that a little later, but that's going to be a good read. They're going to make us the face of it. I had other stuff to play, but goddamn, like how do you come behind this? Because this is groundbreaking. A lot of y'all didn't know how big of a role Jamaicans were in the crack epidemic. We thought it was the white tea man, and these guys will have the nerve to compare the transatlantic slave trade to the crack epidemic. You dig? Look, the CIA Dark Alliance connection. Look, Gary Webb. He gonna throw out names and didn't even know the name, didn't know the name of the book. I got the book and didn't even know, dude. This ain't TikTok, my guy. This is YouTube. We're like more serious over here. All right, so I found a little a small channel talking about FBAs versus Africans. So let's do some commentary on this one. Let's see what they talking about.
In the church is vacant. A preacher with
Oh yeah.
What was it? All right, the pleasantries out the way. What was it? FBA versus
Oh yeah.
I spoke to my man Jamil. Did he send me something, man? He's supposed to, man. I had a very deep, enlightened conversation with Bubba Jamil yesterday, man. Hold on. Did he? He looked at my joint, but he ain't sent it. Oh well. I had about 35 minutes conversation with my brother Jamil. He was married to an African sister.
All right, so as y'all see, I stay trying to invite people over here. African tether woman who's always talking about us, they get no views. I invited over here. She declined like they always do. My phrase is they love to talk about us, but they hate to talk with us. And this is why the Dr. Ruxpins and the Reject Reggies, Dr. King, Women King, be avoiding this channel because they know they're going to be held accountable. The diaspora got to answer these questions about Marcus Garvey. And Dr. Ruxpin be trying to get Marcus Garvey experts over there to explain away the scamming. Can't do it. I watched that garbage video. My man couldn't explain away nothing. He had to be truthful and hold the L.
Like roughly 10 years, they divorced. Now he got 2 wives. And he said the rent for one, I think over Gambia somewhere, $75 a month. Can't get no better than that, bro.
Or I don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, y'all appreciate the channel, the information. You dig? You can support the channel by liking, subscribing, notification bell, Cash App, $ unbiased Ron, Super Chat. These are all ways to support over here. What we got going on. No echo chamber over here. No echo chamber. I tell you guys, I'm a YouTube journalist. You dig?
Real second, not to cut your wisdom. That was a very strong introduction to skills. Let you know it's very strong.
Appreciate it.
Africa,
but family, but here's what I'm saying. My people
you
got kidnapped. That's true. That's true facts. That's true facts, Lord. But I'm saying my people.
Hey, family, why do they keep saying we got kidnapped? And well, no, we got kidnapped by Africans and sold by Africans and bought by the white man. They keep saying kidnapped like the white man came over there with a net and just took as many as possible and then went on his way. 15 million of us with a net over 300 years.
Got kidnapped. That's true. That's
FBA
encounter the same.
That's a very real thing. That's
but that's like a form of tribalism. I don't think that's like a.
That's what it is. So here's the thing: they don't know. All right.
At FBAs, I think that could go for anybody in the rest of the continent of Africa.
But family, but here's what I'm saying: my people got kidnapped. That's true. That's true facts. That's true facts, Lord. But I'm saying my people were kidnapped and brought over here. You feel me?
Right.
First and foremost, they was brought to Jamaica, but still, a lot of Jamaicans have West African heritage. Right. You feel me? But because of the fact that her people got colonized and mine got kidnapped, I don't know what tribe I'm from. I can very much.
You heard that? Her people got colonized and we got kidnapped. They always compare. I told you, family, over here first. These Pan-Africans always in tethers always compare the Berlin Conference and the slave trade like they're a year apart. The Berlin Conference was almost 1900s. The transatlantic slave trade is the 1600s. That's almost 300 years. Colonized? What are you talking about? There's no colonization without the slave trade. If you don't sell us, if you don't kidnap us by the millions and sell us, there's no colonization. But they always talk like they happen back to back. The slave trade happened, and then the slave trade happened, and then they enslaved the Africans afterwards, and they colonized them. No, that's not how that went. The slave trade happened, and Africa was fat for 200 years until England said, all right, they made trading slaves illegal, 1808. And then they cried and complained and tried to sue England. You messed up our economy. We got all these niggas in the Elmina Castle. What are we going to do with them? Let them go and marry them to our tribe, man? Like, yeah, slave trade over. You'll pay for this. You'll pay for this, Captain Planet.
Well, could be Nigerian, but I'm not going to know that.
Right.
You feel me? So, but it's like if we all black, which we are all black, and most black people that I know are all of the mindset that we are all black. I've never seen a black person or a black family say that person.
Hey, look, what I'm gonna do for you, Talaya, I'm gonna block you until you call in. All right, so I gotta block you. Make sure I block the right number. Talaya Grisham, I gotta block you until you call in. I will unblock you. Okay, but right now you're blocked. Click the link. Click the link. Malcolm Barr, I don't know what you're talking either. But you gotta, I'm gonna block you too. And until y'all call in, I will unblock you. All right, so I'm gonna block you too. All right, we ain't gonna do that in the chat. I'm blocking you guys because you're distracting. Okay, you're distracting the chat and myself. Call in. If you got all that to say, call in and speak to the host, not to the chat. So I block both of y'all. Y'all call in with an honest dialogue. Honest dialogue. If you're lying, you're gonna remain blocked. If you call in with an honest dialogue, I'll unblock you. Okay. But right now, you're blocked. Listen to these buffoons.
Would be a great addition to our family and is the right person for you. They would be much better if they was fully black. How am I not fully black? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
what the hell is fully black? Yeah, I wonder if they'll join me.
I know we're going down a rabbit hole. If you're judging by, if you're judging by DNA, and I know that. Okay, I know I'm stretching it. Like they can't look inside your damn DNA and say, "Oh, my God, 2% Russian and 3%, 25% Nigerian." I know they can't do that. You get what I'm saying? But how they look at it, and I'm just assuming how they look at it, tribal pride. I'm not saying it's right, but they looking at it like we prefer you to marry a Nigerian man. Keep the bloodline going. It's almost like, and I want to liken us to animals or dogs, but it's like if you ever been around people who train pit bulls or breed pit bulls or Rottweilers, right? They only going to breed with a certain breed because they don't want to go outside that breed unless that breed outside is going to make that breed stronger. You get what I'm saying? So I don't think it's more like singling you out, like, oh, you African American.
I'm not taking it personal like it's something against me, but I'm just saying I've never heard a black person, if they brought an African person home, it wasn't like the other black people in their family was like, oh, they not black enough, or I wish you had an American black woman instead of an African black woman. I feel like we have an innate understanding that we are all black, just they know their last names and we don't.
Well, fam, I'd have heard black people say, just holding us accountable. I'd have heard black people say things that are divisive, that are hurtful, that are to Africans, and vice versa. I think it's hurt on both sides. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like one of those things where
they always say that and never give an example. Now they got clear. All we gotta say is a concept. Injure, Yankee, like that's clear. Okay, now what? And we could date those terms. Okay, so where was our terms at that time for them that was divisive, and you're gonna get crickets.
And I think I think for this discussion, like for us to heal that fracture, we all gotta recognize that it is hurt on both sides. There's anti-blackness on both sides. There's displacement on both sides, so on and so forth.
And that's the thing we got to stop. There's no anti-blackness on both sides. There's one side anti-blackness. We can't be anti-us. All right. We're the black people. We can't be anti-black. They're not black, so they could be anti-black. And we've been hearing anti-black rhetoric for a while now. You know, from the diaspora as well as the Africa. And a lot of their anti-black rhetoric be in our country, in our homeland. And now you see the issue with South Africa and the Ghanaians and Nigerians. You know, they try that same rhetoric against people in their homeland and they ain't having it. So now they having like some old fallout, some xenophobic moment amongst themselves. The tethers are having their own xenophobic moment.
And we should be building bridges to so that because look, at the end of the day, right, and especially as in the country we live in right now, we are both racialized and we both are going to suffer from, whether you're black, whether you're Nigerian or Ghanaian or whatever, you still a nigga. At the end of the day, want to white.
Okay, I don't know where they're getting this from. There's this black Nigerian rhetoric. Now all of a sudden they're black Nigerians. So you're no longer Nigerian. Now you're black Nigerian. Okay, and then if that is able to ride, there'll be FBA Nigerian, FBA Jamaicans, FBA Igbo. They're gonna be FBA everything in a second. No, you're not black Nigerian. You're not black African. You're not black Jamaican. You're Jamaican. Okay, I thought Jamaican, was the country, and or Jamaica's the country, and Jamaican are the country people.
Person sees you if you're working in a corporate office, all they see is first your skin color. They don't care about your tribal orientation or your cultural orientation or so on and so forth. And we have shown in this world, we've proven over and over that Black lives oftentimes don't matter. And for that reason, it behooves all of us to support.
To all come together and get along. Okay, whatever. Truth teller, what's up, man? Yeah, these guys.
What's going on, man?
You miss it. You always calling. I had a caller for you.
I heard him, but I couldn't get on, man. He wouldn't have let me talk anyway. Yeah, he would have. He would have. Yeah, whatever. These dudes, listen, man. This is how you pick out. This is how you identify that they are disingenuous and or a threat. With what he just said just that second. He said, it don't matter if you're Nigerian, Ghanaian, Jamaican, blah, 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 blah. They all gonna treat you like a nigga. Right? And people hear that and they be like, okay, that might be true. But what the hell does that have to do with us in our country?
Right. If we go down that rabbit hole, it's like, okay, so does that mean we should no longer delineate and demand justice and what's owed to us?
It means nothing. It don't mean nothing. It literally means nothing. It just because they're gonna treat us all the same, don't mean we are all the same. The only people who would believe that are people who take white man's word as God. Well, the white man said we the same. Okay, so why would that make a difference if they're gonna treat us the same way?
Right.
You guys care nothing for our benefit at all. You have no desire to sacrifice anything to help us or to give us any benefit in our struggle here. You're only here to gain for yourself. So why on God's green earth would I care about how the white man treating you when I got to worry about how the white man treating me and my people?
Right. And let's talk about that treatment, because I thought about that as well. I said, let me stop going down these rabbit holes that they be gaslighting me. Oh, if a cop pull us over,
right, exactly.
Yeah, we all look the same. Yeah, we all look the same. So we should stop delineating. Like we should, we shouldn't stop this paper genocide. We should just let it just happen. Now, if we're all the same, then why do we keep getting paper genocide and you guys don't in your homelands? How come Nigerians still Nigerians, Jamaicans still Jamaicans, Haitians still Haitians, Matter of fact, they are delineating. Look at Ethiopia. And now the Eritrean, right? So they ain't
Yeah,
being like
right.
they help y'all precisely identify yourselves more. No, with us, they lump us all up in this Negro, and they include these guys in there. No, that's not gonna happen. That's to wipe us out. That's to act like there's no such thing as a foundational Black American. Because once we're all Black, and don't forget the definition of Black is pretty much an immigrant. The way the OMB tries to define it, people from African background, Caribbean background. So if everybody's Black racially, then we're just immigrants together.
Exactly.
Therefore, nobody's old, nobody's country, nobody built the foundation. You all came here later after the white man built it up with Latinos.
And they'll say that. Even the African ones. Well, the white man built it up. Or yeah, I've had them tell me it wasn't Black people who fought for immigrants to come here from Africa. It was the white man. The white man allowed it to happen. I'm like, yo, are you for real? Like, how do you? So this is my biggest pet peeve with them. And this is why I know we have to delineate. You'll have Africans that have lived here for multiple decades saying this stuff. Now, I'm from New York. How do you live in a place for multiple decades and you don't even go to, i.e., how they name it now, an African American library, and don't check the history of the Black people in the country that you have to live with, but you could come to all these conclusions about them? I've had Caribbeans and Africans in New York who've lived there for 20 and 30 years tell me about Black people, no culture, no history. I'm like, my man, you live in Queens.
This was the post that
the history of the Black people in the country that you have to live with, but you could come to all these conclusions about them. I've had Caribbeans and Africans in New York who've lived there for 20 and 30 years tell me about Black people, no culture, no history. I'm like, my man, you live in Queens.
This was the post that
the history of the Black. What happened, Ron? Something switching up? I'm still here. I just heard myself repeating, so I paused.
No, that's not because somebody said sound, so I was making sure that.
Okay.
So I was playing a video to see if I can hear you. Okay, because when I was playing a video, I didn't even hear you for like a brief moment. But again, I'm gonna switch to my phone. Maybe the signal fell. Let me switch. God, you can finish. Let me switch to my phone.
I was just gonna say there's Black libraries about Black culture, multiples of them in every single borough, including Staten Island, that tells you about the history of Black people in America. So if you can sit here and literally be in one of the 5 boroughs and say, hey, Black people don't have no culture, then you are literally a tether. You're trying to sabotage us.
Right.
It's just a given. And that's why we're not like y'all. So therefore we shouldn't be like y'all. And we really should not be compared to y'all. We're a completely different type of people. We don't roll like how you guys roll. So they can sit here and try to, well, we're all going to be treated like Black people. And that's too bad for you. I know you didn't come here to get treated like Black people. So
right.
I guess you made a mistake. I guess you made a mistake coming here.
Right. And you know what? That's probably why they mad. Like, and you got some Latinos that got snatched up with 94 crime bill and stop and frisk. And they're like, yeah, no, this is for Black people.
Yeah. I remember. They were mad when so for people who don't remember the stop and frisk, that whole thing, they were getting a lot of Hispanic people too, besides Black people.
By the time tell that damn clown that was on here, he's was it 227? This dumbass.
They were snatching up the Hispanic folk in New York City for it, and they didn't really expect that. They thought,
right,
who they was going to target.
Right.
The crazy part is, if you haven't gone over those numbers, it's more like the stop and frisk was supposed to quell the whole drug issue in New York City, or reduce crime as well. But specifically targeting drugs and weapons is what the whole
No,
point of it
it was
was.
targeting not drugs. It was targeting like violent crimes, like murder or like
And they,
violently hard.
well, what?
Yeah,
Right, but what they were saying was the things that were related to those things was drugs and weapons.
yeah, but the drugs wasn't
That's
supposed to. The drugs
Mhm.
wasn't supposed to be about that. So, like for example, so if a cop pull you over and stop and frisk you, found drugs, he can't charge you for the drugs. So it wasn't the secondary stop would be drugs, and it had to be the primary stop to get you arrested,
right
and it had to be a violent weapon. So anything drugs was not supposed. You weren't supposed to be charged for any drugs or
for
anything else.
drugs.
Or not just drugs, illegal credit card, anything you had besides weapon, they were not allowed to charge you for because that was not the
Right.
initial reason to violate your
So
Fourth Amendment.
so that's why the first thing they asked you was, do you have any weapons on you? Right?
Right.
That's what they used to ask. The first thing they would ask is, do you have any weapons on you? And what happened is if they found drugs on you, they just took it.
Right.
They didn't give it
Right.
back
Or,
to you, they just took it.
no. Or they made you discard. They made you pour it out or stomp it or liquor or whatever. They made
If
you
it
like
was liquid
destroy
and
it.
poured out. But if you had crack on you, they was taking it. it was gone. They
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
going
yeah. Not
let
it,
you just
yeah,
throw
yeah. I'm saying like a joint. If you got like a joint, they'll make you
yeah,
just
yeah.
throw it
Yeah, yeah.
away and discard it. Or like you said, they'll
But if you
throw it
had
away or
if you had serious paraphernalia, they was taking it. But
yeah.
what happened was they found that even though they targeted black people for that, the greater percentage of people who had weapons and or drugs wasn't black people, even though they kept targeting black people. So that was another reason why I got killed in court, because they were like, well, if the likelihood that it's other, and we're not going to say who, but we know who the other kind of people were, that they do have something and you're not targeting them, you just keep focusing on these people, then there's obviously a problem. So that was one of the things that helped stop it when they were taking it to court and all that good stuff. But in any case, when the Spanish people got scooped up, the Hispanics, Puerto Ricans, and the Cubans in New York, there's a lot of Cubans in New York, people who don't realize it. There's a lot of Cubans. They out there too. This was before Mexicans and all of that came in, Venezuelans and all of that good stuff. It was a lot of Cubans and a lot of Puerto Ricans, and they were getting scooped up, and they was pissed because that made it seem like they was like us. And they had a fit. They didn't like that at all. They were fighting it and protesting, and why are we getting thing there? This is discrimination, this is racism, and blah blah blah. You know what they doing now. But in any case,
Yeah.
they don't
It's
like
just a,
being like us.
a violation of your constitutional rights, illegal
Yep.
search and seizures. Yeah.
Yep, all of that. So suddenly now everybody the law needs to be right. But before they realized that, okay, it's not just black people getting scooped up. Nobody had any qualms about whether or not the law was right. So we just need to take that in hand, and we listening. And Kevin's is the same way. I'm glad you pointed out the whole information about Jamaicans and drugs. I have firsthand experience with this. So you are not lying in this case. You are not lying. Those reports ain't lying. I've seen it for myself. And if we want to talk about fraud and theft, we got to talk about them Haitians on top of that. They specialize in that area. Them and the Africans specialize in credit card fraud, loan fraud, and those kind of thefts. Heavily in New York, Florida, Georgia. They in all those places.
Yeah, and that's why, when you look at these crimes and you start to track people who can categorize themselves as black, but they're not. When you start to track where they migrate to, you'll start to see some crazy stuff follow them. Like, for example, this is what Dr. Ruxpin is mad at. He's mad at the fact that New York has been predominantly by a bunch of non-black Americans, right, from the Caribbean and Africa. Now look at hip hop. Now he's mad at this fact. Look at hip hop up north. Now that it's being dominated by a bunch of non-FBAs. Hip hop up north is up New York, New Jersey. Horrible. Fake drill rap, all this garbage rap. Math Hava does like this give me your music type thing. Every so often I'll tune in and hear different music because I want to be correct. 2026 up to date. All these New Yorkers people from Philly, New Jersey send him his music. He plays it to get like a crowd reaction. He critiques it, give him some help tips, whatever. All of the music, kill, like Jason Voorhees type shit. But if you look at music outside of like places ran by foreigners, the music ain't stuck on kill. But all the music he get is delete. And I comment, I'm like, yo, you know you can make music about other stuff, right? Like, matter of fact, the best rappers, I keep talking about this, the best rappers right now in rap are not the delete. You look at Drake singing as Kanye West, Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole. Like, these guys, they're not known to be like delete. They're known to give like party music to think about, and they make gazillions of dollars. So like the best rappers right now, today's time, don't make the violent rap, the selling drugs rap. They make the good party, have a good time, socializing rap. You know, that's what they do. Even Drake, you know, leans towards that non-delete drug addict rap. But people from other countries who's cosplaying us, they always are like years behind. So they're stuck in the 90s when they come over here. They think, okay, we're gonna rap about gangs, the projects, you know, syrup, all this stupid shit that we are far past today. But they always playing catch up with the culture.
You see how they dressing? I saw last night. I was watching a couple of somebody's YouTube. It was Africans. I didn't know what they were saying. They were just talking about hip hop culture in some of these other African countries. They look like they straight out the 90s. 95, 96, 97.
Wave cats with no waves.
Yeah.
Like, yo, y'all do know we wore wave cats with. I broke it down. You either had braids and they laid your hair down, or you had waves.
Yeah.
We didn't just wear wave caps for no reason.
No reason. We wore them for a reason. And usually you would wear them, you know, like let's say you're going out tonight. So you'd have your cap on pretty much all day until it's time to take it off and go out, right? So you got dudes walking around with the wave cap because they're going out tonight.
Right.
And they just wearing it to lay their hair down until they ready to take it off, put on the fly kicks, and get their gear on they look on point. When they go out, they fly.
Right.
But some of them don't even have hair. They wearing wave caps. They
right.
Just,
yeah.
Like,
and then doing, you know, it's kind of hard to get waves with peppercorns. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Listen, man. They had waves. Some of them was still doing fronts. I don't know if it was real gold or not, but they had fronts. But it was like 97 fronts. It was like the fronts we wore back in the day. Not
right.
It's weird, man. I swear, if I see somebody with a rock gold watch on, I'm gonna be like, y'all playing games, son. Or a nugget ring. They're gonna have on nugget rings, and I would be like, listen, man, y'all gotta stop this shit, man.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of Jamaicans be wearing that.
I mean, they used to wear it heavy back in the 90s and the late 80s. Yeah. My pops had a nugget watch. So
really?
Yeah, but
yeah.
Back in the day,
Nugget used to be dope. Nugget, diamond cut.
Yeah, the diamond cut. Yep. Yeah, but they wearing it now and they look weird. It's not like they're doing it in a cool way. It looks weird, man. They look strange. I don't know what they're doing. I can't even explain it. I'm just saying, listen, y'all supposedly have a culture because y'all told us we ain't got no culture.
Right.
So I'm still trying to figure out what is y'all culture? What is your clothing? What is your art? What kind of art styles you guys got? What does your music sound like? I don't see any of their culture publicly being displayed except when white people go on tours in their country. When they get off the tour bus and they got somebody playing the drums at the beach. That's the only time I see it. Other than that, I don't even know what their culture is.
The wave cap got so bad that like they don't even know amongst FBAs if somebody's wearing a wave cap, we automatically think non-FBA. Because a lot of times they be trying to hide their hairline or like their hair falling out, whatever. So they wear a wave cap. And so, you know, amongst FBAs, you got a wave cap on 2026. Yeah, you know, these guys kind of messed the game up for FBAs. If you're wearing a wave cap, like we automatically think
you non-FBA because it's so played out. These guys wearing wave caps and match their sneakers. I don't know about that.
I have 3 nephews and 2 sons, and everybody's between the age of 21 and 28. All 5 of them. Nobody's wearing wave caps.
Right.
There is something they're taking that we used to do back in the mid and early 90s. The season is coming back, and shape ups, getting crispy shape ups is back. So they're doing that more often than not. They're trying to get the neat look back, and get the fade looking crispy and all that good stuff. That's back.
Yeah.
But ain't nobody wearing wave caps. They just don't. They're like, I don't need to wear that. What am I wearing that for?
Yeah, so, they took over the barber game, so that's why their hair be crisp. That whole thing is pretty much theirs now up here.
I just don't get it, and I keep hearing these dudes come on these panels talking about they always stop short of we all get treated alike, so that's why we should work together.
Wait, let me respond to somebody in the chat. Hey, look, he said, let's talk about Candace Owens and not the wave cap thing. How about you click the link? Yeah, how about you click the link and you talk about Candace Owens? We're going to talk about what we're talking about. You click it and talk about something else.
Technically, we are talking about Candace Owens. She Jamaican, ain't she? Shit, tell me,
she one of them.
I'm just saying, she is. So
yeah, I mean, there's not much to. I mean, there's not much to talk about. Like, Black Authority the TBA did a hell of a job. Like, all I can do is replay his stuff. Like, what am I going to say that he ain't already addressed?
He covered everything about that girl, man.
Yeah,
come on.
Right. I might as well just play his video, the whole thing. Like, and I did that earlier. So you got to come back and just rewind the video to the beginning of this. I did cover Candace, but there's nothing else to talk about. Like, she's over.
And she doesn't really deserve that much attention, truth be told.
All.
So, I mean, why would we just want to talk about her? Like,
yeah, like this woman I've been saying for the longest, DUMB. Like, she's not like somebody who's like kind of smart, but off code where we gotta like beat them up in a debate. Like, somebody like her is just like, I watch her debates, like she's dumb. Like,
she is.
Like, there's no real challenge there. She's gonna make up funny stats. She's gonna quote Charlie Kirk. She don't have her own shit. So it's like you're talking to a robot, somebody who's just reading off script. She got no real rebuttals in real time.
My fault, I was on mute. And the crazy part is Charlie Kirk is stupid. So if you think
he's saying, dumb as hell.
If you think what he's saying is smart, then that means you're dumber than he is. There's no point in talking about that girl.
Yeah, so matter of fact, AJ Lee, I'm gonna block you for now. And if you call in, I will unblock you. Like, we got the link there. You see, like, the other guy called in, the guy who ain't no shit. You see, I didn't cuss him out. I didn't call him names. I just debunked his information. I gave context, and everywhere he went, he was met with, some truth. Now then he crashed out. I didn't call him a tether. Nothing. He crashed out and he went away. So, so in other words, you could call in. This is a peaceful, safe environment. We ain't gonna cuss you out. You will be allowed to talk. But if you start to say things like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, we're gonna hold you to those people. We're gonna ask you questions about them. And so don't say the bottom line. Don't say nothing you don't know. If you say it, then you should know something about it.
But if you do say something you don't know and somebody's giving you information to correct yourself, just accept it and correct yourself. That won't necessarily kill your point. You just might be wrong on that. Just move forward. It's weird how you guys flip out, when you hear what the truth about Marcus Garvey is and suddenly y'all go berserker. It's crazy.
And they always mention his name like the experts and Marcus Garvey. And the minute you bring up those scams, oh nah, I don't know too much about Marcus. So that means
Yeah.
look. Let me tell you why they do this. I'm gonna tell you why the psyche behind that. So when they mention Marcus Garvey, they do know a lot about him. But the reason why they start to backtrack is because they don't want to acknowledge the scams. So now, because they don't want to acknowledge it, now they could just say, "Nah, you made it up." Nah, you made it up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. See, that's why they do that. Well, I don't know about him. I got to research it later and blah, 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 blah. It's like, we could Google it right now. Like, like how much research do you need to do? It's either factual or it's not. I mean, but common sense, did he sell stock? And do you know a lot of them don't know that?
Yeah, a lot of them
he
don't.
actually sold stock.
He sold stock to a company that didn't exist.
Yeah, but I'm saying sold stock, period. Like they don't even know, like that's how because most normal people, when they want to benefit the community, they usually do some type of like donation thing, crowdfunding, where they ask, hey, send me this and I'll do this for you. Like that's the normal way. People normally don't sell stock to raise money. So that's why like they don't know. It's like, yeah, that was a weird thing he did to sell stock to raise money.
Well, back then you could have. It's just that the process is different now. But remember, this was in the early 1900s.
Name an activist of any race, of any ethnic group that sold stock to.
No. I'm not saying an activist. I'm saying how stocks were sold back then. What he did was he was just completely fraudulent and abusive.
Right.
But
what I'm saying is
trying
to. Yeah, but the context I gave it was activism. Like who sells stock? I said raising money for activism.
Nobody.
Right. No. I'm saying that whole idea raised flags from the beginning from our leaders back then. They like, yo, what you doing? Yeah, I'm raising stock for the BSL line. Stock? You're selling stock for like that stock ain't worth shit, bro. Like nobody could like buy stock and then sell it and liquidate to get money back.
Right. Wait, Ron. So I was telling somebody this, about him, Marcus Garvey, and selling stock. Them niggas said it's like crowdfunding. I'm like, you can't sell stock.
I told you.
Crowdfunding.
Told you like they don't know.
I was like, stock for a company, you have to be registered in the market first and foremost, and then you can't just sell it like you selling tickets.
You got to be licensed, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then it has, and then you actually got to have, you got to have ownership of something, because we're buying into that. We're getting a stake of what you own.
Right. Well, that's why you have to be registered, because that's part of the registration process. And even so. The crazy part was he didn't register. I think it was Virginia, if I'm correct. I think the state was Virginia at the time where he was trying to do this. He didn't, it was Virginia. He didn't register with the state to solidify this company, not the stocks, to register the company as a valid company in that state. He didn't bother registering. So literally, he's selling fake paper.
Right.
That has no value to a company that doesn't exist, and people giving their money to him for it.
He had got. I believe he got fined. I believe he got fined like $50 or something at that time, which is like a piece of change for that.
Mm-hmm.
For that.
Yeah. And then he continued because he had no other way of raising. Who's just gonna give him money because he had an idea, right?
Right.
Nobody. So he had to convince these niggas with something. And I got these ships that I really don't got. The picture looked pretty. I'm wondering why nobody said, hey, I want to go take a tour of this before I invest any money. I'm sure somebody did. He might have took him onto a boat that wasn't even his, just saying it is his. He could have did that too for all we know. But
right. Now he did that. He did that. But but that was not that, like, that's not popular. Even now, like nobody raises money for activism. Like you raise money to get your business up and going, but even that's like crowdfunding. Like even today, like people crowdfund. If y'all watch Shark Tank, a lot of the people there, they'll tell you, hey, they ask how you raise the money, crowdfunding. So they would say Tariq is a scammer for crowdfunding the right way. right way for something sound like a movie, but this guy would sell stocks to save you from the whitey. Like what?
They always saying he tricking people out of money. I'm like, the nigga is actually making stuff. He tells you, give me this money, I'm going to make this.
Right.
This money is for me to make this. People give him the money. He actually makes the thing, and then people get rewards for being investors. And then the thing goes public and it actually gets produced. None of these other people are producing anything. That's why I keep asking Pan-Africans. I'm like, what's our benefit for participating in this system? Because it sounds like we're gonna have to just give a lot. It's gonna cost us a lot to be involved in this. What are we gaining as Black Americans for participating in this so-called Pan-Africanism thing? And they flip, they either act like they didn't hear the question, or they go some other direction, or they talk about some stuff like, hey, when we get pulled over, we'll all be looked at the same. I'm like, what that got to do with the benefits you owe me? What are you talking about? Oh, well, eventually we'll be able to fight together. I'm like, no, what are my benefits now? I need some upfront benefits before I invest all my time and money into this initiative.
Oh, no, you're going to get yours in the back end. They're going to get theirs on the front end, get yours in the back end.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, nah, I don't even want, they don't even have nothing I want, man. They don't even offer anything. Why would I participate in this system with people that don't deserve my help? It's the truth. Let's just put it on the table, man. I know we want to be, helpful, that we want to be benefactors, and we want to do stuff for goodwill. But man, I ain't doing nothing for nobody that won't appreciate it. And it's clear none of these people appreciate any of our efforts. They haven't appreciated it up to this point, and they're not going to appreciate it after this point. So I ain't giving it to them. They can go jump in the lake. Good luck to them.
Where you heard here? Wait, what did I? Oh, were you here when the guy? Did you hear when the guy, same guy, he said he tried to lie and say Tariq used to be all about Africa and the Pan-African?
Yeah, they always say that. Yeah, I heard when he said that. I was just like, Jesus. But then, you clarified it a little bit at that point, and then afterwards he got off. You played the difference.
Oh yeah, he hauled ass.
Tariq was saying, yeah, he gone.
Yeah,
but they always say that he's Pan-African. All right, let's just say he was. Let's just say he was Pan-African. Well, can you tell me why is it wrong for him to no longer wanting to be Pan-African? Why would that be a problem?
Like so many others.
Yeah, obviously it's not a beneficial path for us. Why wouldn't you change your mind if something's going to hurt you? So that's not even a good point, because even if it was true, you would see, oh well, he realized Pan-Africanism is not good for Black Americans, so of course he doesn't support it anymore. If that was true, but they don't go that
like so many others, and also they will acknowledge. Okay, so they'll say, hey, he used to be a Pan-African, so therefore he needs to always be a Pan-African. But then they'll talk about Malcolm X. They'll talk about Malcolm X, but they won't talk about Malcolm X's beginnings, right? They will say, but they won't acknowledge his origins, which is Islam. They will acknowledge his later, his later transition to Islam. I mean to Pan-Africanism. Thanks.
Hey, did he even really transition? I mean, he said go back to visit Africa, but I don't know him ever saying leave America and go to Africa. Did he? I don't think he ever.
Hell no, he ain't never say that.
Translate to Pan-African.
No, he never say. No, he never say that.
All I'm saying is, hey, if you want us to help people, they got to come here and give us and pay back our investment. That's all I'm saying. And if they're already here, that means they took advantage of the benefits we offered. They need to start paying us back if they came here.
Yeah, I don't even know what we are. I don't even know when they say, I don't even know, come over here. I don't even know what we're doing together. Like nobody can tell you what we're doing. Well, they can, but it's always one-sided. Like they'll say, "Hey, man, we need to work together." It's okay. What are we gonna do? Okay, well, come to Africa and help us build up Africa. You're like, oh yeah, but what? How did that help me out?
Anyway, well, we're already here. Why don't you help us build something here that can help people in Africa? Maybe that's
Right.
a work together thing,
Right.
right?
Yeah. You could do that.
But they don't ever want to
Like
do that. We got to go
look,
to Africa.
we could send y'all rice instead of Sally
Right.
Struthers and shit.
Yeah, and why don't you invest in a black farm, a black company that produces the food Africa needs, so that that company can then distribute it to the African countries that need it? That's not bad. You can do that. You help supporting black people here, and you're helping Africans in Africa. Y'all could do that. You're here already. Why wouldn't you want to invest your money in a company that's going to help your people out back home? But they
Right.
don't think like that. You helping out a nigga.
Nah.
You can't help a nigga out. You can't. That's crazy.
What they
Government
really,
help a nigga out.
that's because what they really want is for you to be their free labor force. That's
Correct.
what they really want.
Correct.
Hey, help build up Africa so we can trick you into living over here, and then we're gonna force that same labor out of you.
Mhm.
And you know what they're gonna say? You know what they're gonna say when we be like, "Yeah, that's wrong. Forced labor." Well, you didn't say it when the white man did it. Like they're gonna say,
Yeah. Right.
well, the white
So
man did it.
you want us to be slaves for you too?
Right. I'm telling you, man. Like that's what they want.
You want us to be slaves for you too? I remember. Listen, man, Ron, you got to stop saying we was kidnapped. I know they keep saying it in these goddamn
God.
discussions. Listen, y'all. Our ancestors were not kidnapped. They were enslaved by Africans. You cannot sell somebody to somebody else unless they are already enslaved. They were kidnapped and then they sold them to white people. Oh, you mean they
Right.
enslaved them and then sold them to white people? Because
Right.
that's the
Right.
only way
Right.
that worked.
Yeah. They try to separate the process.
Right. They were kidnapped. Oh, and then if you get them on that, they'll say, well, Africa had slavery, but it was different than white people's slavery. Oh, so you agree that they did enslave us and sell us to
Right.
white people? Because I don't care if African slavery was different. You enslaved us in Africa, and then you sold us to white people, who then used us as slaves in America. So guess what? You're the first step in the enslavement process.
Right.
Reparations, anybody? That's why Africa owes us reparations. They were the front partner for white folk. They were the supplier.
Yes, sir.
And they were the supplier, and they controlled demand too.
Kind of like Jamaicans in the crack epidemic.
There you go.
And that's why I say like
mm-hmm.
Two of our greatest atrocities that damaged us for decades and centuries. One was without a doubt transatlantic slave trade. The other one you can argue was the crack epidemic. And both atrocities we see somebody of African descent involved with the white man. The white man ain't do it by himself. It's another skin folk type guy who makes sure we get the worst thing done to us.
It's sad, but it's true, which is why we just want to assume that because they got the same skin color as us in some cases, that they're the same as us. They're not the same as we are. I don't know why people don't grasp this. They have different values, different personality, different customs. Hell, they can call themselves Christians if they want to, but have you ever talked to an African or Caribbean about Christianity? Yeah, it's not the same as talking to a Southern person in the United States about Christianity. It's totally different. It ain't even the same kind of conversation. So
yeah, a lot of them be Catholic, like a lot of Haitians are Catholic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are. A lot of them are. And then they'll do So here in Florida, like you'll have Haitian, not Catholic, I guess I'll call them non-denominational, but it'll be
Mhm.
specifically Haitian, a Haitian church. In New York, they'll have, I've seen Chinese people do it. Here in Florida, I've seen there's Filipino versions of that as well, Chinese versions of that, Haitian versions of that. Haven't seen a Jamaican version of it just yet, but it's probably cooking somewhere, somehow. But I know I've seen Haitian, specifically Haitian Christian churches, non-denominational, um, but it'll say Haitian in the title. Like it'll have whatever the name is, and it's usually a Creole name, and then underneath it'll say Haitian
Oh yeah.
Christian Church. Yeah, South Florida a lot. I've seen it quite a few places. It's usually rinky
Oh,
dink
so
though, but
they're
it's usually
delineating. Yeah, they're not
oh,
just church. They
listen, man. Listen,
Haitian
man.
church.
As somebody who's lived amongst immigrants in multiple places that I've lived, they've delineated the whole time. There's never been a point where they have not. So you listen to these Pan-African niggas, they swear we all one together. Well, maybe you should, instead of trying to convince us, convince all the people that have been here for the last 70 years that they all us, and then convince us
Right.
afterwards. Target them first, because that's where you need to start.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if anybody ever tried to go to one of those churches, the Haitian church. Like any of these Black Americans was like, you know what? Let me try this church out, see if I can get in. That'd be
They'll
funny.
let you in. I've never gone. I know. So they'll sometimes they'll ask you to if you want to come visit. Come one Sunday. Like I
Okay.
don't speak Creole. I ain't trying to go in there. But but yeah, they'll have you visit, but they just trying to get paper
The white
ID,
man
just like
sent me
any
to
other
get
church.
you.
Yeah,
Got to join.
they're just trying to get some paper ID. You come to church, you're gonna have to donate, right? That collection plate go around, no matter which type of church you in. Whoever
Yeah,
church
they
it
like
is,
yo.
the collection plate is constant.
Yeah, that speaks English.
Yes, the collection plate speaks every language. It don't change nothing. And the language it speaks is American currency. Because if you put a Haitian dollar of any kind in that plate, they gonna
What
come
about the
to you and
Garvey
say, "Well,
dollars?
what is this?" Oh, come on, man, stop. The Jamaican churches won't even accept that. Are you crazy? They won't even accept that. They're like, "Man, what is this? Why are you not giving us U.S. currency? Why are you giving us this? This has no value here." They'll tell you that this has no value here. Like, damn, it's
Yeah,
your own
I
money,
thought.
player.
Yeah, I thought Buddy was trolling me when I learned about the Garvey dollars. I couldn't
Oh
believe
yeah.
that, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Revenue said, yeah, he told SL that his dad was a millionaire. So we started laughing because, you know, so but he is like in Garvey money, like he wasn't lying. It's just not U.S. currency. Yeah,
It's
so I
like
apologize.
200. You say you had to. You apologize.
I gotta apologize to Revenue. Like his dad is a millionaire in Garvey currency.
Oh no.
You know, because that was my fault assuming it was USD. You know, because he never said that.
Oh
I
my
assumed
God.
USD. That was my
Damn.
fault. I gotta
That's like
apologize to him. Yo,
$1 million in their money is like $5,000 here. It's that bad. It really is worse than that. It's actually $5,000 here is like almost 2 million. It's crazy. Jesus. But for a whole chicken, you're gonna pay $2,400 for a whole chicken. I'm just saying, you are. That's how much it goes.
yeah, they like that. What the fact that you could tell us that we ain't got a culture is like the most admiration and disrespect at the same time. Yeah, I just walked past a whole Arabic dude with a little Arabic baby. I look at his feet. My man got he got the Jordan ones,
Oh wow.
straight from Iran. You did to be a sleeper cell, straight from the country. Got a pair of Jordan ones on, yeah. It's like, yeah, that's when you know, like, yo, they gotta be trolling, like, or like, well, which we know they are. It's like, but damn, like to go that route, you ain't build a country. Like, god damn.
It's bad, man. It's real bad. Or you don't know who you are. Like, wait, what do you mean? Like, your country just came into being in the 1960s. What do you mean we don't know who we are? How do you know who you are? Like, do you even know where your great grandmother was born, or who your great grandmother was, or where she? Yeah, we know. How you know? How do you keep? I've actually asked them. How does your tribe keep track of the family lineage? Some of them they tell me different answers, right? Because that whole tribal thing ain't really what we think it is. Somebody told me they got a tribal book, but I'm like, you got like 1 million people that's in your
Yeah.
tribe in your country. How do you track where everybody comes from? Well, some people tell me we have a book. Some people tell me the parents tell them. So I'm like, wait, somebody else told me y'all got a book for y'all clan. Well, we got different clans in different areas, but it's considered Igbo. So I'm like, so y'all niggas ain't really a clan or a tribe. You just a bunch of smaller tribes jammed together with one name.
Yep.
And y'all don't have no paperwork.
This way, thanks to the white man, they a bunch of clans, one name, because they wouldn't be that. Like
They wouldn't be that.
The only thought of Pan-Africanism from these guys rooted by white people.
You're right.
They were proud to be different and tribal.
And not on top of that, they don't even like doing it. You see what happens when you put them all together.
Oh yeah,
In
they
their own
immediately
countries,
become
and then
xenophobic.
immediately, not just xenophobic, they become violent. Like, how do you niggas just want to kill each other like that? I thought y'all was brothers. I was like, hey, what happened?
Yeah, I
Beat
thought
each
y'all were the
other.
same, man. Y'all all African, right?
Crazy. All African. My African, when they come here, they give us that African brother garbage. But when they're in their own countries, they don't even talk like that. Like,
at all.
They don't even, listen,
yeah.
They don't even reference their own. So I've been watching some of the news about what's happening down there in South Africa.
Yeah.
They're just referencing nationality. They're not even talking about no tribal anything. And then also in Nigeria, I was trying to watch some Nigerian news. It's hard because sometimes they got the translation at the bottom, and most of the time they don't. And then sometimes they got people speaking English, and sometimes they don't. But they don't reference when they beefing with each other. Ain't got nothing to do with tribal anything. They just don't like each other, or they stealing from each other. That's how it is. This they don't do. You would think, okay, you got your tribe, I got my tribe, and if my tribe don't like your tribe, we got beef. That's not even how it works there. They running game on everybody. People in their tribe, people outside their tribe. The tribal thing really don't matter. It's part of their culture to trick you. And if you get tricked, you ain't supposed to say nothing. Like if you ever hear O'Shea talk, that's how they treat it. Like if you speak up or you go after somebody for doing something to you, they frown at you. Basically, it's your fault. You let it happen. Like, wait, what? So basically, you should expect these people doing this to you. And if it gets done to you, that's your fault for letting them do it.
Right. Like you should know better.
Yeah, I see. I can't roll
not to
with
trust
that.
one of us.
Yeah, I can't
You
roll
trust
with a
us, it's
culture
your
that's
fault.
like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can't roll with a culture that's like that.
You should
man.
know better. You should know better not to trust us, dumbass.
And the first thing they think about is how to scam stuff. That's a problem right there. You get to a new place, you try to figure out how to build and get everything popping, and the first thing you do is run scams and schemes to get by. I'm gonna act like I'm a black person. That's the first thing they do. I'm gonna try to fit in. Okay, cool. If you fit in, but you talk to somebody and you act like you're not African or you act like you're not Caribbean, that's a problem. And then on top of that, you in the back of your mind, you think these people don't have no culture, but you literally delving into it yourself so that you can fit in. It's crazy. We can't rock with people that's like that. And the truth of the matter is, it's a part of their culture. I know we like to say there's good and bad people everywhere. That's true, but their cultural practices make even what we perceive as the good ones highly likely to be problematic to us. So
Yeah, a
because
lot
of
of
that,
banks got the no business clause, like with these with Nigeria and some places in Africa. Like that's a fact. A lot of banks in America and a lot of business in America are saying don't bank with Nigeria for one and other countries. I know firsthand.
they got the
No
restrictions,
Nigerian
and
companies. Huh?
there's countries that are doing that too. It's like, yeah, we're not doing business with these companies that are in Nigeria, and it's just because they scheme.
No,
They
look
can't
what I'm
be
saying.
trusted to keep their word.
I'm saying a Nigerian company in America, like some Nigerian owner who come over like a
Oh,
cleaning
okay.
service. Yeah, they saying no,
Oh,
don't. Yeah.
damn. It's like that. Jesus.
Car wash
Damn.
company or whatever you trying to contract with the so and so. They said no, don't mess with them. Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's
It's in the country, LLC'd
damn.
up, right? Nigerian rand. If it's no Nigerian rand, they saying no
Wow.
on somebody
Wow.
else.
I mean, they've been running scams. If anybody who used to live in the Northeast know, these niggas been running scams since like 80s, since I can remember. They've been running scams. It's always the same scams. If you needed to get something that's bootleg or fake anything, you go into Chinatown or you trying to find an African somewhere that can link you up with something. It's always been the case.
Oh, yo. You just reminded me. Damn. Hell yeah. Like we look right
Always.
over that.
Yeah.
All of the goddamn, all those fake ass Gucci clothes and all
All
that
of
stuff.
that.
That's Gators. I've been in New York for the longest.
Forever. And most people, Delancey and all of that. Yeah, that's always
Way
been the case.
before. Yo, that was
Yeah.
there way before scamming
Way
was like
before.
a thing. Like where we condemned it.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
always. I just thought about it. They always sold the fake shit in New York.
Always. And the Africans would be
Fake
selling stuff out, but
Ray-Bans.
they wouldn't. So what the Africans would do would be they would set up those tables on the sidewalk, right?
Yeah.
The Asians would have like a whole block where you go into the basements of buildings and they got everything set
Right.
up and
You
laid
go in the
out and all of
building.
that.
Right. Because I've been
Yeah,
there when I got those white teas when the white tea was hot.
yeah. But back then, the Africans didn't have no buildings, so they would have like tables set up in like back corner alleys or on the sidewalk. They'd have the movies, the videos. They'd have books. They'd have all kind of stuff. They'd have African trinkets when the whole African medallion thing was popping and people was getting African clothes. They'd have those out there. They would only wear them to show how they look, but they wasn't wearing them normally, right? And they would have the hats on, the whatchamacallit hats, and they be selling the stuff out. Yeah, man. I mean, come on, man. They've been in New York for literally decades, hustling. That's what they used to call it, hustling, selling the fake stuff.
Yeah, and crazy, like we didn't even see that scamming like that back in
No,
the day.
we just thought it was part of New York, and we just kept it moving.
Right. Like, okay, wow, they selling fake Gucci and fake shades here, fake this, fake. I'm talking about name brand. They had a fake version of it.
Yeah, they had a fake version of it,
Yeah.
and just like you said, it's everything: shades, jewelry,
they were selling fake,
clothes.
They were selling fake FUBU. Like
I remember.
How you black market fake? How you black market FUBU?
They had fake everything, man. They had fake Gap. They had fake everything, man. It was crazy. And between them and the Asians, man, the Asians had it on lock, but the Africans was right behind them. Africans like selling incense, oils, but they didn't sell the good stuff. The whatchamacallit sold the good stuff. Islam brothers, they sold the good stuff.
Muslim.
Yeah, Muslims, yeah. They sold the good stuff, but it was pricier, right? And of course it should be because it was the good stuff. So,
Yeah, the Asians got away with it because the Asians got away with it because they actually like had a business where they'll mass produce. Like if you wanted wholesale T-shirts or wholesale, you wanted some stuff printed out for yourself, They're mad. So that's why they had the buildings. Like they actually did real work in there. They just did some scamming shit too.
Yeah, they literally had, because I've done the walkthrough a couple of times going in there to buy stuff. Like 4th of July would come around. Pops would take us we go down to Chinatown and get the fireworks. That's where you go to get the fireworks in Chinatown. And they had everything. They had M80s after they made M80s illegal. Right? So we did the walkthrough, and they literally had the ladies with the sewing machines, and they had to kept pressing their foot down like it was hitting the gas pedal over and over, running the machines and sewing whatever they were sewing. So yeah, I seen it, and they was back there doing work, making that fake stuff, making
the
purses,
Africans,
making dresses.
The Africans had the tables with just illegal stuff, and nobody. Hey, yo, check this out. Nobody ever cracked down on them, bro.
No, never. Every now and again, the police would come through and they might leave, but for the most part, I don't know this for sure. I think they was just giving dough to the cops. Because I went back out to New York. This was like 5 years ago. And I went to Delancey. They had to keep shifting because there was a lot of cops walking around, and the cops would make a move or tell them to leave. But back in the day, like in the late 80s and early 90s, they didn't the cops would walk around like that.
I'm talking about 2019. When I went to Sanitation event in 2019, they were everywhere. Tables galore everywhere. Fake everything, fake this, fake that.
Oh yeah, they
everywhere.
Yeah. But
ain't no cop, ain't no cop, ain't enough cops to tell all those goddamn people to move. Jews were, man.
It's real crowded. What most people don't realize is, like, when you go to those areas, it's real crowded because you got a bunch of people out there trying to buy stuff. You got a bunch of people out there trying to sell stuff, and then you got runners. So what happens is you just be walking, and somebody will walk up on you. Hey, you want some purses? You want that Louis Vuitton purse? You want this purse? You want this purse? Yeah. You got that? They'll show you a picture. Yeah, we got these. Okay. They'll be like, yo, just keep walking. We'll come find you. And then they'll come find you and show you the merchandise. And then you say, I want it or I don't want it. You pay them, they leave, or you say, I don't want it, they leave. So they don't do the whole take you to the back room stuff no more. They literally have runners now. Run up on you. And it's for everything too. Like, my man bought a mini generator out there.
Damn.
I don't even know if it was legit. He copped
that
it.
Shit, yeah. Man,
he got a small generator.
Hope he ain't got no house fire, man.
I don't know. He was like, he thought it was cool. He confirmed it. So I guess it was legit because he'd been looking for it for a while. But I'm like, man, these people could duplicate anything, B. So I don't trust it at all. But he was good with the purchase. It was a small one. It was only it only kept 5 gallons of gas. It was real small, real small. It was the smallest generator. I was like, is that even a generator? He's like, yeah. It was kind of, what's that thing? I'm trying to think. What's the thing where you got to carry the case and you cut stuff with? Like, you'll cut bushes, but it has a battery pack case.
Yeah, that little saw thing.
Yeah, it's that size. The thing you got to carry for the saw thing is like that size, so it's not big at all. It's supposed to only charge up a couple of devices.
One thing about electronics, man, as you can see from the those e-bikes, the only thing about buying, that's why I would never buy. Should I plug in the wall off the streets or some Family Dollar? I won't ever do that because there's an old saying: those that get scammed are the people trying to get over. I'm paraphrasing, but something like that.
Yeah, it's true. Because you're taking a short.
So now your whole spot burned down because you want to save $30.
So I got a rule where I don't buy electronics from non-electronic stores. So I don't buy electronics from Walmart or Target. The lowest I'll go, if I don't go straight to the manufacturer's store or website, the lowest I'll go is Best Buy. Sometimes I don't even trust them niggas. but they'll give you the insurance to go with it. So I'm like, yeah, maybe. I know you can get the insurance at Walmart, but I don't trust no electronics at Walmart whatsoever. I don't even trust the cords, the outlet cords where you get the multiple plug-in adapter. I don't even trust them. I won't even buy that from there.
Yeah, some work and some do be having some issues.
Mm-hmm. And you got the rinky-dink brand names. I'm like, nah, I'm not. It's they got main brands there too, but I don't trust them because that's usually the models that are on the way out, or they had some kind of problem and they sell them for cheap now. So I'm like, I don't even want to play that game. You go in there, you buy a flat screen TV. A year later, your TV not working, and these niggas is giving you shoulder shrugs when you coming back talking about my TV ain't working. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't roll like that. I'm good.
All right. So I'm a play video. Let's give some commentary over it. It's supposed to be FBA versus Africans, but I believe everybody on there is African. They're like, yo, which one of y'all FBA? Because all of them talking about we were kidnapped. All of them talking about let's all get along. It's divisive. Everybody's at fault. All right. I'm gonna play a little bit of that. And again, the link is there for people that think FBA divisive, that think we're divisive, we're xenophobic, we're cult followers, to reach the leader. All those negative things out there that you believe we're all a monolith, we are an echo chamber. If you believe all that, click that link. And like, first of all, they're lying because we on the panel be going at it, and so it's like, yeah, that don't sound like an echo chamber when you got the panel going at it. Oh, wait. Before I do that, let me play Willie D again. All right, because Willie D. But let me ask you this: what do you think about the Saints in the center? Truth teller.
Yeah, so yeah. So I actually I do watch some of Marquette's stuff, but I find him faulty in a number of things. So he has good points about putting forth new ideas, but I have been listening to him back when he was on those idiots panel, and he was trying to run with that. So I'm like, you seem suspect. Why did you think that them dudes was never on our side?
Right, yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
But you was cool with him back then.
Yeah. That's like academics. Like, he's the biggest tether of all. Like, he's always Aiden Ross, DJ Vlad. Like, he's always siding with Adam 22. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting that we can look at Fresh and Fit and like, look, let's say beyond the anti-FBA stuff they've been doing. Like, even with the red pill stuff, like, we look at Myron Gaines as a straight clown. Like, dude, you a nerd talking about women.
Yeah, he's
yeah, like nobody, like, in Black culture, like, to do certain things, you got to fit the profile, and like, it fit the profile is very easy. Like, everybody can see it. It's not something you got to force yourself to do. So when Myron and Fred, both of those idiots, were either acting like they had some type of authority over, like, game, like spitting game and recognizing game. Like, nobody took those dudes seriously. Nobody in Black culture that know about that type of stuff.
Nobody did.
Ever took them seriously, like, as though like they know what they're talking about. Like, I looked at Myron Gaines as somebody who got rejected a lot during his.
He did. Or actually, he didn't get rejected a lot because he didn't mess with the women he's saying that he messed with now. Those weren't the chicks.
Sometimes you could be rejected about being rejected. Like, for example, like, you can look at what you want. Okay, you can look at a certain woman, and the fact that she didn't look at you back, and you have an interest in her, like, in your mind, she rejected you, so you got it out for her. Now you can't wait to show her. Like, all right, I'm gonna get this job, I'm gonna get this car, I'm gonna show her, and y'all ain't make no communication. So that's also a form of rejection. The fact that you're not even being looked at is a form of rejection without
it being.
Hey, Ron, you might be on mute. I can't hear you.
Yeah. I went on mute for a second. Yeah, so you can be rejected in your mind without ever being rejected, and that's what happened when women don't even pay you any attention. That's called being rejected. Also, you don't always got to be told no. The fact that nobody's looking at you is it in their mind is like a rejection, and they harbor that, and they can't wait to get working and get some money because they're gonna show them. So yeah, to align yourself up with people like that, knowing that's their energy, like kind of different than Kevin Samuel. Kevin Samuel has some swag to him when he talk about women. Like Tariq has some swag to him. Like certain people, they got swag. Like even like Ocho Cinco, you could tell like, okay, yeah, he
Oh yeah.
you know, got a little something with him. And you could tell when guys don't.
You can, but not only that, all those dudes, they had a level of humbleness to them where they knew that they could be successful with women, but they knew sometimes they won't be. These dudes never talk like that.
Right.
They talk a fantasy world.
Yeah, like there's a formula. If you wear this cologne, if you wear this suit, and you say this right here, you say this line right here, you pick up my artist, you're guaranteed to win her over.
No, worse. They would say no. Yeah, because I said so. She's supposed to do it. Like, nigga, have you ever? Like, women in this country don't work that way. So
but before that, because you got to get her to do that. To even get that far, the pickup line got to work. So I always looked at this. I knew that's why I keep confusing alpha. I keep calling black alpha male because anybody know Alpha Male series? Anybody know Lucario, who's an advertising Tariq Nasheed? I used to watch those guys back in the day, is to see what they had. So they're pickup line artists, and like they would have different strategies. How you got to be hardcore or you got to be smooth, but they'll sell you a pitch. Like if you tell a woman this, or if you wear this and put on this cologne, you're guaranteed to. If you talk to 10 women, you're guaranteed to get 7. Like this is what they pitch. They sell packages along with this, like they'll guide you to it. So this is, and that if that was along the red pill and was going to that, if it wasn't before it came, I think it was before, and then it absorbed the red pill thing. And that's where you're talking about, where they became hardcore women. You say this, they better do it. Because the pick 'em line artists, it ain't start like that. Like it wasn't like they had to be a slave. It was just about getting them. It was about getting them. Now that was the whole pickup line thing. Now controlling them psychologically, that was something new that I believe came with the red pill manosphere thing. But what I'm saying is, even with all of that, when you see people like Myron Gaines playing the role, or the other one, the goofy one, like for a fact, you could tell how they talk to women, how the women react to them. You could tell there's nothing smooth about them. They never had women come in the room and be like, okay, something about you I like, and want to get close to them. No, that was never. They never even had that on their show. When they became very successful, women would come on a show that knew of them would know the show is money, so they'll come with that angle, like the whole sugar daddy, energy they would give these guys. So now all that to circle back to say, when people stand them and want to be around them, yeah, that's kind of questionable. Like, why would anybody, the saint or anybody, think?
Which he might have just went on there because they were popular at the time, which I understand.
Yeah,
but
probably for exposure.
Yeah, I lived in Miami. I went to college there, like Miami, not just South Beach, Miami. City. I got friends there, right? I know the hoods. I know where Miami Lakes is. I know where Hialeah is. I know them places. I know where North Miami is. Miami Gardens. I know all those places. Opalaka. You know what I'm saying? I have friends family members that live out there. I know the hood parts. I know the good parts, the bad parts. I know where the fly chicks are. I know where the strip clubs are. I know where the clubs are. I know where the restaurants are. I know all of that. Them two niggas wouldn't get nowhere. The best they would probably do is like a mid-white girl. And even down in Miami, a mid-white girl probably would ignore them two niggas.
Dang.
They would. Because a mid-white girl down in Miami, and yes, they do have areas in Miami where it's only white people. A lot of people don't know that either. There's areas in Miami, although there are areas where it's mostly Spanish or black or Jamaican or Haitian, but there's areas where there's white people, just white people, like really, 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 really white people, Becky white people. So they're there too. And no, these dudes, they wouldn't even score with none of them. It's real out there in South Florida. I'm gonna just say it that way in regards to women. They all think they fly. Some are really fly, some aren't. You know, some are foot draggers, but for the most part, the attractive ones that are out there are attractive. You can't knock that. There's women that come from every part of the world. Them dudes ain't that no, they're not the type the way they seem like it on their show. That's why you can tell the women that they bring
I
onto
would
their
love
show
to
are
see
a certain level.
Myron Gaines. I want to see Myron Gaines because his fit, they call it fresh and fit, but I don't ever see them fresh like in fit.
No,
so
they never
can anybody show up? I'm gonna try to Google some images of Myron Gaines out in public. What he wearing? Because he come off the tight, wear some Jordan 1s, feet 20 goddamn inches long, size 20, 25, Jordan 1s.
Listen, there's tons of dudes that are like both of them, right? There's tons of dudes that are like both of them there in Miami. And when we say Miami, we miss that there's a tri-county area, right? That's South Florida. There's Palm Beach County, which is its own animal, and then there's Broward County, which is its own animal. So you got the main cities in all three of those places: Miami Beach, South Beach in Miami, Fort Lauderdale Beach, and then Palm Beach. Whole ton of cities in between. There's a million dudes that look exactly like those two, goofy and all. So yeah, they wasn't like that in Miami. Miami's a hard place to stand out in, just so everybody understands. It's not easy to stand out there. You yeah, it's a hard place. It's suckers out there. It's just that simple, man. Ain't no way around it. Which is why I was goofy watching their shows, because they would bring in the same type of chicks every single time, which is bottom dwellers. Y'all never noticed, but the chicks on their show are always bottom dwellers. They're not bringing in no fly chicks that, used to do the P word, and chicks that were homeless, and chicks that, slept with girls and guys.
They actually got exposed. Like one of their recruiters was on the show one time, and they got exposed by a woman on there, and then he gonna try to act like he fired them on the fly. Oh no, we don't pay nobody, because like one of the recruiters actually paid the women. So you know how they attack the women on the show. So one woman was like, "Well, I ain't gotta be here. Y'all already paid me." Nobody paid you. She said, "Oh, yes, I did." Who paid you? I'll pay you right now to tell me. She's like, "No, don't worry about it. I ain't gonna snitch." No, who paid you? Who? So he trying to think about the guys who round up women. It had to be Arnoff or Didwell or Scooty. One of them. Which one did it? Which one did it? So he tried to ask those three guys, and none of them confessed to it. So he's like, "Look, I'll pay you right now. $1,000. Tell me, who's the rat?" So she eventually squealing, saying who paid. Oh, we don't do that. Let's call them up. We don't do that. So anyway, they got exposed for paying women trinkets, to get on the show, and it was bribery. It wasn't what he said it was. It wasn't they ride around, "Hey, you want to come to a show for exposure?" Yeah, okay. They were actually paying the women.
So they would have to. So just understand, right? So I'm in Central Florida right now. So I'm in the Orlando area. It's literally 82 degrees right now. The sun is out, white clouds, blue sky, right? Most places aren't like that right now, this time of the year. And it's like this most of the year. If you go to South Beach, you think these chicks don't got access to getting money? The real pretty ones don't have a problem with this. And the real pretty ones, the professionals and or the quality ones, would never be on their show.
Yeah, they're gonna be that thirsty, for
No.
yeah.
It's real.
They already got a lot of attention,
dudes.
right? Yeah, they already got a lot of attention. If I'm gonna go to a show to talk about politics, and then these idiots bring these women on the show to talk about politics. They're like, what?
Right.
What's that?
What am I talking about politics
Oh, you
for?
stupid. You stupid. You don't know shit. You stupid. They like,
I don't need it. Only politics
like,
I
you
know
promised
is
us
Miami
drugs.
politics.
Yeah, you promised us fentanyl and liquor. Like, I didn't know we'd be debating politics. You stupid. You stupid. Yeah. I'm telling you, when I seen that, I'm like, so they invited like clueless women, and then they're young too. They're like 18, 19, 20. So you invited clueless women on here to debate politics, some shit they don't care about at all, and then they don't know it. They're just dumb and whores. Like, I can't.
But it's not even like that. So check it. Like, okay, how do I put this? When your old saying is somebody turning 18 every day, right? In South Florida, not counting the people that move there when they turn 18, just the women that are turning 18 this year that are there, easily somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million just in those 3 counties of school. All the high schools, all the people who turn 18, all the colleges. Listen, man, there's a lot of people that come from out of state to these places, but there's a lot of what people don't realize is there's a lot of people who move to South Florida from other countries and other states, and they live there, and their kids grow up there, and their girls, the daughters turn 18 there, and they don't learn about the system and how it works after they turn 18. They already know. So even the young ones that these dudes pick up, 18 to 21, if they target in that age group, which is kind of crazy, they aren't the prime ones. They're not getting, man. It's hard to explain to people who don't live there. You could go in there and visit and kind of see it, but when you live there, you kind of realize how it's a lot going on, man, that you just don't see unless you live there. And you could tell these dudes are not what they were on these shows. They just, they were lames. That's what they were. They were just lames, regular job dudes who jumped on the internet.
They had the top G come on there to show you how to do it. The top G. All right, so let me play this real fast. Oh yeah, we'll get him in a second. Let me. He's another nerd. He's another nerd that worked out. It looked like he turned 35. And then let me work out, get some muscles, and become this top G. All right, here we go.
On the video that I saw on TikTok. So
wait, yo, is there any footage? Is there any footage of the top G ever like talking to like women where he's like bedazzling them? Like, how Kevin Samuels they'll call in and he'll engage with Tariq and is there any such like video footage of the top G like engaging with women, and they feel like he's just so
no, there isn't. It's just him on those panels talking to those chicks, or he got chicks in the background when he's doing the show himself.
Okay, all right, okay, I got it. Yeah. All right, let me play this. Yeah, because the chicks on the show, when I seen him, like he's like talking. He's not even like dialoguing with them. He's talking.
No, he's not.
Yeah, it's like a take it or leave it type shit. I'm the top G. Listen.
I'm not sure if that's her name, but I wanted to give that credit where credit is due. Check it out.
Video breaks my heart. This is not something that other African should tolerate from South Africa. Why would you be so unfriendly to your fellow African?
View discretion advised. Okay, you might see some slapping and smacking and kicking. Okay, so if you don't want to see that right now, this is your chance to pause it or come back in about 3 minutes.
To the extent of going into hospitals and asking those who are
Damn.
not South African
Damn.
to leave regardless of their condition.
I got to fast for that.
This
That's
is
too much.
Marquette Burton right here. And
this is the South Africans yet again chasing down and abusing Black Africans. And
okay, that's the part I don't like. Now all of a sudden, in 2026, they're called Black Africans. Like this narrative to call everybody Black is again, it's part of the paper genocide thing, and you'd think he'll be that smart not to do that.
Well, that's what I said. He's suspicious because he does do that quite a bit, actually. I noticed that a long time ago, though. I think he's Pan-African. He's just trying to act like he's not, because he talks crap to Africans, but then he drifts back into this "we all together" thing. So I'm like, okay,
and like that's why I was like, when Willie D played this, I was kind of confused. I had to watch it over because the first time I'd assumed his position. So I kind of like, and then I heard Willie D commentary afterwards. Hey, wait a minute, did I miss something? I had to go back. I said, oh shit, he was talking something different. I thought he was, okay, he was some, can we all get along type shit.
while they do it, they ignore the whites, the Indians, and all of the other foreigners who are there sucking the blood out of the economy.
Okay, so now this is what we say.
Yeah.
Right. You see, yeah. You already see. I'm trying to put it together. Like you go ahead. You explain what he's doing that's problematic. Okay, so he is doing what we don't want them to do. They're in our politics telling us how to resolve shit. We like, yo, mind your business. Matter of fact, you don't even know what's going on over here enough to give us advice. So now he's doing that for them. So he's becoming their tether. He's giving them advice of who should they be fighting, who's sucking their land dry. It's like, oh my God, like, dude, you're doing exactly what we say they shouldn't do over here. You're doing it for them over there. He's not even living over there talking this shit. You dig? Like, shit, this is the part I felt like, oh boy, here we are. They're gonna use him to say, you FBAs are in our business, in our political affairs. Look at you.
And out of the earth. And I often hear South Africans get very emotional and then they immediately go into lies. Oh, it's not like that. It is, you've never been to South Africa. Well, funny you say that. Actually, I've been to South Africa like 18 times, various places, whether we're talking about Cape Town and not only the nice places like Camps Bay. I've also been to Joburg. I've seen your shanty towns and places like Soweto. I've been to Durban. So I've moved around your country. And in fact, I've employed people in your country. I had 4 people working for me in South Africa. I was going to buy some property there. I just couldn't find anyone who actually wanted to work and get the deal done. And at the time that I was going to make the purchase, you guys were having load shedding, I think you euphemistically call it. I say all that to say this, Black South Africans, we need to catch Trevor Noah. We need to catch South Africans wherever they are on the planet Earth and give them a taste of this until you guys stop this behavior.
Marquette want to ride on Trevor. Family, where are y'all with this? Give me a thumbs up if you think Marquette is on point. As far as his commentary about South Africans riding on non-South Africans who are Black. Nobody else, just the Black.
See, you hear that? They are Black. What? Yeah, I mean, yeah, when I first heard this, I swear to you, when I first heard this, hold on. I want to make sure I'm not muted. Okay. Because I'm muting in between. Okay. Because sometimes you noise behind me. So when I first heard this, when he said Black, I automatically thought of Black Americans. So I thought that it was Black Americans and South Africans because he said Black.
Same here.
This is why I don't like.
I did too.
I don't like when people. Yeah. So I'm like, damn, Black Americans getting ran down on by South Africans. But he's calling, just say. I mean, why he just can't say Sudanese people, Nigerians, South Africans are beefing with those who are Black. Like the average Black American is going to immediately assume we got something to do with that. You got.
Right, bro. They're doing it on purpose. Because Well,
Right,
I don't know about
because
Marquette, but I
no,
know
no,
him.
they
He's a
all
ship.
are because they want. No, they all are. When you call these Africans black, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get us involved because we think you're talking about us. So we want to know, hey, what's going on with Black Americans and South Africans? Like, hey,
Right.
they trying to run us down.
Yeah. They're trying to get our attention and trying to get us involved. Because I was like, well, my first thing is when I heard black, I was like, you know, black people like that. And then my second thought was, then why the hell are y'all over? But it wasn't us,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
like,
And then, yo, my second thought was, I ain't know there's that many of us over there.
Like,
to get ran down or like to cause the issue. Like they say we raising the rent. And again, we said black, I'm thinking it's us. But these were the claims. We're raising the rent, we're gentrifying them. And now they're using black to identify everybody but Foundation Black Americans.
Black ones. South Africans riding on non-South African.
Just say other Africans, my guy. It's okay to say Africans, South Africans. God damn, they still can't say those words. South Africans riding on non-South African blacks. Like, yo, that just made no sense.
Who are black. Nobody else, just the black ones. What are your thoughts? Give me a thumbs up if you think, you know.
I think your wording was stupid. That's what I think. I think just be honest. Just say South Africans fighting against other Africans. You could be more specific and say Nigerians, Sudanese people, or whatever, or Ghanaians, whatever you want to say. But just don't say black, man. Like, you're purposely leaving it out there. This is called the implied thought. Like they leave it for us they're implying one of us and they leave it up in the air. The white man no. They'll say Africans you've been kidnapped from Africa. The implication is that the white man did it. So they use these vague terms so the implications could weigh on us and we believe is us or the white man or whoever that's going to be the common thought, you know, a quick sudden thought.
Doing the right thing. Hey man, they're just protecting what's theirs. Thumbs down if you say, nah, man, I'm not with that. Seems like a bunch of cowards to me. Here's another video from Marquette. Shouts out to Marquette, man. Marquette be on his game. Look, and he come with facts, not a whole bunch of feelings and emotions, just facts.
Well, Black South Africans, it's your move. Imagine being a country where you're the overwhelming majority.
Black South Africans. What are we doing, man? Black South Africans. Bro, it's South Africans and the whitey people there. That's it. Like, nobody really seriously look at white folks in South Africa as indigenous people there, bro. You can say whitey man, like, especially Black America. Like, we don't believe the white people in South Africa are actually South African. You know, we might say it just for communication purposes, but we don't really believe they're South African. We believe they're white who went to South Africa, they never left.
Minority, you still get bullied and degraded in a place called South Africa.
This is him commenting after a video surfaced of some South Africans who were being pushed around by some white South Africans, Black South Africans.
Does that make any sense? Black South Africans, white South Africans. Bro, it's okay to say South Africans being pushed on by the whitey man. There's no Black South African, there's no white South African. There's South Africans who are African. They just in the southern part of Africa, and they're being ran down on by the whitey man. God damn.
Being ran off by some.
And if you want to be politically correct, aren't they called Afrikaners, South Afrikaners? So you actually can, so there's a distinguish right there already. You could say South Africans being pushed on by the South Afrikaners.
White South Africans.
Oh my God.
It's a video out there about that. Yes.
They trying to make this a black and white thing, trying to include us so bad. They want us to cape for these guys and, oh my God, the white team. No.
Look it up. But this is Marquette commenting on that and making the connection to the current state of affairs in South Africa, where you have South Africans bullying and pushing around Black Africans who are not from South Africa.
Black Africans who are not from South Africa. Dude, but they Black Africans though, right? Aren't the South Africans? Yeah. Aren't the South Africans also?
Themselves?
You know, I think they call themselves by tribes. Okay, I think come over here.
Okay.
I think they call themselves by tribes, but even then, he says South Africans versus the Black Africans. But aren't South Africans also Black Africans according to you guys' logic?
This is why it don't make no sense. What they're just trying to do is make sure this is the marketing portion of it. And Marquette does this a lot. He'll repeat things over and over while he's saying he'll repeat the same thing. Umar does it too. They're weird.
Your grandmothers, they still do the same thing to you today. Yet you seem to be so focused on the Black African immigrants, calling them illegals.
They are illegal, ain't they? Right, you might be on mute.
Using them, and then you let this go on. We saw the white criminal take the first blow, snatch the hat off of some little fool. Yes, then things erupted and got physical, and you guys were outnumbered, probably because you weren't well organized. Your move, Black South Africans.
And your move, Black South Africans. Black South Africans. Okay. I mean, that is so corny.
And let me say this, fam. What the Black South Africans are.
So we're gonna just keep saying that. We're just gonna keep saying Black South Africans.
Yeah,
so
man,
there's no such
yeah.
So there's no such thing as a South African anymore. That's gone. I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a Haitian. They're Black Haitians now. Everybody's Black. Like this is this fake. This is the fake version. I told you they jumped off the bandwagon of Pan-Africanism because it's dead. So now they're trying to jump on Pan-Blackism. Now everybody's Black except for FBAs. If you say you are, they
except for FBAs.
Yeah.
Doing to other Black Africans is akin to.
Yeah, you mean I thought you were done talking, but you're breaking up. You was breaking up earlier, but you'll be kind of good. But then you'll break up, like, yeah.
Okay, you know what it is? I ain't got my Wi-Fi on. Go ahead, play it. I'll go on mute.
And let me say this, fam. What the Black South Africans are doing.
So Black South Africans, what they're doing
to other Black Africans.
So what the Black South Africans are doing to the other Black Africans? Okay, so what about? Are there white Africans? Are there like Middle Eastern Africans? Like I guess everybody's like this is the Black American Africans. Like come on, bro.
It's akin to what Black Americans.
Okay. Oh my God. Now it's Black. I told you, man. The whole Black American.
It was coming. It was coming. Yeah, so, it was coming.
Now y'all see how he's using Black as a descriptor or extra emphasis because we're just really American according to him, but we ain't European, so we're Black. We're dark Americans, right? So we're just dark Americans, and Europeans are light or white Americans. So the Black and white thing is a descriptor. That's all it is. It's just describing your skin tone. But so you got the same colored people in Africa and Jamaica, and they're just the Black version of themselves. Like, bro, knock it the fuck off. But you seen the whole play. He set it up lovely. Black South Africans, Black Jamaicans, Black Martians, Black aliens, Black whales, and now Black Americans.
Due to Black Americans, South Africans are doing to other Black Africans is akin to what Black Americans do to Black Americans.
So this dude literally came back to say, what about black on black? This dude can't just look at what's going on in Africa and leave it at that and just give commentary how they're divisive, xenophobic towards each other. Nope. Violent towards each other. African on African crime. Nope. This is really a page stolen out of Black America, right? Because when you guys are killing each other in Chicago, the Africans watch that playbook and now they doing it. The FBAs, get your shit together.
In the US, I'm talking about some Black Americans who prey on their own. They're scared to death of these white cops and
family. Now, a truth teller, he's most likely telling you, he's most likely describing the criminal class of Black America. The average Black American, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. All criminals. That's why, like, when they want to do something for us, the Dems, they gotta make
get out of jail. It's a jail thing.
A pardon. You get pardoned and shit. Oh, you help Black society out. Obama did the 100 to 1 to 13 to 1 crack cocaine ratio. It's like, okay, see, we helped you guys out. You're out of jail. So he just did that. He is acting like our small percentage criminal class of us represents the whole. No, bro, what's going on in South Africa, that's the whole. Like, for example, when we riot, you could say that represents the whole. Like, that's the feelings of the whole. Selling drugs and committing robberies ain't representation of the whole, man. So this is horrible framing, false equivalence, and this is coonery.
It is.
White police and the white system, I'm talking about some Black Americans who prey on their own. They're scared to death of these white cops. And
he's talking about criminals, how they will be gangster with each other, but when a one officer pull up, say clear the block, they leave the block. He's talking about the criminal class, how the criminal class are afraid of one cop, but ain't afraid of 20 gangsters. Okay, he's talking about the criminal class, but he's trying to act like that's Black America.
White police and the white system, they scared to death. But boy,
meanwhile, Black America, the body of us, calls out the prison industrial complex. We call out mass incarceration, school to prison pipeline. We call out a lot of the crime in our neighborhoods amongst us. And when don't we address white supremacy? Job discrimination, housing discrimination. When do we let that get a pass and just be silent to that? This dude is fucking lying. Like, when do a white person at your job, a boss, manager, authoritative position, gets a free pass of calling you the N-word? Or a cop? Like this dude is, we be recording the hell out of him. Recording cops looks like an act of bravery, not cowardice, because you could be targeted afterwards, like a lot of us become.
But they are brave. I'm talking about they superheroes or villains, depending on how you want to look at it. They are super villains. I'm gonna look at them like villains. They are super villains when it comes to dealing with their own. When they feel they have been wronged by a Black person, all they know is aggression.
He's talking about the criminal class. Now, look, this is that. What about Black on Black crime?
Wait,
this dude is completely.
Rob, what does this got to do with what's going on in South Africa?
Yeah, he just totally. So look, I think what he's going to try to say is that this is what I think he might be trying to say. They're so scared of their own, they ain't going to call out this bullshit with the white South African. His words, white South African.
He said it earlier. I think Marquette said that earlier, but I'm like, I'm confused. What?
I'm gonna read his comments because you know what? You know what FBAs do got in common? Common sense. So if we're thinking like that, and the chat's thinking like that, I think the comment section is thinking like that. So after this video play, we're gonna read his comments because I think
he's gonna get some comments like what we're saying. Like, dude, yeah, you a coon, dude.
All they know is violence. All they know is insults, and they are quick. I mean, hair trigger quick.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's reading the script from Turning Point USA. Sent him something to read. This dude sold out because if you look at his views, like he's really fell off. So, hey family, look at the people with all the subscribers and look at their current views. Like he got like 3,000, 100 million subscribers, and his views is like near mine. So like these guys feel robbed. So it's like, okay, I'm being shadow banned, I'm being shut down. What can I do to get in favor of white supremacy so I can get some content going on? And this is what they do. What about black on black crime?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of dudes who have that mentality with their own, but they ain't got no smoke for them other folks.
So yeah, so now how did we get lumped in with what happens in South Africa?
Think about what I'm saying, fam. Look at all these dudes who have bragged about this no-fly zone stuff. They own
gangsters, criminals, and that's what Tariq Nasheed be getting on the East Europeans about, because they'll call in his show and try to troll us, but then he'll ask, okay, well, what do you guys bring to America? Like, how is your culture so great? And then they'll bring up the criminal class, like the mafia. And he'd be like, yo, look at you guys. You're bragging about being criminals. Yeah. that ain't a positive look. And then they'll think about it like, damn, yeah. All they can brag about in America is being criminals. A lot of Italians called in Tariq's show, and he had to show them that, like, yo, you're bragging about mafioso, my guy. That's a criminal element. That's a criminal game. That's an organized crime BS. So now he's talking about no-fly zone. He's back talking about the criminal class. He's not talking about the average, everyday Black American worker.
Only have a no-fly zone for their own people. No-fly zone.
Okay, so 6ix9ine can just go where he wants? They like, no, like there are people in that gangster world where if you violate some gangster stuff, they waiting to get you. But again, that's the gangster world. Like, why? What did that guy do with me in the chat and True Teller? What does gangsters got to do with us?
You that bad where you can tell somebody they can't even fly into your city? Oh, that's right. It's not your city. It's only your city, figuratively speaking, when you're dealing with your position.
This is why a lot of older Black folks got to just shut up, bro. I mean, they got really nothing to say.
Look at your time. Yeah, y'all been brainwashed.
Okay, I want to see how he gonna tie this into South Africa.
But some of y'all got that stigma. Yeah, y'all been brainwashed. Y'all got that Stockholm thing going on. Yeah, you only see that type of energy. You got that for your own, but you ain't got nothing for them other folks. That's why I do not respect you. I do not respect the ones who behave like that in America, and I do not respect the ones who behave like that in South Africa.
Wait a minute. What do we got to do with... Yeah, this Negro is crazy.
And beyond. Y'all some cowards. Straight up. I have zero respect for you. Now, all you South Africans are, well, y'all Black ones, y'all let the white people do this. Woo, 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 woo. Man, we 20% of the population at the max. Y'all sitting over there at 99% of the population and still being handled.
Wait, so then his math doesn't make sense earlier then?
At all.
Okay, so that comparison was horrible. You're talking about the dominant society enforcing their will on the minority society, and you look at that as even, right? And we're talking about outmanned, out-resourced, out-machined, out, money. We're worked in every field possible, and he's pretending that we could do something about some white supremacists, like the entire country, if it came down to that. But then he compares us to the opposite dynamic, where they make up 80%, 90% of the country. Dude, like that mathematical comparison was horrible. I hope the comment section roasted this.
Y'all sitting over
because a lot of times, like these guys get our support, right, and they be on our good side, and then they do this right here, and then they finally get the wrath of FBA, and then they get their wake up call, like hold up, your wake up moment, and then the thing is, we don't never rock with them the same. So some people might still support this guy, but other people be done with him because they know he went that way. And you can't go let that go. And you can't go that way in 2026 and be that damn old. You can't come back.
with that 99% of the population and still scared to death. You and us are not the same. We are not the same.
What? Yeah, it's crazy. He just drew a comparison of us two and then said we're not the same.
They just don't have nothing to. They don't have anything. They don't kitchen sink, man. They just saying whatever at this point.
Yeah, it looked like he has his ear tuned to the FBA streets and got his ear tuned to the Pan-African streets. And he's trying to find his way. He don't want to offend either,
Correct.
In his mind. I ain't trying to offend either side. So I'm gonna play in the middle, but dude,
there is no middle. There is no middle.
There is no middle, dude. It's either the
he's also trying
right side or the wrong side.
He's also trying to figure out how to shill for the Democrats. He's a Democratic shill.
Right.
Let's not
Oh
forget
yeah, of course. He's trying to talk where they won't be offended either.
Right. And what he's going to try to do, because he had a little bit of that, the whole crime thing. Like, what does that got to do with South Africa? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with South Africa?
Yeah, he threw dirt on us on a topic that did not even involve us.
Correct.
And then did us worse than the South Africans. Oh, you gangsters. You like God, you made us the worst criminals ever.
And then on top of that, rolled it out, actually kind of using the same tone with them at the end. So he did it to us and he did it to them in the same speech.
Yeah, but it doesn't count because the smoke is really for us though. Because when he talked about them, he tread lightly.
Yeah,
but
nah.
Like that's like you arguing with your girl, and I happen to like ask for my money. Like you're gonna indirectly snap on me, where I won't be like, especially if I know what just happened. I won't be that offended at you because I know I'm just getting what you gave your girl. Right. So I won't be too emotional. But if you was to flip out on me, then it'd be like, this nigga tripping, and then I'd be, But the fact I know it's coming from, I'm getting the backlash of your girl. It's like, nah, it's a bad time to ask for money, type shit. And that's what he did for them. Like he lashed out on them, but it's really the energy was reserved for us.
Now, to all the South Africans out there who see us as one big family, salute to y'all. I ain't got no problem with y'all. But I'm talking about the cowards, man. I'm specifically talking about the cowards.
Well, wouldn't that be majority of the country? You just said they're 99% of the country and they're letting the 1% kick their ass. Well, wouldn't that be the cowards? Like, okay, that's like our community letting an actual gang of us run the city. Like that won't happen. And then you can say we all cowards. We letting this little small group of people of 20 deep dictate, the city. Like that never happened. Like people moved how they wanted to move. Shop when they shop, bank when they bank. We ain't accept the laws of the gang. Like, okay, the gang says stay in the house at 6. No. We gotta pay taxes to the gang like some cartel shit. No, they ain't no. So that means 99% of them are cowards by his logic. Cause they all are letting it go down. Collectively.
I'm specifically talking about the ones who got smoked for people who look like them, but none for them other folks. I'm talking about them. I'm talking about those.
Yes. So old coons like him still think it's a color thing. You know, skin folk is kinfolk type shit.
Cowards. Cowards. You,
Willie D, you're the coward. You won't call out the disrespect that's happening in America from Africans, North, East, West, South.
Let's not even go there, Ron. How about them Democrats? When he gonna call them cowards out?
Yeah. He could definitely go that route too.
He ain't never going that route. So why do you think he can speak about other people in other countries? This ain't even none of your business. Why do you care?
At all. At all.
These people are down on their luck. They did exactly what your dumb ass would do if you had an opportunity. Go somewhere where you think that you can do better for yourself and your family. If you got a problem with anybody, your problem should be with the government who let them in the first place.
Okay, now look, I think he's like low-key talking about us, but trying to act like he's speaking to the South Africans. Okay, because, yeah, I mean, at that point, you got to be clear, my guy. Like, now, so your government let them in the first place. Well, that applies to both us and them, but our government ain't us. Their government is them.
Your problem should not be with them. Your problem should be with the government who let them in. And what is the government doing? What is the law enforcement doing? They're sitting back watching the show. They're supposed to be providing law and order, but they're sitting.
All right, let me read these comments. I had enough of him. That bullshit. He got 1.7K comments. I know they're roasting him. If I know my lineage, they cooking. Okay, so we got some Pan-Africans. Look, this is why the black humanity. What the fuck is a black humanity? So we get labeled because of what South Africans allow. The black look. They would destroy their own, but not their others. But first of all, we never done that. We never done that. Hold on. We were prospering. 1 second. We were prospering. We were coming out of slavery. We're not worried about destroying our own. We were trying to get work, trying to be great, and we were doing that. Black Reconstruction. So we were going up. We were progressing, going upward. It was white people collectively who stopped that progress. We physically took stuff, deleted, created raw rules and laws to exclude and take and to keep our motion from being motion, making it motionless. So we actually had somebody physically in our way in all levels, stopping us and taking from us and blowing up and destroying and running highways through our success. None of these guys can ever say that. And that's why they're mad. They're like, okay, they got a legitimate reason why they're not where they're supposed to be. Because we were on another level in the 1920s as far as like economic and business, on a whole inventions and innovation, a whole other level, patents. Our motion got stopped by 100 years of Jim Crow. These folks can't say that.
They can't say that, nor, first of all, let's just, I'll be the one to take the hit for this for everybody listening. We are better than most of these people are. We deal with adversity far better than anybody else, even the Europeans. It's just who we are, right? We're a conglomerate of people that have been jammed together and expected to perform. We didn't have an option not to, and we excelled in this type of environment. None of them have that experience, nor none of them have the talents that we have, which is why we cannot have the expectation that we have for ourselves for any of these people. But I will say this, I respect that they have their own country. If they want to slap up other Africans in their country, that is not my problem. I don't care, and I respect the decision on why they want to do it. This dude is talking like this because he doesn't have FBAs in his audience. He's not talking to us, right? He's trying to use some cliche words and maybe some targeting that might bring us in as listeners. But if any FBAs listen to this, they're gonna be like, what is he saying? He's not even saying anything. Why would you bring us up when you're talking about a South African country and what they're doing over there? What do we have to do with any of that? He didn't even say that we should help them or support them or send people over there. He didn't say none of that. He just went in on us for some strange reason and then
No
went
reason
in
at all.
on them. Yeah. Why would you go in on us? We ain't got nothing to do with none of that. But he was
Because he was
trying to
afraid to,
connect it.
and also he was afraid to just directly go at them and call them out. So he had to call us out to make it easier for them to,
I
to
see.
receive it. It's cool
They're not
shit.
gonna receive it. They're not gonna receive it because they don't care what he thinks. Who is he?
Yeah, right.
Why do you think you could speak on other people's politics like this, man? He can't even speak on his own politics, right? Because every 4 years and every 2 years, he's talking about voting for Democrats, even though they don't even promise us anything. You gotta vote for them. You gotta do what you gotta do. Like, man, nigga, I didn't see like 3 or 4 election cycles where he say the same thing over and over again every single time, and they never nothing about helping black people. It's usually about voting for the Democrats because they're gonna help our criminals. That's all he ever talk about, and how they gonna help everybody else. That's the other thing he talks about. That means he's not on our side, people. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I'm in his comment section. Yeah, we're gonna get this right. All this
Somebody says
trying to,
Stockholm syndrome. How's it Stockholm
yeah,
syndrome if these
that
people
dumb
don't
shit.
belong? That's not Stockholm. They don't belong there.
Stockholm for who? Right. Right. Stockholm for who? Like, fuck. Where'd that comment go?
Apartheid colonization, and if you don't know, remember who the enemy still is. It's the niggas who coming in and trying to take over your country is who the enemies is.
Yeah,
That's who's
they
the
said
enemy.
Willie Lynch, and yeah, these are just stupid people just saying. I bet you if I asked the person the details of the Willie Lynch letter, that he couldn't tell you.
No, they couldn't.
Apartheid colonization. If you don't know or remember who the enemy is, here we go with the enemy. So the enemy comes in a color. Okay,
Pretty much.
I got it. So it's easy to okay, I got it. The enemy has a set color. And
So wait, hold
our
on.
friends
That
got
one
a
right
set color.
there.
Which one?
Yeah. Sorry, because they know we are not from Africa, white men told us we wear stolen royalty. What? These niggas, man. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. All right, man. Sounds like ADOS and FBA ideology has spread beyond the US. No, it already existed there. they, they delineated centuries ago, player. They have never been together. We're new to the delineation game, not them.
Now they use that in a negative sense. That they're saying the xenophobic.
Right.
The xenophobia. Okay, wait. They're saying the xenophobia. See that the South Africans are practicing xenophobia. They want those other tethers out the country because they're tethering. See, so that right there got to go. I'm trying to get somebody to engage with me. Look. Americans, you are facing racism as we speak in your country. Moreover, you are going through your own black issues, killing each other like flies. Talk about police killings whilst at it. Don't annoy us now. Now look, see all that dumb shit he did to kiss their ass. They're like, man, shut up, you damn coon. Let me find it. Hey, wait 1 second.
Let me get on these guys a little. Let me try to get somebody to come over here. I don't have a dog. Okay. Look. So now they all borrowing this coon talking point. Oh yeah, we all hurt each other and kill each other every day. Like, yo, this is a complete lie. Like Tariq pointed out, our crime has been going down, but our crime is similar to white people, white on white crime. Like it's not like these guys are like really just borrowing this coon talking point. Like you said, most of these guys are probably also Democrats. Like everybody that's like siding with him are all Democrats, most likely, pretending that there's this large wave of violence happening in Black America that just can't be stopped. There we go. Good comment. Good comment. Ah. Now they all getting on him. They're like, yo, what you got? Yeah. They're like, don't you dare call us a coward.
Yeah, they're right. They're absolutely right.
Look. Why and how in the world would Black Americans be mad at South Africans when they are literally expressing the same gripes about their status as we do it here in America? Y'all some hypocrites. I don't. Also, South Africa is general is a very peaceful country. So I don't believe in posting this video painting the whole country is violent. Told you, man. Like, hey, man, don't you spread that bullshit over here. You FBA's mind your business. Look, Black Americans fought in the colonizers' military and support the genociders with their employment, and they have the nerve to act all holy on South Africa. I told you that his dumbass message, these tethers didn't receive that in a positive light. They're like, yo, mind your business, you coon. So now they all like got smoked for us with a bunch of lies. All because this fool decided to speak on some shit in South Africa. Look, that's South Africans' country, and that's their business. South Africans don't have to cater to outsiders when the South Africans don't have their ish together. We need to worry about the Black men here in America first. I'm scared. Look at this line. I'm scared to walk down my block because I might get murked by my own brother. Now you know it's a tether. Look, your brother's gonna be a tether. It's gonna be a fellow tether. Okay, you walk down those blocks. Okay, blocks where a bunch of foreigners are in those on those blocks. That's where that crime coming from.
Just to push back on some of them tethers. South Africa has a murder rate roughly 10 to 12 times higher than the United States, with daily averages of about 76 murders in South Africa compared to under 5 per day in the US. And that is not just specifically Black people in the US. So for our foreign brothers who want to who wants to correlate violence here in the US versus violence in that country compared to under 5.
But nah, that was your voice.
Yeah, that was me. Mm-hmm. I just it's not a comparison, y'all. So just don't feed into that when you hear somebody say nonsense like that. It ain't. Again, it's 10 or 12 times more than all of America, not just Black people, all the other people that are here too. So thank you, South African brothers. But yeah, this ain't the tree you want to climb up.
So not easily said he didn't like Kamala Harris. I give him that. See, that's the thing. Like we keep reducing stuff to, oh, he didn't like Trump or he didn't like Kamala. He didn't like, that's corny. Like anybody can say what they don't like and then vote for them in secrecy or in their private spaces. Like, what does that mean? Like, as a matter of fact, it was cool. At one point, it was cool for Black America to turn on Kamala after it was clearly known she was going to lose, or even after she lost. Like, so what? Like, what does that mean? Like, listen, the bottom line is this: you're either 100% us or you're not.
If you're not 100% with us, then you're against us 100%. Anybody, he ain't like Kamala, but he be doing other coon shit. It's like, yo, that don't matter. First class citizen, $2 super chat. He was caping hard for Scamala in last elections. Oh, so I guess he did. So which one is it? He liked her or he didn't like her? We got Big Chief Toilet Paper, $1.99 super chat. He said, this goofy old head using black essay to attack FBA. Right. Zachary Williams, $1 super chat. Thank you. First class citizen, $5. Wiki D still thinks he got his Ghetto Boys clout to make his content newsworthy. Hey, yo, I never knew this dude was a Ghetto Boy. I'm from Jersey. Like I know Scarface. And who else? Who else? Was it Bushwick, the midget? Like I knew this year Halloween fell on the weekends. Me and Ghetto Boy go trick or treat and robbing little kids for bags until they got behind our ass. So we speed up the pace, took a look back, and he was right before our face. So we went squabbling on doubt. Then I swung and tried to take him out. He was going down. We playing commercial version. But this wasn't no ordinary man. He stood about 6 or 7 feet. That's the creep I've been seeing in my sleep. You dig? I know Bushwick Bill. I know Scarface. I don't know Willie D. Yeah. All right.
I know he was, I knew he was part of that group, but I'm just confused. Where did he get all this political credit from? When did he get this? Like what did he do to get this? Like why would anybody listen to him regarding anything political? He's never I think he ran for office in some way, shape, or form, but he didn't win. So he's never been a politician. Like, why does he have credit about talking about? I don't know. Okay, never mind. Something wrong. It's me. Never mind.
It seems like when people get some views, some clicks and views and subscribers, like they automatically become politicians. Like, look at Stephen A. Smith, another one. He got some clicks and views, got some subscribers, and now he's a politician. And I think they be got it that way. They be trying to use their influence to, get out from there. They pay them to use their influence to, because most people that watch Stephen A. Smith at that point most likely was not into politics. So let's train this coon into politics so their understanding of politics come by him. And he gonna coach you on some stupid shit. Choco said Marquette is weird. I stopped watching Marquette, the show. He loves to clown our lineage, talking about we're stupid and ain't getting reparations. Really? When he say that? When did he say?
He does. He has said that. Yeah, he has said that.
Let me see that video.
He says a lot of things, right? He says some things that make sense, and he says some things that's like what you're saying doesn't make sense. When people say, "Hey, they'll never give us reparations," so that means you shouldn't work to get. Like, so what if they decide never to give it? What does that got to do with you putting forth the effort to get it? It's kind of like a loser mentality.
Yeah. Well, anybody that say something like that is equivalent to somebody saying during the plantation era we'll never get out of slavery, or during Jim Crow saying we'll never have our rights. And so when people think like that, like you said, that's a defeated mentality. That's a pessimistic spirit. That's definitely not FBA.
Yeah.
Okay. Any FBA. FBAs don't think there's any obstacle we can't overcome. So when people talk like that, I'm like, yep. Like if you're FBA, you don't have the FBA spirit. You don't have that majority or that what I call the glow. Like you just a docile pawn. All right.
I
let me see this
with
for
a
you.
grain of salt. He He does some stuff. He
Let me
says
see.
some stuff, and he does some stuff, and then also, for some strange reason, he always has to bring up whatever accomplishments he thinks will win him favor. I had a business. I
Wait.
used to travel the world. Blah blah
Okay.
blah. I'm like, nigga, we don't
Listen.
need to know any of that.
Listen. There's one thing about that. Listen, man. Like, don't forget, we're in the age of scamming and people lying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Listen. People who travel, people got money. Guess what? They just do it. Like people who I know who really travels and really get money, they're on social media or when I'm around them. We're not talking about that. Like this, like we're talking about Kobe Bryant. We're talking about football. Like they hardly ever introduce you to their personal life. So when you think of like real millionaires, like I can even throw academics in there. Like people who make money, they don't really show off their money. They don't really like remind you how rich they are. They just talk. And they talk usually factual and things that can be proven. So when academics talk about what's the deal he got with what's that company? Shit. But he had a couple deals with like companies that promote social media shit. Like these are things you can look up. Like when people have deals with him and Joe Budden's together, they got deals with the shit iHeartRadio, whatever it is. Like these are deals you can look up and verify. I'm not interested in nobody who's claiming they're rich and we can't verify none of their claims. Okay, I don't like that because nothing. People like Billy Carson, like I don't believe the guy rich at all. I think people be rich on social media, like the Brother Polite effect, where they just rent stuff, being Airbnbs and show you this lifestyle that's never constant or consistent. It's like, dude, if you're rich, like look, for example, academics, you always see academic in the same location, same basement, nothing changes. People who fake to be rich, you'll see that their backgrounds are never the same. You know, and people who are flamboyantly rich, like Billy Carson, believe me, if he really had a house with an elevator, you would have been seen it. Because these are braggadocious guys. Okay, people that brag about how rich they are, you would have been seeing their wealth. Like for example, Mayweather's braggadocious. Don't you see him showing off his lifestyle? When people are braggadocious, you're going to see it. It's like there be no doubt left in your mind whether they're rich or not. You would see their cars, you would see the Lamborghinis, even though those could be rented, but you would at least still see it. Like you would see, like even what's the dude name? West, that line ass racist dude, cocky dude, steroid guy. Like he'll try to show you a fake rich lifestyle. He'll show you the cars, the homes, even though it ain't his, but he at least show you that. When people are braggadocious, you're going to see it. You're going to see it. They ain't gonna talk. They're gonna try to show you, try to convince you like that. When you can't even show us what your riches look like, and you're bragging about it, come on, man. Like there's nothing left for me to talk about because I know your type of personality. You will show off everything if you had it. You'll show off every watch collection, right? You'll show off every painting that was worth value. You'll show off every car you own. This is what people do when they want to pretend they're rich and try to convince you. When people are saying they're rich and bragging about it, but you don't see no glimpse of it, like you got to stop. All right, so let me go to this wasn't a video. I seen the video. Damn, where's the reparation one? He had one on reparations. I actually watched this.
Damn thing for black people.
Okay. Yeah, this debate was funny as hell. Yeah, this debate. This debate was funny as hell, yo. Hey, look. Okay, let me just play it. The part I left off at.
Find it offensive. Number 3, as a foundational black American, he's not one of us. He doesn't have the same heritage. And number 4, he did more for the LGBTQ because he actually passed legislation and went to bat on their behalf. I find him to have been a stain for black people. Oh, he's not like us. He's not like us. And many of us are lost. I am the souls of black folks. Black people have the highest level of religiosity in this country right here. And that's because black people are people of spirit and rhythm. And that's all of us around the whole planet Earth. We're deeply religious, spiritual people. And if you go to the continent of Africa, for the things that you said you're okay with, the LGBTQ stuff, there's capital punishment in many places. There's a death penalty because black people, that is against the souls of black folks.
Here you go, leasing out our blackness to other countries that already got their own identity. Dude, that barbaric shit they be doing, killing folks and Sharia law, that ain't got nothing to do with us. Okay, we ain't gonna delete you because you don't believe in Christianity, or we ain't gonna delete you because you believe in Christianity. Like, that is not black. Stop pinning that stuff on us. Stop saying black. That ain't black. That's some other African Caribbean stuff going on. That ain't black America.
And you a hip hop head. You may remember the time when hip hop was black, when hip hop was positive, when hip hop was political, and when hip hop embedded our culture.
Now, what I don't like, even though I think sometimes Marquette does good in debates, or it depends on the subject. A lot of times we could spread ourselves thin. Like even I sound like a fool when I'm debating something that's not my lane. Like, I sound like a straight fool. And I had to learn my lesson. Like, all right, yeah, let me get back to my lane. Let me stop overreaching myself and just stick to what I studied. Let me stop, freestyle debating people, get my ass kicked. What I don't like is this style that he does often, where they just talk 3 minutes of free whatever, and then the other guy go, I don't like that. And then sometimes he'll hold them to, they got to answer his questions. Like, they can't freely speak like he just did. I don't like that. I think it should be a dialogue. Like, I don't mind 3 minutes of free time here and there, but at some point it should be a dialogue. A lot of debates don't be dialogues. It just be 3 minutes each side and never a dialogue. So a dialogue makes you address stuff. Now, right now he's saying 1,000 different points, and he expect my son to remember all those different points when he's done. And why would he? He's going to talk about what he want to talk about. He don't want to spend the 3 minutes responding to him. He want to spend his 3 minutes talking about what he believes and what he thinks is correct.
And you will hear people say things like no homo, or you finish battling somebody, especially in New York, and you will say, and I can't even say the word right now, that's all been ripped out of our culture by the liberal whites. What they did was they commercialized our culture. They put it on social media. They put it on Netflix. And then they told us who we are. Before, they used to observe us in our ghettos and then reflect our image in Hollywood. But now Hollywood tells us who we are, and then we follow it. And that's how you get a Lil Nas X. And that's how you get my son, the general, telling me he can't speak up straight like a man and say, I do not condone the abomination of a man laying down with another man, especially a black man, because that reduces our population. The black woman aborts more children than she gives.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now we into the red pill, manosphere, Republican, Charlie Kirk talking points. It's like, yo, we got to find an identity. Like, what are you? Because when I hear a lot of you guys talk, you sound like this. Like, you'll repeat talking points from Charlie Kirk, talking points from Malcolm X, talking points from Turtle Bay, and then talking points from, let's say, the average FBA person. Y'all be all over the goddamn place not knowing the origins of your talking points. Like, this dude is all over the place. I'm sorry. He's all over the place. So now my son got 2 minutes to respond to all of this. Like, no, like a real dialogue, getting down to the truth. I want you to respond to just this right now. Like when I spoke to the guy who called in today. Hey, guy, I didn't mention Marcus Garvey, the slave trade, this, that. I mentioned one thing at a time. My guy, let's focus on Tariq Nasheed, and only Tariq Nasheed. Okay, he never spoke about Pan-Africanism. He spoke about global empowerment. Here's his words, address that. And find me him. Now, I gave you global empowerment. Give me Pan-Africanism. Can't do it. Okay, that's an L. All right, so now he brought up Malcolm X. And he said, calling people tethers are wrong, right? I didn't give him 10 different talking points. I stuck just with that. I said, didn't Malcolm X call Dick Gregory Uncle Tom? Didn't he, which is a tether? Didn't he call, in a domestic sense, didn't he call Dr. King and Uncle Tom a sellout? Okay. See now, so the guy you're bragging about as a leader who did greatness for black people, he name called people too, because that's something we do to identify who we think are off code. So that is calling a domestic FBA an Uncle Tom or sellout is like calling a foreigner a coon. So Tether's a foreign way to call somebody outside the lineage a coon. Then we talked about Garvey because he brought it up, how great Garvey was. So I had him acknowledge Garvey scams. He tried to run. Then he was forced to acknowledge the stock scam. And then I had him acknowledge the Liberian lie. Okay? Address that. And then from there, he just started trolling. He started 4G'ing. But that's how you have a conversation. You address one thing at a time. I'm not going to overload you with a whole bunch of different ideas that don't correlate, don't get along at all, go along at all, don't come back and no real point, and then say, okay, your turn. Like, I don't like those discussions. I think they're bad faith and disingenuous.
Birth to her birth rate is like 1.9. Women and black 40 acres, you ain't all of the things that you need for your children, including homeschool. But what I'm not about to do. Now, one thing I like about you, there are a number of things I like about you, but one thing I like about you is that you're against.
I actually appreciate you.
I appreciate you. And one thing that I know that you've taken.
Damn, did my son talk?
A public stand against. Now, me, if I had you on one hand and my lady on the other hand, and you said, Marquette, you this, that, and the third, cursing. And so being that I view myself above her, she views me, and he's dealing with a woman on an equal basis. Please use the term partner. This is
hey, yo, did my son ever talk? God damn.
So that's why black people to bring emotional.
Now that we start to build, and yes,
yeah, my man had 2 minutes. he didn't really talk.
Right, so no woman or children should be in a household where they're in fear of someone who is supposed to be the head of their household. There should be a unit. So I understand what you're saying, and yes, I believe that a man should be dominant, but I believe that a man should be proven to be dominant. I think that you prove your dominance through intellect. I believe you prove your dominance through compassion, to empathy, to being able to teach, to be able to teach your children. To a woman feels like when she's around you, she's learning something, she's growing. If a woman's around you and because you are unable to teach her or able to reach her, all you can do is beat her, then you have not shown any level of any type of superiority. You are not leading a household. So when we talk about those things, and when you talk about this,
yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. All right, let me get out of there. All right, I fell into a nothing burger trap. Let's go over this. All right, I got something. What's this about?
Well, on to this. The Justice Department may take legal action next week against the clerk for the Detroit area, and it is demanding about 865,000 ballots and hundreds of thousands of records from the 2024 election. Michigan's Attorney General says that the request is baseless and politically motivated. Let's bring in Harmeet Dillon. You know her. She's the U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Harmeet, why are you looking at these ballots in Wayne County? What caused the DOJ to take a look here?
Well, Kaylee, thanks for having me. The reason we're doing this is because Michigan itself has had several instances of voter prosecutions for fraudulent voting in the last couple of years. And so we cited those in our letter. And we're entitled, on behalf of the Attorney General, to look at these records under several federal statutes. I'm looking specifically at the 1960 Civil Rights Act, a transparency statute. And so we've been going all over the country to look at voter rolls to make sure that states are compliant with the Help America Vote Act. And because Wayne County has had these problematic issues and we're within the statute of limitations of 22 months where they have to retain these records, we'd like to look at them, and particularly given the instances of fraud that I just mentioned, as well as 2020 election complaints and irregularities.
So you've asked all 50 states to look at the voter rolls. And I think it's a worthy endeavor. No one wants illegal immigrants voting. Everyone wants, dead people off the rolls. Some states have worked with you. Other states have not. Can you tell me about that effort and where it stands today?
Sure. We've gotten voluntary compliance or settlements with about a third of the states, and we've run about 60 million plus records. And in that regard, we've already found 350,000 dead people on the voter rolls, and those are in the states that are voluntarily complying with us. And we've referred about 25,000 people with no citizenship records in those states, again, the ones that are voluntarily complying with us. Now, big states like California, New York, Illinois, Democrat states, Michigan, they're defying our efforts and they don't want to show us their voter rolls. They have a requirement under federal law to maintain clean voter rolls. And frankly, they don't do it. Most states don't. They're out of compliance. And Americans, no matter their party, need to have confidence in the outcome of our elections. And that in turn means only American citizens are getting ballots and voting ballots, and only once. It's pretty basic.
So how do you get access to these? Do you take these states to court?
Oh, yeah, we're in litigation with 29 states and the District of Columbia, and we're in expedited appeals in the Ninth Circuit and the Sixth Circuit, and we're teeing up appeals in the First Circuit as well. Some judges are simply refusing to comply with this federal civil rights statute. And, you know, it hasn't been litigated much because the DOJ, frankly, hasn't been doing this job in prior administrations, and now we are. And it's a very important role, and it's overdue.
You also joined Elon Musk yesterday, and this is over a Colorado law. Basically, AI, as I understand it, there are algorithms that promote DEI. What's the deal here? Why'd you join Elon Musk? I believe it's historic to have the DOJ partnering in this way in an AI lawsuit.
This is the first time the Department of Justice has gone in, and we had an incredible success yesterday. In the afternoon, we filed our motion to intervene in this lawsuit challenging Colorado's law that imposes DEI requirements on AI companies. Even the governor, who's Democrat, expressed reservations about this law, but he signed it and asked for the legislature to fix it. They didn't. By the afternoon, the federal judge had granted our motion to intervene, so the United States is a party. Then the state agreed to voluntarily suspend its enforcement of this law against XAI. A couple of hours later, we asked the government and got the government to agree that all AI companies that operate in Colorado are going to be benefiting from this voluntary stay. So, you know, from soup to nuts in 6 hours, we got an amazing result for the American consumer and for American innovation and technology. And this is a really important priority of the administration because having America have leadership in AI.
Yeah, that's crazy. It says DOJ discovered 350,000 deleted people on voter rolls. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know, man. That sounds crazy. All right, let's go back to this.
Behooves all of us to support each other, and it has been cases where on both sides, right, support. I can pull facts up for this, but there's history that has shown that there's been support on both sides, and of course there's been divisiveness on both sides. But I don't think we should really. I mean, I'm not saying we should dismiss that, but we should. And let that stand in a way, because strategically we're much more powerful if we're all working together rather than, okay, the FBAs are here, and then the other thing, it like localizes, it like reduces our identity. Like for me,
Family, who is the we? They always say we got to work together. Now, when they talking about Black Americans, they know that we know we're talking about 43 million. But who is the other party who's working with us? Is it all of Africa, 54 countries? Is it a bunch of 1,000 tribes? Is it 2 tribes? Is it individuals in Africa? Is it individuals in America? Is it enclaves in America? Who is the other side that's supposed to be working with Black Americans? We're more powerful. We come together. But who is the other people that's working with us? Is it the Caribbean? Can we get names of organizations of people? It's always this mysterious people on the other side linking up with us, but it's us for sure. But then it's, we got to come together. But who is the other people we're coming together with? Why we never talk to these guys
ever in life. They're in none of our spaces. They in none of our communities where they're engaging with us. Who are these other people, man? Please tell us.
My identity is much more fluid. And that's on both sides. But I don't think we should really.
All this, there's division on both sides. They can never explain the division on FBA side.
I mean, I'm not saying we should dismiss that, but we shouldn't let that stand in the way, because strategically, we're much more powerful if we're all working together rather than,
Okay, so now who is this we all working together? That's dirty third now. Like, who is this all working together? We know FBA is one of the people, right, that's working together. Who are the others, and how are you able to speak for them? Is it the Caribbean, 1,000 islands? Is it Africa, 100,000 tribes? Like, who is the other people that's supposed to be working with Black Americans? They never tell you who they are. They just speak in riddles and vagueness.
After the FBAs are here, and then the other thing is localizes.
FBAs are here, Black Americans, but who are the other people we're uniting with? And how are you able to speak for them? Like, why don't you go get them? Like, they always talk this kumbaya stuff and don't have, prior to that, they have no relations with anybody from these communities, these countries, these islands. They have nothing set. But somehow we're all going to just get along with them because they say so.
It reduces our identity. For me, my identity is much more fluid. It doesn't just exist and is localized to just the United States. It's global. It's intercontinental.
Oh, my intercontinental. This is okay. So this guy 10 years late. Tariq was talking that global empowerment and realized that shit doesn't work, man. He realized that all these people you're saying we should work with, they bow down at the white man's feet. They want to marry Zaddy. Okay.
Continental, you know what I mean? And I think for us to heal those fractures, to have a more complete identity, we have to come together. We have to let those lines.
Here we go. Come together. They never explain that, and they never explain the process. So all of Africa, we got to come together with all of that. Oh, come on, man. All of Europe not even together. Like, they got to stop with this.
And just like jazz, in jazz, one of the biggest, what makes jazz so beautiful is that all of those different melodic lines that work together, they don't try to dominate each other. They don't try to erase each other. They play together, and together they create a better synergy, something beautiful. And I think it's the same thing in this, is that we have to let both lines. African migrants have their own story, their own culture, their own thing.
Yo, we're not stopping them. And they're not trying to have their own culture when they come to America. They trying to tag along to ours like this. And this is why it's really hard to listen to these fake FBA and African scripted panels. Right? They don't have nobody who's really sitting on FBA business on these panels. They know damn well that right there be chopped up.
We're not the same. We shouldn't even collapse ourselves into the same. We're not. There's differences between us, but we shouldn't divide either.
Divide? Who's divided? Everybody just who they are. We're Black Americans living in America. They are, a lot of you guys are foreigners living in America. They have their own enclaves. You dig? They don't link up with us like that. We don't link up with them like that. They usually link up with themselves. Matter of fact, when they come to America, America funnels them to their own areas. Even in the Black community, when they come to our communities, they're usually grouped up in large, populations of foreigners. They're not evenly distributed out the city where few are in this apartment complex and others are in this low income housing. They're usually in the same area together.
Sorry, can I say something real quick? Nationalism to me is a poison with a cure. Y'all ever know the hadith about the fly? Do y'all know any science about the fly?
No, and we don't know about the ant either. We don't know about the bee. Okay, We don't know about the ant in the Quran. We don't know about the bee. You dig? No. He said the hadith, bro. Dude, we're not trying to reduce this into some religious bullshit. Like, dude, like whatever you want to be as far as your spirituality, go ahead and be that. But no, we don't. Some of us don't know what the hadith and don't care to. Okay, and the science of the fly. We ain't got to go. Okay, would you rather go to Google to learn the science of the fly or the hadith? Like, come on, dude, stop. Yeah, come on, man. Like, we have AI intelligence to tell us all about the fly in 2026. Why the hell we want to learn about the fly in the 1400 or whenever the damn hadith was written? Shoot, hold on.
Anybody know anybody number one?
Nope.
Okay, in Islam.
Oh no, we're not doing that.
That's 1400 race or
this dude trying to sell us Islam, yo. This is crazy.
Or every race should have. Then like open the door, whatever.
I'm not doing that.
Was treating them like second.
I'm not doing that.
Right. Well, if our house is not in order, then what can we do for anybody else? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep falling on our faces. That's the main thing. That's the main issue with Black Americans. Like we just all over the place with it. We have no organization. The Black American needs organization, or else people gonna constantly take from us. They're gonna constantly make fun of us. You know, call you lazy. Because Africans, when they look at Black Americans, they look at us as like we live in a rich country and we just bunch of lazy mofos, which is not true. You know what I'm saying? That's just what they get. They have that propaganda, and it kind of
no. That's not propaganda. That's not. I hate when they try to say, "Oh, the white man is sitting there blasting some bullhorn 24/7." How Africans should still be the niggas in America. Like they got to stop that.
Up their whole situation towards us. Now, we two different nations. You know what I'm saying? I have no connection with Africa whatsoever, and I don't really care to have a connection with Africa. You know, this is my home right here. And I want to see my people get it together right here. I want to see us build up in this country before we could even begin to consider working with other people. I mean, you.
All right. What's up, SLLE44?
Ron, what's going on, bro?
What's going on, brother? If you want to go in, but give me a chance to get back in here because I'm on fire right now. Go ahead.
No doubt. I've been in the chat. You are on fire. Yeah, I just think, bro, that they're dealing with when they keep coming on here talking about religion and things like that nature. But we already know the knowledge of self is the most important thing, and that's what we're getting, and they don't like it. But that is the number one thing in the world, to have knowledge of self, who you are, And I think FBA has stripped all the religion out. It has stripped all the pseudoscience and everything out, where they used to have a place, and now they feel like they don't have a place because they have already separated themselves from us a long time ago. When these people come on here a lot talking about they mix up black, then they say with a Caribbean, they do all that. But like, you're doing that because you already know that there's somebody else. They know that there's somebody else. They have been practicing being somebody else since the day they got here. So they know who they are. The problem is they were always saying things like that brother said earlier when he said that, the propaganda coming from Africa, where they say that we're in a rich country and we're not doing anything, then that means that you know who we are. They knew who we were from the beginning. And now they're going to know who we are from the end. I just think FBA just separates them from their family and from the stories that they were telling them, because I believe that their families that came over here in the 60s and in the 50s were always wanting to rehabilitate where they came from, because they wanted to give something back because they left it. You cannot explain why you leave something that you love so much and then you start having children and you're trying to give them a dual reality of it's great back home, But in America, the only reason I came is because of the white man. And we are stripping that away because we don't want to keep talking about the white man to them. You know, every time we start to try to make a comparison or try to, you know, separate some things so they understand it, they try to throw the white man in there when they ran over here to him. And when we talk to them like that, that right there is an FBA talking point that's real to us. They don't understand how we have come together from the north, the south, the east, the west, and everything off FBA. And now they're just like, it's like their worst nightmare ever coming true, because you got to understand, a lot of people that's about like 70, 80 years old is shaking in their boots. These are immigrants. They used to be somewhat on code, but they have always been trying to rehabilitate Africa. I mean, you want to rehabilitate some place that you can't stand, that you ran away from. You showed it earlier when you showed the tape of the girl talking to the over there in Europe, talking to that YT about everything but the slave trade. They know it. It's like the third rail to them. They don't want to talk about it. They know who they are. They know who we are. We don't have to, you know, and I'm so glad that you do this, that you continue to do what you're doing, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Chat, keep on supporting the brother. Keep on supporting these other people. Even when you brought on Saint say some good things, but look where he goes off into a tangent. But that's an FBA. But at least he is saying some talking points. But you know, this dude really do think he like the most smartest dude in the world. Matter of fact, he think he's out of this world. But he does make some good points. He just goes off too far. He mixes a lot of things together. But it's good that we have somebody like yourself, bro. And even him, you know what I'm saying? There's some good to him. But it's good that you know, that you show the scholarship, you show the study, you show the facts, that we can come together. These people do not like facts. They like mythology. They love the mythology of Africa and the Caribbean because they were colonized and they're running to another colonizer, and they can't separate that. We don't see the world the same. We have been trying to help them for years. We thought that they were similar to us. And the only ones that'll be similar to us that understand FBA, there's no way you're gonna like us if you don't like that term. If you don't like that term and you see that as something that's gonna split your family or split something that you had, then you're gonna be an enemy to us, because we don't have no other choice. They brought on Donald Trump. They prayed for Donald Trump. They voted for Donald Trump. They begged for Donald Trump. And now he's here. And they want us to be upset. That separates us right there. We're not upset about Donald Trump. We don't care nothing about Joe Biden. We don't like Kamala Harris. We don't necessarily think too good of Barack Obama. But now what we're doing is we're separating fact from fiction. And they're more on the fiction side because they like to glamorize places that they ran from. It's not smart. It's not wise. They try to ingratiate themselves or try to compare themselves to us migrating to the north. That's when you know it gets way disgusting when we're in our own country moving about and they say, well, that's similar to you fleeing. That means that you people are not from America. You don't call people going from north to south to east to west fleeing unless you're just that embarrassed, you are that hurt, and your family, you're disgracing your grandmother that came here. She's 60 or 50, however old she is, whenever she got here. She's been fearing this time when black people will come together, not them, us come together from north, south, east, and west and say, hey, we got a big problem here. And it ain't with the Caucasian. We see him clearly. We deal with him every day. It's these people with these colors that look like us. And you know, it's just a marvelous thing that we're checking them because it's the best thing that ever happened to them. We're gonna have to do this, and we're gonna have to get them out. We're gonna bring the ones that want to help us. We're gonna bring them out. We're gonna shed the light on them. People like Willie D that y'all were talking about, but the ghetto boys, these people can't go against immigrants and stuff. That's who love them. That's who giving them money. That's who's backing them. These people are Democrat shields. Bottom line, Willie D had an idea one time just to stand up for himself. Q too. All of them now understood when they stood up for us, and black people was not on board at that time, especially black women was not on board at that time. They had to fall back a little bit, and then they found out just how many people helped them just for standing with immigrants. We're not immigrants. Like he got a song on the, you say you didn't hear about, bro. You know, he had a song called I'm not a I forgot that song name of song. I'm not a gentleman. That was Willie D song. But we should tell Willie D, we're not an immigrant. We're not immigrants. So maybe he need to change he's not an immigrant to we're not immigrants. And maybe somebody need to tell him that. And I just land there, bro.
All right. Damn, did I even finish that conversation with that African Tetherneck Englishman? I don't even know.
Nah, you didn't finish.
Like I said, you could do a little something here and there.
I'll go back to it.
You want to go over there to visit, you want to network over there. That's cool. But you always got to have your house in order. Your house.
All right. So I think he's representing our major talk. Go ahead. I think he's representing some of our major talking points as an FBA.
Have to be in order. You got to have a strong foundation in your house. That's all I got to say.
Now, I'm really curious to what they got to say against that. So now he's simply saying, hey, let us come together as a people, right? Get our stuff straightened out, our differences. They want to speak on international differences. We got national differences. People cooning, not on code. Give us time to work that out. Like, why is everything a possibility other than us working out our differences? Anything but that. Anything but Black Americans working out their differences.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I want to hear their rebuttal to that.
Okay. Can I respond to one thing, bro?
Yeah.
Like, I want to mention one thing is like we have like just like the whole idea that we got to have our house in order to support someone. I agree that we can't pour from an empty glass, but historically, right, like from a social justice movement, right, in the 60s and so on and so forth, right, in the 50s when the civil rights were going on, many African politicians and American politicians like MLK and Kwame Nkrumah, I think I'm saying that word, his name right, trade.
Yeah, he can't even say the name right. It's Kwame Nkrumah, which I don't think he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say Kwame. What's the other guy? Kwame.
And Fume. Oh yeah, Toure. There's another one.
Yeah, I think he's meaning to say him because Kwame Nkrumah ain't got shit to do with us at all over in America. I mean, he went over here and went to our universities, but he was the president of Ghana. Like, he don't have anything to do. So he might be talking about Kwame Ture, who was screaming Black Power. But let's hear this logic.
Strategies to support each other, right? So and
wait, okay, now see, he's lying. He said there was a strategy support. Now I don't know which Nkrumah, I don't know which Kwame he's talking about, but Dr. King ain't never aligned himself with a dictator like Nkrumah. Okay, so that's a lie. All right, but the other Kwame, what are you talking about? He joined our movement. There was no quid pro quo there. Like, hey, join us as we join you, kumbaya. No, he joined our movement because we were lit. Marcus Garvey joined us because we were lit. We had ears to hear. We had eyes to see, so people want to come deal with us. Their own homeland couldn't see it. They couldn't hear it, so they come here. It's already like he's creating a false. He's reviving history. He's revising history.
And on campus, on our HBCUs, and so on and so forth. Oftentimes, and if you could just look at like any protest nowadays, you'll see Africans who are protesting side by side.
Now, family, can you point to I don't know what he's talking about. Side by side with who? If it's us, that means they're joining our shit for for whatever their reason is, but they're joining ours. That wasn't what the brother just said. He said, again, I'm kind of lost. He's just babbling right now.
The most likely to protest side by side before another person, before another race. So they
now that's a lie. It's a lie. Like, we know for a fact more white people protest, but first of all, Africans don't protest for shit. Okay, they don't at all. Stop lying. Stop lying. And all of our protests and riots historically in this country had been, if anybody joined us, it was whitey people. All right, ain't no damn Africans out there swinging on white supremacists.
Have been there in our classrooms. They're also there. You know what I mean? So it's not. I don't know. That's my only
he's just babbling.
Remark on that.
That's what I was saying. I was saying, we need to get our house in order, but I wasn't saying. I also said it's okay to do a little collaboration with outsiders here and there, but you can only do so much when your stuff ain't in order. That's all.
I'm gonna just say this. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna let you finish, bro. But as far as the whole protesting thing, I agree with you. They are more likely to protest, but you got to think we've been protesting for a while long, bro. Protesting without a plan after is like prayer without action, bro. You get what I'm trying to say? We'll go, we'll march, we do all of that. And I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm not trying to say anything pejorative or negative about protesting, bro. But we so sick, at least I am, and other people who are like-minded, we so sick of protesting without having a plan afterward that there's no. I'll protest for the right reason, bro. But if we're not going to have a plan afterward, there's no reason to do it. I've organized protests. I've been a part of many. If you don't have a plan afterward, there's no reason to do it.
Hey, family, how did this dialogue get to protesting? I thought this was about why we shouldn't or should link up with mysterious, mythical Africans.
You know what I mean? And I feel like we know that because of how many years we've been protesting it. And that's all I got to say about it, Lord.
So everybody sit their piece real quick. So
It says peace, but it's your go.
Okay. So I'm gonna make it short and sweet. I'm make it short, sweet, straight to the point. This divide between Africans and FBAs has been engineered way back since this whole slave trade, this thing started.
Oh, yeah, I would love to hear this. Okay, this has been engineered since the slave trade. All right. Just off that, he's about to revise the transatlantic slave trade. The whitey man came to Africa with a huge net. Like how they would go net some salmon from the ocean and did that for 300 years and came away with 15 million Africans behind the back of Africa. It was unbeknownst to Africans. Otherwise, Africa would have rose up and destroyed the whitey man. Listen to this foolishness. Now, hopefully the FBA brother check him.
You know what I mean?
No.
Now, I feel like personally, right? I feel like we have been engineered to hate our brothers and sisters over Africa and them to hate us. And
Wait. See, that's the part when, see, I don't like that. I don't like the panels like that. You usually say anything. Dude, you mentioned transatlantic slavery. That's the 1600s. Then you just went to today? The fuck? So you don't get to, I want him to explain the 1600s, how we were engineered to go against each other. Go back to that.
And to dislike us, all these jokes, all these, assumptions.
Okay. Family, this okay, he got to be a tether. This dude said jokes. Wait, hold on. So white people gave us jokes to throw at each other? And that's how the slave trade happened? This guy said the slave trade and then said jokes. So nobody called us Akata, right? Jareer, nobody called us Yankee. Nobody did all that. Nobody was saying no reparations for nobody if they can't get it. And, nobody was repeating white supremacy talking points. Nobody, like, there's no such thing as World Star, Shade Room, none of these social media things that were advocating that Black Americans weren't shit, like showing the worst part of us. But when Tariq Nasheed shows a 5-second clip of Africa, South Africa, they are in uproar, but they can show Black America in the worst context ever, still now. And that's called entertainment. It's called, what is that called?
Right? All this ignorance around the world right, surrounding us. But we don't know that we are public enemy. We're a public enemy number one. The reason why
okay, I need him to get. Well, he can't show connection. How we are engineered to go at each other from slavery to now. Everybody, let's see, because I know he's just babbling.
I say we're all Africans, and I don't bother with the FBA nonsense, and no offense to anybody else, because I feel like that's our home. That's always going to be our home. You know, I don't really bother with any of the complications these days that, you know, in the modern era we have in these different names. Because before FBA, there was many other things we refer to ourselves as. Now, what else? You know what I mean? I feel like right now we should acknowledge our power as a global force. Because
What? All right. So I did comment to them. I did say, hey man, anybody from this show, this platform, or the chat. I said the panel or the chat want to, you know, talk about this with me on a panel. You know, the chat, the panel, anybody. So I left it open for anybody.
everywhere else, everybody else acknowledges it, but we don't. Look at the buying power with FBAs. FBAs have a lot of buying power. A lot of buying power, a lot of influence. Look at the influence that MCs have, that artists have. Look at the clothes. Look at the trends that FBAs have done in America that influence Africa. And look at some of the trends that Africans have put over here that influence us. We influence the whole world. We are a global power. What benefit do we get dividing from each other? Okay, yeah, we gotta fix our own home. We gotta fix, you know.
What is he talking about dividing from? Like when were we this one people in America, and then we divided? And guess what? That was never the case. He just made that shit up. But sometimes, but if that was the case, okay, if that was the case, sometimes that you have to divide to work shit out. So in real life, so in real life, sometimes you have to break stuff down to the lowest denominator. Sometimes you got to do the process of elimination to work out a problem, right? When I was doing the computer thing, the A+ certification thing, you had to do the process of elimination. That's where I learned that from. The process. When you don't know a problem at the surface, right? The surface would be the person who called you and said, "Hey, I have a computer problem," and the surface is believing them, the ignorant, computer illiterate person. That's the surface. And so we're hoping that they could be right and we could solve it right there, resolve right there. But that's never the case because they usually are the computer illiterate one. So when their surface problem ain't the problem, we stop believing them because they're gonna say, "Oh, well, maybe it's this. Well, maybe it's my modem." No, okay, move out the way. This is literally what you're taught. Computers, no, get out the way completely. Move, go to the living room, get out of my way. And then we go ahead and do the process of living. We start to cut off, bring it all the way back down to the beginning. When you can't solve a problem from the surface, you go to the beginning. You cut it all the way down, right? You cut it off. Look, they do what, cancer cells where they cut it out. When they can't do this, do that, and they just cut it out. They can't kill it, just cut it out. So yes, if we were divided and we all screwed up right now, they're saying division on both sides. Well, in that case, you got if we're divided, as you say, or if we're not divided, but we're having this diaspora war, as they say, and we can't come to an agreement or come to a common ground, then the best resolution would be to break it down and then find what caused everything, cut that out, and then, put everything back together. But there was never no unified front between us and nobody else outside of us. That's made up. They making that shit up
every time we ask that question, nobody have answers. Like, yo, when were we ever unified with Jamaicans or Haitians, like as a collective? Like when that ever happened? Where we are being divided now? No, what happened was you guys pretended to be us. We didn't know you were not us until you said something or we seen something, heard something. Then we realized, oh shit, you're not even Black American. You did, but that still was just what it is. All right, and then some people from your class, your tether class, did and said some crazy stuff, and we called it out. It's not a divide. We just calling out BS. But there was never this unity thing that they keep lying about.
Our own origin. We got to build ourselves up. Okay. Then what else? Okay. Africa, you know, there's still Africa. Their home's not fully developed. Their home is not fully developed. We're not fully developed over here. So what does that say? I feel like we are more stronger in numbers. We come together, we have a lot more resources than we had now.
This make believe nonsense. Okay, so this tether with a snow bunny as his wife was saying some crazy stuff about Nasheed. And this dude got one FBA. This dude is live right now with 2 people live. So I invited him over here. Now look, he got us in his mouth. We don't know who this guy is. So I said, hey man, like you bugging. And his course is over Marcus Garvey. So, hey man, come on my channel, let's talk about it. Like a tether, they reject your invitation and then they send their own. So he said, here, come to my live. So 2 people here. Like, dude, stop, man. And guess what? Nasheed is in his title. This is crazy, yo. That's all right. Because instead, like I invited him, but he's gonna pretend he invited me. And this dude got a lily white snow bunny, and he got the average tether look. All right,
going back and forth with each other, dividing each other is not going to. It's not going to grow the flowers from the ground. You know what I mean? We need to go back to square one. We need to stop worrying about the minority, because that's what they are, a minority online, a minority in real life that have these petty disagreements, and stop basing our hate, stop basing our opinions off of these petty disagreements, off of these minorities, because we are no better than the colonizers. This hate was engineered. This was their purpose. Okay, the chains are free. Okay, you guys not picking cotton no more. All this horrendous stuff is that happening to you. But guess what? We're going to stick something on you, on your people, that's going to last for generations. So while everybody else has it figured out, you guys, FBA's African, you guys are the only people in the world that do not have it really fully figured out. When the answer is right in front of our face.
So you sound like a Willie Lynch type of theory globally.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like us, when we come and we unify, we put all the BS to the side.
Okay, here we go with the global unification thing, Marcus Garvey shit. Oh my God. So we gotta wait until all of Africa and all of the Caribbean unites with us before we can do anything for ourselves in America. Like, we got to unite with these guys. So basically, we got to get their permission, their approval, their collective approval before we can unite with ourselves in America. Like, these are goofies, man, but they're allowed to, just babble and talk long-winded, Let me see they're responding to me.
We say we have minds like skills. We have minds like my cousin Ty Lee. We have professionals. We have intelligent people. Come on, man. I know it's fictional, but we can make our own Wakanda right here in real life. You know, a lot of intelligent, smart people, and I knew a friend for 7 years, African. They're very intelligent. We have very intelligent FBAs here. Why? What's stopping us from bringing that together?
What's stopping those intelligent Africans from coming together? Like, yo, we are doing what they wish they can do. The Caribbean, Africa, Haiti, we are coming together, and it's trending. It's viral. It's actually we made it actually cool to come together. You're like, yeah, I'm FBA. Yeah, I'm a proud Black American. We would love to see the Haitians make it cool to come as Haitians to repeat 1804. But yeah, now we Haitian, man. Nah, F all that, man. It's all about Haitians. Yeah, we would love for Jamaicans in the Caribbean to be like, yo, man, we're gonna try this West Indian thing one more time. Or another time. And like, what is stopping Africans? Yeah, these different tribes can't even come together. Matter of fact, let me see what South Africans, because somebody asked a question and they said, what do South Africans call themselves, right? Because we call them South Africans. And that was a good question. What do, now I know they do tribes. Africans call themselves. Okay. So it says South Africans generally refer to themselves simply as South Africans. Now, notice that the Google answer didn't say Black South Africans. It just says South Africans. It says, due to the country's diverse, multicultural nature, citizens may also identify by specific cultural, language, or population groups, including South Africans, various ethnic groups. Okay, so you got a color, mixed race. They got a color caste system. They got the Afrikaners. I told you, white Afrikaans, speaking descendants of Dutch, French, and German settlers, Afrikaners. So why was Willie D saying South Africans and the white South Africans? No, bro, the white South Africans are called South Afrikaners. They're called Afrikaners, South Afrikaners. And then they have the Boer, right? These are historically referred to Dutch farmers, often used interchangeably with Afrikaner. Okay, so there you go. Colored, a distinct ethnic group with mixed ancestry, European, Asian, and African. And then look, it says Black South Africans, which talks about the Zulu, Xhosa, ex-Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana. And then they have some other shit. But the tribe, yeah, it's a bunch of tribes are just grouped in as South Africans, a bunch of tribes. So they're not Black, they're a bunch of tribes mixed together. A bunch of tribes mixed together. All right. Okay. These man, these fucking. Okay, let me press play. These fucking illegals, man.
Minority. I'm not saying to ignore your past, to ignore your culture. I'm not saying to ignore who you are as a Black man in African America. I'm not saying to acknowledge your home, your city, your state, and where you come from. That's not what I'm saying. Embrace that. What are you embrace saying? Your hood. Embrace your city. Embrace your culture. But I'm saying we gotta look at the bigger picture. Look for your think for your kids. Think for their kids. Aren't we tired of going to this battle back and forth? We have so many enemies.
Dude, what battle is this nigga talking about? What battle is he talking about going back and forth? Because there's like 4 million total of them all together in America. It's 43 million of us, and he's talking about is a battle. Bro, most Black America don't even know what a damn tether is. Like, never seen one before.
Globally around the world, and we're fighting with ourselves. Do we really have the time to pay attention to really fight with ourselves? What do we have to lose?
Okay, so now these are people who are totally, I don't know if it's purposely clueless or unintentional, but these guys appear to be clueless of what this conversation even stems from. And that's why when they calling over here, they get a reality check. It's like, dude, what are you talking about, bro? This don't stem from Tariq Nasheed going back and forth with tethers roasting each other. Like, a lot of them really believe that this starts in 2019, 2020. Tethers calling in his podcast. He's roasting them, they roast him back. Like, they believe this is where it all started from.
The word Akata started from there.
It's coming together. You know what I mean? So yeah.
And let me, hey Quan, let me add something to what you were saying just now. Like
we got to give Gov his grace though, man.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What was you gonna ask him?
Say that again.
About to ask him something.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Let me think. What was I thinking about? Nigeria. Let me just think about Africa. Like, all right, Africa's many countries for one. So, and then the thing about it, like the different countries, majority black, right? So they don't split by colors. You know,
everybody just default black. Then what are we then? If everybody's default is black, then what are we?
So they're very tribal when it comes to their thing. So when you think about any particular country, they're going to be very favorable for their tribe. And they will also be derogatory for the other ones within the same place. You know what I mean? So that's a part of the whole game of it. And there's like a pride in your particular thing. You got honor in your thing. You know what I mean? So whatever tribe you in, that's where your honor is. And you got a history to come with it, with the kings and all of this, and who did what and all of this, and where this all came from. So in a way, as a pure, it's almost like when you think about hip hop in a way. New York is the Mecca, right? So the purist is going to be on New York. You know what I mean? So it's hard to accept the outside as part of your thing as being, nah, you not African like me because you from over there. You see what I mean? So there's a lot of that kind of plays in the game too. So, which is a natural human thing to do. Like, because if city-wise, we do the same thing over here. If you from this city versus that city, inside the city, we break it down. Is you from this side of the city to that side of the city? Well, if we break it down to the side of a city, we break.
Yeah, this is sad. Yeah, this dude said city. In these cities, nobody's confused on whether they're black or not, or who's black. Like, what are you talking about? Yo, oh, you from the east side of Atlanta. I'm from the west side Chicago. I'm from east side Chicago. So therefore, we don't know we're both black Americans. We don't know Dr. King died and sacrificed for us. Now, he just died and sacrificed for the east side of Chicago, not the west side. The west side of Philly, not the south side. Like, the east coast of Black America, not the west coast. Dr. King, Malcolm X died for the other coast. Like, what are you, stupid idiot?
Break it down to the neighborhood. So that's how we do. And then down to the schools, this school versus that school. Can't stand that one. You know what I mean? But when you outside of that, then all of a sudden you see somebody from the rival school from your city. All of a sudden now that's your man. Yeah, man. It's good to see.
This dude said rival. Yo, why do they always reduce it to gang culture? They reduce it to gang culture, man. A regular hardworking Black American isn't looking at another Black hardworking person as, yo, you from that side, you ain't from my side, so what's good? We finally speaking. Yeah, no, man, that's not how we do, bro. When we go to the gym, you dig, in Jersey, there's people from all over. Now, we were gangs. If we were in gangs, yeah, we'll be like, oh, well, yo, but we're not in gangs, so we talk to each other like there's no issue. Like, we ignore the gang rules. Like, we ignore the gang politics. We just talk to each other. Those who are not in gangs. That only applies to criminals and gang activity. They keep reducing Black America to gang activity, gang rules, gang politics.
Where you from? You know what I mean? It's that type of a thing that happens. But the game of that is, I think that when we think about the engineering part of it, why this divide gets like the way it is, the 60s, the 50s and the 60s really scared them when it came to the fact that they was getting a lot of people that was educated, that was coming together and putting together a movement.
Wait. So again, you see, family, the word game. The 60s, he said the 60s, the 50s, and the 60s. I don't know what that meant, but that scared them. Who is the them? We got a plural pronoun with no established noun there. So now he's implying something, and he's going to play on your mind to come up with your own thought of who the them may be. So of course it's the whitey man, it's the boogeyman. Okay, so in the 50s, 60s, and 50s, whatever he said,
intellectual blacks was coming together and it was scaring them. So what they did was, but what that got to do with foreigners though, by the way, because y'all keep saying this divide. Okay, the 60s, 50s, and 60s, his language, it scared them, the whitey man, the devil. Okay, and what? They made us beef with people who are not here yet.
That only, and here's the scary part about it. When you had the African American leaders joining in with the African leaders, they were having independence.
Okay, this dude is lying. What African leaders were we in one accord with? Because wouldn't that make sense, SL, that an African leader would have provided a safe haven for us in their country? If the white team man was so much of a devil, wouldn't an African leader take on the Garvey approach? But look, they can make it happen though, because they're the leader of their country. Garvey can't make it happen. He's a lying, scamming tether. But if an African that runs his own country, he can literally extend land to us. He could carve out a safe haven for us if we wanted to go there. So how is an African leader aligning himself with our leaders, but never extend a safe haven for us if we decided to? Come on.
In them countries over there in the 60s back then, you know what I mean? So a lot of this stuff was going on. That was shaking up that whole global power. Because see, we didn't have to experience colonialism because they made this whole thing a colony anyway. So the ones that caught the whole colonial aspect of it were the American, or as we know as the American Indians, who some argue are really us. You know what I mean? I don't know what the story is on that.
But man,
we're already here.
She was here, man.
Oh, man, you most of us descended from native tribes. That's what we descended from.
Yeah,
most of us.
I have no doubt that
that's why you see the shapes of our noses and our tone. We have a reddish brown tone. Most of us here in America, we are descendants of Native Americans with a little bit of African mixed in it.
Now,
I have gone.
You know, funny thing about that is, right? See, now I haven't decided. I'm still like on the fence with that. But the one thing toward the argument that you're making, right? Remember the whole controversy about the Redskins, right?
Yeah.
About how the name was so derogatory and the logo was derogatory, even though the logo was a real individual.
Right.
So here's the thing about it.
Yeah, come on. Can y'all get back to the...
And for the longest, that got wiped out by the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That knocks out all of our order. Look at everything now. 50 years later, you see what I mean? They didn't go through that part. They coming over here seeing, oh, look at y'all. You guys are out of control because they don't got the full story.
Right. They don't know about redlining and all that stuff.
God. Okay, look. They got to stop lying and making excuses for tethers. They do. These are the top 1% of their country, you dumb idiots, coming over here. This is the educated class. Like, they're mixing up refugees, asylees, evacuees with the hyper-selected H-1B visa, EB-5, I think it's called visas. They're mixing up them two. The student visa, the sponsor, people get sponsorship. Stop mixing. God, man. These idiots.
I want to add one point is like, as much as we might try to deny like our African ancestry, right? The reality is our early ancestors, everything that we know in our culture that is formed, hip hop, for instance, and music has been influenced by.
By the way, family, look at the name of the video. FBA versus Africans, the conversation nobody wants to hear. This was the most trash conversation.
Africans call and response was distinctly African, and those rhythms were distinctly African. And those our early ancestors, when they came over here, they brought their languages and customs, and as we evolved in the United States, right? We of course we had our own take on those things. Like we took those parts of us, and then we evolved because of the unique nature of the United States. We evolved it in a different capacity. But to deny your ancestry is like denying your mother or father, right? Even and there's a reason why. If you look at anything, right,
you're back.
And in terms of our redness, you know, excuse my frankness or lightness, isn't that because the slave masters fucked out women for 500 years and so on and so forth?
That's a part of it too. Like if you check your if you do like a DNA, like I don't know what it's called, but if you check your ancestry, you'll see that you're mixed with a lot of different stuff.
I'm sure,
including European. Like most black people are more European than African in this country right here.
Me personally, I can't vouch for that. I
don't know about that one.
No. I see you. No, I will send you my DNA result. I can't vouch. Personally, I can't.
Well, I can tell you, my grandmother's half white. My grandmother.
Okay, so what these idiots are saying, they're combining a bunch of different tribes and saying that's African. No, dude, you're 10% Igbo. You know, he's right. You got more of one European country than you do those African individual tribes and regions. You're trying to combine all those together. That's not what he's saying.
Is half white. My grandfather on my father's side is Native American, and he looks like a black man. So,
I got Native Americans in my family too, but
but my DNA, because I we did a DNA test. I have European, of course, we all do through the slave trade or whatever, and there's people trading in general. But back to your point, I don't have more European blood in me. I have more African blood.
I wanted to say something real quick because I would.
No, you don't. He meant European country. You have bits and pieces of different African tribes that had nothing to do with each other. So Igbo, 10%. Igbo had nothing to do with the Fulani. That's 2% your DNA. Then you got the Asante, that's 5%. All those got nothing to do with each other. Okay, you don't combine them, bro, and become this super African. It's not how that works.
Jam once said, and you guys can correct me.
But when it says 30% England, you got 30% England. That's one person. That's one region. That's one country. There's one ethnic group. They're just large. They're just larger than those over there.
This is inaccurate, but I was looking up while he was talking. So the average African American genome is 73 to 85% African, 12 to 24% European.
Yeah, you see? So he's combining a whole continent versus a country. He's combining a whole continent versus a country. That's why you can't have a bunch of idiots on the call, like discussing FBA versus, Africa or whatever, because they get to stupidity like this. These are stupid people.
And 1 to 5% Native American. Studies from Harvard University, 23andMe, NIH, National Institutes of Health, the American Journal of Human Genetics. So I just had to do some quick research about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, the part that I noticed that was questionable about the whole Native American thing is the way that they registered. You had to register for certain tribes or something like that. Like at some point, like in the 1800s, there was some kind of registry that people had to get in. And when you look at the pictures of the modern day versus those days, it's vastly different. So that's why I kind of wondered, what do they call like the current classification of Native American? Is that the real classification of Native?
Man, that's propaganda if you ask me. I think it's propaganda. Because I agree with what you're saying. Like, how did they classify the Native Americans?
Yeah, because I think they had a lot of people.
What do you mean what do you mean 1%? You know what I'm saying? This is a whole country of people that been here before everybody else came here. Sounds like propaganda to me, but I mean, it is what it is.
I'd also like to say I agree with Tylee about how call and response may come from Africa, but we can't say hip hop come from Africa. You feel me? Like you know what I mean? Like we talked about this last time. Hip hop comes from Jamaica. It's a mixture of Jamaican culture and
What is
FBA
this
culture.
fool talking about?
But
This
don't
dude
you
is a
think we
clown.
got our rhythm, our sound, the way our musical ear from our ancestors who, had African blood.
give them the credit for that, then they would have also had something over there.
Old Negro spirituals. It's just like real quick.
Rapping
Gospel
come from the
music.
sound classes.
Like gospel music. Take gospel music for instance, right? If we could make an argument, well, gospel music came from African Americans, right? But where's the origin of gospel music that we know of? Old
Oh
Negro
my
spirituals.
God. Where's the, all right, then you're going to keep going back and we'll go back to Africa, right? So, but they don't do that with rock and roll, country music, or, salsa and the other stuff, or Chinese stuff. It's always just our stuff. Just our stuff is African. We're the only people that they go to the smallest atom to show how it's from Africa.
It comes from slaves, singing a song or singing in code, you know what I'm saying, away from their white oppressors. So, and these people were African. So all I'm saying is, yes, the idea of hip hop came from an African American and a Jamaican, but the influences and came throughout a lineage of time that traces back to Africa.
Yeah, I also want to say something, guys. And one more thing too, because I didn't get the chance to circle back on it last week, but it's a little something I want to read. Hip hop did not appear out of nowhere, and the Bronx is a modern continuation of African musical traditions carried by the descendants of enslaved Africans. Everything from the rhythm,
this guy said enslaved Africans,
the flow, the storytelling, and even the instruments used in early Black American music roots has in West and Central Africa.
Oh, stop
African
it.
music is built on polyrhythms, multiple rhythms layered at once. This exact the rhythmic structure show.
Yeah, this was the goofiest conversation I've ever heard in my life. That's why I wrote these guys. I said, "Hey, man, one of you idiots want to have this discussion with me?" This is a bunch. Look at this. Hey, look at the views on everything. 44, 100. When it got to hour, look. When it got to FBA, it was 3,000. Look at the views, family. Nobody watches this channel until they talk about. Look at the views. 19. Everything under 100. Until they go into, where's it at? Everything's under 100. Damn, where'd it go? Who gets to define Black identity part 2? Oh, I gotta hear that one. Look, 136 views. Where's part 1? Look, FBA versus African history, truth and unity. Look, 609. Here we go. FBA, look, FBA versus African, 3.6K views. Family, we gotta stop. These are goofies. Now let's get to who get to define Black identity. Oh, this is up my alley.
We on? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 in the place to be. I'm your host, Adam Mill. To the right of me and say, cuz the governor. I'm gonna start this all over, right? Because I gotta add names, and y'all let me know in the group chat that don't call me that no more. Cuz the governor, the scholar. I got Jamba One.
Wait.
I hope I said that right. The innovator, the deep thinker. You know what I'm saying? And I got the top philosopher Ty in the building. You know what I'm saying? / scholar with all the books. And we got Quan Bizzle here, aka Academics Part 2, 2.0. You know? Skills Mega couldn't be here today. He's in the studio cooking up something. He said that he'd be on the show next week. Word is bond. All right, what we got today, Ty? Oh, and I'm your host, Adam Mill. Sorry about that.
So we just me and Adam L wanted to I guess revisit the last week's topic because we didn't have as full of a panel. and we just wanted to, and sort of didn't feel like we did the greatest job at developing that topic. So we're talking about Black culture today. So it isn't a question about who's Black or who holds the authority to name or translate. And it comes, this question kind of came out of an episode that we watched from the Daily Wrap-Up crew.
You know somebody got to have the books behind them. Look, they always got to have the books behind them. He's definitely Pan-African. He went the books is to let us know that he's a scholar. Lies.
Which was, you had two FBA who was debating a African migrant. And the title of the episode was called "Dave Anderson Snaps on African." Frank Zanu calls Black Americans lost. That's not written the best way, but that's the name of the title. So we can go there. I guess the first question I just want to pose to everybody is, what do you guys individually think culture is?
1 second, Tom, before you do that, throw out the rest of the topics as well, and give a shout out to the subscribers and then the incentive that we offer. If I'm in a corporation and I speak like 3 or 2 different languages fluently, or I speak
as that it is, it's over 3,000 different groups within. So there's over 3,000 languages already. You know what I mean? So mix that in with the fact that they all did not, all the ones that came over that were taken, that were brought over, they weren't all from the same group. So it's a mixture of all of those.
Family, we keep hearing these guys use the same language interchangeably. We're kidnapped, we're captured. He says taken. We're never sold. We're never bought. It's called the slave trade, but nobody's ever bought, ever sold. People are just kidnapped, taken, captured, took.
Or mix that in with the fact that they all did not, all the ones that came over that were taken, that were brought over, they weren't all from the same group. So it's a mixture of all of those, or not all, but a mixture of a lot of those. You know what I mean? So if we all came from Africa, if we all came from
nobody's
here,
ever
like
sold.
Native Americans, you know what I'm saying? If we all was from here, there was several of those. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of different languages when it came to that as well. And it's kind of easy to lose a language because you can see people that say 2 people could come from India, right? And they could come over here and have children, but they don't speak English in the house. The kids they go to school with everyone else. All their friends speak English. They never really use it. You can see where the language is lost within the generation or 2. So I can see there's issues going on within people that's come over here, and they're starting to say, "Oh, we're losing our language, we're losing our culture, what we had." You know what I mean? Because they're assimilating to what's over here. So that's the thing that's going on among the ones that's coming over here with the kids that's growing up. That's one issue that I've seen. But anyway, to go back to the original thing about the languages, that's why it's hard to say which one was. It's not like we had one before, so it was like so many different ones.
All right, it's a dumb topic.
A lot of Arabs can't read the Quran.
That's what I mean.
Different. Yes, we were conquered in a way, but not like they just ran up and just like beat us down and took us, and changed the way we spoke. No, it didn't happen like that. They were sneaky. They bought like POWs, and they abducted people from different tribes who didn't speak the same languages. That's the way they did it. So you can't really say that the African American was conquered like that. Not necessarily. It's sort of, but not really.
Hey, who is he talking about did all this stuff? Because did the whitey man or the African? Yeah, these guys are weird. But you cannot have I keep telling you guys, you cannot have an honest conversation with any of these guys. You just can't. You just look at all of my conversations with all of them. At some point, they all become disingenuous. at some point they want to ignore certain things, or if I say something, they don't speak to that. Is always something. You can't trust none of them, man.
You know what I mean? Like when you gather a whole bunch of different people from different tribes who don't speak the same language, then that's not what it is.
Let me ask you this, Jam. Do you think that the white man was fair and the tree? Don't kill a woman. Don't harm a child. You know what I'm saying? There's rules of engagement, and I believe that they are the grandfathers of guerrilla warfare. Regardless of how the war is fought, the fact that you lost. It's not about how you lost. The fact that you lost, and if we can't conquer
that part, it wasn't a war. It wasn't a war. You abducted people and you traded and bought people.
Okay, when did it what? Yeah, are these dudes stupid? Now it's abducted, kidnapping, capture, taken.
That's part of war. That's part of war.
No, that's not war. That's
like the people.
That's
It's not
not
like
war.
they fought. They didn't fight those folks in the war. They just bought them.
If I'm a child, right, and my mother sent me to the lake to fetch a pail of water, and while I'm at the lake, a group of guys come out and grab me and run off with me. That's not war. That's trickery.
I think it's war of the minds. I think.
Yeah, these are a bunch of old, stupid Negroes. Like, I almost want to believe he's implying it was Africans who kidnapped you, going to get water. But he already said it was the white man. I mean, they just making up history. Stupid niggas who could easily just Google it.
It's war of the soul. It's different factions and levels to war. There's chemical war.
Yeah, but it's
there's
not
mental warfare. You know what I'm saying? So,
and you got slave trades, my guy.
Not to jump off topic too much. I think it's war when you look at the urban school system. That's war.
My God. Oh my God.
Whether they use guerrilla tactics to run this country and take over the white man. I'll wait.
Put enough change.
I'll wait. When they can sell me that, I'll be in your army. Until then, you conquered, you lost, get the scraps, whatever you can take and be happy with it. Because you're never going to take over this country unless it's taken how they understand it, in blood.
Okay, yeah, now you got these cowards that don't get off the couch. They be trying to incite people to weirdos.
Well, you gotta look at it like this, right? This is our country. You know, we're not separate from America. We are America.
That ain't my country, Jan.
We wasn't just.
There we go. It ain't my country. I'm telling you, a lot of these Pan-Africans, they really just hate America. And that's why they pro every other country that we war with or got an issue with. But they fake hate America because they'll never leave. They'll talk trash like a tether and stay right here.
We wasn't one nation that was brought over here to work. No, we were like from all over the place. Just different people were brought here. So I get what you're saying, and people were conquered because you coming into a country that's already has its rules, its ruler, and you have to play by their rules. So yeah, I get that part, but as far as like when you go into the place of trying to overthrow the white man and all of that stuff, I don't even think that's when people like the average Black American don't care about overthrowing the white man. They just don't.
Why shouldn't that be an issue? There was see, here's the thing. And this is why I say we've been mentally conquered, right? We don't if I tell you who's running the country, what race they are, and you got some people in their ideology that look like us or look like other nationalities that's help running the pot. But when I say who's running the military, who's running the economic field, 9 times out of 10, it's the white man. If we're going to see who's running the country, we're going to see exactly.
Why would we want to be like them?
So I've never said, see, y'all misunderstanding me.
No, we not.
You can overthrow something, and it's just for YouTube.
These old fools are just babbling, yo.
We're not trying to overthrow nobody. Guess I'll say we're just having a conversation.
Oh, no. FBI already on you. You're being surveillance, bro. They're already on your dumb ass.
Okay. I know things get sensitive. Oh, they're trying to overthrow the government. No,
not they. You talking like that. Don't try to put that on them.
No one's saying be.
And that weirdo with the books behind him that never read one of those books.
Like them. Okay. We're people who are the total opposite. And if they're not running the show, then you're conquered. In order for us to change the system, that us as Black people or minorities and some white folk are discomfort with how things are going, then there must be a change of regime.
Let me ask you this. Have we not made systematically, if you chart all the way back from slavery, have we?
Right. I already know where he's going. Right, of course. This guy's just stupid. Act like he's one of those idiots that want to believe we didn't one. This was so hilarious, yo. He whooped her so badly, man. Yo, she had Sanetta take it off the internet. It's no longer on the internet, yo. Let me see if she called herself something else. Is this her West African name? I believe she had my boy, and I got that on one of my channels, by the way. I did a review. I think it's an Unbiased Ron or FBA Defensive Unit. It's on one of my channels where I did a review. Damn, it could be the channel that they deleted. Shit, that YouTube deleted. And I got that one of my, she debated Pastor Bennett that Black folks we didn't have no progress in America. Like, I'm talking about family. She argued this about 10 years ago. Dr. Woman King Mayat. She argued Black Americans, we didn't progress none since slavery. Like, do you know how dumb that sounds? Like, you know how tetherist that sounds? And she argued that. She debated that on Sanitation TV and got her ass whooped. I mean, it was annihilation. And you can't find that film nowhere on earth. Senior citizens of hip hop. Okay, let me see. I had some other stuff in the queue.
over my Okay, let me finish this.
Exploitation of resources from other nations, and even through you keep mentioning
It's
slave trade,
definitely, yeah,
even through this transatlantic slave trade, it developed it benefited a lot. So I don't
But
understand.
this thing,
Do you
in
agree with
relation to
that?
the sign, though,
Do you-
yeah, well, I agree we benefited of global resources, right? That's fine.
Not global, personal resources from specific nations, but
Yeah,
okay.
as in we benefited of resources globally. All right, we took them globally and put them into this country. But that's very different. But hang on.
Extracted couldn't be tracked by native.
Well, could the natives always capitalise on the land? So we bought agriculture.
No.
Well, I was just about to round off a point. You can come back in a second, because this is an important point I wanted to make. Is if you're talking about migration, pulling resources from another country versus importing millions of people are two very different conversations.
British people also settled in those nations.
And? Yeah.
Yes, so I'm saying that.
You're talking about migration of us in other countries.
Yes, what I'm also saying is that, first, what I was trying to do was lay the background to the fact that, to me, it's funny that you're saying, oh, mass migration is destroying Britain. When Britain destabilized...
Well, that's not mass migration. You're talking about two different things. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Did you hear what I just said? I said I'm giving you the background as to why I think it's funny that you're saying that mass migration is destroying Britain by giving you the precursor and saying, look, Britain came to these different nations and did all this and also lived in these nations, took so much from them. And you're now saying that, oh, another thing I'm going to say that by taking from these nations, you destroyed them. These nations had civilizations, even though you might not recognize them because they're not as technologically advanced. They were stable civilizations that were safe. For instance, where I come from, we had the Benin Kingdom. We had safety. It was a place where meanwhile in England, I think around that period, it was very unsafe, and we didn't even have doors. So it was very safe. We could move about. So what I'm saying is that you destabilized all of these nations.
Okay.
So to then now say, oh, mass migration is destroying Britain, I find it quite funny.
So you're talking about an irony, is what you're trying to get
Yeah, I'm trying to say that's what I'm
because you've not even addressed why I believe mass migration
and
is
if it's
destroying
okay,
Britain.
mass migration is destroying Britain.
But you're not denying that's the case.
Family, they babble amongst us. They babble with the whitey man all over the place. He's confused on what she's going to adhere to, what she's going to admit, acknowledge. He's like, yo, okay, so
you're saying
I am denying it's the case.
Oh, you don't think mass migration destroys Britain?
I don't think it's the case.
Okay.
I don't think that's why Britain is where it is now. I think the issue is that a lot of people try to say, oh, it's the immigrant, it's this, it's that. That's not the core issue.
Okay, what's the core issue?
I think the core
wow. So they over here, they mad at their tactic class.
issue is the way the system is structured. I think the core issue is the elites. I think the core issue is the way the system is structured. And yeah, I think those are the core issues.
So do you believe in open borders then, is what you believe in?
What do you mean open?
As in, we can open our border and we'll allow anyone from any country to come in and out. So like a world of no countries, essentially, where complete freedom of movement.
I don't think I said anything that would
No, I'm asking you
infer
that.
Do I believe in open borders? No, I think a country definitely has the right to
have no
Family, she is all over the place. Just wild-brained.
decide who comes in, but I
Right.
think it should be realistic, and of course the country can protect itself. That's not my argument is never, oh, you should allow criminals or whatever to come in. If people are benefiting society, which most migrants do, people that are working in the NHS.
They disenfranchise native Brits by coming here. They take jobs away from us. They take homes away from us.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay, so
I don't think we're the ones. I don't think we're the ones taking the jobs away from you. And also the reason
Who
I
is
mentioned
then?
the
Yo, these guys are making same arguments. Yo, these guys are crazy. No, but look, ain't that crazy? That's
reason I
crazy.
mentioned also, I gave the background of what Britain did to these other
I believe England's watching us debate, watching us argue, and borrowing talking points on how they're going to handle their tactic class.
nations. Is that for you to understand why there are so many migrants maybe coming into your nation? Because Britain destabilized all of these different nations, and that's why you have more of these migrants
I'll ask
coming
you a
in.
question. I don't agree with this, but let's assume what you're saying is That's all totally correct, and we were awful, and the British Empire was terrible, and it's all really bad. Let's agree that that's the case, hypothetically. Does that mean that my generation, Generation Z, has a responsibility to essentially take in loads of migrants? Is that what you're saying? We have a duty for our past. Like, should we take the knee? Should we take the knee? Like, what do you want to do here? Like,
it's not about taking the knee. It's about, I think this statement often comes from the mentality of, oh, England is so great, these migrants are good for nothing. So for me, when I see this, it already invokes that. So that's why I laid the precursor of this is why these migrants are coming in to your country. And also, like I said, I don't think the main issue is mass migration. Of course, like I said, if a country can have
the rights
limits, has rights to say, okay, this is who we want in. We want people that are educated, we want people that are skilled, that can contribute to society. Of course, that's fine. But I think, and like I said before, I think the main issue of what's happening to Britain today is not mass migration. It's a structural issue. And also, I would say, elites, like, they have a lot to do with this.
So if you ran a business and you were an
no, but okay, would you agree? Can I ask you a question? Would you agree that one of the main issues facing Britain today is due to structural inequality and also the structural inequality? The elites, like people that have set up Britain in the way that it's not working.
What do you mean by?
It's working. Even if all the migrants left today, if we all left today, Britain wouldn't survive. I'm so sorry to say. It's the truth. You can look at it. You can look at it economically.
Oh, it should be a slow transition if removing these people from our country. Yeah.
Britain, if I'm being honest, if we look at it economically, scientifically, Britain would not survive if we all left. Okay, cool.
If we clicked our fingers, we'd struggle. Yeah.
Okay, even if we all left today, you would still have that structural inequality in place. You would still have the majority of citizens living in these situations. You would still have poverty. You would still have structural inequality. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not because of us.
Well, I would say that that migration is a significant factor in the structural inequality, if that's the term you want to use. Not solely, as I said about 50%. That's just off the top of my head. I would also say the fact that we have a horrific welfare state. I think we should basically have. My position is, I'm a traditional liberal. I think the state should be as small as possible and limited to life, liberty, and property. I think that we should rely actually on charity and community. We can't have charity and community if we have mass migration, because mass migration is breaking up social cohesion and community. I don't know my neighbours.
I agree with you. I agree with you in terms of community, in terms of charity, in terms of those. Definitely, in terms of those.
It's a very complicated question you're asking me, and it's very separate to this.
I think that's why I brought up initially when I first started.
Sir, it's called tether babble.
Speaking, because it's more of a discussion.
Yeah,
when I first started speaking, that's why I brought up the fact that I believe that once, because of how England became what it is today, in terms of taking from different nations.
We also gave a lot to other nations. We built railways. We
built railways for where? Where did you build the railways?
Where do we build railways? Everywhere. India was the most significant contribution railway.
India wouldn't have been able to build railways if England didn't come.
Railways.
Anyway, sorry. I don't want to go into specifics of railways.
Well, I'm picking you up on just a core. No, I'm picking you up on something significant where you're making it out that we just took and didn't contribute anything.
You didn't contribute anything.
That's insane.
You hardly contributed anything apart from destroying these nations.
So why are there Indian people out there that want us back then? Why are there people out there that actually want us to go back to their country?
I don't know about India.
Are they crazy?
I don't know about India. Probably they need to decolonize their minds. I don't know about India.
Yeah.
If I speak specifically about Nigeria. We were separate people, all brought together.
There we go. Nigeria. We were separate people brought together by the British, right? The English people, the guy you're talking to, his ancestors. And don't you guys thank him for that? Because you guys were tribal as shit.
By Britain, right? We had our civilization, we had our ways of going about things. Sorry?
You had slavery. That's the point I was trying to make.
Sorry, I think.
You heard it? Okay, so now he brought it back to that. Yes, you can. Yeah, come, Monkey, come.
Come, Muggy, come. Come, Muggy. Put that down. That's dirty. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What the Yuki doing? What the Yuki doing? You have fun at the park? You play and run around, play with your scooter? You getting better with your scooter? Okay. All right. She ran her mouth and babbled so much, he brought it back to slavery. He said, you had slaves.
Yeah, we had our civilization, we had our ways of going about things. Even, sorry?
You had slavery.
That's
the point I was trying to make.
Sorry, I think you're interrupting me.
You've interrupted me, I'd say, about 20 to 30 times in the while I've tried to talk. So.
Hey, yo, she went to Karen on this dude. You interrupted me. She interrupted him the entire dialogue, and now he want to talk about slavery. She said, you're interrupting me. This is a demon.
Had our ways of going about things. Even, sorry?
You had slavery. That's the point I was trying to make.
Sorry, I think you're interrupting me.
You've interrupted me, I'd say, about 20 to 30 times in the while I've tried to talk. So.
But what I'm trying to say is that we had our own civilization. We had our own ways.
He won't let them talk about slavery at all. Every time she got, and he kept letting it happen. Yo, Englishman, you don't see how she don't want you to talk about slavery? Because then she got accountability is her way. She can't just blame you guys solely for anything. She gets to blame too. This is typical Karen behavior.
Weren't technologically advanced. It was working. Now Nigeria is a completely broken state because number one, we were all joined together and we weren't supposed to. So
when we had colonized you versus when.
Number one, we were all joined together and we weren't supposed to be joined together because of there's so many impacts that colonization.
So were you doing better when we had colonized you versus when we hadn't?
Before colonization, Nigeria was doing better.
So you're saying you were doing better, because my good friend here points out what I said at the beginning of this conversation, is you guys had slavery. Doesn't sound very civilized and good to me. That's literally an argument you're using against me.
Every nation had slavery.
Oh my, yo, look at the accountability, family. He said, you guys, you see, tethers have no leg to stand on arguing with the whitey man. He said, hey, that's the argument I was trying to get you to understand the whole time. You guys had slavery while you're trying to condemn us for colonialism. You did. He's like, yo, y'all just as bad as us.
No. I never mentioned slavery. You mentioned slavery multiple
times. You heard her? I never mentioned slavery. You mentioned slavery multiple times. He know you didn't want to mention slavery because it falls on you.
Times I mentioned colonization. Okay.
Yes.
Because I feel like I just want a discussion. I feel like you're trying to trip me up. I never mentioned slavery.
Well, yeah. The fact that he's trying to mention slavery, he said, you're trying to trip me up.
Quite protective over my country.
The reason I went back and said. And the reason I always go back into what Britain did is because you have changed things. Britain is now a globalized state. There's no way to take it back to Britain being mainly British people. Britain is now a globalized state because you've taken from the whole world. That's why Nigeria is under the Commonwealth. Commonwealth. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make a play on those words. Commonwealth. What does it mean? You've taken the wealth from all these other nations and you've placed it into Britain. So now, whether you like it or not, Britain is a globalized state. It's full of different people. If not, then they shouldn't have stolen from all these different nations.
So I asked you, I'm going to go back and ask you the same question I just asked about maybe 5-10 minutes ago. I said, do you think that my generation, for example, have a responsibility to what? Basically open our borders and repent for all eternity.
I answered your question. I already answered your question.
Yeah, and which was?
And I said that, of course, you can have requirements on who comes in.
Yeah, well, that's all we're saying.
So I did, I answered your question
That's
already.
what I'm saying. So my requirements are that I believe millions must leave this country. We should prioritise the native Brits, and as simple as that. That's my requirement.
I mean requirements on who comes in. I don't mean you just get to kick people out. I mean you can be stringent on...
Well, we do actually.
Okay, no, I mean you can be stringent on, do we want people that are highly skilled? Do we want people that... So in that sense, I do agree. Like it's not just a complete... I don't think completely open borders makes sense.
Yeah.
Literally, yeah. Y'all ever seen Tether Babble versus white supremacy talk? This is a hilarious debate.
But yeah, I don't think you can just say, oh, we're going to kick millions of people. I mean, I'm a British citizen, like, you're going to kick me out. Like, you can't just say you want to kick millions of people out. And you know what? If British
we're going to have to wrap up now.
If British people do want all of us immigrants to go, okay, we'll all go, but everything that you've stolen, the trillions that you stolen.
You want us to give it back? So you believe in reparations?
I'm not even talking about reparations. I'm thinking British people do want all. I mean, in that sense, I do agree. Like,
this is Tether fixed her mouth to say reparations.
It's not just a complete. I don't think completely open borders makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you can just say, oh, we're gonna kick millions of people. I mean, I'm a British citizen, like, you're gonna kick me out. Like, you can't just say you want to kick millions of people out. And you know what? If British
we're gonna have to wrap up now.
If British people do want all of us immigrants to go, okay, we'll all go, but everything that you've stolen, the trillions that you stolen.
You want us to give it back? So you believe in reparations?
I'm not even talking about reparations. I'm thinking hypothetically. Just. It's not. It doesn't work. You can't go back in time. This is the way things are now. You can't.
We will.
That's what you want. You can't go back in time.
We will.
How are you going to go back in time?
Well, this is the last thing I'm going to say because we've been on this topic for a long time. Yeah. But we're not going to go back in time, but we are going to reverse mass migration. Yes, we are. At least I bloody hope we are, because otherwise I'm going to be a minority in my own country, and I don't like the sound of that. We got to wrap up. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, she started crying. She said, I'm going to be a minority in my own country.
We are. Because otherwise I'm going to be a minority in my own country, and I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, she started crying. Oh, my God. Listen, man. Me go to the comments. You got to go to the comments. The comments be hilarious. She obviously does not realize that London is over 2,000 years old. She doesn't like this country, but chooses to live here. Why is she in England benefiting off the benefits of the slave trade, colonization, and exploitation of resources? That's what we be saying about these tethers over here. You stole everything, she says in English, in England with her Commonwealth passport. She hates England, but she won't leave it and move back to the country she came from. Damn, they are cooking her. He is the reason you can't argue with stupid. Oh my God. Why is this UK? This is why UK is being eroded. People like her get handed a golden ticket in life to live in arguably the greatest country Earth, cap. And instead of being grateful for us, okay, happy St. George way, they'll never accept that. They'll never accept they were sold by their own people, but they could. Okay, I don't know what you talking about. Yeah, I'm dying to get a white supremacist over here. You keep saying the industrial age in London was dirty, but her people still live in mud huts with no plumbing today. Damn. Why are you? I've been say, why are you spending hundreds of billions on them every year? She hates England. If she thinks that of Britain, why is she here? She thinks North Africa was civilized before colonization. Is she on crack? Damn. Offended by everything, ashamed of nothing, entitled to everything, contributing nothing. Yeah, this is wow. Offended by everything, ashamed of nothing, entitled to everything, contributing nothing. Sheesh. When a person keeps interrupting, it's because they don't want to hear the reasons they are wrong. Yeah. They hate Western civilization, but they sure do love to benefit from it. Sheesh. God, she's unbearable. She needs to be taught about the sub-Saharan slave trade. There you go, which she was avoiding it. United Kingdom, after passing Slave Trade Act 1807, Britain used its Royal Navy to patrol the African coast, seizing approximately 1,600 slave ships and freeing 150,000 Africans. I don't know about that. If she dislikes us, what the fuck is she doing here? Just leave. West Africans enslaved over 1 billion people in their own domestic slave trade. 1 billion, god damn. Did she say Nigeria was better off before colonization? Is she insane? I'm not British, but even I'm capable of acknowledging their contributions to the Western world. Take away the toilet and modern world instantly collapses. She's not going to let you talk. She wants you to answer the question the way she wants, and he allows her to manipulate. Yep, he allows her to manipulate. Tether babble. Okay, wait 1 second. How to get all of your history wrong with confidence. All right, yes, I'm not gonna like beat up on her too much in front of these white supremacists. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna come in the comment section and go crazy and call her a tether with white, try to get approval from white supremacy. That's what a tether would do, right? All I said was she didn't want him to speak on the slave trade. I didn't even cook the lady. Hope I'm not getting sick again. Oh my god! All I said was she didn't want him to. It's crazy. All of a sudden, how the tethers are now taking our reparations talking point. Yeah, it's ridiculous. When they said we were begging. This one. I got it. Yeah, just complete tether babble. All right, what else do I have? Good job. All right, what else do I have? So we finished that one. Yeah, that was ridiculous and shameful. Okay, this idiot right here. Indirect win. No, challenge me in what I say. I have a whole different to the history of Big B, Little B. Like, which black are you? Big B or Little B?
So they little bees.
All of them. So we're talking about little B's, blacks, and big B's. So I'm letting this Arabian tether know that, hey, the only black people are Black Americans. They're not Africans or the Caribbean or Haitians or Brazilians. He had no really rebuttal except for trying to act like he don't get it. Okay, so this was 3 months ago. Well, actually, this is actually older than 3 months ago. I uploaded it 3 months ago. See, this beginning of January 7th. It could have been around that time, not sure. But anyways, we're like months away from that right now, right? My argument now is way more thorough on we're the only black people. But listen to how he plays stupid, just like her. Big B shit. But I think he's like a from the Moorish Empire or some bullshit. Arabia, like Libya. He's one of those North African countries. Started over here. Now that's because the exonym is somebody else calling you that. So the Arabs call the Sudanese. Okay, so he learned exonym like most people. He learned exonym, endonym, ethnonym from me, and he's one of those guys that talk about it every day now. Like he came up with it. People, Balad al Sudan. That means black. That means someone else called you that. That's an exonym. They didn't call themselves that. They call themselves Sudanese people. No. Okay. So again, they call themselves Sudanese people after they were called Balad al Sudan, right? So that's what I'm trying to communicate. They were called Cushites, Nubians. They were called Mali, all West African names. The Arab people renamed them Balad al Sudan, which ended up becoming Sudan, the place, and they call themselves Sudanese as a result. So that's the cleanup, which I was trying to communicate. So that's exonym. So we're the only people. So now at one point, Arabs
So
and white
now
folks
they call themselves Sudanese, though.
right. It doesn't matter. You're still taking on the definition and the wording of your colonizer, and the word and the definition is derogatory. So it's like calling us. It's like us calling ourselves NIGGA as our primary ethnonym. That's like shameful. Like we'll say it in communication, but that's not what we identify our lineage as. We're not the NIGGAS. Okay, we're Black Americans, foundational. Yeah,
So what do you do about that?
No, but they don't call themselves Balad Al Sudan. Like that, you got that whole thing is the black. See, that is called the Black Sudanese. Yeah. So, but somebody called them that. They already had a name for themselves prior to that calling.
Yeah, but now they identify as.
Yeah, but it's still right. Okay, so this is when you're stupid, right? And as long as they identify themselves after the derogatory word and definition of the colonizers, is called a esonymic name. Okay, when you name yourself, it's an endonymic name. So yes, they call themselves that now, and it's still an exonym. It's an outsider derogatory name. That's what a slave would do. A slave or defeated people would take on the name, the branding of their colonizers. That's why the first chance we got out of Jim Crow slavery, which is slavery by another name, we re-identified it. We re-identified ourselves and defined it.
Black with the name Sudan.
Nah, Sudan is a country in Africa, and that has nothing to do with an ethno. It's nothing to do with them. Like there's if I type in Sudan right now, it's going to give you a definition. All right, so okay, let's fast forward because I think I went to the rabbit hole of defining Sudan, all that bullshit. A country. That means color. Right. That's so different then, because we don't call ourselves black as a color.
Right. So, but you're saying that the word Sudan for the Republic of the Sudan don't have no connection with the Arabic term black.
No. Okay, so he's being a fool, dude. And I might have made it more difficult back then, but Sudan is an exonymic term from your colonizer, the Arabs. That's either true or false. Okay, so they are, and they're called that by this color of their skin, because they're trying to say their skin is sinful, shameful, and equivalent to servitude. They need to be slaves. Okay, we don't call ourselves black because of our skin. We call ourselves black because we believe black is synonymous with greatness, resilience, all type of positive attributes, right? And then our history in the country and our ethnogenesis. So there's a lot of reasons why black to us, it just describes a lot and it means a lot. That's not what I'm saying.
I was talking about the people.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It's more important than a regular noun. You got to give it its capitalization. It demands that. So we don't use black as a descriptor. They did. Well, somebody else did when they called them that. And they took it and they agreed that was the right name. So that means they dropped the name they identified themselves prior and took on the name of their colonizers, the Arabs. That's an exonym, my guy.
Okay, go ahead, make your point.
That is.
Yeah.
So this dude said, make your point. That's how you know they're dumb and they're not listening. The point is, when you're calling them black, they don't call themselves that. They call themselves Sudan. SUDAN. A 5-letter word that does not start with a B and end with a K. Okay? That's the point. What I'm going to tell you is that Black Americans are the only people who use black as an ethnonym.
Okay.
Everybody else uses it as a descriptor. And it's a temporary name before they name themselves something else.
So the black didn't have nothing to do with the descriptor at first?
Yeah. So when it comes to us, white folks, and look, thank you, because we're the only people on earth to turn an exonym into an ethnonym. There's nobody else that did that. Everybody's rejected. When the Arabs called Sudanese black, they rejected that. When white folks call other people black, they rejected that.
But why is
Okay.
their country?
And by the way, I was using the wrong words. They never called them black. I'm using English word black. Like I said, I might have added to the confusion, but the overall point was correct.
Rename the Sudan now.
We're looking at it.
Right. Like,
look at it.
I think it's the same thing that you just explained about African Americans. Go ahead.
Because you're talking about a land. Okay, you just said a country is called Sudan. That's a geographical area and land. And people call themselves after that land. So they said, that's Sudan, I'm Sudanese.
Right, but what does the Sudan mean?
Oh, that's where we're going. Okay, etymology, here we go. Okay, so North. Okay, so that part doesn't. So, okay, again, don't forget, family. I'm like, I know I'm right, but this is a new right for me. You feel me? So you could be right when you could be right at something, but trying to explain why you're right can be difficult. So, for example, I can figure out an equation, right? Or I can know the answer, but then your teacher could say, "Hey, okay, open-ended question. Explain your answer." You might struggle how you got there. You dig? Like, okay, all right, cool. But you know you're right. So at this point, I know I'm right, but I'm kind of struggling to explain how I got there. Okay. But again, I'm brand new at this argument. I'm by myself. There's no argument before me. I'm the first one to argue this to this degree about people said we're the only black people, like Lex Vertex, but I never heard of a well thought out explanation why he said that, right? Other than just saying it. So this is the first well thought out attempt of an explanation why we're the only blacks that I ever heard of. Never heard of nobody saying exonym, endonym, ethnonym, and y'all didn't, besides me. You dig? So I know I'm right, but I'm new to this right, if that makes sense. So I haven't like mastered it. So I'm trying to and the best way to master your stuff is like in the battle. Because now like I got to be right. Like you dig? So I love this type of pressure. Sometimes you can look bad, but I love this type of pressure because eventually, as we kept talking, I got it together. So, but what I'm doing wrong is I'm allowing him, and you have other idiots that want to tell us about a translation. It's not about a translation. It's about the context they are using the word, okay? Because negro means black or dark or black, black color or dark, right? In Spanish, that's all it means. It don't mean people. It's an adjective to describe things, to describe nouns, okay? But the way the Europeans use negro, they use negro as a noun. They were saying these people are Negroes, and Negroes to them didn't mean just black. It meant people that are people who are dark, and because they're dark, they are equal to servants. They are sinners. They are criminals. They are inferior. They are beneath Europeans globally. Matter of fact, they're beneath everybody on the earth. And Europeans, you gonna run the red light, you stupid goddamn illegal? And illegal with a handicap sticker. You know they about to do some wild stuff with a Dominican flag. But they say the cops don't know who's who. Are you stupid? You got a whole Dominican flag in your damn car. All right. I mean, I don't know what that's about. Like riding around in America illegally or barely legal in a United States, like what's the point? Like you're in this country as a goddamn refugee, asylum. You're right. You got your flag. Your flag couldn't save you. You came here. Like they should. Like, I like when foreigners be all drift out in American flags and stuff. You dig? Saying God bless America. All the because to me, like they're appreciative for the opportunity to be in this country. You dig? I love when they do that. I'm not one of those be like, nah. I love when I see an immigrant that's here legally, dripping in American apparel, American shirts. You dig? I love that. I don't like when they be disrespectful and having their flags all over the place as though like it was even exchange. Like, dude, stop. Anyway, so family, back to where I'm at with this. So this is this is my evolution, right? So I've never now you got people, you got weird people online that believe they were always smart. Like there was never a transition, there was never evolution to how they got to where they where are right now. And they'll have that fake persona, like they just always been that guy. I don't do that. I show you guys my evolution. I even show you guys when I first got into this, into defending the lineage, when I was debating Tethers and Reject Reggie. They were all and Chief Abba, Muslim X, More Science Table X. All these guys were jumping me on my panel, like because they all, since I was new, since I'm trying to get my argument together, so they all decided to pounce on me. You feel me? And I like it because pouncing on me, that means you're giving me your all. Giving you the best that I got, baby. You're doing all that. So now I got your best. So I'm just trying to come to my own. What happened to the echo chamber? What happened to, go ahead, go ahead, illegal, go ahead, the fuck. So four-way, you gonna wait at the damn stop sign for me to get there? Go. All right, so anyway, what happened to the echo chamber? Why wasn't I repeating talking points from Tariq Nasheed? Why wasn't I repeating talking points from Black Authority or Professor Truth? Why was I holding my own and just coming up whatever I could come up with? What happened to we have a leader and it's an echo chamber? We just parrot Tariq Nasheed. Nope. Everything I was saying was on the fly. It's common sense. Okay, so I'm understanding their argument while I'm trying to piece together mine. So when the conversation is over, I think about what happened all the time, and I think about what I could have said and what next time we talk. So each conversation I have with these tethers, I just get better and better and better because I'm understanding. Okay, that's what you got. Okay, cool. That's new. All right, and then because I already know they're on the wrong side of history. So then I come up with a plan and a rebuttal, and I make sure it's Teflon. You dig? And that's why I'm that guy right now. So nobody clicks the link and call in. And when they do, I make quick work of them where they don't want to dialogue no more. They just talk over me and crash out. They can't talk about none of their heroes. They can't bring up Garvey. They can't bring up John Henry Clark. They can't bring up Dr. Ben Johannesburg. They can't bring up none of their heroes with me because I make them all look dumb. Your heroes are weak, wicked, and liars. Scammers, too. They can't bring up Umar. You feel me? They can't even bring up their ancestor heroes. Cook them, too. You feel me? It's still growing, right? Because I haven't spoken to everybody. So my argument now is very, very tight, but it could be tighter depending on what opposition out there trying to undermine that we're the only Black people. Sudan redirects. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. The country's name Sudan is a name given historically to the large set. Okay, so back to that. So I fell for the translation, right? The whole translation thing. Rather than the translation doesn't matter. It's how was it used when they used it. Okay. So reading the definition of Sudan don't matter because it's going to give a modern definition, but it's not going to give the context of why they even use that as their country name and ethnic name. It's an exonym. Hell region. And matter of fact, I might go back and look it up to see if that's even there. That'd be funny if I missed that. West Africa to the immediate west of. All right, so right now that's a rabbit hole. Yeah, but we didn't receive it. Okay, they received it as a descriptor. We didn't receive. Okay, family. I don't know. I'm doing this guy. They were called Black as a color. They accepted the term as a color. We never accepted Black as a color. We rejected it. Then we started to call ourselves black during the 1950s and 60s, but it wasn't based on the color. We called ourselves black as an experience. We were first called black in the 1800s, 1700s. Okay, and we weren't called black then. We were called Negro. Okay, so I'm messing up. But all of those, okay, supporters I got, subscribe, like the video, notification bell, if you can, $ unbiased Ron. That can be used for a bunch of things. Super chat. Okay, we got a caller coming in. All right. I got a caller. Yeah, so you guys are seeing the evolution of my argument, we're the only black people. I think that's dope to see the starting point of people. Like I said, full transparency is all what people want. I'm not going to pretend I was always thorough with this subject. No, there was growing pains. What's up, TT?
Hey, Ron, where is he from?
He's from the Middle East. He's like Libya, somewhere over there, Morocco.
So let me just say this. Number one, none of these people were calling themselves black until a couple of years ago. Now, all of a sudden, because we have delineated and ISIS out there, now everybody want to be black. Couple years ago, you couldn't nobody pay none of y'all to be black.
Right.
You was from wherever country that you are from. You were Jamaican, you were Iranian, you were whoever it was, whatever country that you were from, that's where you guys were. Now, up until recently, when we starting to see ICE and everything else, now all of a sudden everybody want to put black and everything else to their names and say, oh, no, we all won. No, we all won now because Trump up after y'all damn asses. That's the reason why we all won now.
Right.
We ain't won because y'all been calling yourselves black. And let me touch up on this topic with Tariq. See, that's the reason why they have an issue with FBA. They have an issue with FBA because they think that Tariq is our leader. They think that Tariq is influencing 43 million people to be able to see they bullshit and how they've been treating us for the longest. What it is that what he's been showing, we all have been able to experience. We have heard the disrespect from foreigners and from the diaspora. We have seen it as well. So when he make these videos, we can relate because y'all do the same damn thing to the rest of us. What y'all mad about, though, is because now he's putting it up on display for the world to be able to see how y'all really feel about us, and y'all don't like that. You don't like to be called out. You don't want nobody to be able to see that because y'all fear is that if the world see how you do us and we ain't never did nothing to y'all, once we stop uniting with you, once we stop marching with you, once we stop having y'all back, the world ain't gonna give a damn about y'all neither. So guess what? You're in a place right now to where all them days of that unity, y'all had over 60 years to try to unite with us. Them days is over with. You're not black. You're from wherever country that you're from. You only want to rep the American flag when it's something beneficial to you, but you're treasonous because you come up over here off the backs and the blood and the sweat and the bones of our ancestors and got the nerve to wave your damn homeland flag. You should have stayed your ass up over there up in your damn homeland if that's what you want to rep. You want to be proud to be where you from? Take your ass back up over there home. That's disrespectful to us because we are Americans. We are Americans first. And that's what y'all don't understand. You want us to be like you. You want us to be treasonous like you. We not gonna never be treasonous like you. We know who we are. This is our homeland. This is our land. Instead of being focused up on Black Americans or FBA Foundational Black Americans, you need to be worried about how y'all gonna get your homelands together. Why y'all keep on fleeing up over there and you always want to question us and got something to say to us, but y'all can't even get y'all own shit together. The U.S. been sending y'all aid and everything else. And out of all the people on the face of this earth, Foundational Black Americans, also known as Sulan, the real Black Americans. I'm not talking about no immigrant background. We the only ones that ain't systematically did shit to nobody. We ain't harmed nobody. When these white tea people come against y'all and disrespect y'all, we have been the ones, even when we got to go to Congress and everything, to stand up for everybody else's rights. But when it's time for y'all to stand up for us, you let us know and you show us how you really feel and you give us the middle finger. Now we giving you the middle finger back and now y'all mad. Oh, well, 2 tears in a bucket. Fuck it. We don't give a damn about none of that shit. Everything that Tariq is saying, we can relate because he ain't lying. And he's showing y'all how y'all really feel about us. And the crazy part about it is y'all mad because y'all didn't want that to be exposed. You think that we wrong for checking your people. But here's the thing. You even more scandalous to us because there's no reason why we should have been in place to check your own people anyway if you rock with us. And since y'all won't check them, now we checking them. So don't come to us telling us how we need to unite. Don't come to us talking about how we xenophobic and we divisive. We everything that you want us to be. Damn now, y'all been disrespectful for too damn long. Call us whatever the hell it is that you want to call us. What y'all been given is what y'all asses is getting back now. We don't give a damn about no xenophobic and no divisiveness and everything else. Ain't nobody never fought for shit for us. We always had to get it up out the mud. We even got it up out the mud for y'all to be able to bring y'all asses up over here. We ain't doing that shit no more. So quit talking to us and trying to ask us questions about anything. We don't owe nobody no explanation. We don't need to give you no history lesson. Whatever we got going on don't have nothing to do with you. We even see how a lot of y'all even going against us when it comes to reparations. When it comes to reparations. We had to fight and shed blood for the 1965 Immigration Act. And y'all coming up there over here, getting up in our business and telling these white people, oh yeah, they don't deserve nothing, but yet they giving your homelands foreign aid though every year. Y'all get millions and trillions of dollars. So everybody else can get some money, everybody else can get what they need, beside the people that actually fought and bled and paved the way for you to be able to bring your ass up over here, and then you want to disrespect us and turn around and think that we gonna feel guilty because you bring up words like divisive and xenophobic and everything. No, fuck that. We not doing that shit no more. And when ICE come to y'all door, we don't care. Matter of fact, we so united. Let us know where you at so we can call. Because we don't have no problem with being friendly. We'll call ICE for you. We'll email ICE for you. Hell, we'll even take you down there to the ICE headquarters for you to take your disrespectful ass home. Just let us know when and where. We ain't fucking with y'all. We tired of y'all being disrespectful. We tired of y'all spitting and stepping up on our ancestors' bones where they had to shed blood for you to be able to get up over here, because in your homeland, you don't have the freedoms that you have up over here. And the only thing that we get is disrespect. Yeah, y'all able to get loans and be able to go to school and everything else. We had to shed blood for you to be able to do that. We had to be the sacrificial lamb for y'all to be able to get those resources. It was us. That's the reason why y'all been able to get them. We had to be the sacrifice for y'all to be able to get them. And instead of y'all being respectful, instead of y'all saying thank you, instead of y'all saying, you know what, we gonna unite with them because they made a way for us to get away from these damn homelands where we full of poverty, we ain't got no food, we ain't got no education, no none of that. Y'all didn't gave us our freedom papers for us to be able to come up over here and our kids get colleges. You sit up there and you look at us because you think because you get all these resources, you better. That don't make you better. Let me tell y'all something. These white tea people, they don't like y'all neither. Y'all be trying to have so much proximity to whiteness. You think that these white tea people like you. They don't like y'all. You not white. Matter of fact, hate to be the one to tell y'all, they can't stand y'all. They would never unite with y'all. They look at y'all as treasonous. And all they've been doing is they've been putting a battery up in your back. When y'all come up over here, you got to come into our neighborhoods. You can't go up into their neighborhoods. You got to come with us. You got to come up over there with us. And because you so used to trying to have proximity to whiteness, thinking that you're going to be close to them, you ain't going to never be close to them. At the end of the day, they know the difference between a Black American and whether or not you from somebody else. I don't even know why y'all be lying, talking about they don't know. Yes, they do. Oh, they know. They know exactly. But see, what it is y'all mad because y'all done signed the contract with the devil, and now it's time for y'all to collect. And they wanted y'all to do it. To you other groups, they wanted y'all to disrespect us because they knew that once you disrespected us and we backed up all the way, when it was time for them to come up after y'all, they would have nobody that they had to worry about. They didn't already tackled your homeland. Before they tackled your homeland, there was a point of time to where before if they tried to do anything when it came to other people, we was always the ones that stood up and said, no, damn that. Y'all not about to do them like that. We about to show the world what's going on and what these people doing there. Y'all don't got that no more. It was a contract up in there. See, where y'all messed up at is this. A lot of you immigrants came up over here. You got gas prices going up. You got food. And not only that, programs that they kids was able to benefit from, they kids can't benefit from it no more because a lot of you foreigners is coming up over here tearing shit down. And that shit that y'all tearing down, it affects them first. And now, because we saying that we ain't fighting, we ain't marching, we ain't protesting, not even for their ass, it's a problem. Y'all think if y'all continue to go against us, that's gonna give y'all some brownie points? Y'all didn't already piss these people off. But let me give y'all a heads up. See, we know how they get down. We know these people better than they know themselves. What's about to happen? Y'all about to meet the great-great-grandfathers of the white key supremacists. Yeah, y'all about to get the old school version. So keep laughing. Keep thinking that you better. Keep thinking that they like you better. These people would never trust you. You willing, they look at you as treasonous. They look at you as like, we've been the one that's been destroying them, but we've been able to get them to go against and disrespect the very ones that ain't had they back. We was able to get them to do that. So do y'all think that they gonna trust y'all and showing any type of solidarity with them? They know y'all not. They don't like us. But they know one thing about us. We have fought in every war up in this country. We ain't never ran from shit, including them. Don't get it twisted. We ain't never ran from shit, including them. If you run up, you're going to get done up. We equal opportunity. We don't give a damn if you're melanated, whether or not you're white, Asian, or whatever the case may be. Your ass can get it too. All skin folk ain't kin folk. What you not going to do is disrespect our ancestors and the sacrifice. It was our children that paid a price for y'all to be able to bring y'all disrespectful, musty asses up over here for your children to be able to have the education and everything else that they don't even have up in your fucking homeland because y'all can't even afford coloring books and regular size pencils. And then you over here and you can at least get some pens, binders, markers, and everything else in a degree, and you disrespect the ones that paved the way for you to be able to get up over here. But it cost us up in blood. We had to pay for that, not y'all. And then the laws that we set up that didn't even benefit us, we said, okay, we already know that it's not going to really benefit us. Let us pave the way for some of these other groups so that way they can get in. So that way we can try to help them. And then when they get themselves together, if we start helping everybody else and everybody else start trying to get themselves together and they get together, when it's our turn, then we'll have allies to help us. Y'all know what the fuck y'all did. Y'all gave us a middle finger and told us, fuck us. So now we giving it back to you and we saying, fuck you. We don't give a damn about, we not marching, we not protesting. All these videos that y'all been doing for 2 years, we don't give a damn about none of that. We done. We ain't helping nobody. Whatever these people do to y'all asses, and I know it seems sad, oh fucking well. I don't have no type of sympathy for nobody because y'all didn't have, and you don't have no sympathy for our ancestors. You don't have no sympathy for the people of Rosewood and Lake Lanier and the children that they attacked because of the color of their skin. We had to go through all this even for the Civil Rights Act to even be able to pass and exist. See, we had to shed blood for that. In every single generation, we still have been having to fight every single fucking generation for not only our rights, but for the rights of others. And when we try to tell y'all, don't listen to them, they playing y'all be so quick to try to act like that you white, you don't want to listen. Now look at what's going on. You got ICE and everything else. And now all of a sudden, everybody's saying, well, Black Americans, FBA, why y'all ain't helping us? Y'all had over 60 years to unite. You been gave us the middle finger. So we giving it back. We ain't helping shit. Quit calling us. Don't make another video about us. Let us do what we need to do. Focus up on your damn homeland. We not supporting nobody no more. You on your own. The devil is here to collect, and y'all about to burn. But see this devil? He got the lake of fire for y'all asses. And because y'all have disrespected our ancestors, I hope y'all burn with some gasoline draws and motherfucking raws on.
Gasoline draws.
Don't ask us nothing. Don't ask us nothing. The disrespect that y'all have done towards us and our ancestors, we don't give a damn what these people do. That y'all not our business. You think that you better than us? Okay, but carry on. Don't worry about us. And what's even more crazy is all y'all going through all these issues. And instead of y'all teaming up with other immigrants to fight together to counter these issues that of the stuff that's happening to y'all ain't about to ask no other groups who y'all calling on. Y'all calling on us. Oh, well, Black Americans, FBAs, why y'all not helping us? You got so many other fucking groups. Why in the fuck y'all not asking them? You know why? Because they just like y'all. You know why? Because y'all don't even stick together for your own people. So you for sure ain't about to stick together for nobody else. And then not only that, y'all thought that we was dumb. What you didn't realize is just because we don't say nothing, that don't mean that we're not paying attention. The difference between y'all and us is we can't go to sleep around these people. We understand that once we go to sleep, they've been trying to destroy us for so long that if they get the chance to completely destroy us, they would. So we watch everything. We listen to everything. We move on one band, one sound. And when our ancestors spoke up in our spirits and said, okay, it's time for y'all to rest, sit back, don't help nobody else because they disrespectful to us. They disrespectful to what it cost us for them to be able to get up over here. Don't help nobody else. We want y'all to sit back. We want y'all to pay attention, and we want y'all to hear how they really feel. If our ancestors was alive today, you can guarantee that civil rights shit, they wouldn't have fought for that. It would have been for their people. It would have been for their people. But y'all so retarded, y'all just went against y'all's strongest ally. So it's cool though. An ally is somebody that you could actually work with. An ally is somebody to where y'all got the same common enemy and you're willing to fight that enemy, not only by yourself, but with another person. You and that group of people, or them people, y'all have come together. You're helping one another. You're building with others, with one another. When one falls short, there you go. I got your back, you got mine. Y'all ain't got no damn body backs. Y'all ain't even got the backs of the people up in your damn homeland. And y'all keep on talking about we need to unite with y'all. You won't even unite with your own damn people. That's a problem for us. And the difference between y'all is this. When ours ain't right, we let it be known. We don't even fool with ours that cross the line. We call them coons. So if we don't look and if we don't deal with ours that go against the code, you think that we gonna deal with you? All skin folk ain't kin folk. That ain't how we rock. We ain't never rocked like that. And at the end of the day, when we say no and we get tired and we say that we cool, it's no. It's
Yeah,
we tired.
it says
Huh?
I got revenue here. I had a question. For revenue.
Oh Lord.
Hold on. I had a question for revenue, right? Because
Well,
revenue.
you gotta ask him. You gotta ask his
Yeah, I
straight
got him.
eye, because one of his eyes crooked.
Nah, hold on. Let me get this question out, right? Because this is something I've been inviting him over. Because he said some things before about how he identifies in America, right? And
Ass cross-eyed.
hold on. Let me get this out of him first. 1 second.
Okay.
Revenue, you there?
Hey Ron, what's going on? Peace to you, King.
What's going on, revenue? Kwame, you identify as what in America?
I identify as a Black American from Jamaica.
Right. Okay. And Jamaica would be well, what about, would you call yourself Jamaican?
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree that Jamaican would be your ethnicity and Black would be your race, right?
In America?
In life, in the world, wouldn't Black just be your race?
Well, it depends on where you're talking about.
Okay.
Because if you're talking about in the context of America, then I'm a Black American from Jamaica.
Yeah, but hold on. But even still, when the OMB uses Black, it uses Black for foreigners, immigrants, it uses Black as a racial category. You can't be part of an ethnicity, an ethnic group. So they identify people who check the box Black or African American. That is a racial box. That's not an ethnic box. So you would be Black in America as a race. Well, not even America, because now the word Black is starting to be stretched globally. I think Black is also starting to be used race in different countries. But anyway, the point is you could only be Black as a race. You couldn't be Black as Black's only used two different ways: race and an ethnic group. So your Blackness, or they call let's say Africans, Zimbabweans, whatever. When they call Haitians Black, that's only in a racial category context. It can never be ethnic, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. You're right. So I had to help you understand how you're Black. Now watch this. Now, when you say you're Jamaican, wouldn't that be in an exonymic? I'm sorry. Wouldn't that be in an endonymic sense?
Yeah. But I wanted to ask you a question though.
Wait.
Ron.
Before we go there, I just want to clear this up because you left this last time you called in. You left that on here, like, hey, I'm Black American, and like that, and you hung up, and whatever reason, you ain't just hang up, but we left it live, and I said, wait a minute, I never got the chance to challenge you on that. So before you ask the question, I just want to square this away because you're trying to run from it. So now that you acknowledge you can only be Black from a racial sense, you can never be Black as an ethnicity. Got it. And you're Jamaican from a endonymic sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're Black from an exonymic sense, right?
Well, no, from well, we identify ourselves as Black in Jamaica and all parts of the world.
Brother, watch this. Black is a race. Your boy John Clark, you know, Black is a race. Race is a social construct that's created by white people. Nobody from Africa or Jamaica made up the category race. That is white people. So when white people call other people something, that's always in an exonymic. Well, anybody calls somebody something, it's always in an exonymic sense. So listen very carefully before you make a mistake. So no, you did not call, nobody in Jamaica has ever called themselves Black as a race, and not before white people. White people have always, and guess what? When white people look at people, identify people, they normally identify you by your skin color, right? They say, okay, all you guys are Negroes, meaning dark, or, of some type of brown melanin. And there's more to that. It's not just a translation. They don't just say Negro and that means Black, how you would do it. No, when they said Negro, that had a definition. That had a colonizer definition attached to it. And that was inferior. That was worthy of enslavement. That was a sinner. All those negative derogatories. That's why Dr. King was talking about those negative derogatories that was attached to black, and he said, "Hey, we're black and beautiful." I'm not like basically we're taking over this word. But hold on. So black as a race, white as a race, all that stuff, we agree that's the white T man, correct? Or do I gotta play John Henry Clark?
Yeah, the black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So when white folks came up with it, that's an exonym. That's an outsider calling people things that they didn't call themselves prior, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Except for Haiti.
Well, Haiti never called themselves black.
Well, okay, well, if that's what you want to roll with, that's cool.
The Haitians spoke English.
That's what I'm saying. If you're speaking from an English standpoint,
no. Hey, bro, listen. Assalamu alaikum. What does that mean?
Peace. Assalamu alaikum mean peace be upon you. From my
Right, and then walaikum salam, right? It made it be returned back to you. You see that? Those are still Arabic words. Whether we're in English speaking countries, Spanish speaking countries, assalamu alaikum is always assalamu alaikum. Sudan. Wait, hold on. Listen to the logic. Because all of a sudden, when it comes to BLACK, you want to translate another foreign word to this fiance. So America is a country that still holds foreign words in the natural language, and we use it here. We say fiance.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Before you do that, let me first establish this and then see. I want to get your rebuttal to this. Like for example, when Haitians come over here, the same Haitians, when they say "sac passe," they ain't saying what's up in English. They're keeping their Haitian energy, and they say "imbule," right? So they say all that in Haiti over here. Even they call and speak to Tariq Nasheed, sac passe. So it's clear that when people Juan is Juan in Mexico and America, he's not John all of a sudden. Miguel is Miguel in Mexico and America. He's not Michael. So the translation that's nothing. And by the way, we just learned from Q Butter that Noir is actually an exonym. There's something called the Noir Code. It's like the French version of Black codes. So it was actually the French who called the Haitians Noir. So right, so it's an exonym.
Can I ask you a question now?
Wait, before you do that, I want to acknowledge this. So Noir is a term that was placed on the Haitians by the French, right?
Just like black in America.
Right. Okay. No. We were called Negro and colored. Give me the time. Give me the time span where we were called BLACK in America.
Yeah, you could look at the early 1900 census, where they differentiate.
What year? What year?
1910, I believe. You could look at the census right now. You can see that black.
Hey, bro. We were look. Here's the thing. You can't get around. Okay.
No, we wasn't.
Wait, sis. Don't mess up the build. I got it. I don't need no help here. This is my lane. Okay, my guy. So we know black wasn't being used. The NAACP, Negro Advanced Colored People. Even Marcus Garvey was the Negro, right? So we know that colored and we know Negro was being used all the way until 1960. Matter of fact, we went away from Negro and replaced that with black. Now you can make up some shit all you want.
Bro, you want me to pull up the census for you so you can see it for yourself?
Hey, bro, but let's go with that. When in 1910, let's go with that. Let's say somehow white people put black on the census. Were black people call themselves black at that time?
No.
Okay. Now look, so that's not the argument. The argument is what people call themselves. So at that time, black Americans was calling themselves colored and Negroes, right?
Yeah, some call themselves African.
Okay, cool. No. That was not a popular term. Now, but watch this. In the 1960s, when black Americans start to identify themselves and they use black, was that from an exonymic standpoint definition, or was that an endonymic standpoint?
Well, Stokely Carmichael is the one that popularized it, so
No,
you can say it's an
hey,
excellent.
bro, you're saying popularized, and you can't prove that his popularity was stronger than James Brown. But hold on, before we go there, because you're jumping ahead of me, I'm saying as an endonymic term, before it got popular, did Black Americans call themselves Black as an endonymic term, or from a white person perspective, from the 19th census? You say which one?
Which time period? Can you said
1960, 19. No,
1960?
I'm going off. Look, I'm considering you're right. I can do that and still cook. So I'm considering you're right in 1910. The white man secretly put Black down the census, right, for us.
No, he didn't seek it. You can look it up yourself.
Right, but well, if we don't call ourselves that, that would be behind our back, right? Because at that time we were calling ourselves Negro in color. So if the white man secretly called us Black behind our back, that's called secrecy. That's not something that's out in the front. Now, so that means that they secretly put us as Black on the census, but was calling us Negro in public, on documents, and officially calling us Negro in color. They wouldn't refer to us Black in no public setting at all. So that's what we call secrecy. That was done behind our back. But when we called ourselves Black in the 1960s, was that from an exonymic white American standpoint? Was that a Black American redefining and rebranding of the word Black?
Would you consider Stokely Carmichael an exonym or endonym?
You saying Stokely? That's a human being that came later. He came. Black was around. Look, you just say he made it popular, which was not even the case because James Brown's song went national. But look, you said
Stokely was before James Brown's song.
Bro,
James Brown's song came out in 1968. Stokely Carmichael.
No. Wait, we're talking about popularity. We're talking about popularity. The average Black American don't even know Stevie. Okay, here we go. Now I'm gonna have my boy call up. Who's more popular in America, James Brown or Stokely Carmichael?
It depends on who you're talking to.
I'm talking to you. Like who do you think the average Black American are there? I got a guy who don't even know about FBA. He's my boy. Chad talks to him all the time. My boy, he has no idea about. He don't really care. He's not even there. But he knows he's Black American. But he has no idea about Tariq Nasheed, FBA, Yvette Carnell, Adolph. Nothing. I could have him calling right now, and I could say, "Hey, Mike." Oh, wait. Hey, bro. Listen, I'm trying to frame it for you. His name is Mike. I can say, Mike, what's FBA? I guarantee he'd be like, Football, Basketball Association. He don't have no clue. So I'm asking you, on the fly, if I have him call in and I ask him, hey, bro, James Brown or Stokely Carmichael, who do you think he's going to know and not know?
I don't know.
Okay, cool.
I got you're one anecdotal person. Don't give a.
Hey, bro, you just said you just said he popularized it and when the way you popularize thing is if one person says something and it reached like 5%, 15%, 20% of a people total population, and another person does the same thing and that shit reaches 80%, 90%, the person who popularized it will be the person that reached that 80, 90% of the population.
Right. So how many people were saying Black Power in America?
Hey, bro, listen. Would you agree that most Black nationalist people and Pan-Africans were the main ones chanting Black Power? Like the average Black Christian wasn't doing that?
Well, people later adopted the slogan and the fist raising of Black
Power. You're talking about a fist raise. I'm telling you about Black America, which you wouldn't know. All right, but anyway, let's go back. I went down your rabbit hole. Let's go back because you dodged the question. When Black Americans called themselves Black in the 1960s, early 1960s, late 1950s, was that an exonym term or endonym?
And I'm gonna ask you again. Would you consider Stokely Carmichael an exonym or endonym? Because my point is, would you consider Stokely Carmichael Black?
No, he's Trinidadian.
Well, so then it came from the outside source.
What came from outside source?
The term Black as a ethnonym.
Wait, so did he come up? Okay, now I'm confused. Did he make it popular or did he come up with it?
He's the one that made it an ethnonym, meaning that people.
Can I lay my plane? Goodbye.
Can I lay my plane?
Goodbye. He's not trying to have. I already got him. I already cooked him. He's black racially.
You ain't cook nobody. You won't
Hey,
even let me
bro.
talk.
Hey, bro. Listen.
You talk for 30 minutes. You won't let me get one
Hey,
sentence
bro.
out.
You call yourself black because a white man said you was black.
And you call yourself black
as a racial category. That's all I wanted to cook
You call yourself black because of Stokely
I got you, and you're out of here. Nope, I don't. I had no idea who Stokely Carmichael was until sometime recent. I was black because of Elijah Muhammad. What the hell are you talking about? Like I said, most of America has no idea. TT, he's gone. Most of America has no idea who Stokely Carmichael is. So you can't make something popular if nobody know who you are.
Do he know how stupid he sound to say that we
Of course
call
he does.
ourselves black because of Stokely Carmichael?
Yeah, he's a fool.
Stokely Carmichael ain't us.
He knows that. He knows that.
Maybe that cross-eyed is getting to his damn head or something. But
all
he
I
needs to
wanted
go
was
get
my
that.
all I wanted was my sound bite. So I got the clip of him record. He tried to lie. I got him with the clip that he calls himself black because white folks called him black. It ain't because they called themselves black. And that's an exonym. That's an exonymic term, meaning outside. So TT, here's the thing I was trying to point out to him, but he was trying to be disingenuous. My thing was these tethers, what you said earlier, these tethers are okay with white people calling them something. They think if white people see us as the same, that's legitimate. Like they can legitimize our so-called unity, right? Because they see us the same, not how we see ourselves. If white folks see us the same, then we must be the same. So they put a lot of value on how the white man look at us. Now, listen, I got him to catch. He's black because the white man said he's black. He's not black because he said he's black. He's not black because Jamaica said he's black or the African Union or anybody else. He's black. All these tethers are calling themselves black because the white man said they're black. We call ourselves black because black Americans said we're black. So I got that out of him. It's like he had to concede to those things. And then he tried to run and say Kwame Ture, Steve Coakley, made it popular. I said, well, that's up for debate. He got James Brown. But even with that, it already existed. Then he tried to say, look, you can't make something popular. That means you came later, right? Then you can't make the same argument that he came up with the term. He made it exonymic. So now he's going to try to pretend that because he allegedly made it popular, therefore he made it an exonym at that time. No, you dummy. The first time it's being redefined as
That's not what it is. Him and that cross-eyed, they both confused. So he don't even know what the hell he talking about. Him and that cross-eyed is confused as hell.
Revenue, you got cooked, my guy.
He need to go see Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde or somebody to get that that damn cross-eyed looked at. Because people, when they look at him or if he look at them, they don't know what the hell he look. They like, shit, you looking at me or you looking in the back or up in the front or can you at least wiggle the eye straight a little bit to talk? Him and that eye confused. That's what's wrong with him.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So, now I want to look at this. Okay. So, oh, damn. I got him off too early. See, like, here's the thing. I'm going to put the phone number back in there. Okay. Now, I want him to call in one more time, which he probably going to do because he knows, like, unbiased is tight with my stuff. So he like, oh, hell no, you're going to get me again.
No, he might because up on TikTok, that's all that he do.
Nah, yeah, but no,
all
he
do.
Yeah, but he you know what he does? He learned from me, and then he try to use me against the TikTokers because he know half of them don't research and do shit like I do. So he like get them with gotcha moments. I caught him doing that.
He stay up in our spaces.
Yeah, but I'm a little different though, because I'm a guy who's like a low key historian. You see, with the word black, exonym, endonym, you guys probably know what the hell that is. And I was able to cook him because he tried to lie and say black. He's black American as though that's something. I said you only can be black American either from an either an endonymic sense or exonymic sense. So that went over a lot of people's heads. But people who are regulars here, they know what I meant. So, and he knew what I meant because I taught him. So he had to concede that, oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm raised from an exonymic sense, meaning that white people named them black. Okay, so that's all I was trying to point out. Like, yo, you're black because a white man said you're black. And when don't forget, when the white people name you, it's usually a pejorative, it's in a derogatory sense, and it's usually an inferior type of connotation. Now, I kicked them off, but there goes the phone number. I'm getting one shot. I got a question for you, Revenue, and then you answer yes or no. I won't be too long-winded, and then you could go and have your freedom to ask me what you want. I'll just cook you for everybody. But yeah, so those TikTok spaces, TT, that me in the chat knows, like they are usually just for clicks and views. Like they're kind of watering down what we're doing as a lineage. Like we're trying to be serious. We're trying to push a real cause. We're trying to push real awareness. Those guys on there are just debating for no fucking reason. They're just debating. There's no sense or direction where the debate is headed. Nobody's learning. There's no key takeaways. They're just going back and forth, insulting each other. It's like, okay, what are we doing? Like, what's the Tether's getting 3 minutes of free time to bash us? The moderator is FBA, but letting Tether just disrespect us with immunity, no accountability. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what's the whole point of that? Over here, we're cooking tethers but we're being informed. Like again, exonym, endonym, how we're the only black people. We're progressing. We're signal boosting. We're educating the masses, us and whoever else. So, and over here, we're trying to dodge the mislabel of us being a cult. Just calling names, and we're trying to do more than that, right? We're trying to spread a message like, nah, we're not a cult, we're not an echo chamber, we actually got something to say, and hear us out. And it's not xenophobic, it's not divisive, it's real facts, it's real talk. The
But
TikTok
see,
pages
here's
get
my
kind of crazy.
questions. Here's my questions. When he go to Jamaica, do he say he Black American or do he say that he Jamaican? Not only that, is he flying the Jamaican flag up over here? Because if you flying the Jamaican flag, it don't make a difference whether or not you put the US flag behind it. You still not Black American. You still not American. You repping your homeland. See, we rep the United States of America because we are American. We don't put nobody else's flags behind us and or none of that. Every flag, all the flags that we have represent either America or who we are in America. So yeah, we different. This ain't y'all home. This ain't y'all home. If this was your home, I wouldn't give a damn whether or not you from Southeast China. Now, I'm not saying to dismiss or get rid of, your country or nothing like that, because that's who you are. But when it comes time for you to come up over here and you want to be American, you need to apply that American flag and that American flag only. And since y'all can't do that, don't come now talking about that you American. Because you have no support for America. You will turn on America for your people at any time that you need to. Claim your homeland. Don't claim ours. We fight. We don't flee.
Exactly.
Y'all got the whole game twisted.
Okay, I'm doing a little research in the background. Because I had already explain the revenue is that when this is why I'm like far superior to him in research. When I research things that I believe, right, about FBA and everything we're doing, sometimes my belief can be outside of research, and the research can say, yeah, okay, I'm biased. We see where you're going, but that's not historically correct. And it'll educate me where I was wrong at and what I shouldn't say or how I should say it. Right. And then I would take heed to research. Like, okay, let me drop that and let me go with the suggestion and, to be correct. Because I don't want to be wrong. Revenue doesn't do that. Revenue research, and he looks for something that it appears that agrees with him. And then he'll take that and try to call it as a gotcha. Oh, the 1910 census had black on there. I'm like, well, if white folks secretly put black on the census, oh, it wasn't secret. It wasn't? Well, did we call ourselves black in 1910? No. But white folks called us black behind our back. Like we are predominantly referred to as colored Negroes, but on the census, they're not putting colored Negro, they're putting black there. And you said, so it's done in private, but you're saying that's not done in secret. Okay. Listen, private means secret. Right now, TT's in her house, in her private space. That's secret to me. Okay. Public. If it was public, she would make it public. You should have her camera on. We can see everything she's doing. Okay. The fact that cameras is off and our private life is not exposed to the public, that's called private, it could be synonymous to secrecy. But it's definitely both are the definite opposites of public. Right. So he doesn't know how to research. He see things, he see a word, and okay, yeah, I can't wait to get him with this. This is a gotcha moment. And I'm gonna teach him how to do it correctly. Teach how to research correctly about the 1910 and all that type stuff. Okay? Because he's a fool. He's always been a fool. He's a horrible researcher.
He not about to research nothing. Because the truth of the matter is, he's steady disrespectful, being disrespectful to the people that are the true Americans. You say that you Black American, but you don't even like the original Black Americans up in this country. You don't even like the real Black Americans up in this country. And then you want to turn around and say that you Black? No, you Jamaican. You'll never be Black American. You'll never be us. That shows us that you treasonous. You don't even appreciate the people that fought and paved the way for you and your parents or whoever up in your family and others to be able to come up over here. And then you got the nerve to don't like those people. And by not liking them people, you disrespecting not only them, but their ancestors that fought and paved the way for you to be able to bring your ass up over here.
Right.
You ain't Black American to the ancestors. You treasonous to the ancestors.
So,
you don't
damn,
even
man,
like
Revenue,
the ancestors people.
Hey, Revenue, click that damn phone number, because I ain't done with you. All right, so check this out. So I'm going to help him out. With research. I'm going to teach him how to do this. Look at this. So this is called transparency. In the 1910s, Black was an exonym. You fool. A label used by the government to categorize people, not an endonym, which is a name the people chose for themselves. So we are being called something outside of our name, okay? Which is an exonym, which we don't reject. We don't accept nothing from the white man. The white man can't give us nothing. Okay, we question everything and reject everything. Okay, and then we figure out what's what. It says here's a breakdown of why that label was used and how it differs from the sovereign identity Black Americans built later. You fool. So number one, it says the exonym context, the 1910 census. In 1910, the U.S. Census was not a self-identification. You fool, like it is today. You's a fool. In 1910, the U.S. Census was not a self-identification form. A government worker, enumerator, would walk up to a house, look at the inhabitants, and decide their race for them. You fool. You dummy. The instructions, the 1910 census instructions for enumerators stated, for census purposes, the term black includes all persons who are evidently full-blooded Negroes, while the term mulatto, MU, includes all other persons having some proportion of perceptible trace of Negro blood. The intent, the government wasn't trying to honor an identity. They were practicing racial science, you fool. Scientific racism. They used black and mulatto as tools to track blood quantum and white purity metrics. It was a clinical administrative label used to manage a population, much like the paper genocide reclassifications, much like the paper genocide reclassification you mentioned earlier, Mbaz. It's my shit. The endonym reality, Negro and colored. If you had asked a person of the lineage in 1910 what they were, they will almost never have said, I'm black, you fool. The preferred terms, the community's sovereign names were Negro or colored, like I said. Terms of respect at the time. Negro was the term of dignity. Leaders like W. Du Bois fought specifically to have Negro capitalized in newspapers to show it was a proper noun and a respected ethnic group. Organizations. The organizations funded during this era, the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, 1909, and the UNIA, Negro World Newspaper, 1918, proved that the community did not use black as their primary ethnonym, you fool. All right. Oh, the census. 1960 shift, when black became an endonym. The word black did not become a prideful, self-chosen name until the 1960s. Young activists, like he said, Stokely Carmichael and the Black Panthers, and the Nation of Islam, they don't want to ever name, purposely rejected the inherited colonial term Negro, which they associated with submissiveness, and reclaimed black as a symbol of power and self-determination. Now, the sovereignty. This is when black transitioned from a government description of skin color to a name for the FBA lineage, not the Trinidadian Steve Coakley lineage, fool. The conflation. By 1970, the census changed the category to Negro or black to reflect this new cultural shift that we did, you fool. This is where the confusion began. The government eventually merged the old exonym, the color-based label, with the new endonym, the ethnic identity. So here it gives you everything. Endonym, look, definition of the exonym, phenotype, dark skin, full blood. Now a unique lineage and ethnogenesis. You fool. Look at the goal, surveillance and racial hierarchy. Now political power and corrective justice. The usage used behind people's backs by enumerators. You feel me? So TT, SL the chat. You see, I was right. I said they used it in secrecy. This fool said, no, they didn't. Look at AI. Used behind people's back by enumerators, you dumb fool. Now, family, I knew that before I even knew it. Because I'm like, I know it, because I know my history. I know we didn't call ourselves black. So if the white man is calling us black, it had to be behind our back in secrecy. That's exactly what I said. AI said the same shit. But we use it as a badge of honor and ethnic pride, you fool. Okay, now here's the, it says the paper assimilation rebuttal. You can tell your opponent that using the 19th census to claim black has always been the name in the act of historical gaslighting. You family, they said this full tether revenue is in the act of historical gaslighting. 1, administrative theft. The government used the word black in 1910 specifically to divide the community black versus mulatto. Number 2, hijacking the identity. In 2026, the government is doing the same thing by using the word black to merge the community with immigrants and tethers like revenue. The result, in both cases, the lineage of the person is being ignored in favor of a racial category that serves the state's budget, not the people's debt. Okay? It recognizes the Pan-African argument. This Pan-African argument is a common way people try to backdate the racial category to make it seem like there's no difference between 1910 resident and a 2026 arrival. Should we look into the 1920, 1930 census instructions to see how they eventually dropped the mulatto category to force everyone into a single Negro box? Yeah, we could do that.
But Ron, you know what's crazy is because these funky, musty, Mac and me, ET, dirty ass immigrants got the nerve to try to tell us like they know more about our homeland than they do. You's a fool if you think that. How you gonna tell the people that's from here, try to tell them what it is up in this fucking country? This ain't your country. This ain't your country.
You heard him say he was Black American, and I cut that short. So
yeah, he only Black American right now because ICE is out there, and if he do have his citizenship, it can be denaturalized. That's the only reason why he Black.
And
it ain't our fault that you miserable.
And he's not
It ain't
Black.
our fault that your homeland don't have no water, food, and everything else, and your homeland is sitting up over there looking like it's something about the fucking Smurfs. You's a fool if you think that you know more about this land and know more about us than we do.
All right, hey, Revenue.
You're not only a fool, you're a damn fool.
A hell of a fool.
You are
Revenue,
ugly, musty, camel face, hyena face, cheetah face, elephant face, musty fool.
Hey,
go sit your ugly ass somewhere.
Hold up. I want him to call back in. And I look, Revenue, here's the deal, because you know he's listening. Call back in. You got 5 minutes to any rebuttal. It's going to look dumb now. Now we didn't looked up the 1910 census. You're cooked. But so that you got call back in, you got 5 minutes to rant. And you can hang up like a fleeing coward if you want afterwards. Or you could stand and face the fire of unbiased Ron. This is why I say, man, hey, TT, you just witness for yourself. When they call over here, it's annihilation. I don't play with these tethers. I go straight for the juggler. I don't play around. I beat them academically. I beat them educationally. There is no wins in Mikasa. It's a quick ass kicking. Okay, and this is what they need on TikTok. So I'm going to try to, let's see, tomorrow, if I don't go to the gym, which I might not go to the gym tomorrow, I'm going to try to get on here early AM on TikTok for about an hour, some change, and then I'm going to go live on YouTube or try to do both. Either way, I'll work it out. Okay, either way, I work it out. But I want to get, because I was on TikTok, I did good teaching a Guyanese woman that she's not Black. You know, she fought like hell, but then she conceded. She realized my argument was too irrefutable, indisputable. So she finally conceded she's not Black. She embraced her Guyanese more than ever. She still kind of on a low thought she was Black, but she more than ever embraced her Guyanese over her pretending to be Black. So over here we do that, right? I educate, I demonstrate. Sometimes I roast a little bit. Sometimes I get crazy. But the overall thing to do is teach. I want people to take away important things when the live is ended. Okay, so and that's my whole thing. It's like after my live end, it's like, what do I want people to take away? So I make sure I highlight that and I speak about it often to like stay in your head. So when y'all leave and somebody say, "Hey, what you learned over there?" You know what you learned. It like there's no confusion. This ain't church where nobody know what the pastor was good. What you learn? I don't know, but he was good. Okay. Yeah, I don't want that over here. I want people to actually learn. So that's the number for Tether New. Call back in, my guy. I had some questions about you. I had some questions for you, but you can respond, and which he's not now. Now that I debunked the whole 1910 census thing, so now he's gonna lie and say so Stephen Coakley was the reason why black is an ethnonym. You're not gonna find that nowhere on the internet. But again, I'm somebody who can go with the negative argument. Let's say he's the reason why black became. Let's just go with that. He's the reason why black became an endonym, right? Well, the endonym was for what people? Was it for Trinidadians and Black Americans? Or was it only for Black Americans? Because that's the bottom line. The bottom line is just who were the people only called black as an endonym? That's the bottom line. Black Americans. That's my entire argument.
What's crazy is that you have a lot of these people that call us xenophobic, they call us divisive, they call us all these different things. But the crazy part about it is they always up in our spaces being disrespectful. We're not coming to their spaces.
At all.
They stay up in our spaces. All the time. You won't even focus up on your own people. And what's going on with your people. You too busy worried about us and who our people are and what our people have done and everything else. You want to be able to attach yourself to greatness because your ancestors didn't give you the gift of greatness. And you're mad, you're jealous, and you're envious that our ancestors was so bad. They made a mark. They made a mark that the whole world could see. Y'all don't have nothing to be proud of for y'all ancestors. See, we can boast and lick and look ours up and everything else because of who our ancestors were and what they left us. See, we proud to be who in the fuck we are. We proud to be whoever the fuck we are. Because we come from greatness. We come from some resilient and brave ancestors and everything else. We can rejoice about ours. Because they did the damn thing, baby. Not just for us, but for other people. Y'all can't say that.
Right, at all.
And that's why y'all mad and you jealous and you envious and y'all some damn hypocrites. It ain't our fault that y'all ancestors was lazy as hell, didn't give a damn about y'all, and you don't even have nothing to show for what they did up in their life. But we do. Oh, baby, we do. The world knows our ancestors. The world. The world don't know y'all ancestors because y'all
at all,
ancestors
and don't care to know them.
Right. Y'all ancestors ain't did shit.
And to be frank and honest, not trying to be funny, but if you look at the Haitian Revolution, the world does, and when the world look at the state of Haiti right now, they don't look at that as a W. Like nobody even remembers that as a victory because of the current state it's in now. Like people look at that as a L. People look at that as an L. So like there needs to be some humility. Like you would think that these same people will be really trying to ally with Black Americans. Like if they're saying that we're in a superpower country, and we are, but they're trying to act like we had nothing to do with that. No, we had everything to do with this country being a superpower, and you're mad at that. But the fact that you acknowledge that we're in a superpower country, you would think that these folks would come to us for some type of allyship, knowing $1.3 trillion spending, you dig, consumerism. Like, you think they'll be like, hey man, you know, you think that they will praise us, or at least try to finesse us, damn, try to scam us, but in fake a relationship, be like, hey man, yo, we rock with y'all FBAs, yo, we need y'all to, you know what I mean, come donate or blah blah blah. You think that would be their attitude? Nope. These people come from areas where they're in famine, droughts, all type of shit going on, poverty. And instead of aligning themselves with us, aligning with us, they'll throw some white supremacy talking points at us. And then get mad when we roast them.
But why would we think that we have allies with them when they do their own people wrong? They do their own people wrong. So they don't give a damn about us. They do their own people wrong. And now we can see why their homelands look the way that it does. Yeah, because majority of they people are melanated. But them same people that's over your homeland treat y'all like some dogs. They done made a deal with the devil for them to be able to get rich and for y'all to stay poor. You can't have no damn ally. Because you don't even have an ally with your own damn people. And that's a problem for us. Because we don't get down like that. No matter what we go through, we always are one.
Right.
We always gonna focus and try to figure out a way for our people to be better. We appreciate what our ancestors did because they didn't have to do it. Y'all can't appreciate your ancestors because your ancestors ain't did shit for you. And that's why y'all mad, ain't it? Y'all mad because we resilient? You mad because we got over 50,000 patent inventions? You mad because even though we was up in slavery, we fought our way out?
Right.
You mad that
and
we
we
built this
unified.
country?
And we
Right.
unified
You
together.
mad? You mad because we created HBCUs? You mad because we had thriving Black communities until the white people came and dropped the bomb and
Right.
tore it down?
Yep.
That's what you mad at? Don't nobody give a damn. That ain't got shit to do with us. It ain't our problem that y'all ancestors is fucked up.
At all.
So don't try to bring that shit up over here to ours. That's up on you and your damn people. That your ancestors didn't leave y'all nothing for y'all to be able to fall back on, and ours did.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, we've been able to do more as the minority compared to the majority. And not only that, up in y'all homelands, the people up over there, the leadership and all this, they y'all people, they look just like y'all. See, we up in the belly of the beast. We've been up in the belly of the beast. We've been fighting these white tea people for centuries and fucking decades. So yeah, we different. We way different.
Completely different.
Don't get mad at us. Don't get mad at us because your people ain't shit. Don't get mad at us because even though y'all the majority up over there up in y'all homelands, y'all ain't willing to fight for nothing. You willing to go against each other and try to take each other out. While we up over here as the minority. And even as the minority, we was able to fight and build even through our pain. Our leaders didn't look like y'all. Our leaders was white tea supremacists. The leaders of this country, even though this is our country. And you mean to tell me that up in your homelands where the people look like you, y'all can't do what we have done? And you the majority? Y'all should have been surpassed us by now. Y'all had a 400-year head start and you still ain't worth shit. Not even cat shit. A cat'll hold it before it release it. That's why y'all mad. Because y'all want to be us so damn bad so that way you could have something to be proud of.
Mm-hmm.
But this don't belong to y'all. And that ain't our fucking fault. That your people didn't do what ours did. That ain't our
Right.
fault.
They
That's
can't do
up
it. They
on
keep
y'all.
fleeing. They keep fleeing.
Right.
They'll never get nothing done.
Y'all lazy. You're destructive. You're some fleers. You're dishonest and you're treasonous. And you want to assimilate to whiteness so bad
Oh
because
my
you
God.
think that if you
Skin bleaching
assimilate with
cream.
them, right, if you assimilate to them, then y'all could help them go against us. Because you want to assimilate to them.
Yep.
But see, what they didn't tell y'all is this. You'll never be able to be and do what you want to do with the white tea people.
Nah.
You ain't white. You ain't white.
They're not white and they have no history of doing something great where white folks feel like, you know what? They can actually replace FBAs. Like, white people don't believe that shit. Okay?
No, but not only that, they don't even know that they've been tricked.
I don't know
Y'all done
about
showed these white tea people.
Now that part I'm not going to believe because again, they're one. It's called hyper selection. Their 1% is coming to America. Their top 1%. Their bottom are not coming over here. We're talking about Africa. Their most educated, most wealthy people are coming over here. These are not fools. They are the smartest people that their country can offer. They know better. So this is willingly treason behavior. This is willing, hateful actions. Like they are the top % of their country. This is their best of their best.
Well, how they the top 10% of their country when they country look the way that it do?
Right, because they're not over there. That's called a brain drain.
Exactly.
Their country. See, their most again. You could research right now. There's one African doctor for 30,000 Nigerian patients. One, because all of their doctors are abroad. If they actually stayed home, Nigeria might be much better. But they keep leaving. They keep going to the UK, America, Canada, Japan, name it. They're India. They're everywhere but Nigeria. If they actually stayed in Nigeria, Nigeria might be one of the best countries in Africa. If they actually stayed.
But see, I think that, Ron, a lot of the reason why they do what they do is because they think that white tea people won't support them. They think that white tea people is going to have their back because they praise them. White people don't like y'all.
Well,
and they would never trust y'all because they've seen how you will turn against your own people for them, for the people that played a part in the destruction of your people.
Right. And this is why right now in the UK, as I was playing earlier, England, natives want them out the country because everything you're saying. So what I'm saying is they know the English, the white Brits are telling them they don't want them in the country. So they know white folks don't want them. It's a sick love. It's like when you break up with somebody and you're saying, I don't want you. They're like, no, please. That's what's happening. They know whitey man don't want them, but they don't want to accept that reality. So they're like, no, please give me one more chance. Please, I promise you. That's what's going on. It's a sick obsession that they have for the whitey man. The British are telling them, leave the country, get out. So there's no confusion. They told I just played a debate with an African Nigerian with the native, the native Brit, white Brit. He told it to his face, hey, we don't want you over here. We want all y'all gone in the millions. So they know. They're being told in their face. And she started crying at the end. Talking about they owe her some type of reparation. He like, yeah, all right. You don't get your ass about my country. Yeah, so they definitely know. And they're not being tricked. They always brag about how smart they are, how educated they are. So they're not being tricked. Educated people that don't become tricked by, it's really, really hard to trick an educated person. It's really easy to trick a fool.
But see, here's the thing. What they don't understand is it don't matter what it looks like. White tea people will play a game with you. Even though they don't like you. We know that they don't like us. And the feeling is mutual because we don't like their ass neither. And the difference between us and y'all is when they touch us, when they hit us, we fight back.
Oh, yeah.
So if we'll fight back with them, you think we won't fight back with you?
Yeah, they bugging.
We done been through so much. We ain't cowards. We don't run from shit. This our homeland. White people will never accept y'all. Y'all already done showed them that y'all treasonous too. See, this was a test of the emergency white tea people broadcast. They don't like your black ass or wherever the hell it is that you come from because you ain't white. You will never be white. They don't trust you. You treasonous. They don't like our ass. But one thing about it is if they had to make a choice between us and y'all, they would pick us each and every time because they know that at the end of the day, when it's time to fight, we right there fighting together, even though we know that we don't even like each other. So yeah, we different. We ain't like y'all. Y'all ain't gonna stand with them and fight.
Nah.
Because you can't even stand up in your homeland and fight. You won't even fight for your homeland where your people look just like you. So we think that you're supposed to be an ally to us?
Not happening.
If you will fuck over your own people, that'll let us know that y'all would try at any time to take us out. But here's where y'all mess up at it. Y'all got the game twisted. See, we ain't y'all. And these white tea people ain't about to take us out. And y'all sorry asses ain't neither. So you need to get that through your head. It don't make a difference what you think what it is. Y'all got us fucked up. We ain't dumb and stupid like y'all. Don't be complaining at us and then asking us to help you, especially when you done already told us how you feel about us and what you think about us and everything else. You ain't special to white people. They look at you as a coward.
The world look at them as cowards. Nobody respects that. Nobody respects that.
Right, because that one thing that they do understand is we ain't gonna never give up on our people. Now we might have some issues, but we would never give up on our people.
Our issues are not of our own. See, that's a big difference because I don't.
No, I know that, but
right, yeah, but just this context for Tether listening in, trying because you understand, like people listening in the shadows, like Tether's listening and they try to take what we say verbatim. So I just want to add some clarity. Any issues we have now, the divide and conquer tactic that the Tethers talk about comes from here. The Willie Lynch, letter. That is what they're talking about. Divide. That ain't divide and conquer. We were never unified with them, but we were unified with each other. And white people divided and conquered us. Right. They matter of fact, when I was reading the look at this. When I was reading his research that he misrepresented. Look at this. We were talking about the 1910 census. Look how they use mulattoes in America against us, like us against us, by calling people mulattoes and other people black. It says the transition between the 1920 and 1930 census is the smoking gun for administrative lumping you're describing. That's talking about I'm describing. Because when I talk to ChatGPT or AI, I don't just beg for answers. I actually got answers too, and I want more clarity. I want more nuance. So I go to ChatGPT for that. Okay. So it says in just 10 years, the U.S. government moved from a system of surveillance through division. Talking about us, the government was dividing us, to a system of erasure through consolidation. Here's the breakdown of the instructions that force everyone into a single Negro box. This is Black America. This is beyond. This is Jim Crow. The height of it. This is during. This is right before the Great Depression. Okay. This is during the zoning laws. Okay, where we weren't allowed to leave our neighborhoods. Okay, so in 1920, the last stand of the mulatto category. In 1920, the government was still obsessed with tracking blood quantum, fractions of ancestry. The enumerators were given specific instructions to keep the FBA population divided by phenotype. This is what tethers do today. We look alike, and that's what the white man used. Okay, so it says the 1920 instructions: write in W for white, B for black, and MU for mulatto, and CH for Chinese, and JP for Japanese, and IN for Indian. The term black, B, includes all persons who are evidently full-blooded Negroes. And listen, this is their opinion. They had no idea what you mixed with. But they're looking at you and saying, yep, because this person's dark, that's a full-blooded Negro. So this could be an indigenous person, whoever it is. This could be a Mexican. If you are dark skinned, you are a full-blooded Negro. Now watch this. While the term mulatto, MU, includes all other persons having some proportion of perceptible trace of Negro blood. So this is Charleston White, right? They see he's not dark skinned, so he's not full, but they would say full-blooded Negro. but he's clearly got some Negro in him because of his phenotype and his, so okay, he's a mulatto. So they would call him a mulatto. They would call Denzel Washington a mulatto. Anybody, that wasn't like completely dark skinned was pretty much a mulatto. Any shade of brown, like gold, paper brown, paper bag test type shit, you were mulatto. Right? So the context, at this point, the government was still using black as a descriptive adjective exonym for skin color to distinguish from those with mixed ancestry. So like I said, Charleston White was mulatto, but Wesley Snipes was a full Negro blood. Okay, now 1930, the one drop consolidation. So listen, now y'all seeing how all this evolved when they had mulatto, Negro dividing us from each other. Now they're saying all y'all black, all y'all Negro. By 1930, the paper genocide tactics of men like Walter Plecker had successfully influenced federal policy. The government decided that maintaining the mulatto category was useless because their goal had shifted from tracking mixture to enforcing total exclusion. So they wiped out the mulatto class like that. The 1930 instruction, the direct language. Here's the direct language. The quote, a person of mixed white and Negro blood should be returned as Negro, no matter how small the percentage of Negro blood. Both black and mulatto persons are to be returned as Negroes without distinction. Bye-bye, mulatto class. 1930 was gone. Revenue. Are you listening, Kwame? The administrative convenience. The Census Bureau claimed that the mulatto produced useless statistics. Yeah, his government is a devil.
They don't know these. They don't know these white people. See, we understand that.
Let me just finish reading this real fast, sis. Let me get this out the way. Okay, because this is for the people who might have fell for revenue garbage. And then you could add on. It says, because the enumerators were the white people walking the house classifying people by how they look. All right. Regardless of how you felt about yourself. Because enumerators were inconsistent in judging skin tone. Right. So I told you, one enumerator looked at one person, said mulatto, and then another enumerator looked at the same guy and say full Negro. I'm telling you, they were all over the place. Charleston White was a mulatto to some people, and Denzel was a mulatto to some people. Then Denzel was full Negro to some other enumerators. Okay, so by dropping the cat, so it was too confusing for them to like decide who's actually full Negro and who's mulatto. They couldn't figure it out because it's pseudoscience, it's scientific racism. So by dropping the category, they made the data cleaner for the state while effectively erasing the distinct familial histories of millions of people on paper. So listen what's going on, family. They've always been using paperwork to genocide people, to erase people. That's why I say what we're doing right now is paper genocide. By them adding everybody to our black ethnicity or our black category, they're erasing us by consolidation, by assimilation. Okay? So, but they always use paperwork to their convenience to re-identify people the way they please, right? So, it says why they did it. Fear of passing. The primary motivation for lumping everyone to the Negro box. So this happened in 1930, family, and it's happening almost 100 years now. Now everybody's black. All the Africans, all the Jamaicans, Haitians, Brazilians, they're all just black. All right, so the primary motivation for lumping everyone into the Negro box in 1930 was to protect the purity of the white category. Wow. Preventing leakage as mixed race people, mulattoes, quadroons. Who spoke about that? Octoroons. Somebody yesterday, I think it was Swerving, spoke about octoroons, quadroons, and octoroons. Increasingly look white and pass into white society. The state used the 1930 census to brand them legally as Negroes to protect the purity of the white race. The shield for whiteness. By forcing everyone with one drop into the same box, they ensure that the white category remain an exclusive club. Well, guess what? These disgusting tethers are doing the same thing. They're doing the one drop African rule. You got one drop of Negro African genetics in you. You're African, nigga. So they're doing the same thing white man did, but in reverse. The one drop rule, you're black. The one drop African rule, according to tethers, you're African. Look, they didn't want a middle tier like the color, caste in South Africa. Because a middle tier creates a bridge to whiteness, they wanted a hard wall. God damn. Okay, so here is the evolution. It says 1850, 1910, divisive black versus mulatto, tracked blood purity to argue mixed race people were inferior. 1920, transition B to versus MU, black still mulatto. Last attempt to phenotype the population. 1930, consolidated Negro only. See, everybody becomes Negro. To appease whitey man. The box codified the one drop rule for the entire country. 2026 globalized black African American. See, the mask merges the 1930 Negro box with global immigrants. They're doing the same thing now. The Negro box, instead of making all mulattoes Negro, they're making all immigrants black Americans. You heard Revenue. He's black American, racially only. I had to pull it out as goofy as. Connecting 1930 to your 2026 epiphany, unbiased Ron. The 1930 census change is the perfect historical mirror to what you call, unbiased Ron, you called it paper assimilation today. So family, this is my phraseology. I say we're under paper genocide today, but through assimilation, consolidation. That's my argument. That's where I'm at today with my research, with my journalism. 1930 strategy. If we call everyone Negro, we don't have to deal with the nuances of their ancestry or their varied proximity to whiteness. We just exclude them all. In 1926, almost 100 years later, if we call everyone black, not Negro, black, including immigrants, we don't have to deal with the specific lineage depth owed to the 1930 group. We just average them all out, right? Oh, no, we can't because there's too many immigrants amongst y'all. So we don't know who is who. And so we can't we can't pay a debt to you guys because we don't know who is who. So immigrants will be getting a check and they shouldn't get one. So we can't pay nobody. In both cases, the government uses administrative convenience to avoid dealing with a specific creditor. In 1930, they ignored the mulatto to maintain a racial hierarchy. In 2026, they ignored the freedmen to maintain a budgetary status quo. Okay, in 1920, the government knew who you were. They even tracked how mixed you were. By 1930, that detail didn't matter because their goal was to lock the door. Today, they've opened the door, but they've added everyone else into your box so that when you ask for what's yours, when you demand what's yours, they can say, well, look at these other people in the box who don't need help. I guess the box is doing fine. Should we look into the specific 2026 federal data OMB Directive 15 to see if there is any movement toward a lineage checkbox that will finally break this 100-year-old box strategy? Well, I don't need to do that because I already know that they are doing that. Okay, so I just want to read that real fast. That is for, context purposes. So, Revenue, I know you're watching, Kwame. And I know your Goonies watching too. All right. The Jamaican tethers, the BS. I know all you guys listening, learning, and can't debunk none of this. You guys on Google, Wikipedia, AI, and it's coming back. He's right. Unbiased Ron is right. You guys don't have an argument. He comes back with, Steve Carmichael, what's his name? Stokely Carmichael made it a endonym. No, but if he did, which he didn't, but let's go with that. It's still an endonym for Black Americans exclusive to Stokely Carmichael people, which are Trinidadians. You dig? Still an endonym. It's still describing a specific ethnic group that had an ethnogenesis in the United States, starting with U.S. chattel slavery. Okay? So this is specific and very exclusive. It's not inclusive. This ain't no one drop rule with us where immigrants are part of us. No, sir. No, ma'am. This is very exclusive and specific and precise. U.S. chattel slavery. You got to tie your lineage to plantations. If you cannot do that, you're not foundational. Your ancestors had to be foundational in the country. You got that, RR, realize? You got that 227 Kemet? You guys admitted that your ancestors were not enslaved ever. So the question was, then how are you FBA? You know the F stands for foundational, right? And then they make up some shit about pathways indigenous people made for themselves. It's like, yeah, that's for themselves. That's not for the United States of America, my guy. Okay, they didn't build the infrastructure. Go ahead.
Can you 100% trust white people when they acting like that they cool with you?
Not well. I don't trust them at all.
Exactly. And that's the reason why I said that they do not know these people in the way that they do, because these same people was able to go to their homelands and try to utterly destroy it. And a lot of these places have poverty big time up in their homelands.
Yeah.
We already know not to trust them. We already know that the more that they seem like they cool with you, it's more to the story. They don't just do what they told you that they gonna do. Oh, it's a trick up in here. And you don't even know. You signed the contract allowing them to trick you.
Hmm.
And they can do whatever they want to do to you now because you signed the contract with them. And you got the nerve to try to tell us something? Y'all as stupid as they come. You can't tell us nothing. We know not to trust these people. We understand that just because they say something one way, they always got more planned for you. Y'all don't know that. But you think that you do. And then you want to go back and forth with us and argue with us and saying, well, y'all sure the white tea man and everything. Y'all got us twisted. We don't even like them people, to be honest with you. Shit, we've been dealing with them for well over 400 years. We tired of them and we tired of y'all as too. We don't care about nothing. Y'all fell for the okie doke. Not us. We know not to trust them. But instead of y'all listening to what we are telling y'all, you hate us so much that you will close your ears on what we're saying and open them up for these white tea people. And then when white tea people do something to y'all or do something that we was trying to warn you about, that's on y'all. Because you should have listened. Don't nobody know these people better than we do. Not even you. Hell, we know them better than they know themselves. If they try to do something one way, we know to look up something else another way. Because they always up to something. But since y'all think that y'all know so much, y'all gonna handle them. Let's see how that's going to turn out. Let's see how that's going to turn out when they end up dogging y'all out. Even though we told you, don't trust them. And when they do it, ain't no need to come to us. Because we don't give a damn. We don't give a damn about nothing that you going through because we warned you and you didn't want to listen. So don't come to us now when what we told you was the truth. Don't come to us now. We can't even trust you. Y'all have shown us that if these white tea people could put us back up into slavery, a lot of you immigrants will be up on their side.
Oh,
Hell,
yeah.
majority of y'all will get with them. Majority of y'all will be a part of them. Y'all would be a part of them. Y'all crazy as hell. I don't know what's wrong with you immigrants, but y'all about to learn that fat meat is greasy. And when they come up after y'all, we don't give a damn. You should have listened. That is not our problem. Figure it out. Who, what, when, where, or why is not our concern. You big, you bold. Go fight your own battles. You big, you bold. Go get some of these other groups to stand in solidarity with you to fight for your freedom. Go do it. Oh, I know y'all can't. Because even though y'all groups don't like us, they ain't about to fool with y'all. You ain't they people.
At all.
They not about to fool with y'all, not they people. They not about to stand in no damn solidarity with y'all. You not they people. Y'all crazy as hell. I'm sick and tired of you damn tethers. Don't even make no sense. So when y'all get this butt whooping, don't come to us.
Yeah.
Because we ain't got no sympathy and we don't care. That's up on you. That ain't got nothing to do with us because we warned you. And since you did not want to listen, a hard head make us soft.
Soft ASS.
And whatever happened to you, we ain't gonna have no damn sympathy.
Nah, you are by yourself.
Because you didn't even care. Right. Because you didn't even care about your own people. You put your own people up in danger to try to be a part of these people that don't even like you. You're not white. They don't like nobody that's white. Y'all got played. You think that you know so much. Y'all got played. And you done signed your life up over to them. Y'all got played. We tried to tell you. Y'all didn't want to hear that. So don't come to us when they do something to you. That ain't our problem. They ain't got shit to do with us. You better figure it out. Ain't no need to call us because we ain't coming. And whatever happened that goes on with y'all, that's between y'all and them because we did our job by trying to warn you. But you think that you so much smarter than us that your way was the best way, only to find out we told y'all was gonna fuck around and find out.
Find out.
And now y'all at fuck around and find out. And it ain't got nothing to do with us. That's on you. That's on you. Handle it. You big, bad, and bold. Go handle it. Don't come say nothing to us at all. You big, bad, and you bold, and you know more than us. Go and handle it. Let us see what you can do. But you not. And these white tea people already know that. And they don't trust you. Especially if you up over here and you waving the American flag with the flag of your homeland. That's treasonous to these white people. Hell, it's treasonous to us. That let them know that you would turn on them at the drop of an eye because you have turned on your own people. They have seen how y'all have turned up on your people. And if you think that they trust you, they really can't stand you. They just faking it so they can get what they want. And then once they get what they want, then they start doing stuff to y'all. Then they start to do the things that we warned y'all about. And that's on y'all. So don't come to us when it happens. Ain't no need for you to make a video. Ain't no need for you to send an email. Ain't no need for it to go up in the mail. Ain't no need for you to be able to do any of that. You better deal with it. That ain't got nothing to do with us. Period. Point blank. We don't give a damn. We ain't helping. Y'all better be able to figure it out. And they know that y'all ain't gonna be able to figure it out. They know that they just gotta have the prices right. If they give you enough money for you to be able to do what you want to do, you will sell out your whole people for something materialistic. For something materialistic. And you will allow them same people that had a part in putting your people in the place that they are now, y'all still trust them. Y'all still want to be around them and thinking that they got that they got y'all best interests at heart. You know what they've done to your people. You know exactly what they have done to your people. So why would you trust them? Why would you even want to be around them? They been showed you that they don't care nothing about you.
And why should they?
But then right.
They're a sovereign nation.
Right. They don't care about none of y'all.
They went for independence, right? That means that they got it from here.
Yep.
They figured it out.
And not only that, the thing with these white tea people is they know that these other groups will flip. They know that these other groups don't like this country. They know that these other groups are weak. Because you allow them to leave their homeland to come up over there to yours and destroy all your people. Y'all allow them to do that.
Let me share this video right here. This is like breaking news right here. This is kind of what we talked about with the mass influx. The problem with the mass influx of immigrants, whether legal or illegal. This is the problem right here. And I've been touching on this, family.
Thousands of New Yorkers may not have a place to live by the end of the year. They are part of a housing voucher program, and the funds are running out years ahead of schedule.
So now they're scrambling to find new places to live while we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Investigative reporter Dan Krauth shows us why finding these new homes won't be easy.
It is draining. It is traumatizing.
LaShawn Smith, a mother of two in Brooklyn, worries she's not going to have a place to live.
I got an email and it dropped, and I saw the NYCHA logo. I nearly fell to the floor.
This email saying the emergency housing voucher she has been receiving to help pay her rent will be suddenly ending this year. Congress created the vouchers through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, but it has run out of money 4 years earlier than expected.
Everybody on a voucher is not getting their voucher for free. My rent, I spend more than NYCHA spends for me.
She's one of 5,200 people in the New York City area alone that will be losing their vouchers. The email from NYCHA, who administers the federal program locally, says it's working to find alternative subsidized housing options, and voucher holders must fill out an application in NYCHA's public housing program. But there is no guarantee they will find them a place to live.
My application has been in NYCHA since 2017. Since domestic violence, since abuse, I am labeled under domestic violence.
So you're already on the wait list?
I've been on the wait list.
That's why she needed the voucher in the first place. She's been on the wait list for almost a decade. A wait list with more than 150.
I've been trying to tell you guys. I worked in property management, low income housing. I said people be on these wait lists for 10 years. And you acting like this ain't that.
50,000 people. So where are you going to be at the list?
I don't know. We're in the hands of a bunch of people who don't care.
I'll tell you where you're going to be. Hold on.
Statement, NYCHA said it encourages residents to submit their application by May 1st.
Let me get my stuff together.
They'll be accepting an application.
I'll tell you where you're going to be. Whatever place you were in when you filled out that new application. You did. Yeah, it starts all over. You could be 10 years all over waiting again.
On a rolling basis through the summer.
And you best believe these are outreach programs signed these tethers up way when that letter hit her, tethers already knew what was happening and they was quick to help them fill out that app way before us. Let's go.
Gets to choose whether I get housed and 5 or 6 or 7,000 other families get housed.
Not a comfort to families wondering where they'll be 1 year from now.
And this is just going to make it worse for us if we don't have somewhere to live.
In Brooklyn, Dan Krauth, Channel 7. Eyewitness.
Okay, so now I told you guys that the money is already fixed for people of color, POC, POC, and minorities. The money's already fixed. So when you have an influx of illegals or immigrants, right? It could be legals, right? Under evacuee status, asylum status, refugee status. They come into the country, they go right into this voucher program, and no more money is put there. So yes, her spot could have been taken from a recent refugee, asylee, or evacuee immigrant because they don't add more money to the pot. Those influx of immigrants, legal or illegal, they split the money with us or whoever was considered, was already involved. And then they act like some Americans are crazy when they have a problem with the influx of immigrants, legal or illegal. Like that is another gaslighting moment. It's like, wait, why would I be proud that I'm going to be competing for something that was supposed to be for me, like to help me because of what this country did to me? Why am I happy to compete for something that was supposed to be preserved and reserved for me because of the historical issues we had in this country? Now I got to split it with an immigrant who just got here, who has not been systemically affected at all. And they get to come here and split resources with me, take resources from me because the money ran out. That means you trying to tell me no immigrants, no recent immigrants got a housing voucher and got some money and money still going for them? Okay, so they try to gaslight you to make you believe you're crazy when you become anti-immigration for that very reason right there. Money running out. Told you guys, man. They influx these immigrants, legal or illegal, undocumented or documented. They dip their hand in the same resource pools that is designated for people of color and minorities. Okay. And no more money is added there. They call that a zero sum balance. Let me read to you a zero sum balance in layman terms.
But you know what's crazy, Ron? Ron, I said Juan. Oh Lord Jesus, is when it happened to us. When we tell our story, when we tell who these people really are, these other immigrants, they look down on us. They laugh at us. But now that is happening to them, now y'all crying and y'all want to cry to us. We told y'all about them. We told y'all about them. And y'all gonna turn on us for them?
Well, yeah, because that's because okay, when you say we told them, they never came here to take advice from us, right? When they came to this country, in their mind, it was the white man that wanted them over here. So anything we gotta say, it comes off as, why you talking to me? And why you trying to get me to turn on the great people who are responsible for me coming over here? Like, so they look at us as trying to like get them to turn against the good people, you know. But real fast, let me just define in layman terms a zero sum balance. Okay, because I read this a lot in my research. So a zero sum, and then you could cook a zero sum balance or gain is a situation where one person's gain is exactly equal to another person's loss, meaning the total benefit or wealth remains constant. It is a fixed pie scenario where for someone to win, someone else must lose, resulting in a net change of zero. So when we say, why are we pro immigration? Because whatever they get, their gain is a loss for us. It's a zero sum balance or a zero sum game. Okay. So it gave some examples. It says poker or gambling. If you win $50, it is because the other players lost a combination of $50. No new money was created. And we all know that when you gamble on FanDuel, those things, you're not, or even Monopoly, right? When you win Monopoly, you're taking somebody else's money. If you guys play Monopoly, you're not winning like just random money. No, you're taking somebody else's money. You won because another person lost. All right. So that is called a zero sum balance. So we got to start using those terminologies when they be talking about immigration. We got and this and that. We got to say, wow, why would we do that? That's a zero sum balance. They gain, or even tethers. Like, why would we do that with tethers? Like, it's a zero sum balance. We ally with them. They gain. What do we gain? We lose. We wasted time and energy to get nothing. We're building up Africa. We're putting money in Africa, an African man and woman's pocket. And what do we get out of it? We emotionally feel good. Philanthropy? Like, no, I'm not a philanthropist. I'm trying to get it my damn self. So I just want to add that there because I keep reading my research and it be saying a zero sum balance. I said, let me go ahead and define that in layman terms for my family.
But see, Ron, when we fought for them to be able to come up over here, we didn't know that they was coming over here to do what they doing to us now. We didn't know that. We was hoping that they would rock with us. We was hoping that we would be able to come together with everybody to go against the common enemy. Only to find out.
Let me just smooth that out. Let me smooth that out. Because I don't want people to use that and categorize, at least my platform, as a hate group. And let me smooth that out. It's just the common enemy is not a person or a people. the common enemy is a system ran by people, but it's systemic racism. That is what we're fighting. We're fighting injustice, right? So these are these are entities that's ran by people, but these aren't people themselves. So we don't hate people. We hate the outcomes that people bring about. So systemic racism, injustice, and things like that, right? Because I don't want people to run with their see their hate group. Look, they're saying it. No, we hate, our enemy is injustice. It's a systemic racism. It's systems put in place to make sure that we don't progress, or is very minimal to minute to nothing. That's all. That's a disclaimer.
Let me clarify this. I'm not saying that we hate them. I'm not saying that we hate them.
Nah, but I'm not trying to make it. Listen, what I'm saying. There's no them, because there's 200 and something million white people, and they're not a monolith, and neither are we. So like I said, that's why I said there's something that we actually despise, and we despise racism. We despise any program, any system that's designed to keep Black Americans back from progressing and keeping us on the bottom. Those are the things we despise. We don't despise people. So if anybody can be great, as long as they're not, as long as nothing is holding us back. So we don't mind being great alongside immigrants, white man, whoever, ourselves. We don't mind. We just don't want an entity or a system controlled by some people, not all, holding us back. Because sometimes people control these systems and don't know that they're actually in the seat of systemic racism. That's why it's a system. It's not the people who sit in the seat. It's the system. People sit in the seat and don't understand that this is the seat of systemic racism. It's not always clear. If it was that clear, then it'd be that easy to point out and defeat. But yeah, so it's not about people. When you make people the enemy, then you become what they say you are, and that's not good, because then we'd be blackballed, shadow banned, and and then we'll be permanently compared to Aryan nations and alt-right. Yeah, the Richard Spencer. You don't want that. That's a whole different smoke you don't want. Trust me.
What I wasn't saying that we hate them, right? Even
Hey,
though
who's the them? Who's the them?
We don't hate nobody.
Right.
Even include the white tea people. We don't hate them,
because we're not a hate group, right?
Right. We don't hate them because of what they did to us. We hate what they did to us. They ain't that important to hate.
The white tea, the suspected white supremacists, right?
Right.
Right. Because I'm saying, like, the way it can come off, you're talking about the whole white ethnic group in America.
And then, see, here's the crazy part about it.
And then we become a hate group.
If the shoe was on the other foot, we would not retaliate against them. We wouldn't treat them the way that they treated us. Our heart ain't like theirs. Our heart ain't like theirs. Two devils are destruction. So we can't be a part of that devil group. Because if we fall in line with them, we become another devil, another demon, another something or somebody that's evil. That's evil. We tired of them. We are so sick and tired of them. But we have never been a people of hate. Now, we might not like a lot of stuff that a lot of y'all do and say and everything else. But y'all not worth it for us to hate y'all. Even the white tea people, they are not worth it for us to be able to hurt them. That's the difference between our heart and everybody else. Now, should we be mad because everything that we went through? Yeah, we mad about it. But that don't mean that we hate them. And we don't even hate y'all. We just think that y'all disrespectful. We just think that after everything that we have done, after we have had y'all back, when stuff go on with your homeland and your people and everything else, that y'all would end up betraying us for the same white tea people that is a common enemy with all of us. Y'all chose them. And we was trying to choose y'all. And y'all gave us the middle finger and told us deuces. So we glad that y'all did that. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. You ain't got to tell us twice. You ain't got to tell us twice that you don't like us. You don't have to tell us twice that you don't rock with us. You ain't got to tell us twice. Your wish is our command. We gonna focus on us. Then y'all say that we baby mamas and we live up in the projects and everything else, and our education system ain't worth nothing and all this other stuff. So okay, cool. See, we had to sacrifice for y'all. And it cost us generations. We sacrificed ourselves for y'all. Only for y'all to turn around and disrespect us like that. Y'all ain't never sacrificed nothing for us. Everything that we have had, we had to get it about the mud. Even through pain. We looked up in the sky, knowing that we would see a rainbow. And we knew that if we did not fight these people back, they would have completely destroyed us. And even though they did all this stuff to us, we ain't like them. We ain't no tit for tat kind of people. We know that even in the scriptures, Psalms 83 says that all nations would come against us, including y'all. Yeah, y'all judgment here. Yeah, y'all judgment here. And the Most High about to deal with y'all, and the Most High about to deal with them. Because we are his chosen people. And the word says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. We are from the tribe of Judah. We are heaven's kingdom.
What tribe they from?
Huh?
What tribe they from?
Some from Ham. Yeah, I'm serious. Some of them they from shit, they ain't part of the 12 tribes of Israel. I know that damn for sure. I know they ain't from the shit. They from hyena fur legs huts. Mm-hmm. But see, scripture told us that all of our enemies would come up against us. And y'all just did. what the scripture said. And now the Lord is going to deal with y'all because you fell for Charlotte's Web. You was just like
you about
people
to piss them off. Then the Lord, the Lord is going to
I
come
don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't care nothing about none of that. We are special. We are royal. We are royalty. We ain't got to do nothing to nobody. Because the Most High already told us in scriptures that not only would he make sure that we was good and protected and everything else, but at the end of the day, everything that was supposed to be ours will be ours. It'll be ours. So never think that you that important for us to hate you. We don't hate nobody. That ain't even up in our spirit. That's how I know that y'all don't know us. We forgive people. We've been doing a pretty damn good job. Even though if I had my way, I wouldn't forget their ass.
Oh, I'm definitely not forgiving them.
Because
I
the
ain't got no
shit that
forgiveness
they
in my
have
heart.
done to us, the shit that they have done to us for decades and centuries, not just our men, not just us as women, but our children, our babies. They did it to us. So what make y'all think that they won't do it to y'all? And it's the thanks that we get. This the thanks that we get. So y'all get ready to buckle up and enjoy the ride. Because they about to take y'all to hell with
And it's
some
starting with Candace
gasoline.
Owens.
With some gasoline rolling skates. They about to roll y'all ass to hell.
Roller
And
skates.
y'all don't even know it. NASCAR fast. They about to drive y'all ass all the way up. Y'all don't even understand what y'all have done. But that's what you get. That's what you get for thinking that you're smarter than us. That's what you get. So y'all handle that. Y'all do that. Stay with your white tea zaddy. Because y'all some lovers of your zaddy. So y'all be that. Don't call us.
Who you gonna
Y'all
call?
seeing firsthand, right?
Ghostbusters.
Right. Y'all seeing firsthand how these people get down. Y'all seeing firsthand at how these people get down, and y'all only seeing a fraction of it. But when it was happening to us, y'all thought it was funny. Y'all looked down on us. Y'all thought that y'all was better than us. So now, some of the same things that they have done to us, because it's happening to you, now you want us to stand in solidarity with you. Now you want us to think that you are ally. You ain't never been no ally to us.
No, 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 no.
Our grandparents and our parents and our families and everything else don't. This is just some
I think
crazy shit. And
Yeah,
you know
but
what's even bad is it's a lot of our elders. You know what's even more bad? A lot of our elders, they regret the 1965 act. They regret putting their bodies up on the line for people that they thought would be able to ally with us. And then y'all got y'all asses up over here and then told us to kiss your ass for the longest. And
for
now
the
that is
longest
happening to
time.
you. Right. Now that it's happening to you, you want us to have some type of fucking sympathy. That's up on y'all. That ain't got nothing to do with us. We ain't got no damn sympathy. Oh, well, y'all better
Gotta
figure it
hold your
out.
own.
Don't call us. Yeah, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. It wasn't no issue when they was doing it to us. It wasn't no issue when we was telling y'all how they get down and everything else, and y'all sitting up there taking up for them and everything else. And now that the shit didn't happen after we done told y'all that it was gonna happen, now all of a sudden you understand. Look at what they doing to us. Didn't we tell y'all about?
We all black, nigga. We all black.
Right. Didn't we tell y'all that they would do y'all like that? We told y'all how they did us. We tried to warn y'all, but you didn't want to listen. So now that it didn't came to your front door, now you think that we supposed to help you. Oh, you got the game twisted though. That ain't how it worked with us. We don't give a damn about nothing. Don't come to us. Don't ask us nothing. None of that. Handle your business. You big, bad, and strong. Let's see what y'all can do. Oh, wait, I can't. Because you can't do it up in your homeland. So if you can't do it up in your homeland for your people, you damn for sure ain't gonna do it up over here for nobody else.
It's something
For
called a
nobody else.
proof of concept. The proof of concept starts at home, and you
Yep.
didn't do it.
And now that they got ICE and stuff running around here and everything else, these same people that have been disrespectful to us and everything else, now that it hit their house, now they talking about, oh, well, FBA or Black Americans, we need to stand up in solidarity. We tried
do
that
what?
for over 65 years.
Yeah,
Y'all didn't want it. Y'all didn't
but in
told us that
solidarity,
y'all didn't.
yeah, but they're
But you know
asking
that
us to stand in. They're asking us in
they always
solidarity for
asking
what?
us
No, but in this time for what?
for ICE and everything else that they going through up
Yeah,
over here.
but ICE is rounding up illegals. ICE isn't
Right.
rounding up American citizens. So why would we be anti the law? They told us. I remember when we was getting shot down all over the country. They told us just comply.
Yep.
So we saying nah, just why you fighting ICE? Just comply.
Yep.
Self deport.
Take that same advice that y'all gave us.
Yeah. Go in peace.
Go ahead and take it.
Just
And
comply.
have fun taking it. Y'all going right on ahead. That's on y'all. Y'all got played. They played y'all so good. Now you want people to have sympathy for you. Y'all had a head start. You know what's even more messed up? Is that y'all don't even realize what y'all have done to your own selves. Because this ain't hurting us, this hurting y'all. We gave you your freedom papers. We gave you the opportunity for you to be able to move around and be able to enjoy stuff and everything else at our cost. And you don't take that and appreciate that and turn around and try to be a protege of these white tea people, these white tea supremacists, the group, the government, and everything else. Is that what you're doing? It wasn't them that fought and paved the way for y'all to be able to come up over here. That wasn't them. We had to fight them for y'all to be able to do it. And instead of y'all being appreciative,
what if they say we didn't ask y'all to do that?
Well, go home then. Go home. And that's cool. That's cool. Because when they come for you up over here, it ain't our problem. Remember, y'all didn't ask us to do that. So don't come ask us now. Don't ask us a damn thing. Y'all better figure it out. Y'all better figure it out. The same way we have had to figure things out, y'all better figure it out. Don't come to us. We don't want to hear it. We cool. That's what y'all get. We don't feel bad. We ain't got no sympathy when they start doing stuff and changing laws and making it hard for y'all and everything else. And when we see it and we know another way for to be able to stop it, we wish in the hell we would show y'all what you need to do. We wish in the hell we would stand up in solidarity with y'all because we ain't never had no solidarity. All y'all ever have done is use us and abuse us. But them days is over. See, we was trying to be nice. Y'all got too big-headed. Yeah, y'all got too big-headed and think that you would be able to overthrow us and be able to whoop our ass. But that's where y'all had the game fucked up.
They definitely believe that. They definitely thought
right.
The white man want them over here because we're lazy. They're not. They're gonna replace us, and we will do a bait and switch. We'll do a destiny swap. We will go to
that's what
their
it's
homeland
about.
And eat dung and rats and
hold on. Ron, how are we lazy when we built this whole fucking country?
Not a gaslighting. But listen, you gotta understand. We gotta understand what's going on. White supremacists, the people who worked us to death, called us lazy. So you know if the people who worked us, no,
they
listen,
ain't built. They ain't built nothing
I
either.
know,
They didn't have
that.
Yeah,
no, but that's
they didn't have their
the
own
point.
stuff that they didn't mess up.
But TJ, that's the point. Like that's the point I'm making. If you worked us to death, that means you witnessed us build the foundation day and night, 24/7, around the clock. That's the epitome of a work hard people. So for the same people to work us hard, to gaslight us and call us lazy, you know they're not serious. It's called a gaslight. Okay, they're being disrespectful. So when tethers call us lazy, they're borrowing the talking points of our former enslavers. So don't forget, our former enslavers said that first because we were fighting for freedom. Oh, you guys lazy. You don't want to work. You mean work 24/7, around the clock in the cold weather, living in a barn, in the hot 100 degrees heat, little to no water, 24/7, little rest, and under duress, threats of violence and death. And you're calling that lazy because we want a little bit of water and rest? You call that lazy? See, you're being disrespectful. You're being funny. You're gaslighting. So when people that look like us, by the way, TT, they were never our friends. There's no history of us ever having an alliance with Africans. They're the ones that don't forget. They're the ones that. They're the ones that.
And the thing about it too is that.
Hold on. Let me add this. Ray.
Okay.
So you could consider this. When there's a human trafficking case, right? So let's say there's a family that got kidnapped, and the kidnapper sold this family. You know, human trafficking. They sold them to a buyer. So now the kidnapped family is bought. Who is their friend? Who is their ally? The buyer or the seller of the human trafficking event? Which one is their friend? The person that bought them or sold them? Nobody,
neither
right?
one.
Right,
Neither
right.
one.
That's what happened to us. Like we were sold by Africans and bought by the whitey man. So when we say whitey man, they're evenly and equally responsible with Africans for our current condition today. We wouldn't be in this position had we not been bought and sold and bought. So just like we can't really truly ally with white people because of that, without righting the wrong, we can't truly ally with Africans without righting the wrong. Like there got to be some justice here before there's an alliance with anybody.
But you know what? Like when they call us lazy, let me tell you why we can't be lazy. We can't be lazy because we have over 50,000 patent inventions. We can't be lazy because we didn't have numerous of towns and cities that was prosperous. We can't be lazy because we built this damn country from the ground up for free.
So do you really believe they're serious when they call us lazy? Knowing all that, when they call us when anybody calls us lazy, do you really believe? Do you think they believe that, or do you think they're just saying any old thing?
No, they just saying any old thing.
Right, right.
I would hope so. I would hope that it would be that they just saying any old thing. Because if they thought it was the
Okay.
other way around, then
Wait.
it's something wrong with y'all.
Wait, let's use logic. If you sat there and had a bunch of illegals build your home from scratch, right, from ground up, and you were highly impressed of how fast they done it and the quality of it, and then you call ICE and got them all deported, you ain't paid one dime. Would you fix your face to say they were lazy? Could you?
Wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry.
Okay. So if you had a house built from ground up by a bunch of illegals, and you were satisfied, you was highly impressed by the finished product and the quality, and then you called ICE and got them deported where you didn't pay one dime. Okay. Would you ever consider to call them lazy? No, because you just confirmed, right? You were satisfied with the finished product. You're happy. You're not mad at your home. You think your home is lovely. You just never had an intention to pay them. You knew you were going to call ICE and get them deported.
But if they was lazy, then your home, what needed to be built, wouldn't have been built.
Well, it could have been built, but it could have been built. It could have been built from lazy people, therefore a horrible foundation. But you're highly impressed, and you're praising them for the finished product. You're saying this is a great home. Wow, it's beautiful. I couldn't have it look a better way. But then you call ICE and got them deported.
Lazy people only think about themselves. We can't be lazy because if we was lazy, then we wouldn't have HBCUs. If we was lazy, we wouldn't have the march up on Selma.
Right.
We can't be lazy because we the reason that everybody got the civil rights.
Right.
We
so
can't be lazy.
Right. What I was trying to get you to see is nobody believes we're lazy. They're looking at America and they're seeing how great it is. White Americans are happy for how America is today, the way it looks, the military, the economy. Immigrants are happy and pleased with America. That's why they're coming over here. Right? So everybody is pleased with America. That's my whole point. So and they know that we're largely responsible for how America looks today and what it accomplished. So nobody really believes we're lazy. They're saying that to maybe try to hurt our feelings or gaslight but nobody really, you could look at America and tell that this was not done by lazy hands or lazy people.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying that I think that they think that we are lazy. The proof is up in the pudding. Our actions have already showed that.
Mm-hmm.
They do that to try to, it's almost like a narcissist, right? A narcissist will mistreat you. A narcissist will lie, they'll steal, they'll kill, they'll whatever it is that they do.
Right.
A narcissist will do you bad. And then when you turn around and you defend yourself, they'll turn it around back up on you. And that's what we seeing now. We seeing narcissists.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They don't believe that we lazy. They know that we not lazy. But what we are seeing is like a narcissist spirit to try to destiny swap and try to get us to think that they know more than us.
And could do better.
Yep. Yep. It's just amazing because what I don't understand is, the cold part about it is if the shoe was up on the other foot and we moved to other people's countries, we would respect their culture. We would respect them as a people. We would not come up over there and try to go against them or anything else. If it was anything, we would help build them up. But when they come up over here, it's the total opposite. We would never do them the way that they do us. That ain't our heart.
Right. And it's mainly because they don't know. Well, yeah, you can say this. They don't know white supremacy like us. Nobody does. Okay. We know the devil.
Yep. And that's my point.
Okay. They made a pact with the devil. Matter of fact, I don't know if you remember, but there was what's his name? What's his name, family? The white preacher that said Haiti made a pact with the devil. Well, this was hilarious. We know who the devil is. They made a pact with the devil, according to white supremacists. This is a white supremacist belief. You ever heard of that?
What?
White supremacists said the Haitians made a pact with the devil.
Oh yeah, I remember that. They ass can't talk about nobody. They always got something to say, and they ain't even worth nothing at all.
Well, they didn't.
Don't make no sense.
I mean, but they did sign hella treaties. They did sign, and you spoke about that earlier. Isn't that making a pact with the devil?
Yep. It sure is.
Yeah.
It sure is. That's just crazy.
All right, hold on.
That's just crazy.
All right, here we go. I'll clear my screen. So we know who the devil is, right? We actually call the white man the devil. That's our coin phrase, revenue, Kwame. Okay, so nobody knows the devil better than us. Okay, while we know who the devil is and we're outing him, other African countries are making pacts with the devil, and the white man called them out. Check this out. Then I'm gonna let TT close out. Then we're gonna head out. All right, hold on.
But that, in this case, believe it or not, that plays second fiddle to what he said during his broadcast. This is unreal. Let's watch.
Christy, something happened a long time ago in Haiti, and people might not want to talk about it. They were under...
All right, now look, now he got a mulatto with him. He got a mulatto with him. Candace Owens.
Christy, something happened a long time ago in Haiti, and people might not want to talk about it. They were under the heel of the French, Napoleon III and whatever. And they got together and swore a pact to the devil. They said, we will serve you if you'll get us free from the French. True story. And so the devil said, okay, it's a deal. And they kicked the French out. You know, the Haitians revolted and got themselves free. But ever since, they have been cursed by one thing after the other, desperately poor. That island of Hispaniola is one island. It's cut down the middle. On the one side is Haiti, on the other side is the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is prosperous, healthy, full of resorts, etc. Haiti is in desperate poverty. Same island. They need to have, and we need to pray for them, a great turning to God. And out of this tragedy, I'm optimistic something good may come. But right now, we're helping the suffering people, and the suffering is unimaginable.
Absolutely, Pat.
That's called a disaster relief fund.
All right, let me explain.
Right, so fam, you heard that. Now, Haitians got no, they always tell us, oh, you against us and so, you got no smoke for the whitey man. Well, the whitey man said you guys made a pact with the devil to get from the heel of the French. What's the Haitian? I know what was the Haitian clapback for that? Put me on to that. Put me on Haitians nationally, clapping back to something like that. Now, can you imagine him saying some stuff about Foundation Black Americans, that we got out of slavery because we made a deal with the devil? That dude would have been canceled and never heard from ever again, never mentioned. Yeah, we would have put him on a level of Hitler. If you mention his name, you are automatically racist. Definitely never in a good light. We would have ended his career in image forever had he said something like that against us.
You know what's cold, Ron? It's because, so you got Pat Robinson talking about that Haitians done made a deal with the devil. Trump then got up on national TV and called some of their homelands dirty. They ain't never got no smoke for white people.
And they still vote. And they still
or
voted
nobody
for him.
else for that matter. Huh?
And they still voted for him.
Exactly. But then y'all got all the smoke for us? Y'all got all the smoke for us that ain't never did nothing to y'all, but have tried to help y'all? But the ones that have done you wrong, y'all kiss they feet.
They love him. They love him.
Y'all kiss they feet. Y'all don't give them the same smoke that y'all give us. Why?
I'll tell you why. Elijah Muhammad wrote in one of his books, he said they love the devil because he gives them nothing. I'm paraphrasing, something like that. So he was saying, like, they got smoke for us, but they love the devil. And he couldn't understand why. He said because they give them, like, why it's unconditional love for the devil when the devil don't give you anything for your unconditional love. So we're saying the same thing. But like, why you guys are so pro white supremacy? You paint your skin white. You want to marry white men. You worship white. Everything they say is a go and it's the truth. You come to America and you become Republican conservatives, repeating the talking points of Charlie Kirk. It's like, and what is the gain? Like, what do you get in exchange for making a pact with the devil? Absolutely nothing. Your homeland still ain't shit. They barely making it in America. It's like, what's the trade-off? All right, TT. It's 11 o'clock. I'm eating. I'm gonna close out. Thank you for your strong, passionate words. Really felt by the chat. The chat appreciates you. Yes, ma'am.
No problem.
It's like you're preaching, and the church was listening. The church was amen and everything. They were, yes, TT, yes, sir, yes, sir. Amen. The Lord.
I just love our people. I just love our people, and I will defend us at any cost. I didn't even realize how late it is. So you have a
great
great
sermon.
night.
Yes, yes, TT.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Always call in the people. SWLE 44 is also like same thing, like a sermon. Like he gives great, compassionate information and testimony. Same thing like you, but you give it a different way. But both of y'all kind of remind me, like got like the same vibes, sort of. Where
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I know that's right. We need more people that's gonna step up for the lineage and
Look,
be able to
you made
defend us at all costs.
you was hitting so hard. Telling Revenue been dodging me. You was hitting so hard. You made him call in. You didn't provoke his soul to call.
Oh, I know
That
Revenue.
dude.
Revenue know that. He know me.
Yeah, you made Revenue call in, and that dude been avoiding me like hell. Now I do want Revenue to call in one more time because I really he started babbling, being disingenuous, lying. So I had to kick him off. Well, I didn't kick him off.
That's all he do though.
Actually, I did kick him off. Right, I know, but I was trying to get two more questions of him. Now, like I said, Revenue knows that it's over here is different from anywhere else. Like nobody, even Tariq, nobody cooks Revenue and handles Revenue better than I do. Like that dude dreams about me in the worst way. I make that dude look foolish. Like he told me Ibrahim Ture had a collection of, he was not collection, but he was manufacturing cars, electric cars that can compete with Elon Musk, right? Last year. So I had to do saying dumb shit like that. He told me Shirley Chisholm was the first Black American millionaire woman. This guy's an idiot. Shirley Chisholm is a Jamaican woman who was in Congress. but he's so dumb, and so nervous over here. He thought she was like Madam C.J. Walker or Madam Delaney Walker. He didn't know that this was a Jamaican woman, an island woman who was like one of the first colored congresswomen, something like that. He confused her to be Madam C.J. Walker. Like that's how nervous I be having Revenue. The dude just can't get his mind right.
You know what?
But
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm done. I'm not.
But Revenue, I need you to call back one more time tomorrow. One more time. When he calls here, he knows when I ask questions, that dude his knees be buckling like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. My man knees be buckling when I ask that dude questions. Yeah, he always dropped the ball. That's why, let me ask you a question. You can ask me a question. I know it's gonna be bad faith, but my questions actually make sense. That dude said he's Black American. I said, in what sense? I said, because you can only be Black American, either ethnicity, right, part of our ethnic group, or race. He didn't understand it. No, Black. I said, no, but that's a race category, right? Whether it's in Jamaica or America. That's still a race for all you tethers. Well, yeah, you're right. Oh, but who made that race? Because he knows that John Henry Clark admitted that race is a social construct created by the white man. So he couldn't even like lie his way out of that. So he had to confess. I got him. Okay, Revenue. So that means you're only Black because the white man said you're Black. Oh my God, that was a hard pill to swallow. But Revenue, I got more stuff for you, my guy. So if you could ever call in, just know. Just know I got some more stuff for you. So he's gonna dodge me for another couple months, and he'll call in when he get brave again. All right, sis.
Oh yeah, when he do, just gonna. All right, brother. You have a blessed night. I'm about to go to bed too. I gotta leave out at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah. You're earlier than me. I don't leave till about 8:15, but I like all of my hours of sleep. Yeah, I like all my hours of sleep. So the chat, let me see where the chat is at. Who's still there? And let me salute y'all. And then we are toasties. Shout out to TT. Floating car. Yeah, he said that, Revenue, family, y'all wasn't here, Revenue Origins. He said that the car, you know how Elon Musk did the electricity? He said Ibrahim Traoré cars don't run off electricity. It run off like solar power, like something like it had to be extra better than the white man. It was hilarious. I was like, what? Man, I Googled that on the fly. That thing was like, hell no. They said, that's TikTok fake news. People, it was actually a Chinese car, that Tethers was lying, saying was Ibrahim Traoré. You dig? So, all right, wait a minute. We got a few more people on. Maybe we won't close out so fast. Hold on. Perfina Fowler can't make Flintstone car. Yeah, he said that. He said, yeah, he really believed that too. And the reason I know he's lying is because I've been around a long time. So about 5 years earlier, right? I had a weird dude named Asiatic Black Man, and he made like a similar claim, like actually way more long, like around 2019 or 20. It could have been pandemic, but he made a similar claim about Africans like making cars that more superior than Elon Musk and all these electric based cars. That'd be just fake news. So I debunked him too, and he went crazy on me, man. Like, dude, I'm like, you ain't gotta go crazy on me. You just lie. You said you know. Yeah, I think I will end this show because I don't want to wake up late. So let me give shout outs and then we out of here. Okay, we get shout out to Tyre Carter, Baker Boy, Lucky for Mac, Ricardo Flock, Darlene Chestnut, FBA, Mr. CJ, Rubies, Equals, Southern Breeze, Big Cat, Mr. Know-It-All in the building. Okay, we got Dale McWayne. I know I'm botching it, bro. I know you corrected me and I forgot. Sorry about that. Let's see. The Royal Code. That's a dope name. The Royal Code. I like that name. What else? Who else is out there? I hope that's Revenue calling in. Let me see who's calling in. Please be Revenue. Oh, Mr. Know-It-All. Okay. Dang. All right, Mr. Know-It-All. I want Revenue to call in too. Mr. Know-It-All. Mr. Know-It-All, are you there? I don't see any audio power for your mic. Normally when it happens like that, Mr. Know-It-All, all you gotta do is exit and come back in. It should work. When people don't have no microphone activity, all of them usually go back out and come back in and they're on with no issues. Yeah, so if you was to, okay, he came in again. Let's see if this one works. Okay, Mr. Know-It-All, he's back in. Now the first one you didn't leave.
What up, Ron?
Oh, there you go. I hear you. What's up, brother?
Not much, man. Just checking in. I heard you about to end it. I heard it's the end. I just want to check in at the end.
All right. Yeah, we had a great show, man. Great show.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
I had 2 Tethers call in. That was beautiful.
Which ones you had call in?
So I had a weirdo who was like obsessed with 3. Like you always got people. That's how Revenue started too. You got like people don't even hey family, I want y'all to understand this. People really don't have an argument against delineation and reparations. They just hate Tariq Nasheed, and they pretend they got an issue with reparation delineation just to cover the fact that they have a weird issue with Tariq Nasheed. Grown ass men, because you don't really see too many women, like grown women, call in hating on Tariq. It's usually grown men that call. So anyway, both calls were about Tariq Nasheed, basically. That's all, and they both got dealt with. But yeah, I can never be that obsessed over a man. Like, if the man is wrong, guess what? I'm gonna have my arguments and concerns, and I'm gonna state them accordingly. I'm not gonna start nitpicking. I ain't gonna start nitpicking. Oh, you have a trademark. It's like, okay, what's wrong with the trademark? Nothing. I just don't want you to have it. Okay.
But look, check this out, Ron. So if Jesse Jackson can call us African American and push for that, why can't Tariq Nasheed push for us to be called FBA?
Because they hate Tariq Nasheed, they're jealous of him, and they got this weird zesty obsession with this guy, which is like something real men like us can't fathom, and we can't make sense out of it. So
but
anything Tariq Nasheed could say 1 + 1 is 2, and Tethers will argue is 3.
Yeah, you're right. Just
So as
because
long as
he
Tariq Nasheed is doing it,
just
is
because
wrong.
he coined the term. You know what I think they really want? They really want some scandalous stuff about him. You know what I'm saying? I believe
They be
if they
lying
can
enough.
find something, they want to find something like they're gonna try to like Michael Jackson, like you know how they try to find scandals about Michael Jackson to discredit him. They gonna try something. They gonna try something like that. You get
They've
what I'm
been trying
saying?
that. Now they listen to all the arguments they had. He's an ex-pimp. He's a grifter. He's scamming people. He used to be a Pan-African. He used to love Africa. He used to preach we need to go back to Africa. Now he's saying we need to not go to Africa. They're already doing that. They already been doing that like the last 10 years or more.
They put it like this. God forbid if he was to be unalive, they will probably try to make a movie about him, and it'll be Tethers as the directors, the producers. You get what I'm saying? That type of jive. You
Yeah,
feel
they
me?
might make it. Yeah, they might make it Hidden Color 7. The Tethers.
Yeah, about him, and then just
right.
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But we already ahead of it though. Because we didn't seen the devil, like our sister was saying earlier. We didn't seen the devil. These tellers ain't nothing but demons. You ain't nothing compared to what we done seen and what we done fought up against. So anything these tellers / demons / vampires want to do, it's nothing they can do to us because we've already been through the fire.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So it's like they playing small ball. We in the major leagues. You get what I'm saying? As an ethnicity, we are in the major leagues as Earth is concerned. We in the major leagues, our ethnicity, as far as FBA, and we are well renowned all over the earth.
Yep.
These tethers are not.
Right.
They are
anywhere
not.
we go on this earth, if we say we're Black American, and nowadays we got to be more specific, we're Black American, we have ancestry tied to U.S. chattel slavery. If we say that to any Chinese, Indians, anybody, nothing but respect is going to come our way. Like, damn, y'all those strong people? Shit. How you doing? You need anything, sir?
Man, listen, man, you thinking about the legal. Think about the illegal. If we go down to the jungles of Colombia with El Chapo and Pablo Escobar, we still get that same respect. You get what I'm saying? They don't.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Mexican cartel has never apologized to anyone except Black Americans. You remember when that stuff happened like a year and a half or 2 years ago, and they wrote the letter out and they apologized? The Mexican cartel has never apologized to any other ethnicity except Black Americans.
Mm.
You
Yeah,
you
man.
know the
Yeah,
case I'm talking about the family from the Carolinas
it
went
sounds
down
a little
there.
familiar.
Okay, but I'm saying
Wait,
like
are
even
they
if
the
we go
ones that got?
legal,
No.
if we go anywhere we go in the world, we are respected. They are not. You get what I'm saying? We built that off bloodshed. You get what
We
I'm
did.
saying? It wasn't something that we just lobbied for or voted for. No, our representation on Earth, the planet Earth, is built off bloodshed. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
And they can't say that. Not many people can say that. You get what I'm saying?
Right, and that's why I'm saying, like you would think that melanated people will be in a rush to give us our flowers and to ally with us. Like that's what you would think, but that's not the case. Jealous, disdain, vitriol, envy has been in the hearts rather than flowers. Like, yo, why you hating on us? Because we built this country. We made it great enough for you to come on and live here over your own homeland.
And be safe.
Right. Safe and sound.
Safe and sound. Anywhere they go in this country, they can be safe and feel safe because of Black Americans, not because of the $5 or not because of immigrants, not because of the Italians. You're not safe in America because of the Italians. You're not safe in America because of the Irish. You're not safe in America because of the Germans. You're safe to travel America and go anywhere, cabins up in the mountains. Anywhere you want to go, you're safe because of what Black Americans put down and no one else.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody you name got their ass kicked by white supremacy at one point, where they had to bow down to the white supremacy. We are the only people who never bow down to white supremacy. But everybody you named got their ass kicked by white supremacy and bowed down. The Germans got their ass kicked World War II. America joined, kicked their ass. The Italians, they got their ass kicked so bad they assimilated. They said we can't beat them, join them. The Irish, same thing. So everybody you name got their ass kicked to submission by white supremacy. We're the only ones.
Man, if you got melanated skin and you get pulled over on a dark South Carolina back road, the reason why they don't do to you what they want to do to you is because of what Black Americans have put down in this country. You can't do that to a dark-skinned person in this country because of what we did. Right. You get what I'm saying? It's not because of what a Colombian did.
Listen what you gotta do. You gotta, when you say South Carolina back with dark road, they have no idea what that looks like. Like one of us got to show. Wait, do I have video? Yo, I think I got video on my phone.
With the police lights light you up on that dark road back there where it ain't no street lights. And the only thing that keep you safe is Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. It's the reason why you can drive off that dark back road. It's not because of some Cuban that did or some Mexican that did. The reason
now
why you
watch
can
this.
come out from back there, and the reason why you can be safe is because of Black Americans. If it would be the wild man, these folks will slaughter you if it wasn't for Black Americans in
Now
this
you're right.
country.
Now look at this. What I'm saying is, these folks listening from Jersey, New York, Philly, you know, they from the city. They from Cali, LA. Like, they don't know what a South Carolina back road looks like. And look, you're saying back roads. It depends where you at. Because if you're in the southern part of South Carolina, damn near all of that is back roads.
Alabama, the same thing.
Mississippi.
Alabama, the same thing. Mississippi, the same thing. Boy, you won't come out from back there, boy. You done made the wrong turn. The only thing keeping you safe is Black American.
Right. Let me add this.
Fights.
Let me add this so they get a better depiction. Family. There are no street lights. That means if you cut your car light off, it's pitch black.
You can't see your hand in front of your face.
Right. The only light is what you got going on.
And six crackers walk up on you.
Wait.
The only thing
Hold
keep
on.
you safe
Let me say
is
this.
wet.
Let me
The
say
only
this.
thing keep you safe is Black America. They know Black America come down there and tear your town up. They ain't think about no Jamaicans coming down there tearing their town up.
Right.
They ain't thinking about no Haitians coming down there tearing their town. We can't
brother.
touch this black man because these Black Americans will come down here and burn my goddamn town down. You get what I'm saying? So respect.
Yeah, hold on, brother. Hold on 1 second. Let me finish what I was saying. I'm trying to give them an illustration how it looks. Family, there is no sidewalk. Okay, there's no sidewalk. There ain't no e-bike riding. Okay, because the speed limit on these dirt roads like 45, 55 miles per hour. You dig? This ain't no 25 miles per hour speed back road. You dig? And look, the likeliness of a police officer being out there for a speed limit ticket is like non-existent. So you ain't riding no damn e-bike going 25 miles per hour on no damn back road where there's no sidewalk and it's just you and cars of all type of models just flying down there 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah, but go ahead, Miss Noto. I just want to add that there for a better illustration.
And I hit you with that iron. And I hit you with it. Let down the window and roll by. They done seen you and do a double back, come back with the
bro? Can you hear me?
And hit you with that motherfucker.
Yes,
the only thing stopping it ain't because you a Haitian white. They ain't hit you with that iron. It's because they think you a Black American and they just can't hit a Black American with that iron like that. We laid the law down where they just can't put their hands on us. They don't do that. They'll let them up. They'll let people just do whatever to them. We don't let people just do it. Look at the Montgomery Brawl or the thing that went down to Mississippi where they say it's the harshest racism at down in Alabama and Mississippi. Well, look what them boys did. Man, that shit ain't going down with us like that. Bro, you touch one, bro, you done touch them all down there. If you a different race, and the thing, the lineation is, it's gonna put a Jamaican, a Haitian, and an African in the same box as a white man. I'm telling you, that's what they don't want because you can't just do whatever to us. You gonna have to motherfucking respect it or check it. Ain't no Jamaican touching no Black American. Ain't no Haitian touching no Black American. Just like ain't no white man touching no Black American. And that's how it's going down. Everybody get treated with the same treatment. The Chinese man get treated like the white man, just like the Jamaican man get treated like the Chinese man. Ain't nothing touching Black America. Ain't nothing touching it. And read them and weep.
Hey, Ron, can you hear me, bro?
Yes, sir, brother Jonathan.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, who's the other brother that's on?
That's Mr. Know-It-All.
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All. Hey, where you from, bro?
Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh, hey,
I knew
Jackson, hey, Jackson, Mississippi, baby. North Jackson, Presidential Hills. What's good?
Not much.
Oh yeah,
One
man.
day at
Hey,
a time.
I just want to second what Mr. Know It All what he said. Yeah, it's the same thing over here in the SIP, man. You can't come, man. Look, I get it. People, when they see all the stuff on the news, they think about these big cities, Chicago and New York and all that. But man, when you playing that shit down south, man, Mississippi, especially Mississippi and Alabama, we deep in Mississippi and Alabama. So yeah, man, I just want to jump on here as soon as I heard him say Mississippi.
And it ain't no sundown town in Alabama or Mississippi.
No,
You gotta
hell
go
no.
somewhere else for that.
Yeah,
Bro, we
man.
going anywhere we wanna go.
Yeah.
Anywhere we wanna go.
Yeah, and hey, like I said, man, I second everything this brother said, man. We next door cousins, so yeah, that's how we roll down here. So, hey, family, everybody in the chat, hey, don't let the media portray like Latinos, man, boy, y'all
Yep.
ain't running shit, especially in the deep south. Y'all ain't running nothing down here, man. Y'all ain't running the white tees, bro, bro, everybody, LPA versus everybody, and we mean that. So, no, man, we ain't worry about them folks down there, man.
Better believe
Yeah.
it.
You know, so sheesh.
Yeah, and it's
Jonathan,
oh, what's good, man?
you been to Macomb, Mississippi?
Oh yeah, man. I got a couple of cousins out there, Macomb, Flora,
Yeah.
out there in
That's
Clinton,
where I lived at.
yeah, especially up in there, like throughout the Delta, man, Clarksdale, Mississippi, Greenville, Greenwood, Batesville, Yazoo City, all up and down to 55,
Yeah.
man.
Is
Hell
Macomb
yeah.
still
Man, we go anywhere we wanna go.
wait,
We get
Miss
down when
Nodar.
you get to the deep
Miss Nodar,
south, we go
Miss
anywhere.
Nodar, hold on. Wait, before you crash out, hold on. I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to get some updates. So Macomb, Mississippi, is it still underdeveloped or did it catch up? Did it modernize?
As far as I'm concerned, it's still under development. I haven't really been paying
Okay.
as much attention to Macomb like I have Jackson, especially down over on Ferry Street. Anybody in the chat, hey, if you chat, hey, put one, man. If y'all remember, we used to have what's called Jubilee Jam. We used to have Jubilee Jam in the '90s, man. Every year it's like an annual event, man. All the black folks we get out, man. It's almost like Mississippi version of a mini Mardi Gras. It used to be called Jubilee Jam. So I know we lost a lot of businesses down there on Ferry Street, man. They really trying to revive the area, especially other parts of Mississippi. But the white tea folks, they well, we know how that is, man. Every time we try to pull ourselves up by the ankles, man, they always throwing hurdles in the way. But we still managing. But I'll give you an update, man. I'm gonna check out Macomb, see what's
Yeah.
going on. But I've been paying a
Yeah,
lot of.
because let me
Oh,
add
go
this
ahead.
because I want them because far as when you say back roads, we're talking about walking to school, both side of roads, nothing but hogs. Like people got hogs. The whole strip. Like we're talking about like a mile walk, both sides of the. There's no sidewalk, dirt road, and both sides just hogs, hogs. People got
Oh,
hogs in
got you,
back of their
got
yards
you.
all the way
Hon
down.
Honestly, that type of area, let me see, what can I say? It's called Hermansville. Okay, you know where Vicksburg is, right? Vicksburg, Mississippi, right along the Mississippi River, right before you get over to Louisiana. About 45 minutes south is Port Arthur, and it's a small little town called Hermansville, man. Hermansville, Mississippi. It's really, I mean, it's predominantly black. I think it's like 87% black even to today. And then
Mm,
bro, it's still like, dope roads, but as far as
okay.
you being black, man, you can, yeah, man, you go anywhere, you know, I mean, you pretty much go anywhere in Mississippi, man. We have white tees and blacks in the South. We have what's called a mutual understanding. Like, hey, we cool, you stay on your side, we
Right,
stay
right,
on
right,
our, and
right.
yeah, we just keep a culture that way. So yeah,
Yeah, that's the
that's
best
kind
way
of,
to have it. See, because
yeah,
if you
yeah,
got
yeah, man.
people who transparent, open, honest, that's why I said I argue that possibly the most racist people are the up north whites, the liberal whites.
Oh yeah, 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 man. So yeah, down south. I mean,
Can I
I
say
would.
something?
Oh, hold on. Let me put this out real quick, man. I'll even go as far and Mr. Know you could probably agree with me on this. It's almost like we got even the white tees down in the south are kind of on code. Like we know what it is, man. We don't. Yeah, you don't bother us. We don't bother y'all, man. We live in harmony. That's
Right.
that's how it is down south.
Yeah.
All right,
We
Mr.
can
Noel, hey,
go.
you got
It's like you can with the places where you think like in Alabama, please don't go down, bro. You can go down there as a black man, bro, and they're not gonna do nothing to you, bro. It ain't like no sundown time, bro. You can go anywhere in Alabama, Mississippi, bro, at night, bro. You probably can't do that in Illinois. You probably can't do that in West Virginia. You can do it in Alabama, Mississippi, bro. It's not like that, bro. They're not. They know. They look at you. They know like you hate black people, and I know you hate black people, but you ain't gonna do nothing. I'm not finna do nothing. We just gonna keep nod your head. I nod my head, and we just keep it kicking. That's how it is. It ain't finna be nobody trying to. Come on, bro.
hey,
No, it's not
hey,
going down south, bro. It's not going down like that. When you get deep down south, bro, everybody know what's going on.
hey, actually, I'm gonna touch up on that too. I don't know if I'm pretty sure it's the same in Alabama, but y'all be careful though, man. Let me
Yeah,
just say
it can
this.
happen. It can
Oh no 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 no
happen.
no no no! I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. Be careful with these white tea women, bro. I don't care how racist people say they are. For some reason, man, white tea women do have a fetish for brothers down south too. Don't let the media fool you, man. I personally I don't mess with them, man. Only FBA women. That's it.
Bro,
That's
bro,
all I'm. But
that's totally off subject, bro. That's totally
yeah,
off
no,
subject. That's
I'm
not
just doing.
even, bro.
No,
Not,
I'm
I
just.
think like over 90% of black men marry and procreate with black women. So that's not even discussion in our community.
Right,
Over
right.
over like 90% of black men procreate and marry black women.
No,
So
not. Yeah, yeah,
that
and
for you to even bring that up, that's not even.
no,
Come on, bro. We
no,
already know
I'm
speak
talk,
without this.
I'm
We
only
already know.
referring to brothers who are not familiar how it works down south. They might come down south. Oh man, this white tea lady, she want to chop it up with me, and then he get caught up on some stuff. That's all I'm referring to. For us, that's a down.
That's a very small minority, bro. But
Yeah, yeah.
that's not even big enough for us to even discuss.
All right. Hey, Run. Hey, real quick. I know it's getting kind of late on the East Coast, but I was just wondering if sometime this week, hey, if you could touch on like what will happen if the birthright citizenship, if it does get, because I think it's going to lean more in Trump's favor. What's the aftermath of that as far as
That's
like
interesting because I don't think it's gonna lean in Trump's favor. I wish it did. I don't believe it is. Like just off like what I a little bit what I heard and the pushback arguments that they were giving the Trump administration legal team. They were like really because some of the arguments Trump legal team they kind of were off a little bit and like the Superior Court had hit on some things that they weren't like ready for, and like they try to explain themselves out of that, but they kind of argue some of the wrong stuff. I'm not saying the entire argument, but they clearly because I even put it through ChatGPT. It agreed. It said now they were definitely arguing the wrong stuff, and it was highlighted, and they were like babbling to some things, like they were just babbling trying to explain it, and it didn't make any sense to nobody. Like the Wong case, the Trump administration. It's like they was caught off guard with some arguments, some rebuttals, and they started babbling. Uh, they really didn't talk about us until like the very end, which
yeah.
is weird too. It's like we should have been the main shit, but they talking about other stuff, and that's why they're getting caught up. They're getting kind of beat up a bit. So that's what made me pessimistic because like going into it, I'm like, yeah, oh shit, it's about to go down. When I heard the 20-minute argument, I wasn't so confident afterwards.
Well, man, I'm gonna say this, man. Hey, it is 2026, and we seen some strange things happen. I
Yeah,
mean,
so
look
so
at.
so they did say this. They did say that's why Trump went down there because a lot of those people that was given a pushback were directly handpicked by Trump. So they said they believe Trump gave him the eye, like, all right, nigga, like you the reason why you even there. I'm the reason why you're even there. So
Yeah.
don't try to, you know what I mean? So do me this favor. Fuck all that legalese and you trying to be right. I put you there. So look, you know what I mean? Do what you gotta do, type shit. So
Yeah.
that's the only way I believe that it'll be in his favor, just off that. Like the wink wink shit.
Yeah. Well, we gonna find out, man, because like I said, it's 2026, man, and it seems like everything's on the table at this point. I mean, look at the
Yeah,
little
there was
charade that happened in DC yesterday, you know, all that meant. So, hey, anything's
yeah,
possible at this point.
so hopefully if he does lose, if hopefully he can attack it again from that other angle before, you know, because sometimes like you need to see how weak your argument is by people poking holes in it to see what you need to tighten up. So if he does lose, let's say if he does lose, worst case scenario, hopefully he can like there's something there where he can challenge it right before he leave and with a better, stronger argument, and it get passed through that way. So, but I hope it goes through. Now, if it goes through, here's the thing. Now the Trump administration is pretending like they're not going to backdate. Like, oh no, just the people today. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
They're going back.
Hey, man, everybody, but
I hope
everybody.
I hope they do. I hope they backdate it.
Yo.
I hope they backdate it
Oh no, hey,
for
bro,
like 30 years.
100%. Hey, bro, listen, they're gonna backdate it as long as as long as they're legal out. Yo, Trump like, nah,
Man,
we ain't gonna backdate it. Just those today. Shit.
no, backdated to 1965, man. I'm for real. They
But
need, hey,
think about
backdated.
it. But think about it. If you do something illegal that further you legally, you can be charged for RICO because you started your business off illegal gains. Therefore, they can take the whole business. So they
Oh
need to look
shit.
at. So they need to look at immigration the same way because it's still law. So if you came into this country illegally, even if you have grandchildren, the grandchildren, the children, and you have to leave.
Yep.
That's what
Yeah, now
that's what
that's
we're
a
asking for.
No,
right. No,
that's
that's
not
not what
only
we're
what we
asking
asking
for.
for. That's the right
Yeah,
thing to do. It's
yeah,
right.
yeah. That's the law. Like that's not what we're asking for. That is the law. The law is going to undergird. So basically, what they're saying is legal stuff can't happen from an illegal origin. So they're saying if the origin is illegal, then everything that came afterwards is illegal. So everybody got to go. Now that's different from a RICO.
Everybody.
A
A
RICO.
RICO.
Listen, hold on. Wait, it's my turn now. A RICO is when you do something illegal and the statute of limitations catches up, but you get around it because you did something like that illegal again and illegal again. That's a RICO. It's the illegal act. Different people, different victims, but it's the same culprit, it's showing a pattern that's not going to stop. So that's how they get R. Kelly's and whoever the Diddy's. They show different victims, same crime throughout a course of a time. That's a real RICO. It's not what you said, but I get your point though. I just want to educate clear what RICO. RICO is different victims. So that means that your crime could be over statute of limitation, but you're back up because he did the same crime to somebody else. So it's a pattern of a behavior, and that's a RICO. They're showing the connected crimes. The pattern is similar for the same guy, and that's a RICO. So it beats the statute of limitation thing. That's how that happens. But
You don't know you're in a stolen car, but you're still going to jail, my brother. You get what I'm saying?
wait, it depends. No. That's not true. That's not true. I'm in New Jersey. Don't forget, I'm near Newark. The Newark is the city of stolen cars. That's not true. People that's in a stolen car, if the cop usually get the person. Look, you can receive a stolen. You could
Well, that
receive a
mean they
stolen
get to
car.
stay, Ron.
No, listen, bro. I heard you out. Just listen. If you stole a car and you let me borrow it to go to the store, and I don't know it's stolen, I don't necessarily go to jail. If I can prove I didn't know and I dime you out, you're going to jail.
So that means illegals get to stay. If you've been here before Trump did the birthright citizen
That's
thing.
just no. What you did was a false equivalence. That's all. I'm just saying, like the stolen car analogy, the RICO analogy wasn't a proper comparison to what we're talking
Yeah,
about. We're talking about
think about it. Because if your
no.
parent is illegal and you didn't know your
No, but
parent
that
was
got nothing.
illegal,
I understand that. You're right about that, but that got nothing to do with a RICO and stolen car. I'm saying like your comparison wasn't correct, but what you're saying now is correct. Everybody that came from an illegal origin, which I already pointed out, all those folks got to go.
but not if they didn't know the car was stolen.
I don't have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You got to
What
speak
I'm
English.
saying is, if your parent is illegal, you don't know your parent is illegal. You just going through middle school, high school, college. You don't know your parent was illegal. So how can they fault you for your parent being illegal if you didn't know? You just going through the flow. They can't just deport you. You
Hey,
get what I'm
bro.
saying?
Okay. No, you're wrong. Okay, so if I stole it again, it's back to this. If I sold you a stolen car, okay, I stole a car and I sold it to you.
Okay,
And
the stolen car.
Hey, bro, you gotta take your medicine. You gotta stop. You're talking now. It's my turn. It's my turn to talk now. I let
I'm
you
trying
go.
to
Now let me go.
understand, Ron. I'm trying to
Okay, but you
understand as
got it.
we go.
Okay, you gotta let me. Okay, but you gotta let me talk like I let you talk. Okay, I don't like that. I let you talk. Let me talk. Okay. So what you're saying doesn't make any sense. They say ignorance to law is no excuse. Okay, so because I didn't know, so in New Jersey, if there's no turn on red sign, you could turn on red. In New York, if there's no turn on red sign, you still can't turn on red. So when Jerseyans go to New York, we get hit with tickets all day long. And guess what we're gonna say? I didn't know. They're gonna say tough luck. You should have known before you came here. You should have studied New York law because ignorance to the law is no excuse. So what your parents did illegally and you inherited illegal gains, yeah, that's not yours. It was obtained illegally. So yeah, they undo that. What you're talking about don't make any sense. Okay, that's not how that works, and that's why they're fighting to debunk or reject birthright citizenship because it's going to do exactly what you said it ain't going to do. Don't matter how your grandma got here. If it was illegally and you're here as a result of that, and you was classified as a citizen, which they saying improperly based off bad interpretations. Well, if the court interpret that as no, illegals cannot produce legals, which is birthright. That's the argument. Once they rule illegals can't produce legals, then everybody that comes from that grandma tree, all will be deemed illegal and gotta go. Your turn.
That's cold. That's cold.
It ain't cold. That's the law.
I know, but it's still cold.
I don't see nothing cold about
I'm
that.
saying it's cold for the illegal. I'm saying just
No, it
imagine
ain't.
you would listen. I understand. I want them gone. I'm on your side of the argument, but I'm just
No,
saying,
you're not.
like, I'm just trying to put myself in their shoes. Like, if I was
But
in
you
their
can't. You're
shoes,
legal.
like,
But you can't. You're legal.
I came from some village in the jungle of Colombia, and I just so happened to make it to America. My grandparents just so happened to make it to America, to where I'm born in America, and I'm 30 years old, and I done went through preschool, I done went through elementary, I done went through middle school, I
All
done went through
illegally.
high school,
All
I
illegally.
done went
All
through
illegally.
all illegally, yes, all illegally.
Yeah.
I done went through all of this, and now you're telling me that I have to return back to the jungles of Colombia?
Yeah, where you came from. Right. You gotta go back
But
where you originated from.
I'm 32 years
I don't
old.
care if you're 92 years old.
Yeah,
You
it
gotta
don't
get up out
matter.
of America.
I'm with it. I agree. But I'm just saying, like, ooh wee. That's that's a cold get down,
Yeah,
boy.
I think they
It's
were
not.
saying
No,
if
no,
it.
no.
Oh,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Ron. Go ahead.
No, no, no. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say because they were saying if it did get approved or if birthright citizenship ruled in Trump administration favor, I think they said overnight somewhere between 12 and 18 million Americans or immigrants, whatever you want to call them, they'll be affected overnight if it does rule in his favor. I'm just kind of
Yeah.
curious how the outcome would go. Like, will ICE just be on a mass hunt after that, or you know,
Let me
just
ask both of y'all a question. If they said if you vote for JD Vance, it's a guaranteed 20 million immigrants will leave this country, would you vote for JD Vance?
Wait. Why would we vote for JD Vance?
If it's a guaranteed 20 million illegal or
Hey,
immigrant
bro.
period, would you do
Hey,
it?
bro.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
No,
hey,
no, no,
can I
no.
answer first? Can I answer first?
Yeah, go ahead. You
Ron,
answer first.
for me,
Yeah.
I'm only speaking for myself. Whatever side of the aisle you on, if the word Black American, we're doing this for Black American, or the word Black intangible, it's not in that conversation. I don't vote at all, and that it's a hard stance for me. Yeah, it's just a hard stance
So,
for me.
so now let me answer that question. Now you're gonna get mad at me, brother, but that's a tether question. Okay, that's a tether question. First of all, JD Vance is a complete racist. So you're trying to frame it like will we side with legitimate white supremacy for illegals, bro? Look, we want things to be done right and exact, but we're not gonna. Okay, it's not. It's all. It's what I'm saying is like our position ain't 100% get rid of illegals. Like we're look, we're just gonna vote for that only. No, like we want tangibles. That's priority. And priority is not um, that what you just said. Priority for us is tangibles, is making right that was wrong towards us. So yeah, now that's something revenue would ask us to do a gotcha moment and try to clip it and put it on social media. Look, Ron, look,
No, bro, I
he's
ain't trying to
xenophobic.
do that. Bro,
Yo,
I ain't
can I
trying to do
say
that.
something? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yo, what other country can illegal immigrants go and demand rights other than America?
I will say they tried it. They tried it. Keyword is they tried it in South Africa, and them South Africans started knocking all their asses across the head. So, the long story short,
Not all
no
of
other
them. Not
country.
all of them. Not all of them because the white illegal immigrants stay there. They don't bother them. They only bother people from the diaspora.
Oh,
But
okay, okay.
but also the point I'm trying to make is America is the only place where illegals could come. They get resources and whatever, and then they demand rights like you're a naturalized citizen. Matter of
It's
fact,
disrespectful.
matter of fact, on the left side, they want to give them the right to vote. Only the two drown out our vote.
Right. It's an undermining tactic.
So like for what my man is talking about is crazy. Nah, I don't agree with none of that. And mind you, my wife is Dominican, and her people come from there. But illegal immigrants, listen, I don't care about none of that. And the fact that people trying to make an argument for people who are not naturalized citizens, who didn't even get their green card to get rights, is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's crazy. And they jump ahead of all of those immigrants who are doing it the right way, who out there, taking 3, 4, 5 years to get in the country the right way and become a asset to society. These guys are potential burdens by doing it the illegal way. Because once you come here illegally, how can you gain legal employment? How can you pay taxes legally? Like everything becomes illegal. Housing is illegal. Everything becomes a
Can
new
I
category.
ask? Can I ask? Okay, what if JD Vance say, okay, I'm gonna get rid of
What,
at
bro?
least.
Why are
Hold
you
on.
saying JD Vance?
So he the next man up for the Republican Party.
How you know that? Well, why, yo? Did you vote for Trump?
No.
Hey, Chad, did you vote for Trump?
Bro, I didn't
No,
vote at
I
all.
ain't put my name on
I
none of
didn't
them.
vote. I didn't
Oh,
vote at
okay,
all.
okay, all right, but hold on, sir. None of us on this panel voted for Trump, so we didn't vote for Trump. Why the hell we vote for JD Vance?
I'm asking a question, bruh.
Okay, the answer is no, because we didn't even vote for Trump.
I didn't even finish the question.
We're not voting for JD Vance, man. Like there's not, unless
Okay,
you're talking about
well, for
reparations
anybody.
or
Okay, let's
tangible
just say the
things.
Republican Party, bruh. Let's say the Republican Party, bruh. Let's just say the Republican Party.
Hey, bro.
If the Republican Party said that,
Reparations, yes. Reparations, yes. Tangibles, yes.
yes, that's wrong.
If
Okay, let me ask the question, bruh.
go ahead. Nah, well, I'm trying to say, look, I'm trying to save him. Yeah, the chat smoke on you right now. Like they cooking on you. So
Bro,
I'm trying to save.
I'm not reading the chat,
Right.
bro. I'm talking to you,
Right.
bro. I'm talking to you, bro. It don't matter what the chat say, bro. I'm FBA all day. I don't give a damn about none of that shit.
I don't know. You
Well,
got the
bro,
glow.
you
It looks
can.
looking
I
like.
don't know, bro. You can. I don't know all day, bro. I'm
All right, ask the
FBA
question.
all day, bro. It don't matter
Ask the
what. I don't
question.
care what the chat say, bro.
Hey, Ron,
Okay.
let me know when I can speak.
All right, wait. Okay, so ask the question about
Okay.
JD
My
Vance.
question
This
is,
dude is obsessed with JD Vance.
if a Republican candidate says that we will honor increase deportations and we will honor delineation out of which you still have reparations and a Black American hate crime bill on the table out of the four. If a Republican candidate says we'll honor out of the four, we'll honor delineation and we'll honor increased deportations, would that be enough for you to vote for a Republican candidate if he can give you 2 out of 4?
Ron, can I answer that?
What's the other two?
Yeah, I want your answer.
I want Ron to answer it. I want to hear Ron
No,
answer.
what's the other two?
I'm gonna answer last.
I said the four.
So,
it's 4 of them. You got reparations, you got delineation, you got deportation, and a Black American hate crime bill. Them the 4. If the Republicans can give you 2 out of 4, would that be enough for you to vote for them?
Hey, Ron,
No.
let me answer first since you
I
said you want
want
to go.
Ron. Please let Ron answer first.
No, he said he was going to answer it, but he said he was going to go
Okay, go
last.
ahead. Go ahead. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Go.
For me, out of the 4, you only need to give us 1, and I'm gonna explain why. All we need is the reparations. Once we have
No, brother. That's not the question, brother. That's not the question, brother.
No. He's answering your question. Let him go.
I said if they would give you 2 out of 4,
Let
I
him
didn't say
go.
which 2.
Let him go.
I
Let him
didn't say
answer.
which 2.
Let him answer.
Let me answer.
Okay, you can't make the question 1 when I said the question is 2.
Okay, I promise you, brother. I'm
Can
gonna
you let
answer
him
your
answer the
question.
question?
For
Brother, 2
me,
out of 4, bro. Don't
Ron,
specific.
let him
Don't
answer
make
the
it
goddamn
specific.
question, bro.
Bro, don't give me 1 out of 4, bro. Give me 2 out of 4. It don't matter which 2 it is. It could be reparations. It could be delineation. It could be the hate crime
All right,
bill,
he
or it
wants
could
his
be
answer.
whatever.
He doesn't
Just 2 out of
want
4.
to
They
answer.
can give you 2 out of 4. Would you vote?
okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna let me, Ron. I got it. Okay.
Yo, mute him for a
Oh, no, I
second
got
and
I
let
got I
him
got it. I
answer.
got it. I'm gonna answer your question. If they gave us 2 out of 4, yes, I would vote for Republican. Now, this is what I was trying to say. You don't even have to give us 2 out of 4. Just give us reparations. Once you give us reparations, everything else will fall in place. All we need is the resources. Once we have the resources, we automatic for those of us who are on code.
Brother, what you're saying is basic FBA
Mute
knowledge.
him.
That's basic FBA knowledge, what you're saying. You're wasting time.
You said
Let the
2 out of 4.
next man answer the question. That what you're saying is basic knowledge. Let the next man answer my question.
But you said 2 out of 4. Delineation
When you
and
start getting
reparation.
into reparations, of course, I agree with you on that. But that's basic knowledge, dude. Let the
Oh
next
my
man answer my
God, bro.
question. 2 out of
Oh,
4.
okay. All right,
I'm
run,
getting
run.
Two
out
You
out
of
of
you got you
four.
got it. Run. You
It's
got it. You
Chad's
got it.
turn. Chad, delineation and the hate crime bill. Is that enough?
Yo, just like my man answered. Yo, as long as you say reparations, yo, there's nothing else that
But he
he
ain't
he
say
said
reparations.
delineate.
No, I
No,
said
that
2
He
out of
said delineation. He said
no,
delineation
he
and the hate
said
crime bill.
delineation, reparations, and deportation, blah blah blah. But yo, as
and
long as you
a
give us
crime bill.
reparations, I agree. I agree with what my man said. Yo, as long as you give us reparations, everything else is gonna
No,
fall into place.
no, I didn't say which two. You just got to say, would you vote for Republicans if they give you 2 out of 4? You can't say which one they gonna give you. Just answer the question, yes or no. Would you vote for them if they give you 2 out of 4? You trying to do what he did?
Okay, my answer is no. I will not because reparations is not included.
Yo,
That's not the
listen,
person who was
I
just
don't need
talking.
two. I just need one.
I'm
And my
talking about
only
the dude
one is
who was just
my only
talking.
one is reparation. And if you do
And
that, everything else is
I
gonna
think
fall
he's
into
saying
place.
this.
Like
I think he's saying this, Chad. I think he's saying
don't do the
you
think.
don't.
Ask him
No,
what he
no,
said.
no, no. Well, I'm hearing. I'm hearing him. I think he's saying. Wait, he could correct me. I think he's saying you don't know which 2 out of the 4. It could be any one of them. Okay, but all you know is that you're guaranteed 2 out of 4. Is that enough to vote for him?
No.
No. Well, if reparations ain't on the table, ain't nothing else to vote
It
for.
is on the table, but it's 2 out of 4. It's like a spinning. It's like a spinning. You know, like the wheel of fortune. The wheel is spinning. You never know which one it hit, but it's
Well,
2 out
if
of
they
4.
pass reparations, like I said, like my man said, I'm for everything else after that.
Did he answer, Mr. Know-It-All?
That's not a good. That's not an answer.
Here we go. I'm about to get an aneurysm. But anyway, but go ahead.
For me, no,
Ron, your
no,
turn. You the last one.
no. For
2
me,
out of
no,
4.
because I used to watch Let's Make a Deal growing up, and sometimes that door number 2 be nothing. It'd be a bunch of empty boxes with
But
nothing in
2
them.
out of
So for
4,
me,
you
no.
got 2 out of 4, Ron. Think about
I
it
got you,
now.
but listen. Let me answer that. Yeah, but the 2 out of 4 on the table, delineation is not really tangible, and deportation like that's not really directly affecting Black
You
America.
can get the
But
other
if
2
that,
later. You can get the other 2 later. You just need to get
yeah, but
2
no,
solidified.
but that's not what you asked. You said 2 out of the 4
You
for
right.
sure, and
You
the
right.
other 2 may never happen. And for me, that's no, because I look at that as door number 2. Like we're playing Russian roulette, and I didn't voted for this clown, and the whole thing was fixed. The whole time was rigged and fixed, and it was just deportation, which is happening anyway, and then delineation is happening anyway. Like
That's
we're
what I'm
really
saying. So
delineating in real
Republic.
time.
Can I say one thing, Ron? Let me cut you off one
Yeah.
time, please.
Delineation ain't a vote.
They already giving us 1. So if they can hit us with a number 2, oh my God, Ron, it's gonna be hard to say
It's
no,
not
Ron.
McDonald's, bro.
They already giving us 1. If they can run, if they can squeeze in 1 more of them,
Hey,
Ron, it's gonna be hard to say no,
hey,
Ron.
hey, Ron, let me know when I
Now,
can talk, man.
if you said this, if you said one out of if you said 4 things on the table, and a guaranteed one was a anti FBA bill, and the other 3 is like you don't know, I'll say yes then. I'll say
But they
yeah,
already
he got
giving
my
us
vote.
deportations, Ron. They already giving
Yeah,
us
but
1
I
out
don't
of
care.
4.
They're not giving us deportation. They're doing
Yeah,
that
but
to
yeah,
them.
yeah,
That has
that's for
nothing to
themselves.
do with us.
That's not for us. That's for themselves. Now look,
But
my
still, it's
opinion,
still benefit us. It's like we
Mr.
just
Know-It-All, Mr. Know-It-All, no, it don't. It don't benefit us until they start employing us in their spots. Then it's benefiting us. Like there's no data to show that Black Americans are replacing these deportees. Now, if you if
you made me kind of forget what I was going to say, so I'm gonna leave it right there.
Hey, Mr. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Now you go ahead, bro.
Okay, I get what you're saying. 2 out of the 4, I get that. But let's look at history, man. Ever since 1965, how many broken promises? Since Lyndon B. Johnson all the way up to Donald Trump, how many broken promises have our people received from the federal government? We've seen people come here after 1965 and get the benefits that were, as a matter of fact, bro, look at the Congressional Black Caucus. They don't even represent us anymore. You had Roland Martin up here talking about we gotta vote for this person, get this person in, yada yada yada. But you had the Congressional Black Caucus backing up this fucking tethered Ghanaian president on reparations, the very same thing that they telling us we have to go vote for. Make that
Or
make
look at
sense.
yo, to your point, I'm gonna add on to your point. Look at Al Sharpton. Uh, when the dude went up there and he said, "Yo, Kamala's racist, Biden's racist," and he said, "Yo, reparation ain't on the table. We not voting for you." What did Al Sharpton say? If you don't put any of them in office, you're not getting anything. Hold on, we're not getting anything anyway.
But you got to think about this though. When the Native Americans and the small hat people and the Japanese people in the term, they didn't have the American people didn't vote for their reparations, and the American people are not going to vote for our reparations. It's going to be an act by the federal government, by Congress, that's going to give us our reparations. It's not going to be the American people voting for us to get reparations or not. That's not how reparations work. The government
It can work that way.
you can't hold on. The government see fit who deserves reparations and they pay it. They do not have the American public vote on it. That's never happened. The American public
Exactly
has hold
what
on, let
we're
me
talking
finish, bro. Let me
about.
land my plane. Let me land my plane. Bro, the American public has never voted on who get reparations or not. And for us to sit up think it's gonna be a vote that get us our reparations, that's the wrong way to even look at it, brother. We gonna get our reparations just like everybody else got their reparations, and it's not gonna take a vote.
Exactly what we're talking about. Because they didn't vote.
Hey,
They
Chad.
didn't vote for
Hey,
the
Chad.
Japanese. Go ahead, Ron.
And now listen. Well, why, if what he's saying is true, then why does America keep doing polls for white America to see their feelings on reparations? Because they did one at the height of Jim Crow. 85% white people said no. Okay, they did one in like 1980s, and you had I think it went to like 35-40% white people saying yes. So so now we see white folks are edging towards, okay, maybe they're old, we don't have a problem with this. We talking about from 15% to like 40%. The poll jump. They're doing polls, bro, because there's something called like outrage and like chaos. Like they don't want to a war. They don't want to pay reparations, and then the whole country just fall apart.
Yo,
Right?
Ron, you gotta come.
Ron,
you gotta.
Hold on.
No, Ron, you
look
gotta
at
come
this.
We
closer
just
to
talked
the
about.
mic.
Yeah, we
There
just
you go.
talked.
There
I
you go.
got you.
I was gonna say you
All right.
gotta come closer
All
to
right,
the mic.
thank you. But know it all. You just said let me finish my plane. I didn't finish mine, and you jumped in right away. I said there's a reason why they do polls. They want to know what the public think, so they can prepare for some type of chaos that might ensue if they do pass reparations. Now, if 15% of white America is saying yes and 85% saying no, I highly doubt if they, you know, give us what we going to give us if the country is going to crash because they're going to be rioting and going crazy. I don't think that's going to happen. But when you got almost half the country saying yes, I think that's a chaos that's more manageable. And definitely if 70% of the country, white America saying yes, I think the vote then plays a part on where we get it or not. So
I
the
don't think
reason
so.
why, hey, bro, you're hopping in. The reason why the federal government had to pass it for the indigenous people, not Native Americans, indigenous Americans and Japanese people, because the white people said no for them too. So they always been just white supremacists and no to everybody. So the federal government had to like, all right, look, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do it quietly to dig where it's not really strain on the economy. Our situation is different. The money that's owed to us uh, can put a dent on the economy so much so they got to pay us in installments. All right. So our payouts a lot. That's why they're looking for public support. Like, hey, man, it's gonna be a strain on the economy. Are y'all cool with it? And I believe it. I know you don't believe that. That's cool. The average Black American do believe that if the large part of white supremacy or the white who hung up?
No, I'm still here. This Jonathan, I'm still here, bro.
Somebody was that Chad? I think Chad got disconnected. Okay. Anyway, so that's all. I believe that they're trying to test or get a temperature check of the white population to see where they're at. And I believe that if a large majority of them say, or even over 50% say yes, I think that's something realistic.
I don't think so, Ron. It don't matter what they say. It don't matter if the majority say yes or the majority say no. That doesn't matter when it comes to reparations. Is what I'm telling you.
But that's your opinion, though, right? That's not a
No,
factual statement, right?
that's historical, because
That's
most of
no.
America didn't want. Listen, Ron. Most of America didn't want Native Americans to get reparations. Most of
Yeah, you said
America didn't.
most. You said most, but
Most.
I'm saying the
Okay.
opposite, though. I'm saying if most
Most of.
look, hey, Jonathan, he's arguing my point. He's saying
No.
most of America didn't want it, so therefore the government had to come and say no, we're going to do it. I'm saying
Yes.
if it's wouldn't it be okay, bro? Look what you're saying. You're saying most white Americans didn't want it, and the government said, "All right, we're going to do it anyway." So wouldn't it be much easier if most Americans said yes this time? Wouldn't it be that much easier for the American
No,
government to
Ron,
pass it?
because they're never going to say it. Most of them are never going to say it. So that's
Nah,
not
nah.
something that we need to
That's
chase.
not the
We cannot
that's
chase
not the
a vote.
FBA.
Listen,
That's not the
Ron, we
FBA
can
spirit.
Ron. Can I
Nah,
come on, Ron? Let me say something.
I don't know
Let me
what you
say
want
something,
tonight.
Ron. We cannot chase a vote from majority of America to say yes, because no other group had to do that
Who's
to
chasing
get
a vote?
reparations.
Who's chasing a
You
vote?
saying that if most of America feel like we should get it, then that's we have a better chance of getting it. What
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
common
is
sense.
what I'm saying is it doesn't matter when it comes to reparations, because it doesn't matter what the public thinks. When America pay reparations, they do not ask the American public, does this people deserve reparations or not? They just pay
They
it.
do.
And that's what they're going to do for
Yes, they
us.
do.
They do
Okay,
ask, bro.
the
They do ask.
So most
He
of
bugging.
America, hold on. So you mean to tell me most of America said Native Americans should get reparations? Most of
Hey, no.
America said the Japanese
Hey,
should get
you're
reparations.
trying to. Hey,
Most
bro,
of
you're trying to
America
switch
said
it.
we
Hey,
should
bro,
get voting rights. Most
Mr.
of
Noto,
America.
Mr. Noto, I'm gonna mute you because you're wilding. You just switched it. Now it's not about most. You said voting doesn't count at all, right?
Not
But
when it
there's
comes to
most.
paying reparations.
Oh, okay. So now, what? So now, listen. So now you're gonna either live or die on a Google search. So if I Google, did the American government check with the white population about reparations for anybody else, and if it says yes, are you gonna say you were wrong, or are you gonna start explaining?
Hey, can I jump in and say something, Ron?
Let me
He
answer
didn't
the
even
question,
answer.
dude. I
Okay,
ain't
go.
even answer the question yet. I'm thinking about my answer.
All right.
Well, shit, it sounds like you already knew.
No, because the way you pose the question
He's
is
trying to
not that
Google
simple.
it.
No,
He's
I'm
trying to
not.
Google it.
No, I'm thinking. I'm using my brain, dude. I swear to God, I'm not Googling. Um, I say, bruh, it don't matter what the American public think when it comes to paying reparations, because they gonna pay it to who they want to pay it to, Ron.
That wasn't my question, but okay.
Okay, ask me the question one more time, please, Ron, because I did forget the question. Go ask me one more time, please.
Bro,
Please.
put the moonshine down, right?
Bro, ask me the question one more time, bro. If you say you forgot the question, I'll say I understand. Goddamn.
I'm sober, bro.
Bro, do you remember the question?
Yes. Okay. So did
Okay, say it.
America ever ask the public about reparations for anybody else before they passed, about their feelings, about how they feel about it, the vote, whatever you want to say, their sentiments before they pass reparations for other people?
I don't know.
Then how do you stand firm or it cannot happen?
Because I know that majority of the American public did not agree with these people receiving reparations from our
But you
tax
keep
dollars.
saying, hey, bro, we all agreed that the public majority never agreed with it. Remember, you said the public never agreed predominantly that the majority of people never agreed to it. That's why the federal government had to pass it. We all agreed on that. And then I said, yeah, wouldn't it be a lot easier if the dominant society agreed on it? You said, well, it doesn't matter because it doesn't.
Yeah, because it's not. They're not even going to. They're not even going to use that as a measuring stick.
Got it. So there you go. So now you know. So we can hold you on something now. So now if I Google something where they did use it as a measuring stick, would you say you were wrong?
Yes, Ron, I would.
Okay. All right, good, Jonathan.
Hey, really quick, not I add something, not shift the subject entirely, but just from an economic standpoint, I I think let hypothetically just say we do get, reparations. I honestly think, yeah, it'll be a short-term strain on the American economy, but come on, man, we all know how Black people spend, bro. I think this would probably be like the biggest domestic economic boom since like the Industrial Revolution. All that tax revenue, because we still got to pay taxes at the end of the day. All that tax revenue that the government would generate from, our increased spending power and businesses and all of that. I really think it'll actually benefit the American economy as a whole, to be honest with you. That's just my thoughts.
Okay.
I want Ron to prove. I want Ron to pull up the thing.
No, well, I got you. So America has never came to the public to pass reparations for Japanese, Indigenous Americans, or anybody. They just it said that. Hold on.
I win, Ron. I win, Ron.
No. Okay. Again, look, you're impaired. The phraseology that you brought up, Jonathan, was null and void because he said,
man, read that what you was just reading, dude.
Hey, guy, listen, my guy. Listen, dude, you gotta hold yourself together. Okay. So listen to your phraseology before I read it. You mentioned the American public. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna put you in the back room, my guy. I'm trying to talk to you while you're on the phone, but you keep cutting in. Okay, you framed it as the American public being involved or not being involved with reparations. That was never our argument. You mentioned that, and then you said the American public will never be for reparations for anybody, right? And I was like, well, shit, if they were to be involved, I said that would make it that much easier to pass for it. That's what I said. I said if the American public, the white American public, said, hey, man, government, give them what they owe, wouldn't that be like a fight with us? So, like, we're fighting for reparations by ourselves, and the white dominant societies was behind us. saying cut the check, I think they'll cut the check. That's extra pressure. But let me read it. It says the U.S. has generally not held public referendums to ask for permission before implementing reparations. Instead, reparations for specific groups such as Japanese Americans interned during World War II were passed by Congress via lobbying and legislative action, often without broad public polling. There you go.
So whether we get reparations or not, it doesn't matter what the American public think. We're going to get it.
Who said it mattered? Well, okay, that's a straw man. Who said it mattered?
Okay, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, whoever said that. Like right now, we're doing ADOS, FBA Freedmen. We're demanding reparations. We never appealed to white people to side with us. Like we feel like we're by ourselves. So like that was never our position, that we need white people to side with us in order to get reparations. That was never our position. That was something that you brought up today, you know, for the sake of argument and conversation, and we just talked about it. But you gave us those specific questions. Didn't he say that to us? If we get 2 out of 4, so this was his hypothetical position he gave us, right? That we just played into it, but that was never our. We tried to fight you on it. You told Jonathan no, he had to answer exactly the question you put forward, so you wouldn't even let him amend it.
Let your yes be yes and your no be no.
All right, bro. But Jonathan, listen, you just wiggle out of it by saying, the people were never, the public was never, the public can't decide reparations, basically. But then you tell Jonathan, if they give us 2 out of 4, when does the president do that? Door number 1, door number 2.
We got 1 out of 4 with the Republicans. If they can give us 2 out of 4, is that worthy of voting for?
Well, look, I'll say this: for some people, blind votes 2 out of 4 may work, and I would say for other people, they want to know exactly what they're voting for and being promised.
Hey, Ron, I want to touch on something real quick, bro. And the only reason it was hard, Mr. Know-It-All, the only reason it was hard to answer that question because the things as far as the hate crime bill and all that, the reason it's hard for me to answer that question because reparations is to pay for a past sin that America committed against our ancestors. We didn't have to deal with immigrants and having to delineate and fighting with Africans, Caribbeans about who's who. We didn't have to fight with that. This is all now. We're trying to force the government to fix a past sin that they committed against our ancestors. That's why I kept saying, if reparations, aka tangibles, if that's not on the table, everything else, man, I'm not interested in at this point. Now, once we get reparations, then we can sit down and fight those battles down.
But listen, brother. 2 out of 4 are tangibles. I listed 4 tangibles. If they can give us 2 tangibles out of 4, they already giving us 1, but they halfway giving us 2. Like today, I read like 270 some immigrants got detained by ICE. We need that to be 1,000. That headline need to say 1,000, or we don't accept it. Okay. If you gonna grab 200 illegal immigrants and think that's enough for us to get our vote, that's not enough. Them headlines need to say 1,000 immigrants got rounded up, and we gonna value y'all delineation movement, which means we gonna put Nigerian American, Ghanaian American, Eritrean American, Jamaican American, Haitian American, and Black American down. If you can give me the delineation on the census and work forms and federal documents, and if you can give me increased deportations, 270 some illegal immigrants in Houston is not enough. That's a border town. You could have easily got 10 times that number on a border town. So don't play with me in my face. Deport them and separate us.
Hey, run! I got this. I got
And
this.
if you
Okay,
can give us those, those are the least two. If they can, those are the least two deportations and separate us, delineate us on farms. Those are the least two. Reparations and a 8 crime bill. Those are the big ones. Those are the big two.
hey, run.
So
Okay, go
if
ahead.
if they can delineate us and get more immigrants out of this country, whether they legal or illegal, I don't give a care if they legal or illegal. Get them gone because they all anti-black American.
All right, hey, Ron, I got this. All right, I'm gonna follow. I heard everything you said, and I agree with it. But here's the problem, and I'm gonna quote Melrose on this. Everything starts with a check. Melrose spoke about that when you talked to Al Sharpton in this event. Everything starts with a check. So now that we got that out the way, as far as the delineating from everyone, brother, the grassroots, we're doing that on our end. And you probably think, well, that ain't no effect. Actually, yes, it is, because if you watch the news, MSNBC, CNN, Fox, they even say, oh, this was a Nigerian immigrant or this was a Haitian immigrant. So that's already taking root on its own. We don't really need the federal government doing that. The grassroots is already stumping the ground for that. But everything, brother, I'm telling you, and this is our problem in our community, we have got to stop settling for crumbs. We have got to stop that. And I'm gonna wrap this up and I'm gonna land my plane. The reason I'm speaking on this so heavily, I don't know that congressman, the Indian congressman that's trying to get reparations for the Somalians and all that mess that happened within my ICE, she ain't say we need to get a hate crime bill or we need to get some kind of protective service. She automatically bypassed everything and went straight to reparations. And we need to, I wouldn't say we need to catch up to her, because as a matter of fact, she's taking our verbiage from us.
Right.
But that's where it starts at, man. We got to stop settling for crumbs. Everything starts with a check. I land my plane.
But bro, listen, those 4 I listed are not crumbs. They are not crumbs.
And I'm
Those
agreeing
are
with you.
whole
I
steak
didn't.
bites.
I'm not.
Delineation is a steak bite. It's not a crumb. A Black American 8 crime bill is not a crumb. That's a bite. Reparations is not a crumb. And what's the last one I named, Ron? The one on
He said
Delineation.
hate crime
and
delineation.
delineation. Ain't none of those crumbs, bro. You trying to make it seem like the 4 I listed are crumbs, bro. Those are whole shark bites. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay. Let me say this again. I agree with everything that you said. Delineation is not something we need to if somebody, Republican, Democrat, if anybody says, hey, we'll help you delineate or whatever, I don't care about that, because the grassroots, we're doing that already, and the media is already catching notes.
But
That's already taking foothold on
bro,
its
listen,
own.
bro. But if they can give me that and one of the other 4, that is not a small feat.
It's not. I agree. I am not disagreeing with you. However, everything starts with a check, man. We have to keep their feet to the fire, because if we ask for these other tangibles
I
and we
gotta
put
disagree. I gotta disagree. I gotta disagree. It ain't gotta start with a check, bro. Because if they can give us an 8 crime bill and they can give us delineation, bro. Man, that's a start, bro. We can work on the other 2 for the next 10 years. If
okay,
they
let me
can
ask
give
you.
us 2 now and we
Yeah,
can
let me
work
jump in
on
this real
Go
another
ahead,
quick.
you got
2,
it.
bro. Come on, bro. You can't just disregard that as small change.
All right. So I'm
Ron,
gonna
you
jump
got it.
in.
You
Like
got it.
you see I was very quiet, Mr. Know-it-all, when you was talking. I didn't interject at all, interrupt. Okay. So I just wanna, since everything is hypothetical. Now, how about this? How about they pass a hate crime bill for FBAs and then say that's your reparations? And then leave it
They
at
would
that.
never
So
do that
wait,
because we would never
wait,
accept it.
bro, you see what you did? Man, you just babbled for a while and I was totally quiet to prove a point. I go to say a few things, and when it don't go with your narrative, you automatically just start blurting out some things. Okay, that's what revenue would do, by the way. If 90% now, so I Googled, I said, what if a high majority of white people were to side with reparations behind FBAs? What type of impact would they have with us getting reparations afterwards? Okay, so AI said if 90% of white Americans supported the fight for reparations, a massive shift from current polls. So they do take polls. They do take polls showing 72 to 80% opposition. So they take polls and 70 to 80% right now, white people saying no. It says, but if it shifts to 90%, it says the likelihood of a federal reparations program passing will move from nearly impossible to highly probable. Okay. Though not guaranteed, but highly probable. It says with such support would eliminate the primary political barrier, intense white opposition, as I stated earlier, the chaos. Remember the chaos I was talking about? Okay, then it says significant practical and logical challenges will remain. Okay, it said why it will likely pass if 90% of white Americans voted yes. It says in the U.S., major policies rarely pass without broad consensus. Currently, only about 18% of white Americans support reparations, while about 77% of Black Americans do. The other 23%, I can imagine, is tethers. A 90% white support rate, okay, combined with strong Black support, will create a super majority, likely forcing bipartisan action in Congress and removing the partisan gridlock that currently stops such initiatives. It says if 90% support it, the political cost of opposing reparations will become insurmountable for politicians, changing the issue from a fringe proposal to a mainstream national priority. Okay, now that right there shows you that it can swing, like I stated earlier. If majority of white folks said, yeah, they deserve it, I told you that it could likely influence and change the narrative. Now, let me ask you this. How do you feel about Larry Elder?
About what stance do he have?
I mean, like, what's the things you go with and things you don't?
Bro, give me a stance that Larry Elder have. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you heard of him. My bad. No, forget that. I thought you knew a little bit about
what I can say
advocates.
about what you just said, the stance I have on about what you just said, is that when you use the word chaotic, when you was talking about the dominant society, that's like fear mongering, dude. That's like tether behavior. When you call me a tether, that's like tether behavior. You fear mongering me with chaos. Like, dude, what? We Black Americans. What is chaos? We don't
Are
care
you
about
serious?
that. You think we care about if white people don't want us to have reparations? When we get reparations and they don't want us to have, what we gonna do? What they gonna do? What they gonna do to us after we get reparations if they don't want us to have it? And you talking about chaos, like the whole United States gonna turn against us and do what to us exactly?
First of all, I never said that, and that was not our concern. I said
You
the
did say
American government.
chaos.
Okay, yeah, okay, but look at the context I said it in. I said the American government can see it as chaos. You see how I know what I say? I don't forget. I never said
Okay,
Black Americans.
okay, they can see it as chaos. You said the American people can see it as chaos, and what's going to happen to us because it's chaos? Exactly,
Who
what's
said
going to
us?
happen?
No, hey, bro, who said us? I said that they can do other things in society that can cause chaos that got nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with white
Bro, you
society.
said when we get reparations, they do a poll to see if whether we get reparations gonna cause chaos or not. Basically,
Right.
am I right or wrong?
Okay. So listen, I can rewind it.
Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong, because I said the American government concern was about the country up in that chaos. I never said I was a black American. I know what I said, my guy. I'm not drunk like you. I know what I said. So you can't twist my words. I know what I said. And I could even rewind it back to the question. You know, I could we're live. I could just push it back a couple of minutes and it'll say exactly what I said. I never said our concern. I said the American government concern. I know what I said. Yeah, you can't twist my words, bro. I'm a real debater. I know what I said. I know what you said. I know what Jonathan said. I know what Chad said. I'm listening. And my concern is never about white supremacy. That's why right now only 18%. We just read white people are agreeing with it. That means the majority of them don't agree with it. Okay, and so that means they're upset at it. Such a notion. They feel like, how dare you guys? And we're still doing it. So that's called bravery. We're proud and we're loud about it. So no, you can't switch my words. That's
You
not
know
gonna
what
happen.
that does? You know what that does, Ron? With us asking for reparations so loud, it put a black
We're
eye
not
on them.
asking. We're not asking for reparations. We're demanding it. It's a big difference.
Okay, what we're doing by demanding reparations, it put a black eye on America, because you got people screaming out for justice while you're trying to be the justice warrior. So you can't be the justice warrior with a people screaming out for justice. So it's like a black eye. So they gotta address it one day or another through. And I gotta give Tariq Nasheed his credit. Through the delineation movement. It probably would have happened with or without him, but he did, coin FBA and somewhat start the delineation movement. So it's like a black eye. America can't be pretty as long as it. Basically, what we're presenting to white America is, we will not let you be pretty unless you pay us reparations.
Hey, Ron, let me jump in on this if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so as far as this black guy, whatever from America, come on, bro. You from Alabama, I'm from Mississippi. We both in the deep rural South, and we know this country's history. Our
Hold on,
ancestors.
Ron.
Wait,
Hold on.
no,
1 second,
I,
bro. 1 second, brother.
okay.
Ron, and what I said, is that poetic? Was that like some poetic justice? Like, basically, we would not let America be pretty unless they pay us reparations. Basically, that's the ultimatum we're presenting them with at this point. We will never let you be pretty unless you pay us reparations. Is that a fair statement?
Jonathan?
As far as the,
Ron.
go ahead, Ron.
Wait, I know. Wait, now he heard you. Because he's the, it seemed like you thought it seemed like you think he's disagreeing. Maybe he is. But I
No.
want everyone to hear.
Before we even start talking, that was the question I was presenting to you, Ron.
Right,
Before he,
but hold on. Right, but I want to pass it to him, because now that you framed it a different way.
what's your name, brother?
Maybe,
Jonathan.
Maybe, yeah. Now you
Jonathan.
framed it a different way.
It's the ultimatum I'm bringing. Like, basically, if America, basically, this is what we're saying. If you don't pay us reparations, we will not let you be the beacon. We will not let you be as pretty as you think you're going to be, because we're going to ask for it. Even if you don't pay us reparations, we're going to ask for it 200 years from now to let the world know, like, no, you owe something. You did something.
Ron,
You did something. And these people are asking, what did you do? Like, you're not going to be pretty. You're not going to be the apple in the sky. You're not going to be that unless you address this reparations issue. is what we're presenting to America as a whole. And that's bigger than any immigration discussion. That's bigger than anything that they got. Anything America got going on right now is bigger than that, because this problem is going to follow you 300 years from now. This problem is going to follow you 20 years from now. We're never going to stop asking for reparations. And when they say, why you're asking for reparations, everybody got to
No,
say,
let him finish.
Go ahead.
No,
I land my plane.
Okay. Run. I got this. I got this. All right.
I'm sorry, but I was reading the chat. My bad.
Yeah, I got it. All right. Hey, Mr. Know-it-all, you gonna let me finish, right? I'm gonna answer your question. I heard everything you said. Okay. The reason why, man, brother, I love you, man. I love you. FBA to FBA. Please don't take this the wrong way. What
I
I'm about
love
to
you
say.
too, brother. I love you too.
Okay. Everything that you just said about Black Guy and Beacon and all of that, as far as America, man, I don't give a shit about any of that. And here's why. Our people were enslaved. Our people were raped. Our people were hung from trees. Our kids were unalive. Down in Florida, babies were unalive and fed to alligators. And that's just during slavery. We're not even talking about the redlining, the criminalization, all these anti-black laws, and everything that we're dealing with today. So as far as I'm concerned, these people and I'm including Africans too, because once we get our reparations from America, if there are any Africans in the group, we going after y'all next. I don't care about any of that. Y'all need to right what you have wrong. That black guy you talking about, America already has a black guy for what they've done to our ancestors. So all of this trying to, oh, is it gonna look bad, man? I don't care who it looks bad for. Cut us our check that is rightfully owed. And I'm not asking, we're not asking for anything. We're demanding what you guys need to write that you wronged 250 plus years ago. And I'll land my plane.
But look, even if they don't cut the check, we got to have an alternative motive behind asking for the check. It can't just be a plan A. Hold on, it just can't be a plan A. Let me finish, bro. I'll let you finish. It can't just be a plan A. It got to be a plan B. So if you're not going to pay us physically, we're going to hurt you spiritually. It got to be and the plan B is spiritually. We're going to hurt you spiritually if you don't pay us physically. And it got to be like that. It can't just be, oh, we just waiting on reparations. No, we not waiting on reparations, because we working, we got jobs, we starting businesses, we're doing our thing in America. We're not waiting on reparations, but they gonna pay it. They're gonna pay it. We're not gonna just write it off just because we doing good. Tomorrow, if every Black American start a business and start doing good in America, we're still gonna ask for our reparations, and that's the black eye they don't want.
Mr. Know-it-all, you asked us some questions. Let me ask you one. Okay, what is the main reason why we're demanding reparations in 2026?
The main reason why we ask for reparations in 2026.
If you can answer that, you'll know there's no plan B. Dr. Claude Anderson talked about it a lot.
It's a lot of reasons why, because you got to go into modern reason. You got to go into AI.
Hey, brother, brother, stop. Reparations started in 2016 with ADOS, and it was championed by Tariq Nasheed 2-3 years later. So no, there was a major reason. If you don't know, you don't know. There was a major reason why ADOS, Yvette Carnell, and Tone talk. There's a major reason why Dr. Claude Anderson was talking what he was talking. They all came to the same, Dr. Sandy Darity, Tariq Nasheed, everybody came to the same conclusion. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about, but there was one major reason why we said reparations or not or else. Do you know the main reason why we're saying it has to be reparations? It can't be anything else. And there's no plan B. It's just plan A. Do you know? If you don't know, you don't know. You can Google it. You can Google it.
Enlighten me, brother.
Okay, the massive wealth gap. Our economist, Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Sandy Daddy, and many others, Johnny Cochran, everybody have concluded the wealth gap is so wide that no matter how much hard work we do, any hate crime, any delineation you talking about, or whatever else, it'll never close that gap in a million years. So that's why he said, yo, everybody did the numbers. They said, damn, it's so massive. Reparation has to be on the table. It has to be passed. There's no way, Dr. Clarence says, no, his words, is no way we can compete. That's far gone. So the average white house, white income house, I believe it's like a 6-figure, 150 grand. The average FBA house like 15 grand. Like these guys 10 times the amount we make per household. Like we're so far. They talked about Tone Talks talked about the money that's left behind, the inheritance left behind the average white family, like $150,000, $300,000 left to the average white family. Us, we get left debt. Okay, we get left bad, wealth practices. That's what's handed down to us. The projects, welfare vouchers. So they realized that, hey, we're gonna be be like a permanent underclass, a permanent underclass, under second class citizens, if we don't find a way to get reparations on the table and pass. Like it's not, like we're just going to die off economically, and just be looking through like anybody watch The People Under the Stairs. That's going to be us. So
But
they said,
look,
yo,
Ron. But look, we still got
no. I want you to speak to that. Don't speak around it. I don't like that. Speak to what I
Okay,
just
yes,
said. Don't speak
I'm gonna
around it.
speak to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna speak to it, Ron. Listen,
Yeah.
but we still got an ace in the hole, Ron.
Hey, bro, that didn't speak to what I just know. I want you to speak to
Okay,
the wealth gap.
But
the massive wealth gap, and where we
if
can't
they
compete
don't
without. Okay, but that's not speaking to it. Like I gave you something. The main core reasons why we're talking about reparations, it has to happen. There's no one day. It has to happen sometime soon because of the large wealth gap, the disparity, okay, between wealth, blacks and whites.
Ron, that's why we pushing for it. Ron, that's why we pushing for it.
Then okay, so what's the plan B to that?
The plan B to that, Ron, is we are gonna have to use our influence globally to make these people the devil that they are. That's the only power we got is our influence, Ron. Is what I'm saying is, if they don't pay us reparations, we just gonna have to paint them out, and their book in history is gonna be wrote as the damn devil. Either you gonna pay us reparations, or or your ass the damn devil.
Bro,
and
the
what
world
we say
recognized him as the
go.
devil. The world recognized him as the devil since the Malcolm X days, bro.
Nah.
Yes.
Well, we just gonna have to.
They even got
That's our
movies
only power. That's our
calling the
only
devil.
power, Ron. Our moral power. We only got spiritual power and moral power.
So that's
We
the
get
plan
to.
B you was telling Jonathan about?
That's our only power. What else we got? We ain't got no sidewinder missiles. The hell you talking about?
So that means we're sticking with plan. That means we're sticking with plan A.
No, that means we're gonna use our influence. We're gonna use our influence. We're gonna use our spiritual power. Because physical power ain't the only power on earth. We're gonna use our spiritual power.
Explain that.
Explain. I just did. I just explained.
Calling the devil is a spiritual power.
We're gonna make it be known that they the devil, Ron.
It's already known, bro.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Apparently, it's not. You just seen
let me
those.
get this case point. Wait. Slow down. Wait. Let me say this. When George Bush,
we gonna use our spiritual and our influence,
Mr. Know-it-all, Miss Know-it-all, I'm gonna source up, my guy. When George Bush went to the Middle East? Was that Iran, by the way? When they threw a shoe at him?
That was
Okay,
Afghanistan, I think.
yeah, they said that the sulfur he left behind. They said the devil. They call him the devil. They said the sulfur, the stench that devil left behind, was smelt and felt long after he left. They recognized George Bush as the face of white supremacy, as the devil. So ever since Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, the world been calling the white man the devil. What are you talking about? Look, I get it. You don't
They
know.
can't say it like we say it, Ron.
I get it. Oh shit, man! The whole world don't mind that.
They can't say it like we say it, Ron. They can't say it like we say it, Ron. When we say they done, they done.
Man.
Hey, Ron, real quick. Hey, because you're on the East Coast. What time is it over there?
It's 12:45.
12:45.
What time you hopping off, bro? Or you gonna be on for a minute?
Well, yeah, I adjusted my alarm clock.
Oh,
Ron, listen, Ron. When we say it's over, Ron. Trust me. Look how many, bro. How can I say this without saying it? You gotta read between the lines, nigga. You Black American, nigga. Pick up on slang. Once we say it's over, it's over.
What they gotta do with reparations?
Bruh, because I just told you why, because it can lead them with the black eye. They can't be pretty without it. If they pay us reparations, they can put on all the makeup they want. And they can go
What's
around
the plan
the world
B?
spiritually destroy them. Because we can't physically destroy them. Ron, can we physically destroy him? Ron, can we physically destroy him? What power do we have, Ron? We got influence and we got spiritual power. That's what we're gonna have to use, Ron.
All right, so hold on. So I'm gonna ask you for clarity. So when reparations don't go through, we should start yelling the white man's the devil, and that's gonna help us out.
No. All we gotta do is just keep doing what we doing and don't stop.
Like what?
As long as we just what we're doing right now and don't stop
and that's not closing the wealth gap at all. Not
bro. Listen, you
white
understand
supremacy, love that.
All we gotta do is just keep the delineation movement going, bro. And it's gonna open up doors that we can even dream about. Just keep delineating. That's all we gotta do. Just keep the delineation movement going.
Hey, Ron, real quick. I thought you, Mr. Noda, about 15 minutes ago, you said if the Republicans gave us one or two or one out of the four, which includes delineation, we vote for them. But now you're saying just keep delineating. So why do we need to? Which makes my point. Why do we need to vote for Vance if we're already delineating?
I didn't say we're gonna love them. I said we can vote for them. A vote ain't nothing. You can vote for your enemy, dude. What are you talking about? I ain't saying love them.
You missed the point. No, what he's saying is, why was delineation part of the four boxes when that's something that's in our control already?
Is it, Ron?
You just said it.
Because you can get a Kamala in there that can make everybody Black American, dude.
All right.
So it's not really in our power.
Hold on, fellas. We got a new caller. We got Chantel in the building. Are you there, Chantel?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Chantel in the house. Greetings, host and panelist and chat.
We got Jonathan and Mr. Know-It-All. Yes.
Greetings. I want to ask a quick question with this conversation going.
To everybody?
All of you, yeah. The question is, am I too loud or too low?
No, you're perfect.
Okay. So the question is, I want to make us understand who really holds the power here in this country by asking a simple question. So it's going to start with the sports industry, the music industry, and you television actors. If all our sportsmen that's in the NBA league was to walk away from the NBA in unison, do you think that would have a drastic effect on the NBA? Do you think they wouldn't bother? They would say, oh, we got Black people from different places and talented skills from different places. You
Can
think
I
they would
answer?
not? 1 second, sir. You think that wouldn't bother the NBA league owners? Go ahead.
No, it wouldn't, because all they would do is just put tellers in our position and pay them
There's already
top
tethers
dollar.
there,
Hold
sir.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me finish. All they would do is just give free tickets out to the kids at the elementary school, the kids at the middle schools, give out tickets at the plants around they just give out free tickets and hire tellers. And they'll make it look
The
like
tethers are
that.
there already, sir.
But this is what I'm telling you.
I'm
They would just
asking you
give
to
out free
explain the
tickets. They would just
absence
give out
of,
free tickets.
you're
They would
not
just give
hearing me,
out
the
free tickets to the
absence,
public
I'm
and then
asking you,
cross
would
us
the
out.
absence of ethnic Black Americans have a drastic effect on the NBA
No,
league?
no, we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't, because they would
What about the
just
music industry? If there was no ethnic Black Americans that supported, did any collaborations with non-ethnic Black Americans, if they didn't do any collaborations, didn't attend any events, didn't do anything with them, just withheld support, period,
yes,
would that affect the music
yes, it
industry?
would. Yes, it would. Yes, it
It
would. The
wouldn't
music
affect the
industry,
sports
but
industry,
not the
but the music?
sports, not the sports,
Okay,
because
go ahead.
they can
Explain.
fabricate that.
Explain.
They can fabricate the sports. They
Hey,
can't fabricate the music.
hey, Ron, let me
Are
know
you
when I can talk.
serious?
Ron,
Yeah.
can I
Wait,
answer?
Go ahead,
yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Let me hear what you say.
Okay.
All of New York rappers are drill tethers.
And
Go ahead, Jonathan.
what say
Exactly.
Cheese just came out and said New York has fell off. They can't sell a record.
Hey, oh, okay. Ron, let me know
Yeah,
when I
but
can
they're
speak, bro.
affected. Yeah, but then they're affecting the music industry, aren't they? Then
Musically, they can't sell a record musically, but in the sports industry, they can easily pack the stands with free tickets.
Hey, let me
Let the
speak on
other
this really
guy
quick.
answer. What?
go ahead,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Okay. Hey, sister, what's your name?
Chantel.
Chantel. Hey, how you doing? I'm Jonathan. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm a disagree with Mr. Know-It-All. If all FBA, I just have to simplify. If all FBA players decided to just walk away from the NBA, yes, it would be a
Hell
dramatic
yeah.
fact. And here's why. Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Know-It-All says that they could be replaced by, foreign athletes, tellers, or whatever. Yeah, to a degree, yes and no. The reason I have to say no, because they are not culturally built like us.
There you
Even when
go.
you guys, even when there's a commercial break, you hear,
Right.
especially when Kendrick Lamar had dropped that "Not Like Us," that's all they were playing was "Not Like Us" at
There
the
you go.
stadiums. So where our FBA, our foundational Black American players go, the music, our cultural
That's
dominant
right.
music, it follows. So
That's
yes,
right.
it is an impact, and it's a domino impact on top
That's
of that.
right.
And as far as giving out tickets to kids and all of that, no, that's not going to replace anything, because what time do NBA games usually start? 6, 7 p.m. Kids are getting ready for bed or whatever the case is, and half these kids, they don't care about the NBA. And on top of that, you're also affecting your alcohol industry. Kids are not authorized to drink alcohol, but adults can. So now you're affecting your alcohol industry. So it's a constant domino
And let me
effect
say
when you
this.
think into that.
And let me say this most importantly, the people who create the culture, if we're not involved in keeping the culture going, it's going to die. Do you understand
Exactly.
what I'm saying? People love the swag of ethnic Black Americans. If we are absent from the NBA, that shit will die fast. It's
Look
gonna,
at
excuse my language, it's gonna flunk. It won't do well without us. Same thing with the music industry. Right now it's flunking because our people is not out there like they should be. It's a bunch of tethers out there pretending to be us. And that is why the music industry is looking dark and gloomy and flunking. You
and
understand what I'm
as
saying?
and as a
We
matter of
have to
fact,
be there. The culture setters have to be there to continue to build the culture, to keep it going. Because if we're absent from what we created, it won't last.
and perfect
We hold the
example,
power.
and
We
perfect
hold
example.
the power.
And perfect example of that, Essence Fest. Look at Essence
But
Fest.
Exactly.
listen, we hold the spiritual and moral
Exactly, sir.
power. We do
Mr.
not
Know-it-all,
hold
Mr.
the
Know-it-all,
physical
Mr.
power.
Know-it-all,
Sir,
Mr.
we hold
Know-it-all,
the
hold on,
physical power.
because I want
No,
to
we
add to the
don't.
NBA thing. Wait, Mr. Know-it-all, relax. You asked the question. You want sufficient answers, right? So, bruh, nobody look. He said hand. He said, "Now I could tell you don't play basketball." Now I'm in the gym with the youth. I know who they're talking about. I know what jerseys they're wearing.
That's
Look,
right.
hey yo, LeBron James' son's not that good, but when he comes to the game, they go crazy for this guy. Now
Yeah.
look at Giannis' brother. Now look at Giannis' brothers. They ain't that good either, and they get booed, and they are made a mockery. Nobody got their jersey, but people got Bronny James jersey. Look at LaMelo Ball. Look at the stadiums he packed. Look at Zion Williams. Look at Anthony. You done lost your goddamn mind. Look at the playoffs right now. Look at Maxey. Look at Paul George. Look at the playoffs right now. Who's killing it? It's FBAs, and you're telling me you're gonna
Right.
take them out and put Giannis brothers in there and give kids free tickets. They're gonna be like, he ass. They're not going to those games, bro. Are you crazy? Yeah, they want
That's
to
right.
see Stephen Curry and
That's
LeBron
right.
James, and yeah, you done lost your mind talking about
Man, they
they're
can
gonna go
build
see
a Brian
Giannis
Donald.
brothers.
They can build a
Huh?
Brian Donalds.
No, we can't be
Who?
replaced, sir.
They can build a Brian
Look,
Donalds. And they
okay,
can build
okay,
one.
look,
Sheila Jackson Lee, they
Kyrie.
can build them. They can build them.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Kyrie Irving. Like we're talking about Stephen Curry. We're talking about like these guys are like the most mentioned in basketball right now. Anthony Edwards. Like kids want to play like them. Tatum. I forgot about Tatum. We got Brown. Like yeah, you didn't lost all of your brain cells talking that crazy
Kevin
stuff.
Durant
You're not
just
gonna.
talked about this
The
in
Wait,
his
hold
NBA
on.
is
speech.
built on a history of FBA
Yeah,
players. What are you
Kevin
and
Durant
saying,
just
also
talked
sir?
about this, how they replacing us with foreign
They can't
athletes.
replace us.
no. Wait.
Kevin
Hold on,
Durant
sis.
just did a whole
Wait.
speech about it.
Hey, bro, hold on. Now, see the thing about him. That's why I say he argued like a tether. Kevin Durant was talking about Europeans, the Luca, he ain't talking no goddamn Africans, in Sudan.
Dude, they're doing the
What are you
same
talking
thing
about?
to the
Hey,
baseball
wait,
MLB.
no. Wait, slow down. Dude, you're changing sports and you misquoted Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was talking about European players. You just lied and act like he was talking about some Sudan ass players who can't play at all. You just lied. He was not talking about Africa or one of these islands
I
replacing
didn't
South
say he
East Black America.
was.
So then what we're talking about FBA and we're talking about African descent immigrants. That was a comparison. It wasn't about white people or European players.
Dude,
Can
you
I
build
say
a straw man and
can
beat
I
the
say
hell out of
something to
him.
him? To Mr. Know-it-all. Mr. Know-it-all, if it's a
Sis.
spirit,
But he know it all
okay.
though. He know it all.
Oh, Mr. Know-it-all, if you say it's spiritual, sir, when you say it's spiritual, as a spiritual person, if you believe it's about a spiritual thing and you're a spiritual person, then you know that when God give us answers, it's called wisdom. When he give us the wisdom from above, from him, he give us the answers at heart. He give us vision at heart. We'll be able to see it clearly that, wait a minute, without us, all this shit falls down because we created it.
Right.
And if we're not there to
Good
continue to
point.
manage it, it's going to fall down. It's going to flunk. That's wisdom that comes from God, sir.
That's
Sir,
spiritual
when you
discernment.
understand, spiritual discernment will help you to know and understand, sir, that you hold the power in your hand. Your unity in your people. You guys hold the power. If black men they built their history of NBA on black foundational black Americans. It's built on our men. The music industry is built on our people. The acting industry built on everything is built on us. If we pulled away from every sector of every damn thing going on in this country, white people would be looking stupid, and they know it because they
No,
don't
they
have what
wouldn't.
we
No,
have.
they wouldn't.
Sir, one
Can I
second, sir.
disagree? Can
Sir,
I
one
disagree?
second. Sir, one second. Immigrants cannot replace us. They can pretend to be us, but they can't replace us. They copy us, but they can't replace us, sir. That's why a lot of stuff is flunking. Just look around you. Look what's going on. Go ahead.
I disagree. They can't. If they wanted to, they got enough money to do whatever they want to do. The only power we got is to fight against them morally. That's what we
Wait,
did during the
money to
civil
do what?
rights. That's what
But
we
you got to
did
be more
during the
specific. No,
we
you got to be more
that's what we
specific.
okay, I'm being more specific. That's what we did during
Now,
the civil
let's
rights
get back to the
and
NBA. Let's get
the
back to the
human
NBA.
right. Hold on, let me
How are we being replaced by a bunch of
listen. During the civil
random
rights
immigrants?
during the
Who
civil
don't know
rights and
nothing.
hold
Right.
on.
Okay.
During the what? I just said during the civil rights and human rights, that was a moral battle, not a physical battle. We cannot compete with the white T man physically.
Oh
The
They
no,
civil
okay,
got
rights
Ron, I
wasn't
gotta cut him
physical.
off. Sir,
Yeah,
I
he's
know you
bugging.
better have stopped dumping on my people. Sir, my people survived the Great Depression. When those people didn't want to give them food assistance or anything, they had 4 white people in the family, they would give $800 to. And when ethnic black Americans, FBAs, went to those people for food assistance, those people gave them for 4 people $200 or $100. Our people, my people, survived the Great Depression, sir, in this country by helping each other, establishing, they worked around a church,
that was
establishing food. No,
morally.
sir, hold on. It's that because you disrespecting my people's strength.
Yes, he is.
They established food banks and all kind of stuff. That's where food banks and stuff come from. The Black Panthers and all of them, they
That's
established food
morals.
banks. We were helping each other. They had farmers that was given to the community. We helped each other through that. Our people survived the Great Depression, not off of this racist government, but off of helping each other. They have always been
Right.
unified. That's how they survived. And we lost our unity because we allowed those fake immigrants to come in who claimed that they were going to stand as one with us, and we find out that they're actually enemies. And now we have all this trash to work through because they done came through our communities and caused a lot of division, spreading hatred towards our men and women and all that old foolery. We got to work through that and figure out who the hell is who. But sir, we thrive off of unity. That's how we were able to build all these communities that they kept tearing down. And we ain't had all them immigrants up in our mix because of unity. When we get our unity back, we're going to be great again.
We thrived off
Hey,
our morals.
hey,
Hey,
Mr.
Ron.
Know-it-all, let me ask you this. Wait. I got just 3 questions and y'all can take it. Mr. Know-it-all, do you believe systemic racism is alive and well today?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think about Marcus Garvey?
I think he was a tether.
Okay. What about the transatlantic slave trade? Who kidnapped us and sold us?
Say that again.
The transatlantic slave trade. Who kidnapped us and sold us?
Hamites kidnapped us and
Who the hell?
sold us.
Okay.
You don't know who Hamites are?
I mean,
Hamites
no.
kidnapped. Okay, Africans kidnapped us and sold us to Europeans.
Okay. Who is Frederick Douglass?
Frederick Douglass is a foundation of Black America.
That's known for what?
I don't know what he's known for, but I know what I know him for.
Okay. What impact did we have in the Civil War?
We were the main component.
What did we negotiate that you could say like what did we get out of it? But what
Out
did we
of the
negotiate?
What did
Yeah.
we get out of the Civil War?
Yeah. Why would we go help the whitey man win? What did we get out of it?
Why would we go help the white T man? You gotta
Yeah,
phrase that
that's his
question a
war.
little differently, brother.
No, that's okay. The Civil War is white on white crime. Why would we care who wins?
Was it?
Yeah. The North
Okay,
versus South. Who they? Okay, the North versus the South. White people from the North, the Union, and white Confederates from the South. Who do you thought was fighting in the Civil War?
Black Americans.
I knew it. Okay, look. That's why I said, Jonathan, relax. Now watch this.
Did
Hey,
Black
bro.
Americans fight in the Civil
Okay.
War?
No. Bro, I said, what do we get out of that? Of course, I said wait,
Well, that's not
stop,
the question that I answered, bro.
No, stop. Because I think I got your doctrine. Stop. Are you
No,
a
you don't.
Moors? Are you a Moor?
Am I a Moor? Bro,
Are you a
I am
Moor?
not. Listen,
Uh-huh.
I'm.
Yeah.
Listen,
And that's why I said everybody
I'm.
be
Hold
quiet. Okay.
on. What the
So wait,
hell?
no. Because I'm gonna mute you. Now I'm gonna tell your doctrine to the family. Okay. Family, there's a reason why he was off code. Now he still might be FBA. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that he has a doctrine that's foreign to us. And he believes that tell me, am I right or wrong? Do you believe a lot of the Southern people in the Civil War, do you believe they were Black Americans fighting?
No.
Okay, so the Southerners fighting the Civil War, you would say predominantly were white.
Yes.
What about, okay, are you a Moor?
My last name is Moore.
Or do you okay? Are you a Moorish national?
Hell no.
Okay. Are you a free white person?
No.
Okay. All right. So what do
I'm an
Black
FBA
Americans?
dude. I'm an
I got
FBA to
well,
the fucking bone.
hey, bro, you got FBAs that's in the Moorish doctrine. It's ideology. But let me ask you this.
Dude, my last name is Moore, but I'm not a Moorish American. My last name is
I got
literally
you.
Moore, but I'm not a Moorish
Okay.
American.
Okay,
I don't
cool.
follow that shit.
So watch this. The Civil War was the white North versus the white South, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why did Black Americans join?
To free their family members and free enslaved black people.
What did they get? So the only thing they got out of it was the only thing they wanted out of it was freedom.
They got to slap the white man in the fucking mouth is what they got out of it.
Okay, so slapping a white man in freedom is all they got out of it. They didn't negotiate nothing else.
They got what? Ask that question again.
So they didn't negotiate nothing else. Like, so we didn't want nothing outside of slapping up white folks and being free from slavery. We didn't just be free. That's it. Nothing else, right?
What else was there at that time?
I'm asking you.
Freedom was the biggest thing to get at that time.
That's okay. So I'm asking you. That's all we wanted was just to be free.
That was the biggest thing we wanted.
Really?
Also, we wanted to slap the white man in the fucking mouth.
Okay. So we didn't want land. We just wanted to beat up white folks.
Of course, we wanted land, but the most important thing was to be free.
Okay. So what's the second most important thing? Slap white folks up or land?
Bro, I can't tell you that. I'm not one of them.
Okay. So what if now watch this. So what if they said, hey, door number 1, slap the white man up and that's it, and you're free. Or door number 2, don't slap the white man up and you're given land. Which one you think we would took? The slapping them up or the land?
Whichever one we ain't got to sell out for.
No, it just like you gave us the option. Just door number 1, number 2. Which
Okay,
one
if
do
you
you
talking
think
about
we would took?
my opinion, if I was the leader,
Yeah.
slap the white man up or what?
Or land, man, tangible land.
I wanted the land. Fuck him in the mouth. I want the land.
All right, go ahead, Jonathan.
Hey, okay. Hey. No, I got it. Cause once I finish this, I'm gonna drop off. Hey, 2 questions. This between me and Mr. Know It All. All right, I'm gonna lay it out on the line for you, bro. I'm gonna lay it on the line. All right. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi. I even proved that run. I think, Ron, you remember I showed you my birth certificate and all that stuff last week, so you already know I'm valid. All right, Jackson, Mississippi, North Jackson. Grew up in Presidential Hills over on Van Buren Street. There, I laid it all on the line. My mama, as a matter of fact, I went to People's Middle School, then I went to Wingfield High School. My family, they all went to Proviling in there. So if you got any Mississippi FBAs in the chat, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Brother,
East Delano.
no.
Hold on. Hell no. That nigga can't bang on me like that.
I'm not
That nigga ain't finna bang on me like that.
Bro, I'm not banging. I'm not banging.
That nigga banging on me. Hell no, I gotta rep my set too.
Bro,
Let me rep my set.
Bro,
wait, he's not
relax.
done yet.
Let me finish. The only reason I said that, because over the last 30, 40 minutes or so, man, it's been getting real questionable. Now that I laid it out online, where are you from? I know you said Montgomery, but what part of Montgomery?
Okay.
This ain't no banging.
Okay.
I just need to know.
Nigga, let me bang. Nigga, shut up.
Okay, all right, bang.
Yeah, he crashed it out.
East Delano, nigga. One street over from where Rosa Parks didn't get her seat up from.
Yeah.
One street over, nigga. I can walk out my grandma's house and see the street where Rosa Parks didn't give us her seat up from, nigga.
All right.
What?
What about your where your mama and your daddy and them, where they grew up at?
Nigga, my dad is from, nigga, I can walk out my front door and see the Bloody Sunday March. I can walk out my front door in my front yard and see the Bloody Sunday where it happened at. I can see that, nigga.
Okay,
my mama grandma, one street over from Rosa Parks didn't give her seat up, nigga. I can walk out in her front yard and see the street where she didn't give her seat up at.
All
Here
right.
you talking about?
What school you went to?
Martin Luther King Elementary, South Lund Middle, and George Washington Carver High School.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Don't run. It's a southern theme, and I just had to ask because it's starting to get questionable. Now I'm gonna say this.
Right.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop off. Mr. Know-it-all, about 10 minutes ago when you were talking with the other lady that was on, you were saying as far as us being replaced. I'm about to debunk that, and I'm gonna read it verbatim. The reason we cannot be replaced, the reason the white tea people would not allow us to be replaced, regardless of what they say, and I'm going to read this. During the 1930s, Japan, yes, Japan, an Asian country on the other side of the world, Japan engaged in efforts to encourage African Americans to not Africans, not Zimbabweans, not Caribbeans. They encourage African Americans to move to Japan to support Japan as a champion of the darker